An unexpected incident led He Yuan to traverse into a novel titled Sword Immortal, where he unwittingly became the principal antagonist, just as He Yuan believed he would. Inevitably meet his demise at the hands of the destined protagonist of Sword Immortal, he was astonished to discover that the various heroines of the story could eavesdrop on his innermost thoughts. Chapter 1. Transmigration into a cultivation novel as the antagonist. Pain. A dizzying sensation engulfed him. After what felt like an eternity, He Yuan finally regained his senses. Wasn't he just engrossed in an all-night session of Genshin Impact? How did he suddenly find himself in such a wretched place? As he surveyed the towering peaks and the celestial mountains floating in midair, He Yuan's expression was one of bewilderment. In the next moment, a torrent of chaotic memories surged into his mind, and he instantly comprehended his current predicament. He had not only traversed into a cultivation novel named Sword Immortal, but he had also become the story's most formidable villain. In Sword Immortal, the protagonist was well-versed in array formations, body refinement, divine abilities, and alchemy, bearing the weight of the world's fate, accompanied by a multitude of celestial maidens. The aloof and proud master, the quirky and adorable junior sister, and the gentle, considerate senior sister were all destined to be gathered into his harem, allowing him to indulge in the pleasures of many. At this moment, the plot unfolded as He Yuan's original self had instigated a conflict with the protagonist, Su Xiang, in a bid to forcibly join the Yuhai Peak, led by the enchanting Ling Miao. The entire Wanxing sect was aware that He Yuan, as the son of the sect leader, sought to join Yuhai Peak primarily for the charming junior sister and the kind-hearted senior sister. He even boasted that he would have the haughty Ling Miao welcome him with open arms. The thought sent a shiver down He Yuan's spine. Though he was the son of the Wanxing sect's leader, surviving such reckless endeavors was indeed a feat. He Yuan, you've lost. With your meager cultivation, do you dare dream of entering Yuhai Peak? As despair washed over him, a lively young girl on a martial arts platform cast a contemptuous gaze in his direction and shouted loudly. The surrounding disciples, gathered around the platform, looked at He Yuan with expressions of disdain. The girl standing on the platform was none other than Su Jiner, one of the protagonist's harem members. Su Jiner, adorned in a flowing long dress, with a green celestial sword slung across her back, possessed a face with a hint of baby fat and bright, captivating eyes. Unfortunately, the look she directed at He Yuan was filled only with loathing. Just as He Yuan was about to speak, a figure, imbued with an ethereal grace, descended from the clouds, standing on the high platform before him. Compared to the other female cultivators present, she shone like a star amidst fireflies. Staring at the coldly elegant and stunningly beautiful celestial maiden before him, He Yuan found himself momentarily entranced. Truly, the most beautiful woman in the Wanxing sect. If I were the protagonist, I would surely employ every means to bring her into my harem. Her visage, her figure, her poise absolutely breathtaking, He Yuan lamented inwardly. However, he was oblivious to the fact that all of his musings were heard by the Ling Miao, who had hurried over from Yuhai Peak. Ling Miao furrowed her brows slightly. Her icy gaze fixed on He Yuan, she noted his silence, as he neither spoke nor employed any form of telepathic communication. This only deepened her frown. Why are you looking at me? I'm not the protagonist. By this time, the protagonist should have already been accepted into Yunhai Peak, right? TSK. They say Yunhai Peak only accepts female disciples. Yet in the end, they still made an exception for the protagonist. He Yuan sensed the ethereal fairy Ling Miao gazing in his direction and could not help but begin to voice his inner thoughts. At this moment, fairy Ling Miao finally realized that she could seemingly hear He Yuan's thoughts. However, the reason for this phenomenon eluded even her understanding. Master, you have arrived. This fellow intends to join Yunhai Peak and claims that we should treat all equally, breaking the rules of Yunhai Peak. Oof, how dare he challenge me, only to end up losing. Su Jiner proudly approached Fairy Ling Miao, seeking to take credit for her victory. Simultaneously, Elder Qin Shuan from the Hall of Justice of the Wanjian sect rushed over. Seeing He Yuan unharmed, Elder Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had come to ensure He Yuan's safety. Although He Yuan often behaved tyrannically within the sect, he was ultimately the son of the sect leader. If Fairy Ling Miao, in a fit of rage, were to slay him, it would spell disaster. Fairy Ling Miao, I shall escort him to the Cliff of Reflection for penance, Qin Shuan suggested, casting a furtive glance at Fairy Ling Miao's expression. Noticing that she did not appear particularly enraged, he felt a weight lift from his heart. At the very least, He Yuan's life was spared. He Yuan, You truly wish to join in High Peak? To his surprise, Fairy Ling Miao stepped forward and inquired directly. This caused Elder Qin's previously relieved heart to race once more. In response to the esteemed fairy, I was momentarily misguided. I hope you will not hold it against me, He Yuan replied with an outward show of obedience. Yet internally, he began to grumble, only a fool would want to join. There is not a sane person at Yun High Peak. They are all mad women, willing to do anything for the protagonist. I wonder what kind of enchantment the protagonist has cast on them, nearly leading to the downfall of Yun High Peak, yet they still express gratitude towards him. Just as He Yuan finished his internal monologue, he felt a chill wash over him, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. A gust of cold wind swept towards him. He Yuan looked up in confusion, only to find Fairy Ling Miao staring at him with an icy glare. He could not help but shiver. What did I say wrong? I've already admitted my mistake. Why is she still so furious? Truly an old madwoman. He Yuan quickly lowered his head, striving to appear submissive, yet his inner thoughts continued to criticize. Unbeknownst to him, Fairy Ling Miao heard every word of his inner voice. Very well, since you are so determined to join Yun High Peak, I shall grant you an opportunity. Come to Qinglin Mountain at Yun High Peak tomorrow. Fairy Ling Miao's voice was frigid, as if she were about to freeze He Yuan in place. Yet the words that escaped her lips left everyone present in stunned silence. It was well known that Fairy Ling Miao harbored a deep disdain for He Yuan. Were it not for the sect leader's influence, He Yuan would have long since faced death multiple times. Yet now, she was allowing him to join in High Peak. Su Jiner, standing nearby, was equally astonished. She never anticipated that her master would permit He Yuan to enter Yun High Peak. At this moment, He Yuan was just as dumbfounded. I have not been mistaken, have I? Why does this person persist in fixating on me? Instead of wasting time here, they might as well indulge in affectionate moments with their little disciple, rather than keeping their gaze upon me. 1,000 thoughts of frustration surged through He Yuan's mind. Meanwhile, Ling Miao, the celestial being who had once again heard his inner voice, was now struggling to contain her emotions and thus chose to turn away and leave. All that remained were the bewildered onlookers. Ling Miao's actions were merely an attempt to uncover the truth behind the events surrounding He Yuan and to ascertain whether his inner grievances held any merit. In recent days, out of a sense of obligation to an old acquaintance, she had taken the severely injured Su Zong into her fold. Over these days, she had developed a certain fondness for this diligent disciple, though it did not reach the depth suggested by He Yuan's thoughts. The following day, upon He Yuan's arrival at Yun High Peak, he was greeted by the sight of a graceful young man practicing in the training grounds. The rising sun illuminated Su Zong's robust physique, momentarily leaving He Yuan in a state of awe. Is this what they refer to as the legendary aura of a protagonist? Truly, he lives up to the title. He Yuan could not help but muse inwardly. Chapter 2. The Valley of Demonic Spirits. At the summit hall of the 10,000 Immortals sect, the sect leader, He Wangxing, gazed solemnly towards the distant sea of clouds. Recent unusual occurrences in the celestial sea had stirred a sense of unease within him. Despite the formidable strength of the 10,000 Immortals sect as the leader of the righteous path, it was ever surrounded by foes. And a moment's inattention could lead to a precipice of despair. Just as He Wangxing's worries deepened, Elder Qin Shuan from the punishment hall hurriedly approached from outside the hall. He Wangxing cast a glance at Qin Shuan, only to notice the absence of He Yuan. Elder Qin, where is that rebellious son? He Wangxing inquired. Well, the Fairy Ling Miao has allowed him to enter Yunhaifeng, so he is likely there now, Qin Shuan replied, aware that even he found this hard to believe. Yet it was indeed the case. You mean He Yuan has gone to Yunhaifeng? He Wangxing expressed his disbelief. I was present at the time. It was Fairy Ling Miao herself who said so. As for the reason, I cannot fathom it. Perhaps she believes He Yuan has a chance for redemption. Elder Qin hesitated. Meanwhile, He Yuan had arrived at the valley halfway up Yunhaifeng, accompanied by Su Ziong. This is the abode of our master. It is best not to disturb it unless necessary. If you have questions, you may ask my sister or me. Since master has permitted your entry into Yunhaifeng, you must focus on your cultivation and uphold the dignity of the peak. Su Ziong said with a detached expression, leading the way. His countenance had soured upon learning of He Yuan's acceptance into Yunhaifeng, as he believed he should remain the sole male presence there. Enjoying the attention of their master and the other disciples, unbothered by Su Ziong's demeanor, He Yuan curiously surveyed his surroundings. Upon reaching a pavilion amidst the bamboo grove, Fairy Ling Miao gracefully approached from a distance. She initially regarded Su Ziong with warmth, but her expression turned frigid as her gaze fell upon He Yuan. The disparity in her demeanor was striking. Old crone, is there a bias at play here? Never mind, I shall overlook it for her beauty's sake. He Yuan thought to himself, sensing the shift in Fairy Ling Miao's countenance, which only deepened her chill. Master, about the previous incident. Su Ziong suddenly spoke softly from ahead. Upon hearing him, Fairy Ling Miao's gaze finally shifted away from He Yuan. In a couple of days, I will take you down the mountain. The Valley of Demonic Spirits is shrouded in poisonous miasma. You must prepare a batch of detoxification pills before we depart. She instructed lightly. Listening to their conversation, He Yuan suddenly recalled something. The Valley of Demonic Spirits, the lair of the Elder of 10,000 Poisons before his tribulation, where that old crone had fallen victim to the lust poison, allowing Su Ziong to gain an advantage. As this thought crossed his mind, Fairy Ling Miao furrowed her brows. How does he know? After all, she had not divulged any information about the valley, and Su Xiang had been at Yunhafeng, making it impossible for him to share such details with anyone. While she pondered this, He Yuan's thoughts echoed anew. The old crone is likely unaware. Su Xiang has known the layout of the formations within the valley for some time. His intention in bringing you is to have you absorb the damage while he reaps the benefits. At this, Fairy Lingmiao's initial disbelief transformed into suspicion, her gaze towards Su Xiang losing its previous warmth. In a few days, He Yuan, prepare yourself to descend the mountain with us. There may be opportunities for you, so seize them well, she finally said to He Yuan. Upon hearing this, Su Xiang's expression changed drastically. This opportunity, which should rightfully have been his alone, was now shared with He Yuan, and he could hardly accept it. Master, the Valley of Demonic Spirits is exceedingly dangerous. Bringing junior brother along may be. Su Xiang expressed his concerns. Those unaware might think he was considering He Yuan's safety. Indeed, that place is fraught with peril. It would be better if you and the fairy went instead, He Yuan quickly chimed in, not out of a desire to relinquish the opportunity, but rather recognizing the valley's inherent dangers. He knew of many other opportunities, and there was no need to compete with Su Xiang. With a master present, there is no cause for alarm. Fairy Lingyu merely cast a dismissive glance at Su Xiang in response to their protests. That glance caused a jolt in Su Xiang's heart. Previously, his master had always treated him with kindness. He had never experienced such a cold stare before. It must be due to He Yuan's presence that he had lost his master as favor. At this moment, Fairy Lingmiao extended her fair, jade-like hand, revealing a fragrant, multicolored pill in her palm. Since you have entered Yunhafeng, from this day forth, you are my disciple, Lingmiao. This transformation pill will assist you in enhancing your cultivation as if you have practiced for 100 days. Accept it as a token of your apprenticeship. The transformation pill? This is truly a treasure, He Yuan exclaimed inwardly. Just as Fairy Lingmiao had stated, consuming one was equivalent to 100 days of cultivation without any side effects, a coveted item for all cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, it was evident that Su Xiang's eyes flickered with envy as He Yuan accepted the pill, followed by a deepening animosity toward him. After all, there were only 2 transformation pills in all of Yunhafeng, crafted by Fairy Lingmiao herself, and it had long been accepted that these 2 would be bestowed upon Su Xiang. Yet, He Yuan, a mere newcomer, had just received one. What audacity, to rely on his father's status as the sect leader. Were it not for He Yuan, Su Xiang believed he would have made significant progress himself and become the foremost disciple under Fairy Lingmiao. Damn that He Yuan, he is robbing me of my opportunity. However, with Fairy Lingmiao present, Su Xiang dared not overly display his fury toward He Yuan. He Yuan acutely sensed the resentment emanating from Su Xiang, leaving him somewhat speechless. The journey to the Valley of Demonic Spirits and the transformation pill were not his desires. If anyone should be blamed, it should be that old crone, Lingmiao. But with matters as they stood, he could only hope Lingmiao would indeed safeguard him. If worst came to worst, he might discreetly remind her, as he was well aware of the valley's arrangements. What He Yuan did not know was that Su Jiner, upon learning of the trio's expedition to the Valley of Demonic Spirits and Fairy Lingmiao's generous gift of the precious transformation pill to He Yuan, was deeply concerned that her master might be deceived by that young scion. She also worried for the gentle Su Xiang, fearing he might encounter danger, thus gifting him a cherished clear heart pill she had preserved for a year. While not as potent as the transformation pill, the clear heart pill could still offer a modest enhancement to the cultivation of those below the foundation establishment stage and was originally intended for Su Jiner's future breakthroughs. In the following days, He Yuan first returned to the summit of the 10,000 Immortals sect to request some elixirs from his father. He then visited the Elder of the Spirit Treasure Room to collect a spiritual weapon before returning to Yunhafeng, satisfied. 2 days later, Fairy Lingmiao indeed did not disappoint He Yuan, summoning the spirit shuttle to transport the 2 of them away from the 10,000 Immortals sect. As He Yuan stood on the spirit shuttle, gazing down from thousands of meters high, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Truly, this was the realm of immortality. He could hardly wait for the day he would master the art of flying the shuttle himself. Fairy Lingmiao glanced at the somewhat excited He Yuan and found him less bothersome than she had initially thought. Though she was somewhat eccentric, her strength was undeniable, and she resolved to cling to her for support once they reached the Valley of Demonic Spirits. However, when she once again caught wind of He Yuan's thoughts, her previously softened expression instantly turned frigid. I truly was overthinking. The Valley of Demonic Spirits lies tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Wuxian sect. However, for Lingmiao, who possesses a flying shuttle, this distance poses no challenge. As a formidable figure in the spirit separation stage, she perceived such a journey as mere fleeting moments. Upon their arrival at the Valley of Demonic Spirits, He Yuan immediately consumed a multitude of antidote pills, well aware of the potency of the toxins as he had gleaned from the novels. In contrast, Lingmiao simply swallowed a single pill. At this moment, Su Xiang gazed grimly ahead at the noxious miasma. He was contemplating how to leverage the formations within the valley to eliminate He Yuan. Only by doing so could he monopolize the legacy left by the Elder of 10,000 Poisons, thus creating a more favorable opportunity to possess Lingmiao. He Yuan harbored similar thoughts. If only he could rid himself of the persistent Su Xiang in this place, he could return and cultivate his immortality in peace. Without Su Xiang, the Wuxian sect would likely escape annihilation, he mused. Little did he know that Lingmiao, who could hear his innermost thoughts, was profoundly astonished. Chapter 3. The demon spirit Lingmiao was perplexed as to how He Yuan had acquired such extensive intelligence. Nonetheless, the thought swirling in her mind seemed plausible. If the Wanxian sect were truly to perish because of Su Xiong, she had to seriously contemplate whether to keep him within the sect. As she pondered, she glanced over at He Yuan, who felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze and thought to himself, why is this old hag always staring at me? Could it be that she has developed feelings for me? But she is at least 70 or 80 years my senior. She could very well be my grandmother. Upon sensing his inner musings, Ling Miao's expression turned icy. With a disdainful snort, she strode towards the Valley of Demon Spirits. Hey, immortal master, wait for me. He Yuan hastily quickened his pace to follow her. Without Ling Miao as his support in the Valley of Demon Spirits, he feared he would not survive for long. Just as He Yuan caught up with Ling Miao, a menacing figure suddenly lunged at him from the thick fog. The aura of malice left He Yuan frozen in place. This is it. I want to die like this. Will I? He thought, his heart sinking. Yet, in the next moment, a sharp beam of sword light erupted, cleaving through the grotesque creature before him and dispersing the dense fog. It was Ling Miao. Thank you, immortal master, He Yuan stammered, regaining his composure and addressing the still cold-faced Ling Miao. Humph. Ling Miao merely snorted dismissively, casting him a sidelong glance before continuing forward. He Yuan, unsure of what had caused her mood, could do nothing but hastily keep pace. Before they moved on, he glanced back at the grotesque corpse, which had not bled but instead transformed into a faint black mist, slowly dissipating. Seeing this scene sent a shiver down He Yuan's spine, just as described in the novels. The Valley of Demon Spirits was rife with such demon spirits, it was wise to stay close, for if one perished in the valley, no one would come to their aid. Ling Miao shot a glance back at the trailing He Yuan and coldly remarked, you'd best keep up. The toxins in the Valley of Demon Spirits are heavy. If we delay any further, even I won't last long. It's better to forge ahead directly. Before Ling Miao could respond, Su Xiong's voice rang out from ahead. Immortal Master, there are numerous demon spirits ahead. Please take action and lead us through. Ling Miao, disregarding He Yuan, gazed ahead to investigate. Indeed, a multitude of demon spirits gathered before them. Beyond that horde lay the core area of the Valley of Demon Spirits. Immortal Master, we can't handle this. Let us circumvent them, He Yuan suggested just as Ling Miao was preparing to strike at the demon spirits. She. The toxins in the Valley of Demon Spirits are severe. If we continue to dawdle, even the Immortal Master will struggle to endure. It would be more efficient to charge through. If you're afraid, I will protect you and ensure you remain unharmed, Su Xiong gently reassured. As though He Yuan's fear of demon spirits was the reason for his proposed detour, He Yuan rolled his eyes at Su Xiong's words. What a scheming character. If it weren't for my inferior strength, I would have already dealt with you. He internally cursed, aware that the more demon spirits they killed, the more the black mist would coalesce into stronger entities. In the novels, it was the gathering of that black mist that had severely injured the old hag, allowing Su Xiong to take advantage. Ling Miao furrowed her brow, realizing the black mist from the slain demon spirits could indeed regroup into more powerful entities. Her gaze towards Su Xiong grew wary. A chill ran down Su Xiong's spine. If Ling Miao had previously regarded him with indifference, it now felt more pronounced, confirming his suspicion that He Yuan had been maligning him in front of her, leading to her altered demeanor. With that thought, Su Xiong resolved to cast aside his reservations. A flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. Ling Miao did not grant Su Xiong the opportunity to speak further. She swiftly produced a flying shuttle. With it, she whisked both men towards the core of the Valley of Demon Spirits. Along the way, all demon spirits that obstructed their path were tossed aside by the force of the winds. Su Xiong's expression darkened. He had learned from a mysterious black talisman that the demon spirits in the valley could not be exterminated. Exceeding a certain threshold of kills would allow the dissipated black mist to coalesce into an early-stage nascent soul demon spirit. A threat even Ling Miao would find challenging to confront. Only then could he proceed with his ulterior motives. However, the entire plan had been disrupted by He Yuan. Su Xiong couldn't help but shoot He Yuan a venomous glare, only to find He Yuan was also looking back at him. This moment of eye contact momentarily stunned Su Xiong, prompting him to force a stiff smile. Yet, in the next instant, He Yuan had already turned his gaze away. The flying shuttle swiftly traversed the area dense with demon spirits. However, Ling Miao's earlier actions had drawn the attention of the demon spirits, who were now converging towards their position. If they could not breach the core area's formation quickly, they risked being trapped outside. Su Xiong, didn't you say you had a way to enter the formation? Please utilize your methods swiftly, Ling Miao stated, her tone much less intimate than before. Yes, immortal master, Su Xiong replied, lowering his head as he approached the formation. However, he appeared to be going through the motions, fiddling with the formation without making any real progress. As the demon spirits drew nearer, Ling Miao's brow furrowed deeply. Let me handle this. With that, she unsheathed her sword once more. A surge of power enveloped her, and the oppressive aura forced both He Yuan and Su Xiong to struggle for breath. In the next moment, her sword swung forth, unleashing a far more potent beam of sword light than before. When it struck the formation, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the Valley of Demon Spirits, the resulting shockwave nearly toppling He Yuan and Su Xiong. As the dust settled, a gaping hole large enough for three to enter appeared in the formation. Go! Ling Miao commanded without hesitation, leaping into the formation. He Yuan quickly followed, while Su Xiong, reluctant, cast a final glance at the encroaching demon spirits before stepping inside. As the three entered, the breach Ling Miao had created sealed itself once more, trapping the countless demon spirits outside. The scene that greeted them within was breathtaking. Outside, the valley was shrouded in poisonous miasma, barren and lifeless, yet within the core, vibrant spiritual herbs flourished, a testament to life as resilience. In the distance, 3 palatial structures towered above the clouds, magnificent and imposing, rivaling even the grandest halls of the Wanxian sect. Truly, this was the lair of the almost transcendent elder of 10,000 poisons, He Yuan mused. Chapter 4. The palace on the cloud summit. Su Xiang wore a grim expression. He had initially believed that He Yuan's presence would not disrupt his plans, yet he was taken aback by how this individual repeatedly thwarted his intentions. At this moment, he trailed behind the ethereal fairy Ling Yao and He Yuan, his face shadowed with concern, lost in thought. We must ascend the heavenly steps after traversing the forest to reach the palace atop the mountain. You two should stay close, otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. Fairy Ling Miao advised, casting her gaze toward the towering peaks ahead. Just as her words echoed, a dark figure suddenly darted out from the dense woods. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, and before He Yuan could react, it lunged toward him. However, Fairy Ling Miao had already sensed the danger. And a glint of cold light flashed before He Yuan, severing a small, finger-sized insect that fell to the ground in 2 halves. There are likely many similar poisonous creatures lurking in this forest. Stay close to me. We must leave this place swiftly, Fairy Ling Miao said, her expression shifting. The trio hastily advanced through the thicket. Along the way, various venomous insects seemed to target He Yuan, as if recognizing that Fairy Ling Miao was not to be trifled with. This brat must possess some treasure. Not a single poisonous creature has approached him. It must be related to the legacy of the old man of 10,000 poisons. He Yuan mused internally. Upon hearing He Yuan's thoughts, Fairy Ling Miao became aware that Su Xiang had indeed been untouched by any of the insects. This realization sent a chill through her. Su Xiang had methods to evade the poisonous creatures that he had not disclosed to them. This alone was enough to heighten her wariness toward him, and her gaze turned even colder. Meanwhile, Su Xiang had quietly resolved to execute his plan against Ling Miao. Thus he paid little heed to her scrutiny. Ling Miao understood that this was not the moment for squabbling. Escaping the forest was their foremost priority. Consequently, she led He Yuan out of the dense thicket without incident. However, more peril awaited them ahead. There are 1,000 steps to the heavenly stairway, and only after traversing all can one reach the summit. Moreover, once we ascend the heavenly steps, external interference is forbidden. We must rely solely on ourselves from here on. Su Xiang remarked, casting a meaningful glance at He Yuan beside him. Upon hearing this, Fairy Ling Miao's brow furrowed. In the past, she would not have concerned herself with He Yuan's well-being. Yet now, having gleaned Su Xiang's ulterior motives from He Yuan's thoughts, she felt compelled to pay more attention to him. He Yuan, you go first. I will follow shortly, Fairy Ling Miao instructed. Positioning herself protectively behind He Yuan to guard against any schemes from Su Xiang. Upon hearing this, Su Xiang's eyes flickered with resentment as he gazed at He Yuan. Although he was unaware of Ling Miao's wariness towards him, he understood that it was undoubtedly He Yuan's doing. Master, why don't you go ahead? Don't worry. I'll be fine, He Yuan said, scratching his head as he displayed the various talismans he had brought from the Wanxian sect. Hundreds of mid-tier talismans appeared in his palm. Should all of these talismans be detonated, even 10 Su Xiang's would stand no chance. Noticing the talismans in He Yuan's hand, Fairy Ling Miao's eyelids twitched, and she stepped toward the heavenly steps. Since He Yuan had confidence in dealing with Su Xiang, she saw no need to say more. Once Fairy Ling Miao stepped onto the heavenly steps, a shimmering barrier appeared, rippling like water, obscuring her figure. Brother Su, please go ahead, He Yuan turned to Su Xiang. Understanding that he had a key to the summit. As long as he followed closely behind Su Xiang, he anticipated no issues. Junior brother, go on ahead. I will follow closely to cover you, Su Xiang replied, his eyelids twitching as his gaze inadvertently fell upon the talismans tightly gripped in He Yuan's hand. It seemed that any sign of hesitation from him would prompt He Yuan to ignite the talismans without a second thought. Brother, you are too courteous. Please, go first. Rest assured, I will not move unless you do. We can wait for Master to obtain the legacy and leave together. I believe that is also a viable plan. He Yuan replied with a mischievous tone. He could afford to wait, but Su Xiang could not. If Ling Miao were to acquire the legacy, all of Su Xiang's efforts would be in vain. His expression darkened as he glared at He Yuan. He Yuan, however, remained unconcerned and settled into a comfortable position. It was clear he was in no rush. Thus, the two remained at an impasse for quite some time. Eventually, Su Xiang could no longer contain himself and retrieved a black iron token from his storage pouch. As the token emerged, a water-patterned barrier reappeared in front of them, revealing a pathway leading directly to the summit. He Yuan could clearly see that this path connected straight to the mountaintop. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the protagonist. It is challenging not to succeed when following the main character. He Yuan feigned a sigh, then closely followed Su Xiang along the pathway. At that moment, Su Xiang had grown tired of engaging with him. The two soon arrived at the celestial palace atop the mountain. Gazing at the palace shrouded in clouds and mist, He Yuan could not help but marvel at its grandeur, far surpassing the palaces of the Wanxian sect. Brother Su, should we wait here for Master, or? He Yuan quickly redirected his gaze to Su Xiang, estimating that Fairy Ling Yu would require some time to reach the summit. During this interval, Su Xiang had ample opportunity to act. He Yuan was reluctant to confront Su Xiang alone, but if he did not separate from Fairy Ling Yao, the legacy of the Demon Spirit Valley would likely elude him. Why don't you wait here, junior brother, while I scout ahead in the palace? If it appears safe, I will return to fetch you and Master. What do you say? Su Xiang proposed with a gentle smile. How can I, in good conscience, Allow my brother to face danger alone in such a perilous place as the Demon Spirit Valley? I shall accompany you, He Yuan insisted, tightening his grip on the numerous talismans in his hand, which caused Su Xiang's eyelids to twitch once more. Very well, since you insist, we shall go together, Su Xiang replied through gritted teeth. The two then proceeded toward the palace. Upon reaching the grand doors of the palace, they found them obscured by a formation. While it was not as fearsome as those surrounding the core area, it was still not trivial to break. However, for Su Xiang, this posed no challenge. With the core token in hand, he deftly manipulated the formation, and it opened effortlessly. He Yuan hurried to keep pace, his mind alert. Su Xiang's familiarity with this place far exceeded his own. Although he understood some mechanisms from the plot of Sword Immortal, he remained cautious. Should Su Xiang truly be scheming against him, his life could very well be forfeited here. Chapter 5, Seizing the Legacy. Su Xiang walked ahead, while He Yuan followed closely behind, clutching a multitude of talismans. Meanwhile, the enchanting fairy Ling Miao remained ensnared on the celestial steps. He Yuan, it seems there are no mechanisms left within this grand hall. Shall we split up the search? It would be far more efficient, Su Xiang suggested, furrowing his brow at He Yuan. At this moment, he wished nothing more than to eliminate He Yuan, yet the talismans in He Yuan's grasp restrained him from taking action. Realizing the urgency of obtaining the legacy of the Elder of 10,000 Poisons, he chose to overlook his grievances with He Yuan. His sole desire now was to acquire the legacy swiftly. Very well, He Yuan replied nonchalantly. This response momentarily took Su Xiang aback. To him, He Yuan had persistently clung to him, seemingly aiming to exploit the key he possessed for his own gain. He was taken aback by He Yuan's prompt agreement. However, the direction in which He Yuan casually ventured next caused Su Xiang's expression to shift dramatically. The side hall He Yuan approached contained a teleportation node housing the legacy of the Elder of 10,000 Poisons. Although Su Xiang was unaware of how He Yuan had disowned this, he knew he could not allow He Yuan to seize the opportunity first. Instantly, his expression changed, and he hastily followed in He Yuan's footsteps. This prompted a curious glance from He Yuan. Su Xiang, did you not suggest we split up? The scrutinizing gaze of He Yuan made Su Xiang's complexion fluctuate, but he ultimately exhaled deeply to regain his composure. I fear for your safety alone, so it is better that I accompany you. Su Xiang glared at the talismans tightly clutched in He Yuan's hand as he spoke through gritted teeth. Very well then, Xiang. Stay close. If danger arises, we will rely on your intervention, He Yuan said with a teasing glint in his eyes before turning away and proceeding toward the side hall. Meanwhile, Fairy Ling Miao remained trapped within the celestial steps. The main hall was resplendent and vast, yet the side hall was considerably darker. In the side hall, 2 rows of dragon-carved stone pillars appeared notably rugged, their blood-red patterns exuding an eerie quality. As the two men ventured deeper into the hall, a massive blood pool, intricately carved from blood jade, came into view. The pool emitted an exceedingly foul stench, prompting Su Xiang to wrinkle his nose in distaste. He Yuan, however, maintained his composure as he gazed at the 2 rows of dragon pillars before the blood pool. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the thick, viscous blood within the pool slowly creeping along the floor's intricate patterns toward the dragon pillars. Having knowledge of the plot of Sword Immortal, He Yuan recognized this as an omen of the awakening of the poisonous serpent sealed within the dragon pillars. In the story, the protagonist had been forced into the blood pool due to these serpents, unwittingly discovering the spatial node leading to the legacy site. He Yuan remained still, biding his time for the right moment. Su Xiang began to search the hall. Guided by the Xiantai token, he believed the legacy lay nearby. Though its exact location remained elusive, He Yuan feigned his own search, but his gaze remained fixated on the dragon pillars. He silently observed the thin lines of blood spreading across the dragon bodies of the pillars. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of oppression heightened Su Xiang's vigilance. But it was too late. From a dragon pillar less than 5 meters away, a poisonous serpent quivered, its blood-red eyes glinting with ferocity. Then, the crimson serpent lunged towards Su Xiang. In that instant, all the serpents on the pillars sprang into motion. Su Xiang quickly reacted, unleashing the Thunder Source technique. But it merely repelled the serpent before him. Simultaneously, the other serpents charged at him. As for He Yuan, upon witnessing the serpent soar from the pillars, he dove directly into the blood pool. Although he lacked the Xiantai key to the legacy, he was fortunate to possess explosive talismans. In an instant after immersing himself in the blood pool, he ignited the talisman in his hand. A dull explosion resonated from the depths of the blood pool. Su Xiang had already noticed He Yuan plunging into the pool and yearned to pursue him, but the serpents clung to him relentlessly. Thus, he could only retreat toward the blood pool while contending with the awakened serpents. At that moment, He Yuan successfully shattered the protective formation surrounding the teleportation node. A crisp cracking sound echoed. The next instant, He Yuan felt the world spin around him before vanishing into the blood pool. He Yuan. Realizing the spatial fluctuations within the blood pool, Su Xiang understood he had been deceived. He roared in fury, driving back the serpents before diving into the blood pool himself. Unfortunately, He Yuan's figure had already vanished. Spatial nodes were typically one-time use, leaving Su Xiang with no chance to pursue. He was consumed by rage. Just then, a serpent, having stealthily approached from behind, suddenly emitted a piercing shriek and lunged at his left arm. Su Xiang retaliated with a Thunder Source technique, striking the serpent's forehead and stunning it momentarily. In the next heartbeat, a fierce expression crossed his face as he seemed to unleash all his pent-up resentment upon the serpent, suddenly sinking his teeth into its forehead. The warm, metallic taste of serpent blood surged into his mouth. That savory sweetness seemed to ignite an insatiable craving within him. He began to fervently suck the blood from the serpent. Time passed, and eventually, the serpent's blood was entirely drained. A wicked grin spread across Su Xiang's face. As it appeared, his cultivation had advanced, and his aura grew increasingly sinister. Meanwhile, He Yuan found himself in a tranquil and serene valley. Unlike the lush forests of the Celestial Palace, this valley exuded an air of calmness. He cautiously made his way deeper into the valley. Soon, he spotted a modest wooden cabin. Compared to the opulent Celestial Palace, this small cabin was exceedingly unremarkable. Yet, within this humble abode lay the coveted legacy of the Magic Spirit Valley, sought after by countless individuals. You arrived here without possessing the key to the Magic Spirit Valley. You must be quite fortunate, young man. A melodious voice suddenly echoed as he approached the cabin cautiously. Immediately alert, He Yuan scanned his surroundings. Not far from the cabin, by a small pond, sat a young woman clad in simple cotton attire. With a fair complexion and no hint of a powerful presence, she resembled an ordinary village maiden. Her gaze upon He Yuan exuded an air of peculiarity. Oh, I inadvertently stumbled upon this place and intruded recklessly. I hope you will forgive me, elder sister, He Yuan said politely, bowing slightly. What is going on? Wasn't it said that the Magic Spirit Valley was the lair of the elder of 10,000 poisons before his tribulation? How is it that a stunningly beautiful village maiden appears here? Surely, this does not bode well for the legacy of the Magic Spirit Valley, he thought inwardly, unable to suppress his inner musings as he spoke. Chapter 6, Is the Wandu a woman? He Yuan could only recall that in the original plot of Sword Immortal, Su Xiang had utilized the key to the Demon Spirit Valley to unlock the inheritance domain of the Wandu Elder. As for how the key was obtained, He Yuan remained oblivious. At that moment, the woman's gaze turned towards He Yuan, revealing a hint of surprise, clearly indicating that she had heard his innermost thoughts. In this world, there were many who harbored resentment and spoke ill of her, yet being referred to as a beautiful village girl was indeed a first. You are quite special, she remarked, a playful glint in her eyes as she smiled at He Yuan. What? You are the Wandu Elder? He Yuan was genuinely taken aback. Lacking detailed knowledge of this plot point, combined with Su Xiang and Ling Miao's references to the Wandu Elder as a male, He Yuan had long assumed the Elder to be a man. Little did he know that the true identity of the Wandu Elder was a woman. How could this revelation not astonish He Yuan? Giggle. The woman laughed lightly. It is no wonder you exhibit such a reaction. Before my tribulation, I always disguised myself as a man. Thus no one in this world could discern my true identity. The form you see before you is my original visage from when I cultivated on this Tianyuan continent. Pausing for a moment, she cast a sidelong glance at him, her eyes shimmering with amusement. What? Upon encountering a remnant of my essence here, are you so frightened that your soul trembles? He Yuan chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent. However, he thought to himself, while it was indeed startling, it was not enough to make him tremble in fear. After all, the Wandu in her lifetime was no villain. Although labeled a practitioner of demonic ways, her actions were upright and honorable. It was his inheritance after all. What a pity. Upon hearing He Yuan's thoughts, the woman's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was a rare occurrence to hear someone speak of her in such a way amidst the multitude of those who feared and scorned her. Consequently, her gaze towards He Yuan softened. This is a small world created by me before my tribulation. The grand hall outside is the Jinshin Hall, a celestial artifact through which I traverse the Tianyuan continent. Unfortunately, during the demon extermination war a millennium ago, that old cur, Wan Zhenyi, the master of the sword sect, destroyed the Jinshin Hall, leaving it greatly diminished in power. Of course, even so, a damaged celestial artifact still possesses far greater power than a top-tier spiritual artifact. At this point, she fixed her gaze on He Yuan. Since you were able to find this place, it proves our fated connection. I shall bestow upon you this Jinshin Hall. I hope you will restore it to its former glory. With that, the remnant of the Wandu Elder extended her fair wrist, resembling a spring onion, and with a delicate finger, pointed at He Yuan's brow. Boom. In an instant, He Yuan felt an influx of obscure and profound knowledge flood his mind. Moments later, a palace, identical in design to the one he had seen outside the valley but exquisitely miniature, materialized in his palm. Looking around, the woman's remnant, the serene valley, and the quaint wooden cabin had all vanished. He found himself within the Demon Spirit Valley. Senior? He called tentatively. At that moment, the small palace in his hand trembled slightly. Then, the voice of the woman echoed in his mind. I am currently within the Jinshin Hall. During this time, I will guide you in forging a body of 10,000 spirits. Your current physique is utterly inadequate. You cannot even hope to activate the Jinshin Hall, let alone reach the foundation establishment stage. From the tone of the Wandu's remnant, it was as if she was branding his body as utterly worthless. However, a body of 10,000 spirits? He Yuan's eyes brightened at once. He recalled that the Wandu had possessed this body, which endowed her with exceptional talent, allowing her to break through barriers and nearly ascend. Su Xiang, too, had gained a body of 10,000 spirits after receiving the Wandu's inheritance, propelling him to become the absolute ruler of this Sword Immortal world. Thank you, Senior. He Yuan was about to say more when he suddenly heard the Wandu's remnant voice in his mind. Not now. Someone is coming. Indeed, moments later, a figure clad in a blue dress, with brows resembling distant mountains, eyes like the dawn, a delicate nose, and exquisite features, moved gracefully towards him. Ling Miao, the fairy, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. At the instant Ling Miao appeared, the Jinshin Hall in He Yuan's palm transformed into a beam of light and entered his spiritual sea. He understood that this was the result of the manipulation of the Wandu's remnant. With a cold yet stunning demeanor, Ling Miao scrutinized He Yuan, relieved to find him unharmed. Inside, the disappearance of the palace left by the Wanda elder is rather strange. It seems we cannot obtain his inheritance this time. Nonetheless, let us find your senior brother and return to the sect. He Yuan nodded, feigning a look of regret. What a pity. If you, master, could acquire the Wandu's inheritance, your cultivation would surely advance tremendously. Meanwhile, he silently thought, fortunately, I seized the Wandu's inheritance beforehand. Otherwise, if Su Xiang, that green TBTCH, had taken the shortcut using the Wandu's remnant key, she would not only lose the inheritance but also her own purity, leaving her with nowhere to lament. Upon hearing He Yuan's thoughts, Ling Miao's delicate brows knitted tightly. She had never anticipated that Su Xiang possessed the key to directly enter the Wandu elder's secret realm. While she was uncertain of the truth behind He Yuan's claims, she believed he would not lie about having obtained the Wandu's inheritance. She recalled that she had stepped onto the heavenly staircase first, leaving He Yuan and Su Xiang together. Now, only He Yuan remained, while Su Xiang was nowhere to be found. Moreover, the heavenly staircase and the palace had vanished abruptly. This indicated that the Wandu elder's inheritance could indeed have been intercepted by someone. However, she could not comprehend why He Yuan would choose to conceal his acquisition of the Wandu elder's inheritance. Was there some secret about that inheritance that was not meant to be disclosed? Just then, a cry of pain echoed from deep within the Demon Spirit Valley. Belonging to Su Xiang, Ling Miao ceased her thoughts, seized He Yuan by the collar, and with a twist of her slender waist, propelled them into the air, saying, "It seems something has occurred with your senior brother. Let us hurry and see." As they spoke, the two swiftly soared towards the source of Su Xiang's outcry. Chapter 7. The nature of the serpent. Amidst the dense miasma enveloping the two individuals, they encountered Su Xiang, whose entire being radiated a crimson glow, his face flushed, and his lips continuously uttering groans of pain. With a swift motion, the ethereal fairy Ling Mu dispersed the noxious fog, revealing the full extent of the surroundings. It became apparent that they stood within a cave abode established by ancient cultivators. However, this dwelling had evidently endured the ravages of time, with significant erosion and decay, and much of the ceiling had collapsed. At that moment, Su Xiang sat cross-legged on a mat within the cave, his visage contorted in agony, his eyes aflame, and the veins on his body prominently protruding, clearly enduring immense suffering. Observing this, Fairy Ling Mu furrowed her delicate brows and gracefully approached Su Xiang. Meanwhile, He Yuan, standing nearby, immediately frowned, though he was unaware if his mere presence had triggered a butterfly effect, resulting in him acquiring the legacy of myriad toxins and altering the original narrative of the Sword Immortal. His instincts urged him to prevent Ling Miao from getting too close to Su Xiang. After all, who could foresee whether this destined protagonist in the Valley of Demons might seize an unforeseen opportunity to claim Ling Miao's purity? He hastily cautioned, "Master, be wary. Brother's condition is quite alarming." Upon hearing this, Fairy Ling Miao paused her steps. Just then, Su Xiang suddenly sprang to his feet and exhaled a gust of breath toward her. Despite the distance, He Yuan could distinctly detect a fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen, his blood boiling, and his eyes reddening with an overwhelming desire for release. It was the poison of lust. Exerting immense effort, He Yuan bit his tongue, forcibly suppressing the burgeoning impulses. Glancing at Fairy Ling Miao, he was relieved she had heeded his warning and maintained a degree of caution. Thus, when Su Xiang unleashed that breath, she executed a swift spiral ascent, simultaneously striking Su Xiang on the shoulder. Even so, she inadvertently inhaled a trace of the intoxicating fragrance. Instantly, an unprecedented heat began to rise from her abdomen, threatening to overwhelm her senses. Though she lacked understanding of romantic entanglements, having lived nearly a century, she was acutely aware that she had been afflicted by a potent and corrupting lust-inducing poison. Fortunately, her absorption was minimal, and with her third-tier golden core cultivation, she swiftly quelled the sensation. Retreating a few steps outside the cave, she cast a wary glance at He Yuan. Had it not been for his timely warning, she might have been caught unawares by Su Xiang's breath. At that moment, she pondered the implications of He Yuan's earlier thoughts, how he had been poisoned in the Valley of Demons and had lost his chastity to Su Xiang. It all seemed to align perfectly. Had it not been for He Yuan, she might have fallen victim to a treacherous plot, losing her purity to him. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she shot a cold glance at Su Xiang, who lay on the ground, seemingly more tranquil now. His expression had softened, the tension in his face dissipating, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he gazed at his master with confusion, asking, "Master, cough. What has happened to me?" As he spoke, he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. It was evident that Fairy Ling Miao's strike had inflicted internal injuries upon him. Fairy Ling Miao frowned slightly and asked, "You do not remember what transpired?" Su Xiang innocently nodded, stating, "I only recall devouring the lifeblood of several venomous serpents, my inner energy surging violently. Fearing an impending explosion, I sought refuge in this abandoned cave to consolidate my foundation. However, at a critical moment, I sensed someone approaching and, in self-defense, expelled the energy that was building within me. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in this predicament. Venomous serpents?" Fairy Ling Miao thought. No wonder it was said that serpents are inherently lascivious. It explained the potent and corrupting lustful poison that Su Xiang had released. He had indeed consumed the lifeblood of several venomous serpents. She regarded Su Xiang, saying, "Your inner energy is indeed sufficient to break through to the foundation establishment stage. How about this? Upon our return, I shall protect you and assist in your foundation establishment. We should leave this perilous valley of demons as swiftly as possible. Realizing that Su Xiang had unintentionally released the lustful poison upon her, Fairy Lingmiao felt a twinge of remorse for having injured him. After all, he was ultimately her disciple. Despite having gleaned some of his private thoughts through He Yuan's musings, which revealed Su Xiang's ulterior motives, she still felt obligated to fulfill her responsibilities as his master before he could enact any tangible harm against her or the other disciples of Yu Hai Peak. At this moment, He Yuan couldn't help but internally scoff. This green tea vixen knows how to play the innocent. Who knows if that lustful aura he expelled was deliberately aimed at you? You foolish woman. You might as well coddle this green tea vixen. You'll be the one to suffer later. Hearing He Yuan's subtle insult, Fairy Lingmiao's demeanor turned icy, her eyes narrowing as she cast him a disdainful glance. Without further regard for him, she turned gracefully and commanded, "Support your brother and keep close to my side." "What? I have to help this green tea vixen?" He Yuan silently protested. Of course, he dared not voice this thought, especially after sensing the ominous glint in Fairy Lingmiao's eyes, one that suggested he might be sent flying with a mere flick of her wrist if he provoked her. Reluctantly, he stepped forward to assist Su Xiang, forcing a smile as he said, "Brother, I'll help you on your journey." Ahead, Fairy Lingmiao, hearing the barely concealed frustration in He Yuan's tone, allowed a fleeting smile to grace her features, only to swiftly conceal it once more. The next moment, she resumed her aloof demeanor, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. As He Yuan begrudgingly supported Su Xiang out of the cave, he suddenly heard Su Xiang's low, ominous voice. Did you obtain the legacy of the Elder of 10,000 Poisons? Chapter 8. Senior Sister Su Miaojin, how is that possible? He Yuan immediately refuted. If I had acquired the inheritance, would my cultivation remain unchanged? Upon hearing this, Su Xiang couldn't help but furrow his brows, casting a skeptical glance at He Yuan. After confirming that He Yuan's cultivation indeed showed no signs of alteration, still at the third stage of foundation establishment, he murmured, could it truly not be you? But why did the palace left behind by the Elder of 10,000 Poisons vanish in a thin air? Could it be? At this point, Su Xiang's eyes instinctively darted towards the enchanting Fairy Lingmiao ahead. Yes, just like that. He Yuan's heart leaped with joy, secretly thinking, only you. This cunning green TBTCH would cast suspicion on that foolish woman Lingmiao, ensuring my inheritance remains secure. Otherwise, if you were to discover that the inheritance you have long coveted has fallen into my hands, who knows what treacherous schemes you might concoct to harm me. Right now, I simply wish to bide my time and develop quietly, without any unnecessary risks. As for Fairy Lingmiao, though she walked ahead, she remained acutely aware of the happenings behind her. Upon hearing Su Xiang's cold inquiry about whether He Yuan had obtained the Elder of 10,000 Poisons inheritance, her delicate brows knitted together. After catching He Yuan's inner thoughts, she couldn't help but ponder, could it be that Su Xiang's previous kindness and innocence were merely a fade? Did I truly misjudge and unwittingly take in a wolf in sheep's clothing? With such thoughts, the trio exited the cave dwelling, considering the countless demonic spirits guarding outside. Fairy Lingmiao promptly retrieved her flying shuttle, guiding the two of them swiftly out of the valley of demonic spirits. Before long, they returned to Cloud Sea Peak. There, standing at the foot of Qinglin Mountain, was not only the willful little junior sister Su Jiner, whom He Yuan had previously encountered, but also a striking woman in white, appearing to be in her early 20s. Although her beauty did not rival that of Fairy Lingmiao, she was nonetheless captivating, especially with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, adding an alluring charm to her presence. Yet, her gaze remained exceptionally clear, embodying the adage, charming yet not demonic, alluring yet not vulgar. He Yuan recognized her at once. This elegant lady was none other than Su Miaojin, the senior sister from Cloud Sea Peak, whom he had long pursued in his previous life without success. Su Miaojin, indeed. It seemed she was the first to fall into the clutches of that green TBTCH after Su Xiang obtained the inheritance of 10,000 poisons. This foolish girl remains oblivious to the fact that Su Xiang's intentions were not born of love, but rather to utilize her 9 nether spirit body to forge his own myriad spirit body. He Yuan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. What a pity for this understanding senior sister, who would later be molded into a willing plaything by Su Xiang, permitting the green TBTCH to manipulate her in every conceivable position on the bed. Su Miaojin's phoenix eyes narrowed, her previously gentle and warm face suddenly turning cold. She glared fiercely at He Yuan. Just moments ago, she had confirmed that He Yuan had not spoken aloud, implying that she had eavesdropped on his thoughts. While she indeed harbored a modicum of affection for this junior brother Su Xiang, it had not yet reached the level of offering herself completely. Why was this He Yuan so certain, even describing her as a willing plaything for Su Xiang in bed? Had it not been for the presence of their master and others, she might have been unable to restrain herself from slapping He Yuan, who dared to fabricate such nonsense about her. As for He Yuan, having finished his internal critique of Su Miaojin's future predicament, he suddenly felt as though he was being scrutinized by a pair of icy eyes. Instinctively, he looked up to see Su Miaojin glaring at him with a murderous intent. He was taken aback, wondering, why is this foolish girl glaring at me? Shouldn't she be busy courting her beloved Su Xiang to win his favor? So they might engage in dual cultivation and utilize her 9 nether spirit body to nurture the soul of that green TBTCH, aiding him in creating his myriad spirit body. Oh right. Realizing this, He Yuan shrugged his shoulders, secretly thinking, I almost forgot. I had intercepted the inheritance of 10,000 poisons ahead of time. Hee, Su Xiang, that green TBTCH, has come away empty-handed. Even if he covets your Su Miaojin's 9 nether spirit body and eagerly wishes to cultivate with you, he will likely be unable to forge his myriad spirit body now. While He Yuan reveled in his secret triumph, Su Miaojin and Su Jiner had already finished greeting Fairy Ling Miao. Su Jiner then turned to Su Xiang, inquiring after his well-being. Originally, Su Miaojin intended to speak to Su Xiang first, but suddenly struck by a thought, she turned her graceful form. Casting a glance at He Yuan, and said, "Junior brother He, a few days ago, I was assigned to go out, and I just returned to the mountain today. I haven't yet had the chance to congratulate you on joining our Cloud Sea Peak." Huh? Hearing Su Miaojin's words, both Su Jiner and Su Xiang looked at her in surprise, especially Su Jiner. She was well aware of how much her senior sister had despised He Yuan over the years. He had persistently pursued her, leveraging his status as the sole son of the sect leader, which had caused her to avoid him at all costs. Why was it that this time she had voluntarily offered congratulations to that spoiled He Yuan? Fairy Ling Miao seemed uninterested in the entangled grievances between her disciples and simply instructed Su Xiang to visit her cave dwelling in an hour to discuss Foundation establishment matters before taking her leave. Left behind, He Yuan and the other three exchanged bewildered glances. He Yuan awkwardly said, "Thank you, senior sister. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." At that moment, he merely wished to find a quiet place to be alone and summoned the Jinxian Hall to consult the avatar of 10,000 poisons about the method of forging the myriad spirit body. However, he was unaware that his words only deepened the sense of peculiarity for Su Jiner and Su Miaojin. After all, in the past, He Yuan's previous incarnation would have done everything possible to cling to Su Miaojin whenever they met. How could he so easily let her go now? Su Jiner's lovely brows furrowed slightly. Su Miaojin, however, shrugged her shoulders, a warm smile gracing her lips as she said, "Junior brother, since you have just joined our Cloud Sea Peak, you likely do not have your own cave dwelling yet. Usually, Master assigns me to manage such matters. Come, let me take you to choose a cave dwelling." Meeting Su Miaojin's gaze, He Yuan realized he could not refuse. Coincidentally, he indeed needed a secluded spot to communicate with the avatar within the Jinxian Hall, so he nodded and followed her. Meanwhile, Su Jiner watched as He Yuan and Su Miaojin gradually walked away, feeling her worldview had been utterly overturned. She instinctively turned to Su Xiang beside her and said, "Su Shixiang, did you see that? Senior sister actually took the initiative to bring that He Yuan to pick a cave dwelling. Could it be that she has lost her senses?" Chapter 9. Vowing not to be a lickspittle, Su Xiang's eyes were fixed intently on the direction in which He Yuan and Su Miaojin had departed. He was acutely aware that his senior sister was not, as Su Jiner had claimed, in the throes of madness. The unmasked joy that had graced Su Miaojin's face upon first seeing him was unmistakable. Su Xiang was certain of it. Yet, inexplicably, just as she seemed poised to address him, she abruptly turned to He Yuan and greeted him with a radiant smile. This was not the first instance Su Xiang had encountered such behavior. Previously, during Ling Miao Xinzi's initial meeting with both him and He Yuan, she had similarly shifted her demeanor without warning, transforming from warm and welcoming to markedly aloof. Clearly, it was He Yuan's machinations at play. Su Xiang's fists clenched tightly, and his resentment towards He Yuan surged to a new zenith. Su Miaojin, possessing the 9 nether spirit body, was already the woman he had chosen. Yet, at this moment, she was actively courting He Yuan's favor. How could this not incite Su Xiang's wrath? As for He Yuan, he remained blissfully unaware that Su Miaojin's few words of engagement with him had deepened Su Xiang's jealousy. Even if he had been aware, it would not have mattered to him. After all, since his transmigration into this sword immortal world as the antagonist He Yuan, a relentless rivalry with Su Xiang had been his fate. Our Yunhai Peak is comprised entirely of women, save for you and junior brother Su. To avoid any misunderstandings, I shall arrange for you and junior brother Su to share a cave dwelling, Su Miaojin said, extending a finger as delicate as a spring onion towards 2 rows of cave dwellings carved into the mountainside. The upper row is reserved for our master and the female disciples, while junior brother Su currently resides in the 3rd cave from the left in the lower row. You may choose any remaining cave that suits you. He Yuan promptly bowed in gratitude to his senior sister. Thank you, senior sister. If there are no further instructions, I shall proceed to select my cave. At his words, Su Miaojin raised an eyebrow, her usual demeanor suggesting that once He Yuan had latched onto her, even angering him would not shake him off. Had he not been the son of a sect leader, she would have long since dealt him a blow that would leave him unrecognizable to his parents. Thus, for the past few years, she had avoided giving He Yuan any opportunity for close contact. But why was it that this time, when she had reached out to him, he seemed so eager to send her away? Could it be that his fervent attitude had waned due to their recent lack of encounters? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Su Miaojin carelessly inquired, "Junior brother, your recent expedition to the Magic Spirit Valley with our master must have yielded significant rewards." "Yes?" He Yuan waved his hand dismissively. The palace left behind by the 10,000 poisons unexpectedly vanished, far from gaining anything had it not been for our master. I fear I might have fallen victim to the spirits within the valley. It was junior brother Su who fortuitously acquired the blood essence of several poison serpents, greatly enhancing his cultivation. He is on the verge of Foundation establishment. Oh, how regrettable. Su Miaojin feigned a look of lament. Although she did not comprehend why He Yuan would conceal his acquisition of the 10,000 poisons legacy, she refrained from exposing him. At present, Her curiosity was piqued by the shift in He Yuan's attitude towards her. Simultaneously, she was puzzled as to why she could perceive He Yuan's thoughts and how he had come to believe that she would soon fall into Su Xiang's grasp. Aware that Su Xiang's intentions were to possess her 9 nether spirit body, after a moment's deliberation, she nonchalantly asked, "Junior brother. Having interacted with Junior brother Su over the past few days, what is your assessment of his character?" What? He Yuan initially thought he had misheard. But upon meeting Su Miaojin's expectant gaze, he realized she was indeed serious. Not, he mused, given the plot's progression to this point. This foolish girl should have developed some fondness for that green tea bitch by now. Why would she ask me this? Was she attempting to coax me into speaking ill of her, only to seize the opportunity to reprimand me? Humph, I shan't fall for your trickery. He straightened his posture and replied earnestly, "As for our junior brother Su, he is a paragon of grace, possessing extraordinary looks and charm, a true gentleman. Throughout our journey, he has been quite considerate towards me. Thus his character is undoubtedly commendable, upright, noble, and virtuous." Meanwhile, he silently scoffed. Indeed, if it weren't for Ling Miaoxinzi watching over me and my possession of numerous talismans for protection, I might have found myself at death's door thanks to this ugly brute. This green tea bitch has thin lips, clearly a person of cold nature. Only you foolish women would eagerly flock to him. Suddenly, Su Miaojin burst into laughter. She quickly composed herself, waved her delicate arm, and said lightly, "All right, junior brother. You have just returned from your journey. I imagine you require some time to rest and recuperate, so I shall not intrude." With that, she gracefully turned, leaving He Yuan with a captivating silhouette. What? After toiling to find those complimentary words for Su Xiang, does it sound amusing? He Yuan felt a mixture of bewilderment and frustration. Unbeknownst to him, Su Miaojin's laughter stemmed from his insincere praise, while she also harbored a newfound wariness towards Su Xiang. Of course, He Yuan was oblivious to these nuances. He turned away, following Su Miaojin's guidance, and selected a cave dwelling near the precipice of Yuhai Peak. It was quieter there. Once seated in meditation, he eagerly communicated with the avatar of 10,000 poisons residing within his purple mansion. In no time, the miniature Jinxian Hall emerged from his purple mansion, hovering above his palm. The voice of the female avatar soon echoed, "So your senior sister is the 9 nether spirit body. This will greatly facilitate your endeavor to forge the 10,000 spirits body. Securing her primordial yin will reduce the process by at least half. The remainder will simply require some materials for body refinement." He Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He hesitated, "But it seems that my senior sister's heart is presently devoted to that green tea bastard Su Xiang. How can I possibly wrest her from him?" The woman replied, somewhat irked. "If you cannot even accomplish this simple task, how do you expect to inherit my mantle and wield control over the Jinxian Hall?" After a pause, she added coolly, "Are you aware of why I am referred to as 10,000 poisons?" Chapter 10. Little junior sister, please remain calm. Before He Yuan could utter a word, he heard her nonchalantly continue, "All my opportunities have been seized from others. Such are the laws of this world. Opportunities are finite. If you do not seize them, they will be taken by others, leaving you powerless and trampled beneath their feet." Indeed, she enunciated each word with gravity. One may suffer humiliation to the point of death, their soul scattered, lost to the void, never to be reborn. Boom. As the words of the myriad poisons avatar reverberated, He Yuan experienced a sudden buzzing in his mind. It felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire being quaking inexplicably. Having lingered in a peaceful realm for too long, he had not fully grasped a crucial truth. He had traversed into a fantastical world where strength reigned supreme. In this realm, humans coexisted with various demons and monsters, fraught with peril at every turn. Incidents of murder and treasure theft unfolded incessantly. For various opportunities, countless cultivators engaged in fierce battles to claim what they desired. The reason why the vicinity of He Yuan remained relatively peaceful was due to the existence of the Wanxian sect, the foremost righteous faction of the Tianyuan continent. Beyond the reach of the Wanxian sect, tranquility ceased to exist. Particularly to the north, the Tian Hai, an expanse of pitch-black waters devoid of buoyancy, where even a feather would sink swiftly. Within the vast Tian Hai dwell billions of demon clans, many of whom regarded humans as foes, leading to unrelenting conflict over millennia. Moreover, at that moment, He Yuan heard the voice of the myriad poisons avatar tinged with playful intrigue. "Your senior brother Su seems to harbor some ulterior motives, does he not? Can you truly bear to witness your fair and gentle senior sister, who is so lovely and delicate, being sullied by that unscrupulous Su?" He Yuan rubbed his nose. When he had read the original novel Sword Immortal, he had felt a sense of disdain for the protagonist Su Xiang, who approached Su Miaojin with the intent of obtaining her 9 nether spirit body. Yet now, if he were to follow the advice of this myriad poisons elder and seek to seize Su Miaojin's essence to forge his own myriad spirit's body, would he not be as base as Su Xiang himself? The myriad poisons avatar seemed to sense He Yuan's hesitation and promptly stated, "In my early years, I acquired a dual cultivation secret art known as the Sushi In-Heart Sutra, but I have yet to find an opportunity to employ it. This secret art greatly benefits both parties. Since you feel guilt, why not utilize this art during your union with her, allowing her cultivation to flourish as well?" He Yuan was about to respond when he suddenly felt a surge of knowledge flood his mind. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a text detailing the meridian operations during dual cultivation. It was indeed the Sushi In-Heart Sutra. The text even contained illustrations of peculiar postures for intimacy. After only a brief glance, He Yuan felt his face flush and quickly withdrew his awareness. Giggling, The myriad poisons avatar laughed heartily, then remarked, "Your master possesses considerable talent. Under her guidance, you should have no trouble mastering the basics in a short time. Now, pay attention to the materials required to forge the myriad spirit's body." With the guidance of the myriad poisons avatar, Hiyuan learned that he needed to find 5 specific materials: honeysuckle for body tempering, 9 pattern stone for strength, dragon saliva for awakening, the soul body of the 9 lifetime spirit cat for soul replenishment, and the 3rd grade blood marrow pill for blood regeneration. Honeysuckle and 9 pattern stone were relatively easy to procure. However, dragon saliva was a rare find, as it could only be obtained in places where true dragons had dwelled. The soul body of the 9 lifetime spirit cat was purely a matter of luck, as such spirit beasts were exceedingly scarce across the Tianyuan continent. The most elusive of all was the 3rd grade blood marrow pill, drawing upon the memories of his original self. Hiyuan had some understanding of the grading of elixirs in this world. There were 9 grades of elixirs, with the 1st grade being the highest, legendary, immortal grade, elixirs. The 2nd grade was divine grade, of which few existed in the entire sword immortal world. The 3rd grade was spirit grade, while not as rare as phoenix feathers. It was still uncommon and not easily encountered by ordinary individuals. According to Hiyuan's knowledge, the entire Wanxian sect could barely count the number of 3rd grade spirit grade elixirs on one hand. Moreover, he had never even heard of the 3rd grade blood marrow pill mentioned by the myriad poisons avatar. Most importantly, in this Tianyuan continent, alchemists were even more precious than the 9 lifetime spirit cats. This is challenging, Hiyuan concluded. No wonder the myriad spirit's body was so scarce in the sword immortal world. Simply acquiring these materials was enough to deter countless cultivators. Wait, at this moment, a sudden epiphany struck Hiyuan. He recalled that in the original plot of Sword Immortal, Su Xiang had crafted his myriad spirit's body using the inheritance obtained from the myriad poisons lair, indicating that he indeed had a chance to acquire these 5 materials. Just then, he heard the voice of the myriad poisons avatar echoing in the Jinxian hall. Someone is approaching. Following that, the mesmerizing small hall in his palm transformed into a beam of white light and entered his sea of consciousness. Soon after, outside the cave, Su Jiner's reluctant voice called out, Master wants me to teach you the foundational chi techniques of Yun High Peak. Hurry up and come out." Inside the cave, Hiyuan frowned slightly. He mused that this girl was being overly cautious, refusing to step even a foot into his cave. Hadn't she just been defeated by him? Did she truly fear that entering his abode would allow him to take advantage of her? With this thought, Hiyuan decided to feign ignorance and remain silent. Outside the cave, Su Jiner waited for a considerable time without receiving a response from Hiyuan. Her delicate brows furrowed deeply, and biting her cherry lips, she suddenly clenched her fist, declaring, "If you do not come out, I shall dismantle your door." "Fine. You win, aggressive girl." Based on his understanding of Su Jiner, if he continued to play dead, she might truly lose her temper and break down his cave door. He quickly hurried out of the cave, saying, I'm coming. Little junior sister, please remain calm." Outside, Su Jiner's gaze fell upon the somewhat playful Hiyuan, and an inexplicable image of his usual lecherous and tyrannical demeanor flashed in her mind, igniting her anger. "Enough. Who is your little junior sister?" Chapter 11. The indignant Su Jiner Hiyuan, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, "Junior brother, I am the last disciple taken in by our master, and by virtue of our hierarchy, I must address you as junior sister. From this moment forth, we are family, and I hope you shall take good care of me." Su Jiner felt a surge of indignation as she heard Hiyuan audaciously conflate their relationship as mere disciples into that of a family. Yet, she was acutely aware of Hiyuan's frivolous nature and understood that engaging him in a debate would only invite further vexation. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising anger, she declared, "The master has specifically instructed me to impart to you the foundational techniques of our Yu High Peak Chi cultivation. The 5 elements breathing technique. Listen closely. I shall only recite it once." With that, she recited the entire 5 elements breathing technique from memory. The text, comprising over 1,000 characters, was filled with obscure and complex descriptions of the human meridian system. It had taken her nearly 10 days to truly grasp the essence of this technique. Her intention to stress that she would only say it once was twofold. She was reluctant to teach Hiyuan and was keen to witness him flounder in confusion. Ideally, she hoped he would finish, look utterly bewildered, and hasten to seek her guidance, allowing her to assume a superior posture and toy with his expectations. However, to her surprise, upon finishing her recitation, Hiyuan nodded appreciatively and said, "Thank you, junior sister, for imparting this chi technique." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and strode away toward his cave dwelling. What? Su Jiner could no longer contain her curiosity. You learned it all after just one hearing?" Hiyuan paused briefly but did not turn around. Instead, he feigned profundity, stating, "Indeed, let me be honest with you. Junior sister, I am a prodigious talent in the realm of cultivation." In reality, he was anything but a genius. He merely possessed the advantage of the one poison clone within the Jinxian Hall, which had meticulously memorized the 5 elements breathing technique for him. Humph, how pretentious. Su Jiner stomped her foot in frustration. If you were truly a cultivation prodigy, would you still be a mere 5th-tier practitioner at 20? Humph, I at 16 have already reached the 7th tier. With that, she turned away, her slender waist twisting as she departed. Yet, just a few steps later, she collided with Su Xiang, who was heading to his own cave. Noticing Su Jiner's displeasure, he quickly reassured her, "Little junior sister, Hiyuan is just a shameless scion of privilege. There's no need to stoop to his level. In 3 months, our sect will hold its triannual competition, and I shall ensure that he receives a proper lesson. Upon hearing Su Xiang's words, the clouds of frustration that had gathered in Su Jiner's eyes dissipated. Thank you, senior brother Su. I too find that Yuan insufferably obnoxious. Humph. If it weren't for the master instructing me to teach him the 5 elements breathing technique, I wouldn't even spare him a glance. As she spoke, her face contorted into an expression of disdain. But let us not forget that after the great competition at the Wansen sect, this little girl was the first to seek out the green TBTCH, Su, to pour out her heart, was she not? At that time, the little girl likely had no idea that before she confessed her feelings, Su had just received the virgin een of their elder sister, Su Miaojing. Strangely enough, the green TBTCH did not refuse her at all, but instead accepted her confession with ease. One must commend Su's skill in navigating relationships, having seduced the master. Then the elder sister, and now maintaining ambiguous connections with the little junior sister, he had managed to charm all 3 women into a whirlwind of affection, willingly creating his own harem. These 3 foolish girls, devoid of rational thought, were the very epitome of beauty without brains. Suddenly, Su Jiner pivoted, her gaze sharp as an arrow fixed upon the half-visible foot of He Yuan as he approached his cave. She had distinctly heard those voices emanating from his direction. Curiosity piqued, she noted that He Yuan had remained silent throughout, and the words did not seem to be his telepathy. They could only be his inner thoughts. Indeed, she had just caught a glimpse of this scion's innermost musings. Realizing this, a peculiar expression flickered in Su Jiner's eyes. Yet, moments later, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and a chill ran down her spine as she stared at He Yuan's retreating figure. Her delicate fists clenched tightly. The small mounds upon her chest heaved with indignation, her green skirt fluttering as her hair danced in the wind, while her exquisitely sculpted face gradually darkened with fury. Remarkably, the once willful and lively Su Jiner had transformed into a figure of icy resolve, exuding a different kind of captivating allure. As for He Yuan, having finished his internal monologue about Su Jiner, he suddenly sensed a chilling gaze directed at him. He instinctively turned his head and met her cold stare. Unable to resist, he rubbed his nose, pondering, why is this silly girl looking at me like that? Could she be planning to take out her frustrations on me? Emboldened by the support of that green TBTCH, Su? No, she shouldn't have opened up to that green TBTCH until after the competition. Why is she suddenly aligning herself with him now? Is the plot shifting? And is this silly girl planning to offer herself to Su ahead of schedule? Su Jiner. Despite her youth and inexperience with romantic matters, she understood the implications of the term offer oneself. Yes, she admitted that she did have a certain fondness for her handsome and somewhat understanding senior brother, Su Xiang. However, that did not mean she would shamelessly rush to present her purity to him, did it? And just listen to how that scoundrel, He Yuan, described her. Little girl. Silly girl, beauty without brains. Thank goodness she had the unexpected ability to hear He Yuan's thoughts today. Otherwise, she would have remained oblivious to how he disparaged her internally. With that thought, Su Jiner's gem-like eyes sparkled as she said lightly, Senior brother, if you wish to teach that He Yuan a lesson, why wait for the competition in 3 months? In 10 days, our High Peak will hold an internal competition. All disciples will be present. You might as well seize this opportunity to humiliate him in front of everyone. Chapter 12, The Foolish Girl? The Intersect Trial in 10 days? At this moment, He Yuan's heart stirred unexpectedly, as he recalled an individual, a pivotal figure capable of tarnishing Su Xiang's reputation within the Wanxian sect. From memory, it seemed to have occurred during an intersect trial at High Peak, where Su Xiang undertook a mission assigned by the ethereal fairy Ling Miao and encountered a wicked woman who represented the gravest blemish on his life. This woman, originally from a righteous lineage, was the youngest daughter of Batian, the last sect master of the Sword Sect. The Sword Sect, prior to the Wanxian sect's dominion over the Tianyuan continent, had been the foremost sect among the righteous factions for 25 years. Its roots could even be traced back to the great demon-slaying war over 10,000 years ago. However, Batian, the last master of the Sword Sect, acted against the principles of righteousness, raising demons as his enforcers to eliminate rivals and cleanse the Tianyuan continent of various sects that refused to submit to the Sword Sect. Ultimately, when the truth of his actions came to light, he became a target for nearly all cultivators on the continent. Many disciples of the Sword Sect turned against him, inciting their rebellion against this master who had ignited public outrage. This led to the collapse of the Sword Sect's millennia-long legacy, culminating in Batian's death at the hands of those he had once oppressed. His kin suffered greatly, with many perishing or injured, leaving only his youngest daughter to survive in secrecy. Witnessing her father's tragic demise twisted her heart, leading her to perceive all righteous sects as mortal enemies. She became ruthless, resorting to any means necessary to seize opportunities, even annihilating a small sect of 1,000 members over a sword manual. In the original work Sword Immortal, when Su Xiang first encountered Batian's daughter, Yu Xiaoxiao, he was captivated by her beauty. He later assisted her in transcending the spirits of the sect she had slaughtered, thereby aiding her in redeeming herself. However, He Yuan speculated that Su Xiang's interest in Yu Xiaoxiao was likely due to the demon-controlling techniques Batian possessed. After all, he recalled that in the original narrative, not long after Su Xiang and Yu Xiaoxiao became involved, this destined protagonist mysteriously acquired the ability to command demons, subsequently using them to establish his own renown. Now, due to his unexpected intrusion, He Yuan pondered whether Su Xiang's storyline would deviate from its original path, and if he would still encounter the malevolent Yu Xiaoxiao during the upcoming intersect trial. He could not ascertain. Nevertheless, he found himself somewhat anticipating this trial 10 days hence, if the plot indeed unfolded as in the original tale. And Su Xiang became entangled with Yu Xiaoxiao, then He Yuan would possess ample justification to expel this destined protagonist from the Wansin sect. At that moment, he turned and remarked, "What my junior sister mentioned aligns with my own aspirations. Let us await the day when my senior brother allows me to make a spectacle of myself." Upon hearing this, Su Xiang furrowed his brow, casting a gaze at He Yuan that held a hint of skepticism. He had encountered many striving for attention, yet he had never heard of anyone eager to seek humiliation. Based on his understanding of He Yuan, who previously displayed a tendency to seek advantages at every turn in the Demon Spirit Valley, it was implausible for him to suddenly change his demeanor. His instincts warned him that He Yuan certainly harbored no good intentions. Su Jiner, on the other hand, was more straightforward. Her brows knitted together as she shot He Yuan a glare, exclaiming, "What are you scheming, He? Do you intend to pull some trick during the intersect trial in 10 days? Indeed, she had long found this foolish girl and that Su Green Tea insufferable. Had it not been for her father Su Bin's modest reputation within the Wansin sect, she would have expelled both of them from the sect without hesitation." He Yuan silently cursed, though he feigned a sycophantic demeanor, saying, "How could that be? Junior sister, with you, and senior brother Su joining forces. What commotion could I possibly create?" Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "Once I confirm that matter, I will have the opportunity to bring Su Green Tea to ruin. But I shall refrain from revealing it immediately, waiting until you express your feelings to him and are deceived to the point of losing everything. At that moment, there will be no place for you to weep, dear Su foolish girl. Alas, my heart is not hard enough. If I were to act on this, and you were genuinely deceived and took such a drastic step, it would be a grave misstep. Let us observe your behavior, Su foolish girl. If you suddenly awaken and cease your close association with Su Green Tea, showing me a modicum of civility, I shall inform you in advance, preventing you from falling into an irretrievable abyss. However, if you continue to treat me with disdain, as if I am a criminal who has stolen your purity, then I apologize. I would need to be utterly foolish to assist an adversary." Meanwhile, as He Yuan ruminated on these thoughts, nearby Su Jiner found herself engulfed in a tempest of emotions. On one hand, she was furious at He Yuan's unfiltered words, filled with vulgarity that could provoke her wrath. On the other hand, she was deeply shaken by the potential revelation He Yuan described that could ruin Su Xiang's reputation. Though she was unsure of the truth behind He Yuan's claims, she understood that she could no longer remain too close to Su Xiang during this time. Indeed, she had developed a certain fondness for this senior brother who had entered the sect just days before her, but it had not reached the point of disregarding everything for him. He Yuan had made a valid point. If Su Xiang were to commit a universally condemned act, and He Yuan failed to warn her in time, should she fully invest herself in Su Xiang's embrace? Her inability to accept such a betrayal could indeed lead her to consider drastic measures. Just then, Su Xiang cast a gentle gaze her way, saying, "Junior sister, do not let his frivolous words provoke you. Regardless of whether his claims are sincere or a ploy to feign weakness, in 10 days, I possess many ways to ensure he is humiliated." As he spoke, he noticed Su Jiner averting her gaze, stepping back 3 paces and stating, "Senior brother, it is getting late. I plan to retreat for quiet contemplation." She stepped back? She actually stepped back. Chapter 13. You covet her body. Su Xiang's expression dimmed momentarily. It is worth noting that prior to this moment, his junior sister had been constantly preoccupied with thoughts of him. In fact, before he departed for the Demon Spirit Valley with his master and He Yuan, she had even gifted him the cherished Tranquil Heart Pill, which he had treasured for an entire year to shield him from potential misfortune. Su Xiang was well aware of her affections. However, during this period, his focus had been diverted to the eldest sister, Su Miaojin, who possessed the 9 nether spirit body, causing him to remain indifferent towards his junior sister, Su Jiner. Only moments ago, upon witnessing Su Jiner's clandestine meeting with He Yuan, orchestrated by the ethereal fairy Ling Miao, a sense of discomfort crept into his heart. Thus, he had resolutely declared his intention to teach He Yuan a lesson during the upcoming sect competition in 3 months. Although Su Jiner had displayed a petulant demeanor akin to that of a slighted child, Su Xiang felt a pang of jealousy within. He was a man with an extreme sense of mental purity, coupled with an intense possessiveness. Even though he had yet to express any romantic intentions towards Su Jiner, he would not tolerate her spending excessive time in the company of other men, nor would he allow her to exhibit any visible emotional fluctuations towards them. Everything about her, including her emotions, ought to belong solely to him. Little did Su Xiang anticipate that, just as he found himself feeling jealous over Su Jiner's interaction with another man, she would not immediately reveal her infatuation for him. Instead, she inexplicably chose to distance herself from him. This turn of events left Su Xiang both astonished and enraged. Before he could utter another word, he observed Su Jiner gracefully moving away, her delicate figure making its way towards the cluster of female caves above, unhurried and composed. As he beheld her slender waist and subtly swaying form, an unbidden heat flickered in Su Xiang's eyes. It appeared that he had overlooked the fact that his junior sister had blossomed into maturity. It was time to claim her as his own. Meanwhile, He Yuan, who remained at the entrance of his cave, was oblivious to the tumultuous thoughts brewing within Su Xiang regarding Su Jiner. Noticing Su Xiang standing motionless, fixated on Su Jiner's departing silhouette, He Yuan quipped, "Su Shixiang, do wipe your chin. You're drooling all over the place." Su Xiang instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, only to find it empty, and he shot He Yuan a fierce glare. However, He Yuan was unfazed, shrugging nonchalantly. Look at the way you gaze at Junior Sister. It's as if you wish to devour her whole. Is it possible you were coveting Junior Sister's body? He feigned a look of horror, scrutinizing Su Xiang as if he were a criminal. I never would have imagined, Su Shixiang, that you would harbor such beastly thoughts. Not even sparing an underage girl. Su Xiang merely shot He Yuan a blank stare before turning away, retreating to his own cave. Behind him, He Yuan cast a penetrating glance at the destined protagonist of the Sword Immortal. If he had previously suspected that Su Xiang was contemplating pursuing Su Jiner, the look Su Xiang had given him as he departed confirmed He Yuan's suspicion that Su Xiang was resolutely determined to claim Su Jiner's innocence. It was evident that He Yuan's unintentional intrusion into the world of the Sword Immortal had altered the course of events, resulting in a shift in the sequence in which Su Xiang would conquer the female leads. In the original narrative, Su Xiang should have already claimed the virginity of Fairy Lingmia by this point. Shortly thereafter, he would have charmed and deceived the eldest sister, Su Miaojing, using her 9 nether spirit body to forge his own myriad spirit body. As for Su Jiner, He Yuan recalled that it was only near the conclusion of the novel that Su Xiang would have engaged in intimacy with her. However, due to his presence, Su Xiang's plan to seduce Fairy Lingmiao in the Demon Spirit Valley had been thwarted. Moreover, the unexpected affection shown by the eldest sister, Su Miaojing, had further unsettled Su Xiang. It was clear that Su Xiang was intent on accelerating the plot involving Su Jiner. He Yuan pondered whether he should seize an opportunity to discreetly inform the Na'vi, Su Jiner, of Su Xiang's intentions. With these thoughts in mind, He Yuan stepped into his cave. At that moment, the Hall of Quelling Spirits materialized, and the voice of the woman of myriad poisons echoed. Finally, tranquility has returned. Now, let me assist you in establishing your foundation swiftly. Only with a solid foundation can one truly embark upon the path of cultivation. Additionally, she remarked, the 5 elements breathing technique of your myriad immortals sect possesses a certain charm. Familiarize yourself with this technique in the coming days, as it will serve as the foundation for your breakthrough. He Yuan nodded, promptly settling into meditation as per the description of the 5 elements breathing technique. It was no wonder that the woman of myriad poisons had criticized the poor condition of his body. After several attempts, He Yuan finally managed to circulate the spiritual energy within him for a complete cycle using the 5 elements breathing technique, yet he found himself drenched in sweat, as though he had been submerged in water. A faint soreness lingered in his meridians. Seeing this, the woman of myriad poisons scolded. It seems I underestimated the wretched state of your body. You cannot even endure a single cycle of the 5 elements breathing technique? You must have been indulging in debauchery. Otherwise, how could your physique be so depleted? He Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Upon traversing to the Tianyuan continent, he had not only occupied the original owner's body but had also inherited their memories. He recalled that the son of the sect leader of the Myriad Immortals sect had indeed been a notorious libertine. Although he lacked the courage to pursue the female disciples of the larger sects, he had notoriously ruined the lives of numerous girls from smaller sects and common families. In the original plot of Sword Immortal, this character was repeatedly punished by Su Xiang, the destined protagonist, because he had set his sights on Su Xiang's women. Their last confrontation had culminated in He Yuan's attempt to forcibly seduce a female lead, which provoked Su Xiang's wrath, leading to his demise. Chapter 14. The Disciple is Here. After the event, He Wansheng, the leader of the Wanxian sect, in a fit of rage, sought vengeance for his only son, only to be unexpectedly outmatched and slain by Su Xiang, the child of destiny. Ultimately, he became a mere backdrop to Su Xiang's future triumphs over Golden Core experts at the peak of his foundation establishment. Now that He Yuan had traversed into this world to replace the original host, he was determined to prevent the tragic fate of He Wansheng and his son from repeating itself. Thus, the acquisition of the 10,000 spirits body was imperative. Contemplating this, a resolute expression suddenly emerged on He Yuan's face. He began to circulate the spiritual energy within him at an accelerated pace, repeatedly practicing the 5 elements breathing technique. If an outsider were present, they would observe visible spirals of spiritual energy swirling around He Yuan, continuously flowing from his dantian into his body. Not far away, within the Jinxian Hall hovering above him, the woman of the Wan Poison avatar noticed this and slightly nodded, her delicate features revealing a satisfied expression. Although she was a projection of herself prior to the tribulation, her knowledge was among the best in the entire Tianyuan continent. Her decision to allow He Yuan to inherit the Jinxian Hall was twofold. First, he was the first junior cultivator to locate her projection. Second, she discerned that He Yuan was not as frivolous as he appeared. He possessed the potential to become a formidable cultivator. For a supreme powerhouse, talent is undoubtedly crucial, but an indomitable spirit is equally essential. After all, cultivation is a long and arduous journey, and achievements are not attained overnight. Despite He Yuan's mediocre physique and average talent for cultivation, he possessed an unwavering heart. Such a person, even if they do not shine in the cultivation realm, can achieve remarkable success in other fields. Returning to He Yuan, after silently circulating his spiritual energy according to the 5 elements breathing technique for a total of 49 cycles, he suddenly felt a lightness throughout his body. The barrier of his dantian seemed to shatter, and the spiritual energy flowing through his limbs surged abundantly. In an instant, he opened his eyes, feeling an indescribable sense of refreshment and lightness. Just then, the melodious voice of the Wan Poison avatar reached him, saying, "Congratulations. You have broken through to the 6th stage of the pill-absorbing realm. Is this really a breakthrough?" He Yuan looked up at the sky, suddenly realizing, "Senior, my retreat must have been less than an hour. right? Indeed, replied the one poison avatar. Your performance this time was commendable. Breaking through a minor stage in under 3 hours is impressive. It appears that achieving foundation establishment within a short period may not be so difficult after all. 3 hours to break through a minor stage. He Yuan was initially taken aback, but then a smile illuminated his face. Although this was his first direct experience of a breakthrough, he understood that the original host took a full 15 years to advance from an ordinary mortal to the current 5th stage of pill-absorbing realm. On average, that meant a breakthrough every 3 years. Thus, when Su Jiner criticized him as worthless, she was not unjust. After all, Su Jiner reached the 7th stage of pill-absorbing realm by the age of 16, having started her cultivation journey at 10 due to her earlier frailty. In other words, she progressed from a mortal body to the 7th stage in merely 6 years, averaging less than a year for each minor stage. Her talent was undeniably exceptional. At this moment, if Yuan were to disclose his achievement of breaking through a minor stage in just 3 hours, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar throughout the Wanxian sect, and this was without having forged the 10,000 spirits body. One could only imagine the extraordinary rate of cultivation he would attain upon its completion. No wonder Su Xiang, possessing the 10,000 spirits body, became an invincible figure dominating the Tianyuan continent in just a few hundred years. Suddenly, a melodious bell rang, disrupting He Yuan's thoughts. This was the Zhuang Bell of Yuhai Peak. The sound signaled all disciples within the peak to gather at the Qingshan Mountain Martial Arts Arena. He Yuan recalled that his senior sister Su Miaojin had informed him of this when she led him to seek the cave dwelling. Upon hearing the bell, He Yuan promptly rose and headed toward the martial arts arena. Upon arrival, he discovered numerous disciples of Yunhai Peak had already gathered, including senior sister Su Miaojin and junior sister Su Jiner, with nearly all female disciples present. However, Su Xiang, one of the 2 male disciples of Yuhai Peak, and their master, Ling Miao, were notably absent. Yet, after a brief moment, the 2 arrived, one after the other, riding their swords. Greetings, master. The female disciple saluted Ling Miao, and He Yuan followed suit. However, much of his attention was drawn to Su Xiang, who had just landed beside Ling Miao. The fact that he could fly on his sword indicated that Su Xiang had successfully established his foundation. As expected, the ethereal Ling Miao waved her fair arm, signaling for the disciples to ease their formalities, her serene expression revealing no hint of emotion. I have summoned you here for 2 matters. First, I bear good news. From this day forth, in addition to your senior sister, our Yuhai Peak has gained another disciple at the foundation establishment stage. As she spoke, her gaze flicked towards Su Xiang. Xiang is the latest disciple to join Yunhai Peak, having progressed from the 9th stage of pill-absorbing realm to foundation establishment in less than 6 months, surpassing even your senior sister in talent. At this moment, He Yuan, who had been hiding in a discreet position behind the female disciples, couldn't help but silently scoff. Isn't it so? After devouring the blood essence of over a dozen venomous serpents, even a pig could break through. Ling Miao's gaze sharpened. She recognized the familiar voice emanating from He Yuan's heart. A subtle smile graced her lips, and her beautiful eyes scanned the gathered disciples before inquiring, has He Yuan arrived? What? Upon hearing Ling Miao address him in front of the other disciples, He Yuan felt a pang of embarrassment akin to being caught daydreaming in class. He quickly raised his hand high, exclaiming, Disciple is here. Chapter 15. The Art of Deception? Upon witnessing He Yuan's peculiar behavior, the enchanting Ling Miao could not help but smirk inwardly, though her countenance remained composed and serene. She continued, The second matter I must impart is regarding the intersect trial. I intend for you to descend the mountain for the assessment, with your destination being the quaint Lingquan town, located 100 miles from the Wanxian sect, where recent disturbances caused by malevolent spirits have been reported. You will form pairs, and the first team to identify and eradicate the menace will be declared the champions of this trial. With a flourish, she added, the first place will be rewarded handsomely. At that moment, her gaze landed on He Yuan, her lips curving into a sly smile as she declared, Considering that you and Su Xiang are the only 2 male disciples of Yun Haifeng, I shall assign you both to the same team. Before He Yuan and Su Xiang could protest, she continued, As disciples of Yun Haifeng, you are akin to members of a single family. Thus, this trial will also assess your mutual trust. To emerge victorious, you must ensure the safety of your teammate. Remember my words, it is imperative that you work together to eliminate the threat. As Ling Miao's words resonated, a profound silence enveloped the training ground. He Yuan and Su Xiang exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of awkwardness reflected on the other's face. It was well known that their journey to the Demon Spirit Valley had been fraught with rivalry and subtle hostilities, nearly culminating in outright conflict. Yet, in this moment, the whimsical Ling Miao had unceremoniously paired them for the trial and established a rule for their cooperation against the very menace they had previously been competing over. How could they not feel a twinge of embarrassment? He Yuan began to mentally grumble, this old hag, Ling Miao, is clearly doing this on purpose. She knows full well that I cannot stand that green TBTCH, yet she deliberately teams us up and emphasizes our need to collaborate against the monster. She clearly seeks to amuse herself at our expense. Meanwhile, Ling Miao, having orchestrated this arrangement, was about to summon her eldest disciple, Su Miaojin, to take charge of the expedition when she suddenly caught wind of He Yuan's internal complaints. Old hag? How dare he label me as such in his thoughts? As the youngest golden core expert of the Wanxian sect, do I truly appear that aged? Her delicate fist clenched tightly, and her aura gradually chilled. In the next moment, her eyes narrowed slightly as she cast a sidelong glance at He Yuan. Had it not been for his intervention during the perilous encounter at the Demon Spirit Valley, she might have succumbed to the toxic serpent's vile influence. In truth, her temper was on the verge of boiling over, and she would have relished the opportunity to confront He Yuan directly. Taking a deep breath, she compelled herself to suppress the bubbling anger and feign nonchalance as she addressed him. He Yuan, what is this reluctance I see upon your face? Are you harboring objections about partnering with your Foundation establishment senior brother to vanquish the demon? At that instant, nearly all the female disciples of Yun Haifeng turned their gazes toward He Yuan. The expressions of many shifted, growing increasingly unfriendly. After all, Su Xiang, as the destined protagonist of the Sword Immortal, possessed an allure that was unparalleled. If he desired, he could easily amass a harem within Yun Haifeng. However, his discerning taste meant that only the most exceptional women, such as the quirky junior sister Su Jiner, the gentle and charming senior sister Su Miaojin, and the ethereal Ling Miao would catch his eye. Despite this, the fervent admiration from the female disciples remained unabated. Just moments ago, when Ling Miao announced the pairing for the demon-slaying mission, many had eagerly anticipated teaming up with Su Xiang. Alas, that coveted opportunity had been bestowed upon He Yuan instead. To their dismay, He Yuan's reaction was not one of elation, but rather one of reluctance. This spectacle could not help but incite the ire of the female disciples. Oh no, I am about to become the target of their collective wrath. He Yuan quickly backtracked. Not at all. Master, you must understand that I hold Su's senior brother in the highest regard, and there has never been any discord between us. My earlier hesitation was merely due to concern that my lower cultivation might hinder him. He awkwardly rubbed his nose, adding, after all, ahem. My cultivation is the lowest among the disciples of Yun Haifeng. He Yuan's statement rang true. Among the 96 disciples present, including himself and Su Xiang, he indeed ranked the lowest in cultivation. Yet, Ling Miao, well acquainted with He Yuan's character, recognized that his apprehension stemmed from a different source. Moreover, his claim of having only respect for Su Xiang was utterly ludicrous. She recalled their numerous verbal sparring matches during their time in the Demon Spirit Valley, where their rivalry had nearly escalated into a physical confrontation. Clearing her throat, she replied nonchalantly, it matters not. You have gained some small fortune in the Demon Spirit Valley, and your realm has seen a slight improvement, rendering you only marginally weaker than Jiner. Besides, Lingguan Town lies within 100 miles of our main peak and is still under the protection of our sect. Even with the appearance of demons, they are hardly formidable. Then, her gaze shifted to Su Xiang. Su Xiang, having successfully established your foundation under my guidance, you should be more than capable of ensuring your junior brother's safety, correct? Su Xiang nodded nonchalantly, assuring her, rest assured, master. I will bring our junior brother back to Yun Haifeng safe and sound. Seeing this, Ling Miao nodded with satisfaction, casting a glance at He Yuan as if to say, now, you can no longer concoct excuses. At that moment, He Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. He was fully aware that Ling Miao was perceptive enough to notice his recent breakthrough. Yet, what puzzled him was her apparent lack of suspicion regarding his swift advancement, instead attributing it to some minor fortune he had acquired in the Demon Spirit Valley. It was evident that she was intentionally crafting a narrative to cover for him. Chapter 16. Ling Miao's second crisis of losing herself. Why has this old woman suddenly been so kind to me? I remember once proclaiming my intention to conquer Yun Haifeng, aiming to win over the most beautiful woman of the Wansen sect. He Yuan could not help but touch the tip of his nose, pondering within himself. Could it be that this woman is concealing a grand scheme, biding her time to unleash it and teach me a lesson? Her earlier affectionate address towards Su Xiang was markedly gentler than her demeanor towards me. Could it be that something transpired while she was guarding Su Xiang, igniting her feelings for him and setting the stage for her surrender? Ling Miao. She resented that she could hear He Yuan's thoughts yet was unable to convey her own to him. If only she could, she would unleash a torrent of vitriol upon that scoundrel. It was frustrating that this little rascal was aware of his initial ill intentions when approaching Yun Haifeng. After receiving his warning in the Demon Spirit Valley, she had managed to avoid the poisonous onslaught from Su Xiang. Initially, she thought he might have turned over a new leaf, but he continued to infuriate her. How dare he speculate wildly just because of a term of endearment directed at Su Xiang, assuming she had developed feelings for him. It was truly maddening. Wait. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Ling Miao. She recalled the fervent gaze Su Xiang had cast upon her after successfully establishing his foundation while she was guarding him. Although he quickly masked it, she had perceptively caught it. Su Xiang had also mentioned sensing a trace of a dragon's aura on an island at the edge of the Tianhai before coming to the Wansen sect. His low cultivation level had prevented him from investigating, but now, having established his foundation, he wished to invite her to explore it together. Coincidentally, she was in need of a certain herb, dragon's saliva, to concoct a pill aimed at breaking through to the Yuaning stage. Thus, she agreed to accompany him to Tianhai after the internal trial. However, it seemed she could not go alone with Su Xiang this time. After all, during their investigation of the Demon Spirit Valley, Su Xiang had concealed the horrifying consequences of the demon's demise and the means of evading its poisonous creatures. Who knew what critical information he might be withholding about the island in Tianhai, potentially leading her into peril? With that thought, her gaze shifted to He Yuan. On their journey to the Demon Spirit Valley, this boy had repeatedly guided her to avoid danger through his foresight. Perhaps bringing him along to the Tianhai Island would yield unexpected benefits? Resolutely, Ling Miao decided to include He Yuan in their expedition. Meanwhile, He Yuan was blissfully unaware that his inner monologue had inadvertently helped Ling Miao evade a fate of losing her virginity to Su Xiang, thus making him the object of her attention. When he met Ling Miao's intense gaze, He assumed she was awaiting his agreement to team up with Su Xiong for the extermination mission at Lingquan Town. Internally, he scoffed. Fine, fine. Since I helped you escape the clutches of Su Xiong in the Demon Spirit Valley due to my own interest in the legacy of poison, I suppose I can join. But for your next potential loss of virtue, I'm afraid I can offer no assistance. If memory serves. It should have been on an island in Tianhai where you were also afflicted by lustful poison, and under rationality, forcibly stripped Su Xiong of his clothing. TSK, indeed. Once a woman has experienced intimacy with a man, she becomes remarkably bold and assertive during subsequent encounters. Who would have thought that the haughty and aloof Ling Miao would become so wild and insatiable once driven by desire? While his mind wandered, He Yuan maintained a serious facade, stating, "If senior brother Su does not mind my presence, then I am more than willing to accompany you." Yet, he was oblivious to the storm breaching Ling Miao's heart. What was He Yuan saying? On an island in Tianhai, she would again lose herself to Su Xiong due to lustful poison. Naturally, she disregarded the lewd implications He Yuan had alluded to, focusing instead on the key term, Tianhai Island. Connecting this to their plan to seek the dragon's presence after the internal trial, how could Ling Miao not be astonished? She could be certain that neither she nor Su Xiong had disclosed their intentions to He Yuan. Thus, this could only mean one thing. He Yuan perhaps truly understood the potential story that might unfold between her and Su Xiong. With this conviction solidified, Ling Miao waved her delicate hand and declared, "All right, that is all I have to convey. This descent from the mountain will be led by Miao Jin. Once your teams are formed, report to Miao Jin, and you may proceed." With that, she elegantly twisted her waist and took to her sword. In the training ground, the female disciples eagerly invited one another to form teams, while He Yuan and Su Xiong, already predetermined by Ling Miao, exchanged glances before turning away from each other. After a while, the assembled disciples, led by the senior sister Su Miao Jin, boarded a flying vessel and headed straight for Lingquan Town, located 100 miles away. Lingquan Town sprawled over a mere 10 or so miles, and, being a short distance from the peak of Wanxian sect, was generally tranquil and safe. This recent disturbance with the demons was attributed to the recent upheaval in Tianhai, causing the Wanxian sect to focus its attention on the defenses in that area, neglecting the internal confines of their sect. Otherwise, a town situated within the realm of the Wanxian sect would undoubtedly be a forbidden zone for demons. This was precisely why Ling Miao felt secure allowing Miao Jin, a foundational stage senior sister, to lead the disciples in combating the demons. After all, even if demons were present at their doorstep, they would hardly be formidable. However, the moment He Yuan set foot on the streets of Lingquan Town, he couldn't help but shudder as memories of the plot from Sword Immortal surged back to him. It was here that Su Xiong encountered the remnants of a sword sect that had slaughtered a small faction, Yu Xiaoxiao. Chapter 17. The Nine-Lived Spirit Cat. He Yuan's memory serves him well. It was indeed in the heart of this quaint town, at the bell tower, that Su Xiong, the fated protagonist of Sword Immortal, encountered the lingering spirit of the sword sect, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had captivated his thoughts. From that moment, Su Xiong transformed into a devoted admirer, persistently surrounding the cunning Yu Xiaoxiao. Even after learning that she had single-handedly decimated a minor sect, he remained infatuated, recklessly bringing her back to Yunhai Peak, nearly making it a target for scorn. Now, having replaced the original host, He Yuan had ascended to become the foremost second-generation disciple of the Wanxian sect, and he would not allow such a tragedy to unfold again. Upon entering Lingquan Town, the disciples of Yunhai Peak, under Su Miaojin's guidance, dispersed in pairs to investigate the whereabouts of the troublesome demon. Before long, only He Yuan and Su Xiong remained in the town square. Cough, cough. He Yuan turned to Su Xiong and inquired, "Brother Su, shall we set off?" In response, Su Xiong merely cast a fleeting glance at him, offering no words, and proceeded toward the intersection of Lingquan Town streets. He Yuan internally scoffed, "How pretentious," trying to appear profound. Just as he was about to quicken his pace to follow, a commotion erupted from the bell tower. Then, a melodious voice echoed, "You lot of male cultivators, bullying a weak woman, what kind of heroes are you? If you have the courage, face me one-on-one." Suddenly, a man's furious voice bellowed from the tower, Yu Xiaoxiao slaughtered 167 members of the Sanjin Pavilion for a mere 9 Heaven's Moonsword technique. Such a ruthless disposition cannot be deemed weak. Yu Xiaoxiao? He Yuan's pupils constricted at the mention of her name. So it has come to pass, just as he had surmised. Su Xiong was indeed meeting this remnant of the sword sect for the first time atop the bell tower in Lingquan Town. Yet, the timeline had advanced by 9 days. Originally, according to Sword Immortal, Su Xiong was to receive this task during the intersect trial 10 days hence, only to encounter the calamity that is Yu Xiaoxiao here. This early occurrence was merely a result of He Yuan's unexpected intrusion, creating a butterfly effect. While lost in thought, He Yuan noticed Su Xiong suddenly furrow his brow, and in an instant, he leaped gracefully to the second floor of the bell tower. The next moment, the destined Lord of Sword Immortal coldly declared, "A group of grown men bullying a woman is hardly heroic. This is the territory of the Wanxian sect. If you know what is good for you, leave at once, or I, Su Xiong, will not be merciful." So it begins. He Yuan observed Su Xiong meddling as the plot dictated and hastened his steps to investigate the bell tower, intending to thwart Su Xiong's plans to take Yu Xiaoxiao with him. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the Wandu avatar in his mind. "Young one, I sense the presence of the 9-lived spirit cat in Lingquan Town, to the east. Hurry there, or you may miss the opportunity to acquire its soul." The mention of the 9-lived spirit cat invigorated He Yuan. Such creatures are exceedingly rare on the Tianyuan continent. To encounter one purely relies on fortune. The presence of the spirit cat in Lingquan town was undoubtedly a boon bestowed upon the fated protagonist, Su Xiong. Regrettably, at this moment, Su Xiong's attention was wholly captivated by Yu Xiao Xiao atop the bell tower, leaving no thought for the nine-lived spirit cat. After a brief moment of hesitation, He Yuan relinquished his intention to ascend the tower. After all, he would have many opportunities to prevent Su Xiong from bringing Yu Xiao Xiao into the Wanxian sect at Yanhai Peak. The chance to obtain the nine-lived spirit cat's soul, however, might only present itself once, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Thus, He Yuan set off, moving swiftly in the direction indicated by the Wandu avatar. Before long, he heard the distinct sounds of combat, accompanied by the anguished cries of a cat. It was evident that someone had discovered the nine-lived spirit cat before him and had launched an attack. The scene of the battle lay within a dilapidated warehouse, its roof and walls partially collapsed due to years of neglect. He Yuan concealed himself in a nearby alley, peering through the shattered remains of the wall to observe the unfolding events within. Inside, 5 individuals were engaged in combat. By the aura they exuded, it was clear that all 5 possessed cultivation levels above the foundation establishment stage. One figure, clad in a flowing white dress, stood tall, although her face remained obscured. He Yuan could discern her outline, recognizing her as Su Miaojin, the senior sister of Yanhai Peak. 5 foundation establishment cultivators attacking the nine-lived spirit cat did not bode well for the hopes of the younger generation. He Yuan could not help but sigh inwardly. No matter. At that moment, the voice of the Wandu avatar echoed in his mind. What you seek is the soul of the nine-lived spirit cat, not any other materials. Therefore, simply wait for these individuals to slay the spirit cat, and within half a stick of incense, make your appearance beside its fallen body to seize your chance. Upon hearing this, the weight of anxiety that had burdened He Yuan's heart lifted. Although the nine-lived spirit cat was exceptionally rare on the Tianyuan continent, its combat prowess was relatively low, merely equivalent to that of a human at the foundation establishment stage. Thus, under the onslaught of Su Miaojin and the other 4 experts, it was already gravely wounded, its defeat merely a matter of time. However, due to its cunning nature, it could slip away with the slightest miscalculation. He Yuan speculated that the 5 cultivators had chosen to attack together out of concern that facing it alone would not guarantee its capture. As anticipated, after waiting for approximately half a stick of incense, the nine-lived spirit cat was slashed open by a young swordsman, its insides spilling forth. In a desperate bid, it lunged towards Su Miaojin, exclaiming, "Su, quickly use your soul-locking array to trap its spirit. We must not let its soul escape." Su Miaojin nodded, swiftly gesturing with her fair fingers to initiate the formation. At that moment, He Yuan could not help but inwardly lament, "If you, senior sister, succeed in locking the spirit of the nine-lived spirit cat, how will I have the chance to obtain its soul?" Just then, as Su Miaojin prepared to cast the soul-locking array as previously agreed upon, a thought suddenly resonated in her mind from He Yuan. She swiftly altered her actions, flicking her fingers to direct the nine-lived spirit cat's body toward He Yuan's south hiding place. Simultaneously, she exclaimed, "Oh no, the spirit cat is not yet fully dead. It is attempting to escape while I set up the formation." Chapter 18. Having embraced the senior sister, what are you waiting for? Hurry and pursue. We must not allow the body of the nine-lived spirit cat to be taken by another. The 4 cultivators, who had previously banded together with Su Miaojin to confront the nine-lived spirit cat, were suddenly struck with alarm. They swiftly leaped into action, racing towards the direction where the spirit cat had been sent flying by Su Miaojin. Her movements had been exceptionally covert, coupled with the legends surrounding the nine-lived spirit cat's extraordinary resilience to death that circulated throughout the Tianyuan continent. Consequently, the 4 men did not suspect Su Miaojin's involvement. They hurriedly exited the dilapidated warehouse. Meanwhile, Su Miaojin feigned an anxious expression, trailing leisurely behind the 4. Upon leaving the warehouse, she spotted He Yuan rushing towards them with urgency. "Senior sister, it is truly a relief to see you. Su Shixiang has gotten into a conflict with some people over by the bell and drum tower. You must hurry, if you delay. It may lead to a loss of life." Su Miaojin feigned a chill on her delicate face, saying, "Is that so? Such a matter indeed? Su Xiang is truly a source of worry. We must not tarry, let us set off at once." With that, she drew her long sword, preparing to take to the skies with He Yuan. Wait. At that moment, the young swordsman who had cut open the belly of the nine-lived spirit cat furrowed his brow and addressed He Yuan. "Young brother, as you came from that direction, did you happen to see a severely injured cat demon?" He Yuan blinked innocently, replying, "Are you referring to the creature resembling an ordinary fox in size, possessing 9 tails, yet with a feline face?" Yes. The man, realizing He Yuan's description matched the nine-lives cat precisely, wore an expression of delight. "So you have seen it. May I ask where it is at this moment?" "There." He Yuan pointed to the shadowy alley where he had previously concealed himself. "That demon exudes a presence equivalent to that of a foundational cultivator. I am merely a 6th-tier practitioner, unworthy to approach it. I merely watched as it fled from that alley." "Thank you, young brother." The young man bowed hurriedly in gratitude before racing off with the other 3 towards the alley indicated by He Yuan. Once the 4 figures vanished into the shadows, Su Miaojin turned her head, a sly smile gracing her lips as she glanced at He Yuan. "He Yuan, I did not realize your skills in deception have grown so proficient." Coughing awkwardly, He Yuan chuckled, "Senior sister, I find myself somewhat perplexed by your words. What I said was entirely true. Su Shixiang is indeed in conflict over by the bell and drum tower. You can verify this yourself. I certainly intend to. Su Miaojin's eyes sparkled as she shot him a glance. However, you should be aware that I am not referring to your Su Shixiang, but rather to the 9-live spirit cat. The 9-live spirit cat? He Yuan feigned ignorance. Did I not mention before that I saw a cat demon the size of a fox? However, it has already escaped from that alley. As he met Su Miaojin's teasing gaze, he felt a jolt of anxiety in his heart. Thinking, could she have discovered that I have hidden the body of that spirit cat? It was only at this moment that Su Miaojin confirmed He Yuan had indeed succeeded in concealing the 9-live spirit cat's body. To be honest, He Yuan's act had been exceedingly convincing. If she were not intimately acquainted with his character, knowing he was not the type to pass up an opportunity, she might have been misled like the 4 foundational cultivators, believing the spirit cat had truly fled from the alley. Yet, she distinctly remembered when she had redirected the 9-live spirit cat towards He Yuan's hiding place, it had been grievously wounded by the swordsman, undeniably dead. Thus, she had deliberately tested him with her piercing gaze, and unexpectedly, she had indeed uncovered the truth. The body of the 9-live spirit cat had been concealed by the very He Yuan before her. However, one thing puzzled her. Despite her and the 4 foundational cultivators having a significantly higher cultivation level than He Yuan, they had failed to detect even a hint of the 9-live spirit cat's aura emanating from him. Where, indeed, had this lad hidden the 9-live spirit cat? Su Miaojin's delicate brows knitted together as she scrutinized He Yuan closely. The reason I joined forces with those 4 foundational cultivators against the 9-live spirit cat was to procure its claws for crafting a defensive magical artifact, the heavenly mechanism umbrella. Alas, He Yuan sighed inwardly. It's just the claws of the 9-live spirit cat. I shall find an opportunity to present all 4 of its claws to you later. Of course, he could not admit this aloud, instead feigning a look of regret. Alas, it is unfortunate that I could not capture the 9-live spirit cat. Otherwise, senior sister, I would have been able to present you with the claws you desire. Upon hearing He Yuan's intention to offer her the claws of the 9-live spirit cat, Su Miaojin finally relented and decided to let him off the hook. Ignoring his final stubbornness, she seized his shoulder and took to the skies with him, saying, "Did you not mention that Su Shidi is currently in conflict at the bell and drum tower? We must hurry." He Yuan thought to himself, how did Su Miaojin's train of thought leap so dramatically? One moment, she was discussing the 9-live spirit cat, and the next, she was taking me to the scene of Su Xiang's conflict. However, with the senior sister gripping him atop the sword, he found it difficult to decline. At that moment, their proximity was less than a foot, and he could distinctly perceive the sweet fragrance emanating from Su Miaojin's delicate figure. His gaze fell upon her elegant neck. As white as a swan, her tender cheeks resembling the smooth surface of a peeled egg, her dainty earlobes, refined nose, and cherry lips. He Yuan could not help but swallow hard. Do not harbor any impure thoughts, otherwise, I would not hesitate to drop you from here, Su Miaojin warned without looking back. He Yuan instinctively glanced down, realizing they were flying at an altitude of several hundred meters. Gasped, at such a height, a careless fall would surely reduce him to nothing but a pile of remains. He promptly shrank his head and grasped Su Miaojin's clothing tightly. Vowing to himself, let you revel in your triumph for a few days. Once I forge the body of all spirits, I shall ensure you lie upon a bed, singing my praises. Ouch. Su Miaojin felt his thoughts and, with a cold expression, deliberately made the sword beneath them sway violently, causing He Yuan to stumble and instinctively wrap his arms around her waist. Chapter 19. The country girl with a swift motion. Su Miaojin's delicate and ethereal visage instantaneously turned crimson, resembling the hue of blood. Almost instinctively, she raised her hand to strike He Yuan's shoulder. Yet, at the very moment her palm was about to make contact, she seemed to awaken from a stupor and hastily tempered her strength. Nonetheless, the force of her hand sent He Yuan tumbling away from her sword. Fortunately, in the midst of this chaos, the senior sister of Yu Hai Peak reacted swiftly, grasping He Yuan's clothing to prevent him from becoming a flying figure in midair. To avoid any further intimate contact, Su Miaojin held him aloft, leaving his feet suspended in the air. Thankfully, the abandoned warehouse was not far from the central bell tower, and they arrived at the second-floor platform of the tower in less than a few breaths. It was evident that this place had recently endured a fierce battle. The top of the bell tower had been sheared off by some weapon, and numerous scars from blades and swords marred its surface. Yet, Su Xiang and the others were nowhere to be found. Su Miaojin furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, from the traces of the battle left behind, it appears that none among them possessed the prowess of a foundation building expert, so your senior brother Su is not in any mortal danger. But where could they have gone at this juncture? He Yuan smirked coldly to himself, reflecting, you, dear Su Miaojin, are oblivious to the fact that after saving that venomous woman surnamed you, Su Luch disguised her to conceal her identity, masquerading as a hapless country girl to elicit your sympathy and gain passage to your high peak. Outwardly, he feigned a casual inquiry, senior sister, should we not summon our fellow sisters of High Peak to assist in searching for senior brother Su's whereabouts? However, no sooner had his words fallen than Su Miaojin cast him a meaningful glance, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intent, and shrugged her fragrant shoulders. No rush. Let us wait here. This is the only route back to the sect, and I believe junior brother Su will certainly return here after evading his pursuers. He Yuan instinctively glanced at the senior sister beside him. Su Miaojin's calm demeanor upon realizing Su Xiang's absence was rather perplexing. According to the narrative of Sword Immortal, At this point, the gentle and charming senior sister should have already developed feelings for Su Xiang, the destined protagonist. If that were the case, her current tranquility in the absence of her beloved should have manifested as a frantic desire to search for him. Additionally, the purpose of Ling Miaoxianzi sending them to Lingquan Town was to have them participate in the intersex trials and exterminate demons. Yet, here they were, idly waiting without any action, which was quite puzzling. The 9-live spirit cat was inherently docile and never initiated harm, thus could not possibly be the malevolent creature that Ling Miaoxianzi referred to. He Yuan was acutely aware that the demon they were tasked to eliminate for the intersect trial must belong to another demonic clan. Therefore, he intentionally displayed a semblance of concern. Senior sister, we ought to continue with the intersect trials assigned by our master, shouldn't we? Oh. Su Miaojin raised an eyebrow at him. As far as I know, Master has prepared a marrow transformation pill as a reward for this intersect trial. But did Master not already present you with one as a token upon your initiation? You should have little need for it now, correct? Internally, she wished to chide He Yuan. You've already claimed the incredibly rare corpse of the 9-live spirit cat. What more rewards do you desire from Master? One must not be so greedy. Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken, for revealing them would imply that she could hear his innermost thoughts. Coughing lightly to mask his embarrassment, He Yuan replied, I merely fear that if we don't exert ourselves to complete Master's entrusted task, it may lead to unfavorable repercussions. As for rewards, I am not particularly concerned. To this, Su Miaojin merely rolled her eyes at him, offering no further comment. As the senior sister of Yunhai Peak and the earliest disciple to follow Ling Miaoxianzi, she understood well the difficulty of concocting such marrow transformation pills. To her knowledge, Master had only managed to produce 4 over the last decade, 2 of which had already been consumed. Initially, she believed that Master intended to reserve the remaining 2 for the exceptionally gifted junior brother Su Xiang, as the saying goes. Superior materials should be utilized on the finest blades. Su Xiang, with his extraordinary talent, would undoubtedly make the most of the pill's efficacy compared to the other female disciples of Yunhai Peak. Even as the senior sister, Su Miaojin felt no jealousy over this. Yet, she could never have anticipated that one of those 2 pills had been directly gifted to He Yuan as a token upon his initiation, and the last was designated as a reward for the current intersect trial. This meant that should Su Xiang fail to secure first place in this trial, he might not even qualify for a marrow transformation pill. Su Miaojin's thoughts stirred as she mused. It seems that since He Yuan joined Yunhai Peak, junior brother Su has fallen from grace in Master's eyes. What enchantment does this He Yuan possess? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she found herself scrutinizing He Yuan once more. Previously, she had only felt disdain and animosity towards this frivolous disciple who persistently pursued her. However, at this moment, an inexplicable curiosity began to burgeon within her. She found herself less averse to his proximity, and even when He Yuan inadvertently wrapped his arm around her slender waist during their flight, her heart merely fluttered in embarrassment, devoid of any lingering hatred. Just then, amid Su Miaojin's contemplations, He Yuan suddenly voiced his surprise, casting her a peculiar glance. Senior sister, it seems you have guessed correctly. Senior brother Su has indeed returned. But who is that village girl accompanying him? Have you seen her before? Upon hearing this, Su Miaojin followed He Yuan's gesture to find Su Xiang approaching, sword slung across his back, his attire billowing elegantly. Behind him trailed a tall girl clad in simple garments, a quintessential country girl in appearance. Upon noticing Su Miaojin and He Yuan, the girl's face registered a look of panic, and she clutched Su Xiang's garment tightly, attempting to retreat behind him. Chapter 20. Yu Xiaoxiao had it not been for her earlier eavesdropping on He Yuan's thoughts, where she learned that Su Xiang had rescued a woman of the Yu surname, known for her venomous nature, and had disguised her as a rustic maiden, Xie Miaojin might have truly believed that Su Xiang was bringing in a lost village girl. Although she was unaware of how He Yuan had acquired this information in advance, she instinctively chose to trust him a bit more. Thus, her beautiful eyes lingered on the visage of the rustic girl, and she inquired, Junior brother Su, who is this? Su Xiang, having prepared his response, replied calmly, I trust that brother he has already informed you, senior sister. A fierce battle transpired here moments ago, where a dozen of us cultivators fought against a remnant of the sword sect. Regrettably, although we succeeded in severely wounding her, she ultimately managed to escape. This young lady behind me, named Xiao Yuer, is a herbalist I saved while pursuing that remnant. The villain, in her cruelty, has already taken the lives of this girl's parents in her quest for herbs to heal her wounds. Had I not arrived in time, Xiao Yuer would have surely fallen victim to her malice. The 3 members of Xiao Yuer's family lived in the secluded depths of Lingquan Mountain to facilitate their herbal gathering, and if left alone, she would inevitably become prey for the beasts lurking in the mountains. Thus, I had no choice but to bring her along. Truly, how splendid. Were it not for He Yuan's knowledge of the sword immortal narrative, understanding that this herbalist girl was none other than the disguised Yu Xiaoxiao, he might have been swayed by Su Xiang's heartfelt recounting, especially as, in a bid to cooperate with Su Xiang, the disguised Yu Xiaoxiao feigned sorrow, her eyes reddening and tears cascading down her cheeks upon hearing of her parents' demise. To an unknowing observer, she appeared to be genuinely mourning the loss of her family. What a remarkable performance! He Yuan could hardly refrain from applauding her skill. As for Xie Miaojin, while she listened to Su Xiang's sorrowful narration of the herbalist's plight, she discreetly monitored He Yuan's thoughts. Yet, much to her dismay, she did not hear any internal commentary from He Yuan as Su Xiang finished his tale. This left her feeling somewhat flustered. Wait, She thought. He only mentioned that the girl is a disguised remnant of the sword sect brought by Su Xiang. At least share more information about her. This sudden silence was perplexing. As she mentally criticized him, she maintained an outward demeanor of empathy and indignation, exclaiming, "That remnant of the sword sect truly deserves death. As cultivators, how can we tolerate the wanton slaughter of innocents? This is a grave violation of our principles." Sighing, she glanced at the herbalist, whom Su Xiang referred to as Xiao Yuer. "My dear, you are indeed unfortunate, losing your parents at such a tender age. Fear not. From now on, Yunhaifeng will be your home. You shall accompany us." Just as Xian Miaojin was about to utter more formalities, inviting Xiao Yuer to temporarily reside at Yunhaifeng, she suddenly heard the long-awaited voice of He Yuan in her mind. "No, silly girl, how can you be so foolish? Xiao Yuer, read backwards, is you Xiao Xiao. It is clear that this woman is undoubtedly the remnant of the sword sect that Su rescued. If you truly intend to bring this remnant to Yunhaifeng, once her identity is revealed, it will spell disaster for us. I must devise a way to prevent this from happening. I cannot allow you to act so recklessly. Xiao Yuer, you Xiao Xiao?" Upon hearing this, Xian Miaojin's eyes suddenly lit up. "Ah," she quietly exclaimed, almost smiting her forehead in frustration for not realizing it sooner. At that moment, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she glanced at He Yuan beside her. Then, she turned her attention back to Su Xiang and the herbalist, saying, "Your experience indeed evokes sympathy. However, we have tasks at hand. Perhaps, junior brother Su, you could leave some resources for her to settle in this Lingguan town, and we can discuss further matters later?" This sudden shift in Xian Miaojin's attitude took Su Xiang by surprise, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. He had indeed heard correctly. This senior sister had initially intended to bring the herbalist Xiao Yuer back to their sect, yet for some reason, she had abruptly glanced at He Yuan before suggesting that they arrange for Xiao Yuer to stay in Lingguan town. It must be He Yuan. A flicker of resentment crossed Su Xiang's gaze as he shot a cold glare at He Yuan. Although he was unaware of how He Yuan had communicated with Xian Miaojin, his instincts told him that it was due to He Yuan that she had suddenly altered her decision. Wait, He Yuan thought, feeling unjustly accused by Su Xiang's furious glare. This was clearly a decision made by Xian Miaojin herself. Why direct your ire at me? I am just as bewildered by her sudden change of heart. Nevertheless, it must be said that suggesting Xiao Yuer remain in Lingguan town was indeed a clever move by Xian Miaojin. It not only thwarted Su Xiang's intention to bring the sword sect remnant to Yunhaifeng, but also prevented the exposure of her realization regarding Yu Shaoxiao's true identity. How curious. Had this silly girl finally perceived something amiss about the herbalist? He Yuan mused, unable to suppress a look of astonishment as he cast a sideways glance at Xian Miaojin. His thoughts raced. Just moments ago, Su Xiang had shielded this woman, and he had failed to observe closely her guise, but now he found her disguise riddled with flaws. If she had truly lost her parents and journeyed from the depths of Lingguan Mountain, how could her attire remain so pristine? Moreover, her delicate hands were clearly those of a pampered young lady, not the calloused hands of a laboring herbalist. As Xian Miaojin, the foremost disciple of the esteemed Ling Miao Fairy, was undoubtedly sharp-eyed, these glaring inconsistencies would not have escaped her notice. Hiss. Xian Miaojin quietly gasped, instinctively reaching up to wipe away non-existent beads of sweat from her forehead. She realized that had it not been for He Yuan's reminder, she might have entirely overlooked the flaws in the guise of Yu Shaoxiao. Following the direction of He Yuan's mental guidance, Xian Miaojin felt an increasing sense of alarm. Chapter 21. The Pure Lotus. She discovered that the truth was indeed as profound as described in her heart. This woman exuded numerous conspicuous flaws that were incompatible with her identity. However, these discrepancies would be difficult to discern without a genuine observation of the attire and daily life of a herbalist. Thus, a significant question arose in Su Miaojin's mind. How could this debauched and indulgent young gentleman, who revels in extravagance, possibly be aware of such details? Yet, she quickly shook her head, realizing that this was not the time for such thoughts. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she deliberately glanced at the hands of the woman masquerading as a herbalist, saying, "Miss Xiao, are those pearls on your wrist actually a string of tear pearls? I must admit, I did not expect a peasant girl to possess such wealth." The tear pearls, formed from the tears of mermaids, were exceedingly rare across the entire Tianyuan continent, even more so than the 9-lived spirit cats. The scarcity of these pearls, derived from the tears of mermaids, rendered them even more precious. Su Miaojin's intention in bringing this matter to light was simple. She wished to observe the flustered expressions on Su Xiang and his companion when they realized her secret was about to be unveiled. Ahem. The woman impersonating the herbalist, Yu Shaoxiao, nearly choked on her own saliva. Lowering her gaze to her toes, she feigned a timid demeanor, saying, "Sister must have mistaken me. The bracelet on my wrist is merely crafted from ordinary jade, not tear pearls." At that moment, He Yuan could no longer contain himself and began to inwardly scoff. This woman truly plays the role of a pure lotus flower splendidly. If I had not known her true identity from the beginning, I might have been deceived. Can a bracelet made of ordinary jade radiate such a dazzling brilliance? Ah, Su Miaojin, she is attempting to rub your intelligence into the ground, and you can still tolerate this? Su Miaojin. Despite knowing that He Yuan's remarks were true, she felt irked by his repeated taunts. However, her priority was to deal with Su Xiang and the remnant of the sword sect he had brought. So she forcefully suppressed her anger and turned her gaze towards Su Xiang, saying, "Junior brother Su, please provide her with a few spirit stones to cover her expenses during her stay in Lingguan town. We must depart immediately." Her words clearly indicated that Su Miaojin was no longer inclined to engage in pretense with the two of them and was directly prompting Su Xiang to make a final decision. Upon hearing this, Su Xiang's face revealed a hint of reluctance. He helplessly replied, "But I promised Miss Zhao's parents before their passing that I would ensure her safety. If we abandon her now, how shall I explain to her parents in the underworld?" At that moment, He Yuan suddenly interjected, "Senior brother Su, since you promised to look after Miss Zhao's safety, why not stay with her in Lingquan Town for the time being? Once her life here stabilizes, it won't be too late to return to the sect." Su Miaojin's eyes brightened at this suggestion, clearly finding it quite constructive. However, how could Su Xiang agree? His intention in bringing Yu Xiaoxiao to Yunhai Peak was to leverage the power of the Wanstan sect to provide a strong sanctuary for her. The last descendant of the Sword sect, remaining in Lingquan Town, would likely expose them to further pursuit by the scattered cultivators who were relentless in their quest to hunt Yu Xiaoxiao down. These scattered cultivators, under the pretense of avenging the 167 tragic deaths within the Cangjin Pavilion, relentlessly pursued Yu Xiaoxiao. In truth, everyone understood that their ultimate goal was the nine heavens grasping the moon sword technique that Yu Xiaoxiao had obtained. Therefore, only by seeking refuge within the powerful Wanstan sect, the foremost sect in the Tianyuan continent, could she hope to safeguard that sword technique. In fact, it was apparent from the original plot of the Sword Immortal that Su Xiang had joined the Wanstan sect with the aim of forging his own myriad spirit body. He harbored no feelings for the sect, and had it not been for the presence of the enchanting immortal Miao, along with Su Miaojin and Su Jiner, the three women he had collected for his harem, he would not have hesitated to see the entire Wanstan sect perish. Thus, it was hardly surprising that he harbored such thoughts of utilizing the Wanstan sect to protect a remnant of the Sword sect. Yet, He Yuan, the bothersome fly, had chosen this moment to oppose him and propose the cruel suggestion of having him reside in Lingquan Town with Yu Xiaoxiao. How could this not incite Su Xiang's immense rage? He exhaled deeply, forcing down his indignation, and said, "Junior brother He's proposal is indeed feasible. But I worry that the remnant of the Sword sect will remember Miss Zhao's appearance and might seek an opportunity to silence her. Therefore, I believe it is safer for her to accompany us to Yunhai Peak." As Su Xiang finished speaking, it was noticeable that Yu Xiaoxiao, hiding behind him in her herbalist disguise, cast him a glance filled with a hint of something unusual. Evidently, prior to this, she might have regarded Su Xiang as someone who coveted her appearance or the nine heavens grasping the moon sword technique. Consequently, her journey with him was primarily motivated by a desire to exploit him. It was only at this moment, upon witnessing Su Xiang's steadfast intent to take her to Yunhai Peak, that her thoughts began to shift, seemingly starting to believe in his sincere intentions toward her. At that instant, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Ha, speaking so grandly, is it not merely because you covet the ancient sword technique possessed by that viperous woman? I recall that this Viper was the third woman to offer herself to you, was she not? Yet, she deserves to have lost both her purity and the sword technique. Her heart was ruthless and she valued human life as mere grass. Foolishly believing she could revive the sword sect through your hands, and thus willingly imparted the nine heavens grasping the moon sword technique to you. Little did she know that once you obtained the sword technique, your true nature was revealed, and you began to disdain her ruthless and cruel disposition, refusing even to touch her afterward, leading to her ultimate demise and sorrow. It seems this Viper is the only one among your numerous harem who has met such a fate. Who is transmitting this message to me?" Yu Xiaoxiao's body jolted violently. No, this was not a transmission. Chapter 22. The Oscar-worthy performance. Yu Xiaoxiao, a formidable practitioner at the third stage of Foundation establishment, though gravely injured and only able to wield 60% of her power, was still capable of discerning whether the voice that echoed in her mind was a mere transmission or something more profound. It resembled the intimate musings of a soul indeed. A monologue. Suddenly, she noticed the serpent-like Yu glancing around as if contemplating a revelation. Was she no longer inclined to feign innocence? As Yu Xiaoxiao's gaze settled on He Yuan, the peculiar voice resounded in her mind once again. It was, astonishingly, the inner thoughts of He Yuan, the disciple mentioned by Su Xiang. Upon realizing this, a curious expression crossed Yu Xiaoxiao's face. Earlier, while accompanying Su Xiang, she had sensed an odd intensity in his gaze, a feeling as if her disguise had been completely unraveled. Now, with the echo of He Yuan's thoughts, she comprehended that her true identity had been revealed from the outset. The duo before her had merely been performing alongside her and Su Xiang. How intriguing. A faint smile graced her lips as she feigned a sorrowful demeanor, saying, "Brother Su, since your fellow disciples harbor such disdain for me, perhaps I should return to my old home at Lingquan Mountain and leave my fate to chance." As she spoke, genuine tears welled in her eyes, portraying a heart disenchanted by the world. Su Xiang, alarmed by her act, quickly reached out to stop her theatrical display, turning to Su Miaojin with an anxious expression. "Senior sister." However, to his astonishment, Su Miaojin's gaze shifted toward He Yuan, seemingly awaiting his decision. He Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and proposed, "If Brother Su is concerned for Miss Zhao's safety, I have a splendid suggestion. The forbidden grounds at the back of our Wuxian sect. There, the formations laid by our four elders would deter even the most skilled Golden Core practitioners. Placing her there would ensure her safety for a century without issue." Su Miaojin, unable to contain herself, instinctively touched her nose with a slender finger, wishing she could declare her unfamiliarity with He Yuan. His suggestion was utterly shameless. To confine someone in the forbidden grounds was akin to imprisoning them. Surely, any rational person would reject such an unreasonable proposal. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Yu Xiaoxiao displayed no signs of displeasure upon hearing He Yuan's suggestion. Instead, she gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes and exclaimed, "Big brother, is there truly such a wonderful place? I would be willing." Both Su Miaojin and He Yuan were momentarily taken aback. He Yuan inwardly lamented, realizing that Yu Xiaoxiao had no remaining family in the outside world. Thus, safety had become more precious to her than freedom, secluded in the forbidden grounds. She could evade her pursuers and peacefully cultivate the Nine Heavens moon-catching sword technique. Alas, he had miscalculated. However, as the saying goes, words once spoken are like spilled water. It was too late for He Yuan to retract his suggestion, for Yu Xiaoxiao had overheard every word. A subtle smile crept across her lips as she agreed to He Yuan's proposal to remain in the forbidden grounds. Su Xiang, however, was unwilling to acquiesce, for this arrangement would deprive him of the chance to be near Yu Xiaoxiao. His elaborate plan to bring her to Yunhai Peak was not solely to leverage the Wuxian sect's prestige for her protection. He was also captivated by her beauty, rivaling even that of the ethereal fairy Lingnao. He had even harbored intentions regarding the Nine Heavens moon-catching sword technique. He Yuan's proposal had effectively severed all his aspirations. Furrowing his brow, Su Xiang expressed his discontent. This is not appropriate. Once she enters the forbidden grounds, it will be exceedingly difficult for her to leave. It would be better for her to stay at Yunhai Peak and study under my master, allowing us to look out for one another. Inwardly, He Yuan scoffed, thinking, if you desire to take advantage of her, just admit it. Why pretend to have her best interests at heart? He recalled that the Nine Heavens moon-catching sword technique had been destroyed after Yu Xiaoxiao memorized it. Therefore, Su Xiang must have been aware of this. And in his eagerness to obtain the technique as contents, he likely intended to charm her into sharing it willingly. As the implications of He Yuan's thoughts sank in, Yu Xiaoxiao's expression shifted as she instinctively distanced herself from Su Xiang. Shaking her head, she spoke with unwavering resolve. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Su. But I believe you have assisted me enough. I have decided to reside in the forbidden grounds of your Wuxian sect from now on. Faced with Yu Xiaoxiao's firm stance, Su Xiang could no longer insist and reluctantly nodded in acceptance. However, unable to direct his frustration at her, he unleashed all his ire upon He Yuan, his gaze deepening with resentment. He Yuan, for his part, found himself exasperated, thinking, I merely offered a suggestion. It was Yu Xiaoxiao who made the decision. Why must you vent your frustration on me as if I were your rival for her affections? To Su Xiang, He Yuan's actions felt akin to a rival's betrayal, for had it not been for He Yuan's proposal, he would have had ample opportunity to get closer to the injured Yu Xiaoxiao and, through the process of healing, perhaps win her heart. Chapter 23, Blood Python. Regrettably, due to He Yuan's interference, all of Su Xiang's schemes have come to naught. Therefore, at this moment, Su Xiang harbors an intense resentment towards He Yuan. However, despite his jealousy, he finds himself in a predicament. Firstly, the presence of senior sister Su Miaojin, and secondly, Yu Xiaoxiao's insistence on heeding He Yuan's advice to remain in the forbidden area behind the Wanshan sect. Consequently, Su Xiang hesitates to confront He Yuan in anger. At that moment, Sujino arrived, accompanied by a female disciple from Yunhai Peak. The sight of the colossal blood python, which was even thicker than their slender waists, caused the group to momentarily be struck dumb. Senior sister, haha, this beast was taken down by Junior and Junior Sister 17 working together. We should be the first this time, right? From a distance of more than half a mile, Sujino waved energetically at them, her spirits high. This girl has always been cheerful by nature. Now, having defeated a formidable creature and secured the top spot in the inner door trial of Yunhai Peak, her excitement was palpable, nearly causing her tail to wag skyward, eager for the world to know that this enormous blood python was their conquest. Su Miaojin was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, her gaze shifting to the giant blood python they had lifted. So, the creature that has been terrorizing Lingguan town is, indeed, a blood python. Given its size, it must have attained at least 100 years of cultivation, wouldn't you say? Hee, senior sister, your guess is spot on. Su Jiner beamed, and after she and Junior Sister 17 set the massive python down, she produced an oval-shaped stone, about the size of a human fist, which glowed red like a heart from her palm as if by magic. This is the demon core we extracted from the blood python. By its aura, it has indeed accumulated over a century of power. A 100-year-old blood python possesses strength comparable to that of a human in the foundation establishment stage. Only when they placed the python's carcass on the ground did they truly grasp its immense size. The 10-foot-long serpent, as thick as a barrel, was already astonishing. Even more unsettling were the palm-sized scales that had sprouted across its body, resembling fish scales. There's an old saying, a snake becomes a python becomes a jiao, and a jiao transforms into a dragon. This blood python was evidently on the verge of becoming a jiao. Su Miaojin nodded slightly and then retrieved a signal arrow from her sleeve, a device employed by Wanshan sect for communication. Unlike the signal arrows of ancient battlefields, this one was imbued with spiritual energy by cultivators, allowing its sound to travel several miles, even over 10 miles. Shortly after Su Miaojin activated the signal arrow, all disciples who had descended from Yunhai Peak for the inner door trial gathered beneath the bell and drum tower. Upon arrival, the first thing that caught their attention was the massive corpse of the blood python. Su Miaojin promptly announced, as all of you can see, the creature that has been wreaking havoc in Lingquan town has been exterminated by Junior Sister and Junior Sister 17 working together, thus concluding this inner door trial. Everyone, take a moment to rest and prepare to return to the sect. After making these arrangements, Su Miaojin cast a curious glance at He Yuan, who had remained silent throughout. His demeanor unusually subdued. This was rather atypical. Earlier, in an attempt to provoke a reaction from He Yuan, she had addressed all her fellow disciples, including Su Xiang, advising them to be cautious on their journey, yet she had deliberately excluded He Yuan from her remarks. To her surprise, He Yuan displayed no signs of discontent. Not even a hint of internal grumbling. This was quite unlike the usual behavior of the self-indulgent He Yuan. Unbeknownst to Su Miaojin at that moment, He Yuan was preoccupied with a chilling memory from the story of Sword Immortal. He suddenly recalled a harrowing plot that unfolded within Linquan Town. Originally, according to the narrative, this event should have transpired after the sect's grand competition. Therefore, He Yuan had not paid much attention to it until he witnessed the colossal blood python slain by Su Jiner. It struck him that, given his unexpected arrival, the timeline of the Yu High Peak Inner Door trial had been accelerated. Could it be that the events following the sect competition might also unfold prematurely? With this thought, his gaze sharpened, swiftly focusing on Linquan Mountain to the northwest. He recalled that the calamity began from that mountain, swiftly engulfing the entire Linquan town. If the original plot were to occur at this very moment, returning to Yu High Peak via the usual route would be impossible. Their best option now would be to locate the ancient teleportation array left behind by a powerful ancestor, which the protagonist Su Xiang had inadvertently stumbled upon in the original storyline. Is everyone ready? If so, let us depart back to Yin High Peak. As soon as Su Miaojin's words fell, He Yuan suddenly furrowed his brow and interjected, "We cannot return to the sect." Upon hearing He Yuan's words, Su Miaojin's delicate brows knitted together, her expression tinged with displeasure. "What do you mean, junior brother He?" But her sentence was only half finished when a trembling voice from a disciple in the town center exclaimed, "Senior sister, look. Over there. It seems a dark cloud is swiftly approaching us." At this, not only Su Miaojin but all the disciples of Yu High Peak turned to the direction indicated. Indeed, a vast expanse of pitch-black clouds, covering hundreds of miles, was rapidly surging towards the town. Even those without any cultivation could discern that this ominous cloud was far from normal. Su Miaojin, being more adept in her cultivation than her fellow disciples, was the first to sense the malevolent, savage aura emanating from the dark clouds. Her countenance shifted dramatically as she declared, This is the omen of a great demon descending. Everyone, swiftly employ your movement techniques and head towards Yun High Peak with all your might. If this great demon appears, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of the elders of our sect. As long as we can hold out until they arrive, our lives will be spared. There's no time left." At that moment, He Yuan sighed softly. Chapter 24. The Great Demon. Much like human cultivators, the demon race is also divided into various realms. When lesser demons coalesce their demon cores, they attain a state akin to the human practice of abstaining from food. For instance, the colossal blood python that Su Jiner and the 17th senior sister jointly vanquished falls within this category. At this stage, the strength of the demon race typically spans from the human realm of abstinence to the foundational stage, depending on their years of cultivation. Once a lesser demon acquires the ability to transform, it ascends to the realm of the great demon. Ordinary great demons possess power that is comparable to that of human golden core practitioners. Some great demons can even rival the strength of those in the nascent soul stage. If He Yuan's predictions hold true, this particular great demon is an exceptional expert, equivalent to a human golden core of the 7th tier. The reason for its appearance in Linquan Town is none other than to seek vengeance for its son. Indeed, the gigantic blood python slain by Su Jiner and the 17th senior sister was none other than the offspring of this great demon. In the original narrative of Sword Immortal, the calamity was inadvertently triggered by two rogue cultivators who, having heard rumors of an ancient treasure hidden within Linquan Mountain, ventured deep into the mountain's heart in search of riches. Unbeknownst to them, they trespassed into the territory of the gigantic blood python. Despite its century-long cultivation, the python ultimately fell victim to the combined assault of the two rogue cultivators and perished on the spot. However, they could never have anticipated that the blood python they had slain had the backing of a great demon. As a result, they had unwittingly embroiled themselves in an unfathomable catastrophe. In a fit of rage, the great demon not only instantaneously killed the two but also sought to claim the entire populace of Linquan Town as collateral damage. It was only after the intervention of two esteemed elders from the Wanxian sect that the situation was quelled. Nevertheless, this calamity resulted in nearly 10,000 casualties among the low-ranking cultivators and ordinary citizens present in Linquan Town at that time. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, low-level practitioners and mere mortals are regarded as nothing more than ants in the eyes of those lofty figures. Thus, this tragic event was soon forgotten by society. After all, countless tales of murder and treasure hunts unfold daily in this world. The fallen were largely nameless, and even the deaths of renowned heirs from ancient families or sacred lands stirred little more than fleeting ripples. Who could possibly remember them after a decade or two? He Yuan understood that if he failed to lead the disciples of Yunhai Peak out of Linquan Town in time, the 96 of them, no, make that 97, would swiftly become the fodder for the wrath of that great demon. Although Su Miaojin was unaware of the reasons behind He Yuan's conviction that they would not escape in time, she instinctively chose to trust him, saying, "Junior brother He, do you perhaps have a good suggestion?" Given the urgency of the situation, He Yuan could not afford extensive explanations, so he succinctly stated, "Given the speed of this great demon, it won't take long before its aura envelopes the entire Linquan Town. Thus, Our best course of action is to utilize the teleportation array to escape the town as swiftly as possible. I happen to know of an ancient teleportation array nearby. An ancient teleportation array? Suddenly, Su Xiang furrowed his brow and cast a cold glance at He Yuan, saying, Junior brother He, you should know that such arrays, after enduring the ravages of time, have become unstable. Are you suggesting we rely on this array to escape Lingquan town? As if you wish for us to perish more quickly? He Yuan could not restrain a curse in his heart, thinking, this teleportation array was discovered by you, Su Elzu, after all. Moreover, this ancient adept must have been a superlative powerhouse of at least the tribulation transcendent stage. The array has endured for millennia and remains stable, though its entrance is somewhat obscure. However, he could not articulate such sentiments before his fellow disciples of Yu High Peak. After all, if he were to claim foreknowledge of this world's narrative, they would deem him a lunatic, and no one would believe him. Thus, it was better to maintain an air of mystery, allowing them to think he had visited this place before. He then directed his gaze towards Su Miaojin, stating solemnly, Senior sister, time is of the essence. Will you trust me or Su Senior brother? You must make the decision. Internally, he sighed, realizing it was futile to consult her. Given Su Miaojin's affections for Su Elzu, she would naturally choose to believe the charming rogue she adored. It was a pity that such beautiful sisters were soon to become the targets of the serpent demon's wrath over the loss of its beloved offspring. These women were indeed naive, thinking they could escape the town before the serpent demon's aura fully enveloped it. Little did they know that countless venomous snakes had long since surrounded the town, sealing off all avenues of escape. Smack. Just as He Yuan was lost in thought, he suddenly saw Su Miaojin clap her hands decisively, exclaiming, Junior brother He, we must act swiftly. Lead us to the entrance of that teleportation array. At her words, He Yuan's expression momentarily shifted in surprise, and he regarded her with a look of astonishment. Turning to Su Xiang, the fated child of Sword Immortal, he noted that his face was already as dark as a pot lid. Clearly, he perceived Su Miaojin's choice to trust He Yuan as a betrayal, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Yet, as Su Miaojin stated, the situation was urgent. And neither she nor He Yuan had the luxury to consider Su Xiang's feelings at that moment. With Su Miaojin's decisive support, the disciples of Yu High Peak, including Su Xiang, dared not voice any objections. Soon, under He Yuan's guidance, they traversed the streets of Lingquan town and arrived at a site of unmarked graves. He Yuan expertly selected the fifth nameless gravestone from the left in the third row and struck it forcefully with his palm. With a resounding crash, the grave behind the gravestone swung open, revealing the entrance to the teleportation array. In the brief interval of mere seconds, the aura of the great demon began to envelop Lingquan town. He Yuan was the first to leap into the array, saying, Senior sister, quickly have the others follow. Su Miaojin acted decisively, being the second to jump into the array and declaring, if danger truly arises, I shall be the first to suffer. Do not hesitate, come quickly. Chapter 25, The Abomination. Neither He Yuan nor Su Xiang anticipated that the third individual to leap into the teleportation array would be none other than the sword sex remnant, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been arranged by Su Xiang to masquerade as a herbalist. Following her was Su Jiner, and subsequently, a multitude of female disciples from Yu High Peak. Fortunately, the entrance to this teleportation array was sufficiently large and the duration of its operation ample, allowing these women to enter before the entrance gradually closed. Soon after, the open grave seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, automatically sealing itself. The tombstone re-emerged from the ground, returning to its original position. Everything appeared as though nothing had transpired. Boom. At that moment, the aura of a great demon enveloped the entire Lingquan town. As the demon emerged from the black clouds, its true form was finally revealed. Indeed, as He Yuan had surmised, it was a colossal blood python, its size akin to a mountain overshadowing the town. Merely coiling in the air, it seemed capable of obscuring a significant portion of Lingquan town. With its mountainous bulk, the blood python glared down with its blood-red eyes. Quickly spotting the massive corpse of the blood python discarded in the town square by Su Jiner and her companion, Mu. Instantly, a fierce expression crossed the python's face as it opened its enormous maw, releasing a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. In an instant, the temperature surrounding Lingquan town plummeted at a visible rate. The streets, centered around the bell and drum tower, buckled under the pressure of the gigantic serpent, cracking and causing buildings to collapse. Ah, help! Quick, escape! The once serene Lingquan town transformed into a veritable hell on earth, filled with the anguished cries of its residents. Yet, this was merely insufficient to sate the wrath of the mountainous serpent. The next moment, it spoke in human tongue, its voice laden with unspeakable sorrow and murderous intent, declaring, Linner, these vile humans dare to take your life. Wait, for I shall ensure that every human within a radius of hundreds of miles pays for this with their lives. With that, it lashed its tail, stirring a whirlwind with a diameter of several dozen feet. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, enveloping Lingquan town in a storm of yellow sand. Within moments, hundreds perished beneath the fury of the tempest. One could only imagine that had He Yuan and the others remained in the town square, they would have been swept away by the sands and stones conjured by this tempest. The mountainous serpent wreaked havoc above Lingquan town for the better part of a tease brew. Shortly thereafter, a furious shout echoed from the void outside the town, belonging to Elder Qin Shoan of the Wanshan sect. Abomination! You dare to invade the territory of my Wanshan sect and harm others? I shall reduce you to ashes today. As he uttered the first word, his voice carried from miles away. By the last word, he had already soared on his sword, confronting the giant serpent above Lingquan town. The serpent, upon seeing this, showed no sign of fear. Rather, its blood-red eyes glinted with excitement. Excellent. At last, a worthy opponent has arrived. I was beginning to find it tedious to slaughter these human ants. Now, I shall use you, a golden core expert, to honor my winner. The battle was imminent. Meanwhile, He Yuan and his companions, having escaped using a teleportation array left behind by an ancient powerhouse in the town's mass grave, found themselves in an ancient forest, distinctly different from the Tianyuan continent. The air was rich with spiritual energy, and towering trees reaching heights of dozens to nearly 100 feet surrounded them. Various creatures, previously unseen by He Yuan, flitted among the vibrant flora or soared in the azure sky. Strangely, despite the apparent enmity among these creatures, they coexisted in a harmonious symbiosis. Su Miaojin surveyed the surroundings, then spoke. This must be a small world left behind by that ancient powerhouse. The abundance of spiritual energy here rivals that of our wanton sex trial grounds. Let us explore. We might yet discover some rare medicinal herbs. At her words, many female disciples from Yunhai Peak stirred with eagerness. However, Su Xiang suddenly frowned and interjected, "Senior sister, this may not be prudent. This is, after all, an unfamiliar world. Even if we sense no danger now, we must remain vigilant. After all," he cast a sidelong glance at He Yuan, adding, "This place was first discovered by he. He has always harbored ill intentions and has long coveted you and junior sister. Who can guarantee that he did not deliberately lead us here to ensnare us all? Damn." He Yuan could not help but curse inwardly, thinking, "Su Xiang, do you not have any shame? The one who covets Su Miaojin and Su Jin is you green tea bitch. And now you still have your sights set on that remnant of the sword sect, you Xiao Xiao. Were it not for my interference, these three foolish women would have long since become your playthings." Swish, swish, swish. Almost simultaneously, three pairs of incredulous yet subtly irritated gazes were cast toward He Yuan. This time, all three women simultaneously heard He Yuan's inner thoughts. However, it was clear they were unaware of this shared understanding. As they sensed the attention of the other two women fixate upon He Yuan, their gazes instinctively darted elsewhere, as though jolted by an electric shock. Unbeknownst to He Yuan, he continued to mentally berate Su Xiang. "Furthermore, this small world was discovered by me, guided by your initial route. Therefore, any potential danger should rightly fall upon you." Su Xiang. "Oh, I just remembered. It seems that within this small world, Su Xiang took advantage of Yu Xiaoxiao's injury to exploit a dual cultivation secret technique with her, masquerading it as healing. It couldn't possibly happen here today." With this thought, He Yuan instinctively glanced toward Yu Xiaoxiao, still feigning the role of a herbalist. His expression slightly peculiar. Yet he remained oblivious to the tempest brewing within Yu Xiaoxiao, who, despite her calm facade, was wrestling with tumultuous emotions. For at that moment, Su Xiang had unexpectedly extended an invitation to her. Chapter 26. Is the junior sister in danger? According to Su Xiang, he felt that this small world was rather unsafe, and thus wished to take her along to search for the entrance to the teleportation array within the realm, so they could depart swiftly. Coupled with He Yuan's inner thoughts, it was impossible for Yu Xiaoxiao not to harbor doubts. Su Xiang must be considering that once they returned to the Cloud Sea Peak of the Wanxian sect, he could no longer act against her due to the restrictions of the forbidden area on the mountain's back. Therefore, he intended to find a secluded spot here to take advantage of the dual cultivation secret technique to claim her purity. With this in mind, Yu Xiaoxiao resolutely declined Su Xiang's invitation and instinctively moved a few steps closer to He Yuan. What? Upon witnessing this, Su Xiang's expression darkened considerably. What was going on? Was her posture suggesting that she felt safer with that He Yuan, the debauched scion, than being in my company? First, there was the ethereal fairy, then Su Miaojin, followed by Su Jiner, and now even Yu Xiaoxiao began to gravitate towards He Yuan, distancing herself from me. Su Xiang. What charm does He Yuan possess that draws these extraordinary women, each with their own captivating beauty and distinctive character, to him? Is it possible that in this world, a lecherous, domineering, and unlearned scion holds an allure for women? Su Xiang felt as though his worldview was on the verge of collapsing. He Yuan, He Yuan, He Yuan. He silently gritted his teeth and recited the name thrice in his heart. Had it not been for the presence of Su Miaojin and the other sisters from Cloud Sea Peak, he would have likely torn apart the man who repeatedly thwarted his intentions. Unbeknownst to him, a sinister aura gradually emanated from Su Xiang's purple mansion, seeping into his limbs. Su Xiang discreetly scrutinized Su Miaojin, Su Jiner, and Yu Xiaoxiao. A hint of lewd, eerie black energy flickered between his brows but quickly dissipated. In no time, his gaze cleared once more. The next moment, a smile graced his face as he said, "Senior sister, upon further reflection, I perceive that this small world is indeed quite peaceful and harmonious. Perhaps we should follow your earlier suggestion and disperse to search. Who knows, we might actually discover something. After all, this realm appears rather small, and we should be able to conduct a thorough search swiftly, as the strongest among them." Su Miaojin had already scanned the small world with her divine sense. It was precisely because she sensed no danger that she had made that proposal. Now, upon seeing Su Xiang suddenly shift his stance and align with her, she thought little of it and instructed everyone to regroup in pairs, dispersing to explore and reconvene here after an hour. Following the previous grouping, Yu Xiaoxiao became the odd one out. However, this woman was quite straightforward. Upon realizing her identity had been exposed, she ceased pretending to be the innocent flower and chose a direction on her own to seek treasure. Moments later, only He Yuan and Su Xiang remained in the vicinity. Su Xiang, shedding his earlier gentility in front of Su Miaojin, revealed a sinister expression and declared, He Yuan, I do not care what kind of enchantment you have cast upon senior sister, junior sister, and that you girl to sway them in your favor. But I must warn you, they are all destined to be mine, Su Ziyang. Do not harbor any delusions. In response, He Yuan feigned confusion and asked, Which you girl are you referring to? Oh, Su Shixiang, you must mean that herbalist you brought back from Lingguan Mountain? Isn't her name Shaiyue? Humph. Su Ziyang realized he had misspoken but offered no explanation, grunting in frustration. Do not think that because you have improved slightly in your recent conduct, you can shed the label of a lecherous scion. Do you think you are qualified to compete with me, Su Ziyang? In terms of looks, cultivation, and talent? How do you even compare? Damn it. He Yuan nearly let an expletive slip. Indeed, in terms of appearance, Su Ziyang did possess a certain charm. Else he would not have attracted so many heavenly maidens in the original text of Sword Immortal. But was He Yuan not handsome in his own right? As for talent and cultivation, yes, he admitted he was currently inferior. Yet, he knew all of Su Ziyang's training plots. Once he seized all the opportunities ahead of him, the question of who was stronger would be a different story. He Yuan exerted considerable effort to suppress the frustration swelling within him. He glanced coldly at Su Ziyang and said, Su Shixiang, if I were you, the last thing I would do at this moment is provoke me. Remember, we are still within this small world. Do you not fear that in my wrath, I might refuse to reveal the entrance to the teleportation array, trapping you here for eternity? Swish. It was evident that after He Yuan's words, Su Ziyang's expression shifted abruptly. Coldly, he shot He Yuan a glare before turning on his heel and striding away. Once Su Ziyang's figure vanished into the depths of a dense thicket, the voice of the 10,000 Poisons avatar suddenly resonated, saying, This small world is rich with heavenly materials. I can sense the fragrance of honeysuckle. Search diligently in the northeast direction. You may find something of value. Honeysuckle? A flicker of joy surged within He Yuan. This was an essential material for crafting the Wanling body. If he could procure it within this small world, it would mean he had already acquired 2 of the 5 necessary ingredients. Without hesitation, He Yuan activated his movement technique and hurried in the direction indicated by the 10,000 Poisons avatar. Soon, he discovered a small patch of honeysuckle blooming with both golden and silver flowers on the shaded side of a hill. He estimated that there were at least 20 plants in that area, sufficient for his body refinement needs. After harvesting all the honeysuckle, he carefully placed them in a silver vessel to preserve their medicinal properties. Just as He Yuan turned around, he noticed Yu Xiaoxiao, disguised as an herbalist, standing not far behind him, arms crossed and a teasing smile playing on her lips. He Yuan was taken aback. And before he could utter more than a single word, she beckoned him mysteriously and whispered, Just now, I saw your Su Shixiang taking one of the junior sisters into the nearby thicket. It looked like he was up to no good. Junior sister? Could it be Su Jiner? Chapter 27. Disturbing a good thing. He Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Although he felt no particular affection for the quirky little junior sister Su Jiner, he was reluctant to witness her losing her virtue at the hands of Su Ziyang. That two-faced green TBTCH. Without much hesitation, he stealthily followed Yu Xiaoxiao towards the dense forest nearby. Upon arrival, He Yuan indeed spotted Su Ziyang half kneeling in a patch of grass, with a woman in a green dress lying before him. Her face was obscured by Su Ziyang's back, making it impossible to discern her features. However, judging by her figure and attire, she bore some resemblance to Su Jiner. Could it truly be Su Jiner? He recalled their last encounter on Yunhai Peak when Su Jiner sought his guidance on the 5 elements breathing technique. He had noticed Su Ziyang's gaze lingering on her departing silhouette, imbued with a hint of lewdness. Could it be that this scoundrel could no longer restrain his desires and intended to claim Su Jiner's innocence in this little world? He Yuan frowned. As he pondered whether to remain and observe or to thwart Su Ziyang's intentions, he suddenly heard the green-dressed woman, currently being manhandled by Su Ziyang, gasp, Junior brother Su. Please, honestly tell senior sister Jiao, do you prefer little junior sister more, or do you favor senior sister Jiao? As she spoke, it was evident that Su Ziyang had touched her in a sensitive area, eliciting a moan that stirred the blood. Not Su Jiner. Strangely, upon realizing that the woman suffering at Su Ziyang's hands was not Su Jiner, He Yuan felt an inexplicable sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because he did not wish to see the heroines from Sword Immortal fall prey to the hypocritical Su Green Tea. He comforted himself with this thought. He had a vague recollection of senior sister Jiao, having seen her during a gathering called by the spirit Meow Fairy at the training ground. She had stood not far from him. He remembered her appearance as rather unremarkable, with a face adorned with numerous freckles, yet her figure was exceptional. According to the original storyline, a woman like her would have no chance of getting close to Su Ziyang, the destined son of fate. However, due to He Yuan's presence, the likes of Ling Miao, Su Miaojin, Su Jiner, and Yu Xiaoxiao, who were supposed to be enamored with Su Ziyang, had opted to distance themselves from him, thus granting senior sister Jiao this opportunity. In response to the question posed by senior sister Jiao, Su Ziyang remained silent. Instead, he engaged in an intense kiss and deep caress with her. It was evident that the situation was spiraling out of control. At that moment, He Yuan clearly observed a wicked black aura suddenly manifesting on Su Ziyang's forehead. In an instant, the gaze of this destined protagonist of Sword Immortal turned lewd. What is this? Beside He Yuan, Yu Xiaoxiao, who was covertly observing the scene, also noticed the shift. Perhaps it was due to the provocative actions between Su Ziyang and senior sister Jiao. Or perhaps it was the influence of the lewd aura emanating from Su Ziyang's countenance that caused her cheeks to flush. Why does he exude such an evil aura? she inquired, bewildered. In response, He Yuan cast her a fleeting glance and remarked, if I am not mistaken, this should be a dual cultivation secret technique practiced by senior brother Su. Internally, he thought, you Xiao, should consider yourself fortunate. If it weren't for me, you would likely be the one beneath our senior brother Su, subjected to his fervent advances. Given the wicked black aura that had just emerged from Su Xiang's eyes, it was likely that this dual cultivation technique was far from honorable. Xiao could distinctly hear her own heart racing. If earlier she had thought that He Yuan's criticisms of her were merely baseless conjectures, she now had no doubt about his insights. Indeed, had she not overheard He Yuan's thoughts, she might have found herself beside Su Xiang at this moment, reflecting on the seductive aura that had radiated from Su Xiang's gaze. Xiao could not guarantee her own composure in facing him, and should her resolve falter, the only outcome awaiting her would be to lose herself to Su Xiang. Unbeknownst to her, a cold sweat broke out across Xiao's brow. Ahead, Su Xiang and senior sister Jiao had reached a stage of candid interaction, and the next step would surely lead to physical intimacy. Xiao, being an innocent girl, could hardly remain calm while witnessing such inappropriate scenes, especially with He Yuan, a man, beside her. At that moment, she tugged at He Yuan's sleeve and whispered, you wouldn't actually intend to keep watching this, would you? He Yuan shrugged, feigning the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. They're just some cliché positions, nothing worth learning. With that, he turned to leave. Yet before departing, he suddenly kicked a towering tree with all his might. Crack! With a resounding snap, the tree began to topple towards Su Xiang and senior sister Jiao, but He Yuan's kick had been precisely calculated, leaving a layer of bark intact to prevent the entire trunk from crashing down upon them. After all, he bore no deep-seated grudge against senior sister Jiao and had no desire to endanger her life. Nevertheless, a minor punishment was still warranted, although the trunk did not fall. Leaves cascaded down like raindrops, showering the two below. With such a disturbance, Su Xiang lost all interest in continuing his intimate encounter with senior sister Jiao. He abruptly snatched a nearby garment to cover them both, nearly roaring, damn it, who is it? However, when he turned to look, He Yuan and Xiao had already vanished without a trace. The two had sprinted nearly 5 miles before finally slowing their pace. Then, unable to contain herself any longer, Xiao burst into laughter, tears nearly streaming down her face. After a considerable time, she regained her composure and, pointing at He Yuan with a peculiar expression, remarked, you are truly wicked. You disrupted senior brother Su's good fortune like that. Aren't you afraid he'll come after you later? He Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. My conflict with Su Xiang is not a recent development. If this frightens him into impotence, it will save other innocent women from his clutches. Chapter 28, Confessional. Xiao cast a sidelong glance at He Yuan, a smile lingering on her lips, and remarked, yet I have heard that within the 10,000 Immortals sect, it is you, He Yuan, who is the most extravagant, lecherous, and frivolous scion, utterly lacking in scholarly pursuits. Ahem. He Yuan cleared his throat twice and replied, such notions about me are mere misunderstandings. As the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. Initially, I did indulge in some reckless behavior and paid little heed to my virtuous image before the female disciples of the sect. As these tales proliferated, I became unjustly branded as a lecherous rogue who bullied both men and women. Is that so? Xiao clearly found He Yuan's explanation hard to believe. However, her curiosity about her ability to hear his innermost thoughts was piqued. She then shifted the conversation, deliberately probing, have you, brother He, visited this spirit spring town before? Otherwise, how could you be so familiar with the location of the ancient adept's teleportation array? Upon hearing Xiao's words, He Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. He had yet to interrogate this remnant of the sword sect, who had once annihilated a small faction, yet she was already questioning him. Nonchalantly, he replied, the blood python that your junior sisters vanquished hails from Spirit Spring Mountain. With such a creature around, ordinary mortals would scarcely dare to venture into the mountain's depths to gather herbs. So, is Miss Zhao's claim of being a herbalist from the heart of Spirit Spring Mountain merely a deceitful charade? Suddenly recalling something, he scrutinized Xiao from head to toe and said, could it be that even your name, Miss Xiao, is a fabrication? Xiao. She felt an urge to retort angrily at He Yuan, questioning whether he truly believed her name was Xiao Yuer and whether she was indeed from the depths of Spirit Spring Mountain. Surely he was not so oblivious. She realized he was trying to divert her attention from the pressing issue, preventing her from pursuing that line of questioning any further. With that thought, she refrained from pressing He Yuan further, fearing that excessive words might reveal her secret of eavesdropping on his thoughts. Instead, she forced a smile and pretended not to have heard him, saying, by the way, I noticed you collected quite a bit of honeysuckle earlier. Might you spare a few stalks for this humble girl? I can trade you with spirit stones or magical artifacts. He Yuan chuckled coldly to himself. It seems this viper, has completely abandoned her pretense. Spirit stones and magical artifacts, are those items typically possessed by mere herbalists? Yet why does she desire honeysuckle? Could it be that she too wishes to forge a body of myriad spirits? No, even with honeysuckle, she lacks the soul of a 9-live spirit cat. Moreover, the other materials are even rarer. As he pondered, he casually remarked, I could part with a few stalks, but as the son of a sect leader in the 10,000 Immortals sect, I naturally lack for spirit stones. As for magical artifacts, ordinary ones hardly catch my eye. His implication was clear. He wished to see what Xiao could offer in return. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to He Yuan, a tempest brewed within Xiao's heart. The body of myriad spirits. the son of the 10,000 immortals sect leader before her aspired to forge a body of myriad spirits. As the daughter of Ubadian, the last sect leader of the sword sect, she was acutely aware of the existence of such a legendary physique, hailed as the foremost spiritual body in the world. Throughout history, those who possess such a constitution invariably ascended to become formidable sovereigns, not to mention the last owner of the body of myriad spirits. The elder of 10,000 poisons, who reigned supreme in the Tianyuan continent a millennium ago, he nearly attained ascension to true immortality. Should he Yuan truly succeed in forging a body of myriad spirits, one could only imagine the heights he might reach. Contemplating this, Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly bit her cherry-red lip and said, "Not long ago, I was ambushed and poisoned by a crimson serpent. I seek honeysuckle to utilize its sap to refine the residual toxins within me, hoping to swiftly restore my former cultivation. However, I cannot ascertain its effectiveness." But, at this point, she raised her delicate chin, her gaze firmly fixed on He Yuan as if she had made a momentous resolution, saying, "If you, Taoist He, can assist me in expelling the serpent's poison, I would be willing to exchange a terrestrial-level sword manual. In this world of sword immortals, cultivation manuals are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The terrestrial-level sword manual Yu Xiaoxiao mentioned is second only to the heavenly grade and is undoubtedly a treasure in the Tianyuan continent. He Yuan immediately thought of the 9 heavens grasping the moon sword technique that Yu Xiaoxiao had seized from the hidden sword pavilion. However, the thought of cultivating a manual obtained through the annihilation of a small sect made him feel deeply uncomfortable. Seemingly sensing He Yuan's thoughts, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had already eavesdropped on his inner musings, explained, "My surname is Yu, and my given name is Xiaoxiao. My father was the last sect leader of the sword sect. Ubadian, I believe you have heard that I recently slaughtered all 167 members of the hidden sword pavilion and seized the ancient sword manual. 9 heavens grasping the moon sword technique from them." He Yuan scratched his nose, noncommittal. Observing his reaction, Yu Xiaoxiao paid no heed to He Yuan's attitude and continued, "Just as you mentioned, brother He, when 3 people spread a rumor, the truth can often be distorted. In fact, that 9 heavens grasping the moon sword technique originally belonged to my sword sect. Unfortunately, my father, in his misguided ways, was besieged by righteous forces, leading to the collapse of the sect. Many unscrupulous individuals took advantage of the chaos to invade our archives and steal numerous superior techniques. The 9 heavens grasping the moon sword technique was snatched by that old rogue, Wang Song, the founder of the hidden sword pavilion, who used it to establish his own sect and recruit disciples. Later, I ventured to the hidden sword pavilion, revealing my identity and requesting the return of my sect's relics. However, those shameless rascals not only refused to return the manual but also attempted to lay hands on me. Enraged, I ultimately resorted to violence. Yet the 9 heavens grasping the moon sword technique is a terrestrial-level technique, and those lacking the requisite talent find it nearly impossible to grasp its essence. Even if Wang Song acquired the manual, he would merely scratch the surface. His disciples are nothing but a bunch of useless gluttons. Chapter 29, The Teen Maiden's Redemption? The truth behind Yu Xiaoxiao's massacre of 167 individuals within the sword hidden pavilion is astonishingly linked to this. He Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Although he remained uncertain about the authenticity of the claims made by the last descendant of the sword sect's final patriarch, one thing was clear: in the original narrative of Sword Immortal, she was indeed absolved by Su Ziyang, despite her failure to witness the grand conclusion. Her character left little room for criticism. He Yuan's unfavorable impression of her stemmed from the fact that her existence in the original text led to unprecedented turmoil for Yu Hai Peak. Subsequently, when Yu Xiaoxiao's true identity was revealed, Yin Hai Peak and the entire Wanxian sect became the target of scorn from other sects across the Tianyuan continent. Some cultivators who had once been on amicable terms with the former leader of the sword hidden pavilion, Wang Song, even banded together to confront Yu Hai Peak, seeking an explanation from the ethereal fairy Ling Yao. The outcome was chaos, as numerous malevolent cultivators and demonic entities infiltrated during the turmoil at the Wanxian sect. This ultimately sparked the largest conflict between righteous and evil factions in millennia, erupting within the Wanxian sect. In that battle, countless disciples below the foundation establishment stage, including those from Yu Hai Peak, suffered grievous losses. Had it not been for Fairy Ling Miao's timely use of secret techniques to forcibly transport Su Jin and Su Miaojin out of Yu Hai Peak, it is likely that all female disciples within would have met their demise. The consequence of her employing such secret arts was that for nearly a century thereafter, her cultivation remained stagnant at the 9th tier of the Golden Core stage, making no progress. It wasn't until Su Ziyang forged the Wanling body and advanced rapidly that he was able to cleanse her marrow and refine her body, allowing her to break through her bottleneck and ascend to the nascent soul stage. Of course, these events are mere afterthoughts. At this moment, facing the remnant of the sword sect, which nearly led Yu Hai Peak to utter destruction and toppled the Wanxian sect from its revered position within the Tianyuan continent, He Yuan found himself beset by profound reflections. Perhaps the truth is indeed as Yu Xiaoxiao has articulated. The 9 heavens moon-catching sword technique originally belonged to the sword sect. But following its demise, petty individuals like Wang Song coveted its treasures, secretly infiltrating the sword sect's library to steal the sword manual. Subsequently, when Yu Xiaoxiao sought the sword manual from the sword hidden pavilion, she was met with rejection and humiliation from its disciples. Nevertheless, such provocations do not justify her ruthless retaliation resulting in the slaughter of over 100 lives. He Yuan had always kept a respectful distance from women of such cruelty. This was precisely why he had suggested that Yu Xiaoxiao remain in the sacred grounds of the Wanstand sect's rear mountain. With a swift motion, He Yuan retrieved a silver vessel containing honeysuckle from his robe, taking 5 sprigs and placing them into Yu Xiaoxiao's palm, stating, "While I have no interest in your 9 heavens mood catching sword technique, I hope to secure a promise from you, Miss Yu." Yu Xiaoxiao, intrigued by He Yuan's indifference towards even a low-tier sword manual, inquired further, "What kind of promise does brother he seek from me?" He Yuan replied with calm composure, "If circumstances permit, I would like you to personally lead me to the Taowu sword tomb of your sword sect." "The Taowu sword tomb of my sword sect?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao's delicate brows knitted together, her gaze piercing into He Yuan. "Surely your objective is the legendary sword that slays immortals, is it not?" "Indeed." He Yuan affirmed. Before the last patriarch, Yu Batian, ascended to power, the sword sect maintained its prominence for millennia due to that ancient immortal artifact, the sword that slays immortals. Regrettably, 20 years ago, Yu Batian's misguided actions, in collusion with demonic forces, led to the sword sect being besieged by righteous cultivators, resulting in catastrophic damage to the sword that slays immortals. Ultimately, its spirit was destroyed, and the blade shattered into several pieces, falling into the Taowu sword tomb. Fortunately, the exterior of the Taowu sword tomb is laden with intricate mechanisms, requiring knowledge of their inner workings to unlock it. In the 2 decades since the sword sect's fall, numerous petty individuals have attempted to breach the tomb in search of the sword that slays immortals. Among them were those of lesser cultivation, such as chi refinement or foundation establishment stages, as well as formidable golden core and even nascent soul cultivators. Yet, without exception, they all met their demise within the traps and mechanisms. It is said that only the patriarchs of the sword sect are privy to the secrets of these mechanisms. Thus, across the entire Tianyuan continent, only the successive patriarchs of the sword sect could navigate the Taowu sword tomb safely. He Yuan did not conceal his intentions, nodding solemnly. "Indeed, the sword that slays immortals has lost its spirit and is now in 5 fragments, having effectively lost its power as an immortal weapon, remaining within the Taowu sword tomb as mere decoration. The crux of the matter is this." He shrugged. "Your sword sect has been extinct for precisely 20 years. It is unlikely anyone remains who can command this immortal weapon. Should I, He Yuan, succeed in subduing it, it would relieve your sect of a significant burden." Yu Xiaoxiao refrained from expressing her opinion, instead narrowing her alluring eyes, scrutinizing him. "I am merely curious. How did you ascertain that I possess knowledge of the internal mechanisms of the Taowu sword tomb? Is it not due to your venomous nature leading you to bring along your companion, Su Lian, who successfully infiltrated the Taowu sword tomb and acquired the 5 fragments of the sword that slays immortals?" Of course, He Yuan merely pondered this thought internally, refraining from voicing it aloud. Instead, he maintained a serious facade. "Just a guess." Yu Xiaoxiao, perceptive to He Yuan's unspoken thoughts, raised an eyebrow in surprise. She wondered why He Yuan was so certain that she would lead Su Ziyang into the Taowu sword tomb to retrieve the sword. Did he truly possess knowledge of the subsequent narrative developments between herself and Su Ziyang? While contemplating this, she feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "A guess?" He Yuan nodded earnestly. "Of course, your father, being the last patriarch of the sword sect, would have been aware that should anything befall him, the secret of entering the Taowu sword tomb would perish with him. Thus, I dare to speculate that for the sake of your sect's millennia-long legacy, your father would have sought every means to pass this secret to his descendants." At this juncture, he fixed his gaze intently on Yu Xiaoxiao, "And you, as your father's sole offspring, are the most likely individual to have access to the secret." Under He Yuan's unwavering gaze, even Yu Xiaoxiao, who was indeed a realm above him in cultivation, felt the weight of his scrutiny. After a brief moment, she shrugged her shoulders and conceded, "Fine, you win. I shall grant you this promise." However, she abruptly shifted the direction of the conversation. Chapter 30. "Allow me to be your sugar daddy?" He Yuan was well aware that this woman would not easily acquiesce. Thus, he spoke with a hint of nonchalance. "But what is it?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao raised her delicate brows, her gaze laced with playful intrigue as she replied, "Previously, I accepted your proposal, He Yuan, and after joining your sect, I chose to temporarily reside in the forbidden area at the back of your Wanxian sect. However, I require you to visit me at the back mountain on the 15th of every month to alleviate my solitude." "What? You want me to be your sugar daddy?" He Yuan couldn't help but inwardly scoff, while his brow furrowed slightly as he said, "Our Wanxian sect has a rule that, aside from the sect master, disciples are not permitted to enter the forbidden area at the back mountain without permission." Though she was unaware of the term sugar daddy, Yu Xiaoxiao understood it was likely not a flattering title. She shrugged and smirked. "Coincidentally, my sword sect has a similar rule, except for the sect master. Disciples are forbidden from entering the Taowu sword tomb." "Blast it." He Yuan cursed silently, thinking, your sword sect has been extinct for over 20 years. What good is adhering to its rules now? Naturally, he would never voice such thoughts in front of Yu Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, he feared her embarrassment would lead her to storm off, leaving him with no opportunity to negotiate further. However, the current situation was clear. Yu Xiaoxiao had laid her cards on the table, and if he did not agree to her terms, she would not fulfill her promise to allow him entry into the Taowu sword tomb. After a moment of contemplation, he clenched his teeth and nodded. "All right, I agree." Meanwhile, he grumbled internally. "Once I use you to gain access to the sword of slaying immortals, I will promptly persuade that old man to create an opportunity for you and Su Lu to be alone. At that point, if you two hit it off, You will no longer pester me. Hearing his thoughts, Yu Xiaoxiao's delicate brows furrowed momentarily. The next instant, she cast a sidelong glance at He Yuan. A subtle yet alluring smile gracing her lips as she mused. Oh, He Yuan, you have piqued my interest greatly. It will not be so easy for you to shake me off now. I can grant you the sword of slaying immortals. The moon-grasping sword technique as well. Even the treasures left behind by my sword sect can be yours. But you, He Yuan, must be mine. Unbeknownst to He Yuan, in that brief moment, Yu Xiaoxiao had firmly resolved to employ every means at her disposal to make him fall for her. With their transaction established, Yu Xiaoxiao, eager to consume honeysuckle to dispel the residual poison within her body, ceased to trouble He Yuan. Instead, she sought out an open space, set up a simple gathering array, and began her meditation. This little world possessed abundant spiritual energy, making it an ideal sanctuary for healing and refining one's body. Seeing this, He Yuan also found a tranquil spot. Following the guidance of the poisonous avatar, he extracted a stalk of honeysuckle from the silver vessel and utilized flames to refine it, resulting in a pure and untainted medicinal liquid which he consumed. He then harnessed the rich spiritual energy of this realm to temper his physique. An hour is neither particularly long nor short. When he heard the gathering signal initiated by Su Miaojin, He Yuan promptly opened his eyes. To his surprise, after refining with a stalk of honeysuckle, he noticed that his senses, sight, hearing, smell, and touch, were significantly heightened. His hands appeared noticeably fairer, and even in the sunlight, he could clearly see the faint blue veins beneath his skin. This was merely the effect of one stalk, after refining a total of 49 stalks. His body would undergo a true metamorphosis. The poisonous avatar's voice echoed in his mind. Remember, the first thing you must do each morning is consume the honeysuckle elixir and utilize the morning light to temper your physique. Only after 49 days of this practice will you be ready to strengthen your body. He Yuan solemnly nodded in agreement. However, when he thought of the 9-pattern stone, he realized he had no news about it. That is not urgent. The poisonous avatar replied nonchalantly. The 9-pattern stone is a crystal formed from 9 types of terrain over the course of 90,000 years. It embodies the essence of the heavens and earth and is difficult to find. However, I happen to know of a location that possesses one. Yet, with your current cultivation, attempting to retrieve it would be tantamount to courting death. It is best to wait until you solidify your foundation. Hearing this, He Yuan's anxious heart finally settled. He then heard Su Miaojin signal a second time, clearly urging those who had yet to arrive to hasten to the gathering point. Without further hesitation, He Yuan swiftly made his way to the agreed-upon location. Upon arrival, he discovered that everyone had already assembled and was awaiting his presence. Upon seeing He Yuan, it was evident that the senior sister from High Peak, Su Miaojin, sighed in relief. It seems that in this hour, you all have made considerable gains. This also confirms that the little world you discovered, Hishidi, is indeed quite safe. However, she abruptly shifted her tone to prevent our master from worrying about our safety. We must depart swiftly. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes turned to He Yuan. Hishidi, since you were able to locate the entrance to this little world, you must also know how to exit, correct? He Yuan nodded. Actually, exiting this little world is not difficult. The exit lies beneath our feet. Under our feet? Upon hearing this, everyone, including Su Miaojin, instinctively looked down at the ground. They observed that the land beneath them was level and smooth, without a single pit or mound in sight. Confusion etched their faces. Su Xiang coldly smiled at He Yuan, saying, Hishidi, you know we are all entering this little world for the first time. Why must you play cryptic games with us? Is it to appear knowledgeable and garner the admiration of your fellow disciples? Who do you think you are? He Yuan nearly blurted out in frustration. But just as he was about to respond, the 9th senior sister, standing beside Su Xiang, interjected with a toss of her hair. Casting a flirtatious glance at the destined protagonist of the Sword Immortal, Su Shidi, you are absolutely right. This fellow has not changed his frivolous nature, attempting to attract our attention with base tricks. How utterly repugnant. Chapter 31. The desire for comfort. Nay, when have I ever shown interest in a plain girl of your appearance? The original owner of this body has always set his sights on the likes of Su Jiner, Su Miaojin, and the enchanting Ling Miao. He Yuan's gaze flitted between Su Xiang and the 9th senior sister, and upon noticing the unmistakable glimmer of infatuation in her eyes as she gazed at the destined protagonist of the Sword Immortal, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Could it be that after he and the treacherous woman had departed, this pair of insipid lovers had carelessly entangled themselves together? With this thought, his expression turned peculiar as he glanced at the two once more. Enough. At this moment, it was Su Miaojin who could no longer hold her tongue. Her delicate face darkened as she declared, as disciples of High Peak, we ought to unite in mutual support. Such blatant insults shall not be tolerated a second time. Seeing Su Miaojin, the esteemed senior sister of High Peak, lose her temper, the 9th senior sister instinctively stuck out her tongue, refraining from uttering another word. Oh? He Yuan cast a curious sidelong glance at Su Miaojin, pondering. Who would have thought this seemingly petite girl possessed such an assertive side? Am I, for once, being shielded by a strong woman? Bah. Su Miaojin, catching wind of He Yuan's inner musings, felt an inexplicable flush rise to her cheeks, and she did not hesitate to roll her eyes at him. Though she was unaware of the term kept man, she could surmise his intent from the context. Initially, she believed he had changed for the better, but it appeared he was, in fact, irredeemably debauched. However, there was little point in dwelling on it. Before she had overheard He Yuan's thoughts, his flirtatious demeanor had genuinely disgusted her. Yet now, with the ability to eavesdrop on his inner voice, she found him less repugnant than before. In fact, his somewhat teasing internal monologue even quickened her heartbeat. Su Miaojin, what nonsense are you entertaining? But soon enough, she chastised herself within her heart, striving to regain her composure. Little did she know, as she stepped forward to assist He Yuan and cast him an exasperated glance. Su Xiong's expression darkened, nearly resembling a burnt pancake. Why has my senior sister suddenly become so amiable towards this scoundrel? That playful eye roll. She has never bestowed upon me. This thought ignited a fierce resentment within Su Xiong, feeling as though a cherished aspect of his senior sister, which should have belonged to him, had been claimed by the detestable He Yuan. Consequently, the next moment, his gaze towards He Yuan was laced with even greater fury and jealousy. The sudden envy radiating from Su Xiong left He Yuan perplexed. He couldn't help but internally scoff. Wait, it's you, Su the Green Tea, who mocked me, while it was the senior sister who resolved my predicament. I did nothing. So why direct your ire at me? Of course, at that moment, he had little time to engage in a rivalry with Su Xiong. After all, Su Miaojin and the other senior sisters were eagerly awaiting him to reveal the entrance to the teleportation array so they could swiftly return to Yuhai Peak. He had previously informed Su Miaojin and the others that the exit from the small world lay beneath their feet, and his words were not merely for show, as the truth indeed upheld this claim. Thus, He Yuan quietly approached the center of the group, where he found a small indentation no larger than a palm and about an inch deep. This subtle depression was easily overlooked, unless one were to scrutinize the surroundings closely. They would mistake it for a faint footprint. He Yuan extended his right hand and pressed gently upon the indentation. Crack! In the next instant, a jarring sound akin to the shattering of an object resonated beneath the ground. They suddenly felt the earth beneath their feet begin to sink. The descent was gradual, causing minimal alarm among the already skilled disciples of Yuhai Peak, many of whom curiously observed the shifting environment. Before long, they realized they were situated within a massive pit, approximately 10 feet deep. Surrounding them emerged a colossal barrier resembling rippling water. Su Miaojin, having reached the third stage of foundation establishment, immediately sensed the immense power of the formation contained within this barrier. Her expression betrayed her astonishment as she remarked, considering the age of this small world. That ancient powerhouse must have perished at least tens of thousands of years ago. I never imagined the teleportation array he left behind would possess such formidable power. I can hardly fathom the level he achieved in life. Indeed, the ancient powerhouse who established the teleportation array leading into this small world was truly a true immortal. Surpassing even the likes of Du He Yuan had only come to understand this through the latter part of the Sword Immortal's narrative. Additionally, this immortal had some connection to Su Xiong. In the original plot of Sword Immortal, this figure had even aided Su Xiong on several occasions. Alas, it must be said, Su Xiong, this destined protagonist, truly leads a charmed life. Aside from enduring a harsh ordeal at the hands of the antagonist in the early stages, he subsequently sailed through both cultivation and courtship, effortlessly ascending to the pinnacle of the Tianyuan continent. Amidst these reflections, He Yuan suddenly sensed the teleportation array beneath his feet activate instantaneously. An unmatched force of spatial energy surged forth, whisking away nearly 100 of them from this small world in an instant. When they regained their senses, they discovered they had arrived atop a hill not far from Lingquan Town. This hill lay between the headquarters of the Wanxian sect and Lingquan Town, serving as a necessary passage for their return to Yuhai Peak. At that moment, they were taken aback to find a multitude of serpent corpses strewn between the hill and the town's entrance. The crimson blood of the snakes had transformed the ground into a shocking river of blood. In that instant, Su Miaojin recalled He Yuan's earlier revelation. The entire town had long been besieged by countless venomous snakes. Chapter 32. The spirit fairies doubt indeed, as He Yuan had expressed. The quaint town of Lingquan was encircled by millions of venomous serpents. Had they not heeded his counsel to utilize the ancient teleportation array left by a formidable being to enter the small world and evade the wrath of the great demon, they likely would have been swiftly driven back into the town by these serpents. Remaining within the town, they, as disciples of Yun Haifeng with their cultivation, would undoubtedly have become the prime targets for the demon's vicious onslaught. After all, it was the offspring of that demon, the blood python, that had met its demise at their hands. Reflecting on this, Su Miaojin cast a grateful glance towards He Yuan, relieved that she had trusted the voice of this young scion and led everyone to seek refuge in that small world. Otherwise, she could hardly fathom the grim fate that awaited them at the hands of the demon. Miaojin? Suddenly, a voice filled with delight echoed from the heavens. In the next moment, the ethereal spirit fairy, clad in a flowing azure gown, descended gracefully, riding upon a blue sword as she soared towards the group. Master! The disciples rejoiced at the sight of the spirit fairy, hastily greeting her with respectful gestures. Upon landing, the fairy, with her exquisite countenance, rarely adorned with a gentle smile, spoke. When I witnessed that vile creature, the Bai, rampaging through Lingquan, I was greatly concerned for your safety. Luckily, Elder Qin arrived just in time to halt the creature's savage slaughter of the townsfolk. Regrettably, by the time I arrived, you had already vanished. To prevent this Bai from harming more innocent lives, I had to join forces with Elder Qin to seriously wound it before I could search for your whereabouts. I have circled the town 3 times, yet I found no trace of you. At last, I am relieved to see you all safe upon this hill. Su Miaojin hurriedly stepped forward to recount how they had, upon seeing the demon's malevolent presence, promptly followed He Yuan's suggestion to locate the ancient teleportation array, entering the small world to escape the impending doom. Her account, though devoid of embellishments, struck the spirit fairy's ears like an extraordinary tale spun by a storyteller. A young scion, basking in the legacy of his forebears, fortuitously discovering the ancient teleportation array in Lingwan, and skillfully guiding the disciples of Yunhafeng into the realm left by the ancient being, seemed almost too fantastical to be true. The spirit fairy raised a delicate brow, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan. However, with many disciples present, she refrained from inquiring about his remarkable knowledge, instead stating casually, "Time is of the essence. Let us take a brief respite before we return to Yunhafeng." Half an hour later, under the guidance of the spirit fairy, they safely arrived at the Wanshan sect. During the journey, Su Miaojin briefly introduced Yu Xiaoxiao's background, fabricating a tale of a herb-gathering maiden as concocted by Su Xiang. After all, it would be inappropriate to reveal that Yu Xiaoxiao was the illegitimate daughter of the last sword sect leader, Yu Batian, thus indirectly disclosing to He Yuan her ability to overhear his thoughts. The spirit fairy, seemingly preoccupied with her own thoughts, displayed no signs of doubt regarding Yu Xiaoxiao's identity. Upon reaching Yunhafeng, the disciples, having endured the harrowing encounter with the demon, were too weary to ponder the results of the inner sect examination. Therefore, the spirit fairy decided to announce the rewards for the examination at the morning assembly, instructing the disciples to return to their abodes to rest. As for Yu Xiaoxiao, she was temporarily arranged to stay at Yunhafeng for the night. At Qinglan Mountain, in a secluded bamboo cottage, the spirit fairy retained He Yuan for a private conversation. In this moment, devoid of others, she no longer concealed her skepticism, fixing her gaze upon him with unwavering intensity, and remarked, "He Yuan, I recall that Lingwan should be your first visit, is it not?" Ahem. He Yuan cleared his throat, attempting to mask his embarrassment, and replied, "Indeed. It is my first visit." The spirit fairy, as the leader of one of the 12 peaks of the Wanshan sect, had lived nearly a century, achieving a cultivation level comparable to his father, He Wangxing, at the 9th stage of Jinan. To lie in the presence of such a formidable figure would be folly. Thus, the spirit fairy's gaze sharpened as she stated, "You, He Yuan, are an astute individual and must understand what I wish to inquire of you." Hearing this, He Yuan could not suppress a wry smile within, lamenting, "I knew this would incite your suspicion, elder. Alas, who would have thought I would inadvertently know that the small world was intended for Su Xiang, that green tea bitch, to ascend?" Sighing inwardly, he reflected on how, given the urgency of the situation, had he not activated the teleportation array, his precious disciples, Su Jiner, Su Miaojin, and others, would have perished. Suddenly, sensing He Yuan's unspoken thoughts, the spirit fairy's demeanor turned frosty, her enchanting visage now a mask of icy resolve. Had it not been for the fact that He Yuan had indeed rescued her disciples, she might have been tempted to strike him down the mountainside. Then, He Yuan, with a forced chuckle, explained, "In truth, the ancient teleportation array within the chaotic grave of Lingwan, and the small world it connects to, were divulged to me by my father. He, knowing I would be attending the inner sect examination at Lingwan, grew concerned for my safety and informed me of this sanctuary." The spirit fairy, however, found his words utterly unconvincing. Yet, upon hearing He Yuan invoke his father as a shield, she surprisingly refrained from pressing further, shifting the subject abruptly. Chapter 33, Expired Elixirs? Before him stood the most exquisite beauty of the Wanshan sect, her enchanting gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. She cast a fleeting glance his way and casually remarked, "Do you recall, He Yuan, when you initially resolved to join my Yunhafeng, it was under the banner of conquering your master, as well as the illustrious maid Jean and Jean Eyre, was it not?" He Yuan nearly choked on his own saliva at her words. No. The bold claims he had made about intending to conquer the mistress of Yunhafeng and her 2 treasured disciples were now laid bare before him by this ethereal fairy. Was it truly appropriate for her to voice such things in his presence? Even if she felt no embarrassment, he certainly did. He was no longer the foolish second-generation disciple of the Wanshan sect, naive enough to believe that joining Yunhafeng would grant him favor with its 3 most outstanding blossoms. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. The 3 esteemed beauties of Yunhafeng had standards so lofty that only the destined protagonist Su Xiang had ever caught their attention throughout the entire narrative of Sword Immortal. As for other promising young talents, including the foremost heirs of ancient clans, the scions of major sects, and even those of noble bloodlines among the demon races, they had all been disregarded by them. Alas, you, Ling Miao, with your lofty ideals, could hardly spare a glance for someone like me, a mere wastrel relying on the strength of a powerful father. While He Yuan silently lamented, he forced a chuckle and said, "Well, at that time, I must have consumed an expired elixir, which caused a bit of confusion in my head, leading to some nonsensical remarks. Ahem, please do not take it to heart, master." Hee. Upon hearing He Yuan's words, Ling Miao could not help but smirk inwardly, thinking, so, he refrains from calling me an old hag now, and here he is, pretending to exhibit courtesy by referring to me as you. This address of master sounds rather sweet. As she pondered this, the beautiful head of Yunhafeng slightly raised her gaze, her eyes now imbued with a scrutinizing essence. He Yuan was acutely aware of how flimsy his excuse was, yet he understood that with Ling Miao's profound cultivation, even the most seamless of justifications would fail to elude her keen perception. Thus, our seasoned second-generation scion of the Wanshan sect decided to abandon all pretense. Surprisingly, this approach yielded unexpectedly favorable results. Noticing his nonchalant demeanor, as if he could not be bothered to concoct a lie, Ling Miao discerned that further probing would yield no truth from He Yuan. Thus, she wisely chose to change the subject, gently raising her elegant brows and stating, "Indeed, consuming too many expired elixirs is perilous. You are fortunate that you only muddled your mind. Those who suffer more severely can even meet their demise. Very well. Just be cautious moving forward." Having brushed off He Yuan in this manner, she continued, "The reason I have summoned you is that I intend to accompany your senior brother Su to a certain island in Tianhai to investigate whether there exists a trace of the dragon clan. You shall accompany us." This was a statement, not a question. In other words, the proud female leader of Yun Haifeng had issued an order, leaving He Yuan with no opportunity for refusal. He Yuan, as the newly appointed disciple of Ling Miao, he had no choice but to comply with his master's directive. Moreover, her words had revealed a crucial piece of information, a journey to Tianhai Island to seek the essence of the dragon clan. The dragon clan? Would this provide him with the material needed to awaken his spirit body, namely, the elusive dragon's saliva? Perhaps accompanying Ling Miao to that island would yield fruitful results. Alas, it was unfortunate that the presence of Su Ziong, that bothersome green tea bitch, would accompany them. As for Ling Miao, it seemed her intention in retaining He Yuan was solely to inform him of the plan to journey with Su Ziong to a specific island in Tianhai. Having achieved her objective, she did not linger further. With a graceful twist of her waist, her azure robe and hair flowing in the breeze, Ling Miao ascended on her sword, heading directly to her exclusive cave abode. Seeing this, He Yuan ceased to focus on the fading silhouette of Ling Miao and instead made his way toward his own cave. Presently, he was eager to elevate his cultivation to the foundation building stage, after which he intended to visit the mysterious location indicated by the one poison clone to acquire the 9 pattern stone. This would bring him a step closer to successfully forging his spirit body. Inside his cave, He Yuan sat cross-legged on a mat, practicing the 5 elements breathing technique, circulating the spiritual energy within him repeatedly along his meridians. Having previously experienced the breakthrough in just 3 short hours, he found himself much more adept at this foundational technique of Yun Haifeng during this practice. Furthermore, possibly due to the prior consumption of the honeysuckle elixir, the vortex of spiritual energy swirling above He Yuan's head was noticeably larger and denser than before. As a result, Su Ziong, who was also meditating next door, could distinctly feel the surrounding spiritual energy diminishing. Su Ziong's eyes flew open, his brows furrowing slightly before he rose to his feet. He leapt onto the roof of his cave, prepared to survey the area and discern the cause of the anomaly in this mountainous region. After all, each of the 12 peaks of the Wanxian sect had been meticulously selected for their abundant spiritual energy. Moreover, these peaks had been arranged into gathering formations by the elders of the sect to facilitate the disciples' cultivation. Consequently, a shortage of spiritual energy should not occur under normal circumstances. Furthermore, if there were truly an issue with the spiritual energy of Yun Haifeng, Ling Miao should have been the first to notice any irregularities. As Su Ziong scanned the surroundings with his keen gaze, it soon settled upon the airspace above He Yuan's cave. There, he could distinctly sense an overwhelming tide of spiritual energy surging toward that location. Damn it! Su Ziong seethed inwardly, cursing under his breath. He had not anticipated that this insufferable wastrel, He Yuan, was causing the disturbance. He must have employed some artifact to draw the spiritual energy toward himself, clearly intent on disrupting Su Ziong's tranquility during cultivation. With this thought, a flicker of resentment flashed in Su Ziong's eyes. Chapter 34. The blood pearl of the royal poison serpent. In the next moment, he focused his thoughts, causing a blood-red pearl, the size of a palm, to emerge from his purple mansion. As soon as this blood pearl appeared, it exuded a potent and lascivious aura. In truth, even the celestial maiden Ling Miao was unaware that what Su Ziong obtained in the shocking immortal hall within the Devil Spirit Valley was not merely the essence of a dozen or so poison serpents. He had also acquired an inner core of a royal poison serpent, possessing strength comparable to a human in the nascent soul stage. Naturally, the physical form of that royal poison serpent had long since perished, leaving only its inner core within the shocking immortal hall. Nevertheless, after consuming this inner core, Su Ziong's temperament underwent a significant transformation. The most apparent change was that he became increasingly sinister, occasionally displaying a lascivious expression on his face. For instance, earlier in the Devil Spirit Valley, he deliberately exhaled a breath infused with the lustful poison of the serpent towards Ling Miao, a result of the royal poison serpent's blood pearl acting upon him. Later, when they encountered the formidable demon Ba Kuei in the town of Lingquan, and followed He Yuan into the ancient realm left behind by a great power, it was again the influence of the royal poison serpent's blood pearl that ignited his lascivious desires, prompting him to engage in dual cultivation with his 9th senior sister in the wild. He Yuan's suspicions were not misplaced. After he departed with Yu Xiaoxiao, Su Ziong ultimately succumbed to temptation and took the body of his 9th senior sister. At present, Su Ziong summoned the royal poison serpent's blood pearl with a clear intention to utilize the lascivious aura it emanated to ensnare He Yuan. A fleeting glimmer of resentment flashed in his eyes, and he coldly murmured to himself, "He Yuan, you have thwarted my plans time and again. Consider this a minor lesson for me. Your reputation is already tainted. Even if you succumb to lust, no one will suspect me, Su Ziong." As he spoke, the blood pearl in his hand began to spin rapidly. Soon, a visible strand of black malevolent energy shot forth like lightning into the air above He Yuan's cave, accompanied by a surge of immense spiritual energy rushing down toward the cave below. Having accomplished this, Su Xiong discreetly returned the blood pearl to his purple mansion. However, just as he prepared to leap back into his own cave, he suddenly noticed a graceful figure in a white dress approaching the entrance of He Yuan's cave. She had evidently sensed the unusual spiritual energy surrounding He Yuan's abode and intended to investigate. "He Shitty, are you there?" The melodious voice of Master Sister Su Miaojin resonated from the entrance of He Yuan's cave. Su Xiong, positioned above her cave, longed to leap down and warn Su Miaojin that she should stay away from He Yuan, who was in a perilous state. Yet, at that moment, he felt a pang of guilt, as the mixed toxic energy was indeed released by him. As Su Xiong wrestled with his conscience, he saw Su Miaojin call out several times without receiving a response from He Yuan. Fearing that something might have happened to him, she stepped forward and entered the cave. No. Yet, by the time Su Xiong opened his mouth to stop her, it was too late. Su Miaojin had already fully entered He Yuan's cave. "This is bad. I must quickly pull her out, or the consequences will be dire. Su Miaojin is solely mine, Su Xiong." With that thought, he sprang from his cave and dashed toward He Yuan's abode at a sprinting speed. Su Xiong was swift. But there was one who was swifter, the Peak Master of Yunhai Peak, the most beautiful disciple of the Wanxian sect, the mentor to all disciples of Yunhai Peak, Ling Miao. Upon arriving at the entrance of He Yuan's cave, Ling Miao merely sensed the spiritual energy enveloping the cave before her delicate brows furrowed deeply. From this energy, she detected a familiar scent, the same lascivious poison Su Xiong had carelessly unleashed upon her in the Devil Spirit Valley. Oh no! Ling Miao's face changed dramatically as she swiftly leaped into He Yuan's cave. Regrettably, within mere moments, she re-emerged, her face flushed and covering her mouth and nose, propelled backward. At that instant, it was evident that her beautiful eyes reflected a hint of embarrassment and anger, her complexion akin to a crimson stain, with her ears burning. The smooth, fair skin on her forehead was dotted with beads of fragrant sweat, and her delicate body trembled. After several moments of meditative breathing, she gradually returned to normal. Then, the first beauty of the Wanxian sect cast a complex glance toward the entrance of He Yuan's cave. With a soft sigh, she murmured, "Ah, Miaojin, this is your fate. As it stands, I can no longer intervene on your behalf." With that, she elegantly raised her arms, as white as jade, and casually set up a soundproof barrier outside He Yuan's cave. Then, narrowing her eyes, she cast a piercing gaze towards Su Xiong's cave. This action sent a jolt of alarm through Su Xiong, who had intended to thwart Su Miaojin's actions. His expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly seated himself on a mat within his cave, closing his eyes in a facade of meditation. Before long, Ling Miao's figure appeared above Su Xiong's cave, her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. After confirming there were no suspicious signs, her delicate face displayed a hint of confusion. She mused, could it be that I was mistaken? Perhaps it was not Su Xiong who orchestrated this mischief? Yet, if not Su Xiong, then where did the strong lascivious poison emanating from He Yuan's cave come from? Ling Miao had never considered the possibility that He Yuan himself could have conjured such poison. At that moment, he was meditating, and if he were to unleash this toxic energy, it would only serve to ensnare himself. After all, he could not foresee that Su Miaojin would arrive precisely at that moment, unaware of the peril she was about to enter. Meanwhile, as Ling Miao desperately sought to track the source of the lascivious poison infiltrating He Yuan's cave, an embarrassing scene unfolded within. The protagonists, He Yuan and Su Miaojin, found themselves ensnared in an intoxicating atmosphere, saturated with the lascivious essence of the poison serpent. Chapter 35, Senior Sister, I too am a victim. He Yuan and Su Miaojin, under the influence of the venomous allure, found themselves utterly unable to restrain their desires, becoming enmeshed in one another. Fortunately, outside the cave, the soundproof array set up by the ethereal fairy prevented any disturbances from reaching the outside world. Otherwise, the commotion they caused would undoubtedly have attracted the attention of everyone on Yunhai Peak. Should that have occurred, it would have been the downfall of their entire sect. The duration of their entanglement was indeterminate. When they finally emerged from their enigmatic state, they were immediately struck by the peculiar nature of their positions. To their dismay, they were completely unclothed. A shrill cry, reminiscent of a warbler's song yet rife with embarrassment, fury, and various complex emotions, echoed throughout Yunhai Peak. In a fit of indignation, Su Miaojin raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to He Yuan's left cheek. He Yuan instinctively covered his face, feigning immense pain, and with a bewildered expression, protested. Senior Sister, we have clearly been set up by someone else. I too am a victim. Despite his words, his gaze involuntarily roamed over the exquisite form of the stunning beauty before him. With barely a foot separating them, their nakedness left no secrets concealed from each other's view. How dare you look? Su Miaojin, now seething with rage and humiliation, raised her alabaster wrist, poised to deliver another slap to the other side of He Yuan's face. Cough. Cough. He Yuan quickly stepped back, gesturing towards her curvaceous figure with a forced smile. Senior Sister, you should hasten to don your garments. Upon hearing his remark, Su Miaojin seemed to realize her state of undress and glared at him indignantly. Aren't you going to turn around? Faced with the wrath of Su Miaojin, He Yuan dared not provoke her further. He feared that her anger might lead her to retaliate violently against him. Yet, the crux of the matter weighed heavily on his mind. He inwardly lamented, I, He Yuan, am truly innocent. I was merely meditating in my cave, preparing to break through to the 7th level of the body refinement stage. How did I end up entangled with you in this manner? Curse it. You should rightfully belong to Su Xiong, that scheming vixen. Now, our unmediated coupling has surely incited her ire towards me. He pondered. Which scoundrel orchestrated this devious plot to pit me against Su Xiang, leaving no chance for reconciliation? I merely sought to cultivate in peace. Upon hearing He Yuan's silent thoughts, Su Miaojin grasped that they had indeed fallen victim to someone else's machinations. Perhaps the perpetrator had intended to ensnare He Yuan alone, while she had unwittingly stumbled into his cave and was subsequently caught in this predicament. With this realization, her anger towards He Yuan lessened somewhat. However, the memory of their intimate encounter and the implications it carried, forcing her into opposition against Su Xiang, ignited her fury once more. What does this mean? Having an intimate encounter with me makes you regretful? Do you truly view me as a fearsome beast to be avoided? And to suggest that I belong to Su Xiang? How absurd. Ever since I overheard your thoughts, my attitude towards Su Xiang has grown colder. Haven't you noticed my increasing attention towards you instead? Yet, such sentiments were too delicate to voice aloud. After all, she could not reveal that she had the ability to eavesdrop on his thoughts, which had led her to forgive him. With a heavy heart, Su Miaojin donned her garments and, with a sullen expression, exited He Yuan's cave. As she walked, she acutely felt discomfort in certain areas, a testament to the intensity of their recent encounter. Once outside, she glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then swiftly drew her sword and took to the skies. In her current state, she yearned to escape this place as quickly as possible. If her master or fellow disciples were to discover her disheveled appearance, they would undoubtedly surmise the nature of her encounter with He Yuan. At that moment, the ethereal fairy, Ling Miao, draped in a flowing blue gown and exuding an air of cold beauty, emerged gracefully from a corner of the cave. She first cast a glance at Su Miaojin's disheveled retreating figure, sighed softly, and then looked down at the entrance of He Yuan's cave. After a moment of contemplation, she chose not to speak further, dismantling the soundproof array she had set up outside He Yuan's cave before turning away and departing. Once Ling Miao's figure had vanished completely, Su Xiang, who resided adjacent to He Yuan, opened his cave door, his eyes fixed intently on He Yuan's dwelling. At that moment, his fists were clenched so tightly that his thumbs nearly dug into his flesh. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his teeth ground together audibly, clearly struggling to contain his rage. One could only imagine that had they not been on Yu High Peak, this destined protagonist of the Sword Immortal would have charged into He Yuan's cave, seeking to exact a brutal vengeance on the man who had usurped the innocence of his beloved senior sister, Su Miaojin. The 9 nether spirit body. If I were to possess the essence of Su Miaojin, who bears the 9 nether spirit body, my cultivation would surely ascend at least one minor realm. Su Xiang seethed in his heart, filled with hatred towards He Yuan, that insufferable scion of privilege. Why does he not perish? Why does he not die? While Su Xiang raged silently against He Yuan's dwelling, He Yuan, having donned his clothes, took a moment to assess his cultivation. To his astonishment, he discovered he had made yet another breakthrough, ascending directly to the 7th level of body refinement. What is happening? It seems I did not meditate for long. Even with the time spent with Su Miaojin, it could not have exceeded an hour and a half, and yet, I have broken through the 9 nether spirit body. This is the beneficial effect of your dual cultivation with that esteemed senior sister. The voice of the myriad poisons echoed softly in his mind. Chapter 36. In a daze what? He Yuan expressed his confusion. I was clearly unconscious at that time. Is it possible that under such circumstances, I could still engage in dual cultivation with my senior sister? The manifestation of Wan Du replied nonchalantly, although your mind has lost consciousness, your body's instincts remain. Thus, while indulging in intimacy with your senior sister, your body instinctively activated the internal energy according to the teachings of the Suna Heart Sutra in your mind, achieving the effects of dual cultivation. Alas, she sighed suddenly. If you had performed the dual cultivation under a state of awareness, the results would have been at least double what you achieve now. At this, He Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing that it was indeed in this muddled state that he and his senior sister had crossed boundaries. And the icy glare she cast at him upon leaving almost turned him into an ice pop. To think of engaging in dual cultivation with her while fully aware? That seemed nothing more than a pipe dream. However, all was not lost. He then heard Wan Du continue, although the outcome did not meet my expectations. You have inadvertently acquired the primordial een of your senior sister, who possesses the 9 nether spirit body. Henceforth, crafting the myriad spirits body will become significantly easier. She continued, your primary task now is to swiftly break through to the foundation establishment stage, and then, following my guidance, seek out that 9-patterned stone. Once you have the opportunity to obtain dragon saliva and a 3rd-grade blood essence pill, the myriad spirit's body will be within reach. As she spoke, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. After millennia, I finally have a chance to behold the myriad spirit's body once more. How exciting! Meanwhile, Su Miaojin, after clumsily returning to her cave dwelling on her sword, bit her cherry lips hard and clenched her delicate fists, her charming face tinged with an icy rage. She never expected that her preserved purity for over 20 years would be so carelessly surrendered to He Yuan, whom she had always despised. Although she had recently begun to view He Yuan in a somewhat favorable light, sensing a hint of redemption in him, the distance to truly liking him was still insurmountable. It was precisely due to this that after losing her virtue to He Yuan, her heart was filled with conflicting emotions. Suddenly, unable to contain the pent-up frustration, she struck a palm down onto a stone table crafted from blue stone. Crack! To her surprise, the table shattered into pieces upon impact. This strength. Su Miaojin's face instantly displayed an unusual expression. She quickly attuned to the spiritual energy within her body and confirmed that she had indeed broken through. shattering the fourth stage barrier of foundation establishment that had stymied her for a whole year. Could it be that this was merely due to her brief physical intimacy with Yuan? As this thought crossed her mind, her expression turned peculiar, filled with a mixture of embarrassment, anger, frustration over having lost herself to Yuan, and the elation of unexpectedly breaking through a long stagnant barrier. All these complex feelings stirred within her, leaving her in a tumultuous emotional state. Suddenly, she felt something unusual at her waist. Instinctively, she reached down to touch it, only to find a palm-sized cloth pouch that had mysteriously appeared at her waist. Curious, she unwrapped it to discover 4 beast claws, each about half a foot long, with 4 curved, side-like toes. Recognizing them as the claws of the 9-lives spirit cat, she deduced that Yuan had stealthily attached the pouch to her while she was distracted. Gazing at the sharp claws, Su Miaojin's expression grew even more complex. Forget it. After a considerable while, she finally expelled all extraneous thoughts from her mind and murmured to herself, since I have the claws of the 9-lives spirit cat, it's time to focus on forging the heavenly mechanism umbrella. With that, she opened her treasure pouch and extracted an umbrella-shaped weapon made only of dragon bone, beginning the process of forging and assembling it. Meanwhile, Yuan, under the urging of Wandu, consumed a potion made from honeysuckle and entered a frenzied meditative state. Indeed, it was a frenzied state, for Yuan remained in meditation for a continuous half-month. Throughout this period, he did not leave his dwelling, not even once. It is noteworthy that cultivators like him, who had entered the valley-breaking stage, no longer relied on 3 meals a day for energy. Instead, they absorbed the spiritual energy from the surroundings. Essentially, they fed on qi. Since they did not require daily meals, there was naturally no need for bodily functions. Thus, it was perfectly acceptable for Yuan to sit in silence for half a month without any issues. In fact, some high-level cultivators would close themselves off for years, even decades or centuries at a time. 15 days later, Yuan's cultivation finally reached the 9th stage of valley breaking, just half a step away from breaking through to foundation establishment. He had originally planned to take advantage of this momentum to make a breakthrough. Unfortunately, his meditation was abruptly interrupted by someone. That person was none other than their senior sister from Yunhaifeng, Su Miaojin. However, upon her arrival, the expression on her charming face appeared significantly calmer, whether due to her newfound clarity or a reluctance to blame Yuan, who was equally a victim, remained uncertain. Su Miaojin spoke in a measured tone, I have come to find you because someone relayed a message to me, stating that there was a prior agreement for a secret meeting on the 15th of each month at the back mountain of the Wanjian sect. Today is the 15th. And if she does not see you, the consequences are yours to bear. Ah, that. Yuan chuckled nervously, senior sister. I trust your keen intellect has already deduced the identity of that woman. Indeed, she is the remnant of the sword sect, previously contended by Senior Su and a group of rogue cultivators at Lingquan Town. This young lady is the illegitimate daughter of the last sword sect leader, Yubatian. The reason I agreed to meet her on the 15th of every month at the back mountain is to provide her with the opportunity to take me to the Taigu sword tomb of the sword sect. Upon hearing Yuan's explanation, Su Miaojin's previously cold face softened somewhat. Yet, she soon shot him an exasperated glare, saying, Why are you explaining so much to me? Chapter 37. Reluctance indeed. This was clearly a private agreement between Yuan and the last legitimate daughter of the sword sect's last patriarch, yet you inexplicably bring me, Su Miaojin, into this matter. What connection do I, Su Miaojin, have with you, Yuan? After posing this bewildering question with a deliberately perplexed expression, Su Miaojin gracefully twisted her slender waist, turned her delicate figure, and feigned an intent to leave. No, senior sister, do you truly grasp my meaning? Yuan thought to himself, his voice tinged with a hint of reluctance as he continued, is senior sister really going to leave? Otherwise, are we to remain here, awkwardly staring at one another? Su Miaojin mused, somewhat irritated. Yet, upon overhearing Yuan's inner thoughts, the expression on the face of his master sister from Yuhai Peak visibly brightened. The corners of her lips even curled into a barely perceptible smile, though she quickly smoothed it away. After all, such a display should not be witnessed by Yuan. Otherwise, she feared that the scion of the Wansin sect, who had long coveted her, might become even more audacious upon realizing that she had inadvertently lost herself to him, feeling not just anger and embarrassment, but perhaps a greater inclination to bully her. Thus, after hearing Yuan's reluctant inquiry, a hint of fluster unexpectedly crossed the charming visage of this master sister from Yunhai Peak. Swiftly, she unsheathed the long sword from her back, poised her toes upon the blade, and soared away on her sword. For some unknown reason, as Yuan beheld her departing silhouette, he sensed a trace of panic emanating from her. Could it be that she was frightened by the expression he had just revealed? Yuan touched the tip of his nose, contemplating that perhaps he should temper his demeanor the next time he encountered this master sister. In the forbidden area of the back mountain of the Wansin sect, this was a place explicitly designated as off-limits for inner disciples. Particularly, the 7-story soul-suppressing tower at the heart of the forbidden zone was shrouded in mystery. It was said that within resided the sealed essence of the sect's past patriarchs, meant to be summoned in times of great upheaval to shield the Wansin sect from disaster. Thus, this tower was an area that few dared to approach. At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao was establishing a cave dwelling not far from the soul-suppressing tower, to infuse her days in this forbidden area with a semblance of life. She had carved out a patch of land outside her cave for planting some spirit herbs. These herbs were quite ordinary, primarily consisting of those that could slightly enhance one's spiritual energy when consumed. Additionally, due to the abundant spiritual energy in the forbidden area, she could simply let them grow freely without much care. Indeed, after more than a dozen days, the spirit herbs had flourished remarkably. When He Yuan arrived, it was already an hour after Su Miaojin had notified him. After all, this was the forbidden area of the Wansen sect. Even as the only son of the current patriarch, He Wangxing, he required permission from his father and the elder council to enter. A small interlude occurred when He Wangxing learned of his wayward son's intention to venture into the back mountains forbidden zone. His expression momentarily registered surprise. With a square face and a tall, robust physique, it was evident that he had once been a captivating figure, capable of winning the hearts of many young women. He Yuan had inherited some of his father's features and, to a degree, retained a semblance of handsomeness. You mean to say, the girl from the sword sect, who was imprisoned in the back mountain, actually invited that rascal to meet her? He Wangxing replied with a hint of exasperation. I wondered why that boy was so insistent on having Ling Miao arrange for that girl to be placed in our Wanxian sect's forbidden area. It turns out she is a debt of his reckless pursuits. Fuming, he exclaimed, why must he provoke anyone, even if he has a spat with our Ling Miao? I could cover for him. Yet, this fool dares to entangle himself with the illegitimate daughter of Ubadian, who colludes with the demonic clans. Doesn't he that make our Wanxian sect a target of scorn? Upon hearing this, Elder Qin Shuan, who had been silently observing, maintained an expression of feigned ignorance. As the elder of the punishment hall in the Wansen sect, he had always been loyal to Yu Wangxing, selectively listening to his words and adhering to his commands without question. Such a person is often referred to as a sycophant, though there exists a more disparaging term that shall remain unspoken. Elder Qin. Suddenly, He Wangxing turned to Qin Shuan with a serious demeanor. Bring that rascal to see me shortly. I must give him a stern lesson. Eagerly, Qin Shuan bowed in acknowledgement. Yes. Not long after, He Yuan, under Qin Shuan's guidance, arrived at the main hall of the Wanxian sect to meet his rather unyielding father. After bringing him in, Qin Shuan discreetly bowed to He Wangxing before exiting the hall. Once alone with his son, He Wangxing abruptly dropped his authoritative facade, bounding forward to point at He Yuan's nose, exclaiming, "You little rascal." Midway through his rebuke, he seemed to remember something, his gaze softening as he sighed, "Yuaner, why must you pursue the likes of that girl? The illegitimate daughter of Ubatian? Do you not realize this puts our Wanxian sect at risk of being besmirched?" By the end, his tone bore an air of lamentation. He Yuan remained silent, beginning to understand why his predecessor had become the most notorious and arrogant scion of the Wanxian sect. Everything stemmed from the indulgence of this very patriarch before him. With the memories of the original owner coursing through him, He Yuan recognized that He Wangxing had once shared a deep bond with the original owner's mother, loving her profoundly. Alas, fate was cruel. When He Yuan was merely 3 years old, his mother tragically passed away in an accident. Chapter 38. Indulgence. The precise cause of this incident had eluded He Yuan's memory. Even in the original text of Sword Immortal, there was scant mention of it. After all, He Yuan was merely a villain. The author naturally could not devote much to his deceased mother. Moreover, He Yuan was only 3 years old when his mother passed away, and a child of that age possesses only a vague recollection of the outside world. Following the sudden demise of his beloved wife, He Wangxing lavished all his affection on their only son, He Yuan, which ultimately led to the latter's moral decline. As the most distinguished second-generation disciple of the Wanxian sect, He Yuan was initially poised to ascend to great heights, benefiting from the vast resources available to the sect. Regrettably, however, under He Wangxing's unrelenting pampering, He Yuan developed into a debauched and reckless young man, indulging in a life of extravagance and vice. Before He Yuan's soul traversed here, it could be said that he had left no stone unturned in his pursuit of pleasure, whether good or ill. Recently, he had even set his sights on the enchanting disciples of Yu Hai Peak, Ling Miao, Su Miaojin, and Su Jinair, boasting that he would pay homage to Ling Miao, demanding her to welcome him. Consequently, this overconfident youth inadvertently embarrassed himself during a duel with Su Jinair, which allowed this reincarnated college student from the modern world to seize the opportunity to take the reins. Amidst his swirling thoughts, He Yuan heard He Wangxing's languid voice once again. Yuaner, even if you wish to force your advances on that Ling Miao, your father can smooth things over for you. Wasn't it you who insisted on seeking her mentorship at Yu Hai Peak, all in hopes of having Ling Miao warm your bed? Why have you now turned your attention to a remnant of the sword sect? He Yuan could only respond inwardly, what the hell do you mean by forcing myself on Ling Miao? You think you can clean up my mess? He silently scoffed at the notion. With a father like you, who has spoiled me beyond reason, is it any wonder that I am so arrogant? Clearing his throat deliberately, He Yuan replied, Father, do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? When did I become the sort of insatiable lecher in your eyes? I have no such misunderstanding. He Wangxing nearly exclaimed, suppressing the urge to curse. Don't you know your own character? Over the years, you've caused trouble for countless innocent maidens, at least 80, if not 100. Fortunately, your cultivation is lacking, and you have yet to dare provoke the female disciples of the major sections. Otherwise, I would have to spend every day cleaning up after you. He had hoped that since He Yuan had recently joined Yin Hai Peak and aimed his sights on Ling Miao, he would create fewer disturbances. After all, they were all fellow disciples. Even in the event of a scandal, as the leader of the Wanxian sect, he could mitigate the fallout. Yet, he never anticipated that He Yuan would bring back a calamity that all righteous individuals in the Tianyuan continent would shun. You truly know how to bring trouble to your father. Is it not enough that I am already busy managing the affairs of the Wanxian sect? He Wangxing had effectively given up on his son, resigning himself to the chaos that He Yuan would create, as long as it did not result in a catastrophe. Thus, he had summoned Qin Shoan to speak with his troublesome son, hoping to rein him in a bit. However, He Yuan audaciously claimed that his father had misunderstood him, insisting he had self-control and was not a lecherous fiend. I don't believe a word of it. For the first time in 17 years since the death of his wife, He Wangxing felt the urge to deliver a sound thrashing to the impertinent brat before him. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself not to act rashly, as this was his own flesh and blood. He forced down his anger and asked, "Then tell me, what is your relationship with the illegitimate daughter of Ubadian? And why has she specifically requested to meet you?" He Yuan replied casually, "I can only say it was a chance encounter, but we have struck a deal. Surely, you have heard of the legendary sword sect treasure, the slaying immortal sword, hidden within the Ta Wu sword tomb?" He Wangxing's expression shifted in surprise. He felt as though he could not keep pace with He Yuan's thoughts. Just moments ago, they were discussing whether this boy coveted the body of Ubadian's daughter and what their relationship entailed, and now the conversation had abruptly pivoted to the slaying immortal sword? As a young wastrel, shouldn't He Yuan's interests lie in indulgence in women? What did a treasure of such caliber have to do with him? Suddenly, He Wangxing seemed to recall something and shot him an exasperated glare. "Don't even think about it. The Ta Wu sword tomb is fraught with traps. Not even I, a golden core 9th stage sect leader, could safely navigate it to retrieve a sword. Not even our ancestor from the nascent soul stage could manage it." He Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Who said I wanted you to go retrieve the sword? What I mean is that I have already made an agreement with Yu Xiaoxiao to have her lead me into the Ta Wu sword tomb to retrieve the sword later." He Wangxing was taken aback. "You mean, Yu Xiaoxiao knows how to enter the Ta Wu sword tomb?" "Indeed." He Yuan nodded earnestly. The world believed that the method to access the Ta Wu sword tomb had become a secret lost with the death of the last sword sect leader, Ubadian. Little did they know that Ubadian had transmitted the layout of the tomb's mechanisms to his unborn daughter. This knowledge was granted to He Yuan due to his familiarity with the subsequent plot of Sword Immortal. It was essential to understand that the later renowned Su Xiang, who defeated various formidable foes, relied not solely on his extraordinary physique, but also on the slaying immortal sword, which ranked among the top 3 treasures. The narrative made it clear that Su Xiang's entry into the Ta Wu sword tomb and acquisition of the sword was facilitated by Yu Xiaoxiao's guidance. Now that He Yuan had transmigrated to this world and taken on the role of the greatest villain in Sword Immortal, he naturally intended to seize the opportunity to obtain this celestial artifact before Su Xiang could. Chapter 39, Astounded by My Beauty? Despite harboring doubts about He Yuan's words, He Wangxing couldn't help but feel a flicker of satisfaction seeing his wayward son seemingly transformed. He promptly cautioned him not to be beguiled by the allure of Ubadian's illegitimate daughter and allowed him to depart. Truth be told, He Yuan had only seen Yu Xiaoxiao disguised as a herbalist. He had yet to behold her true visage. In the original narrative of Sword Immortal, the destined protagonist Su Xiang was captivated by Yu Xiaoxiao's beauty the moment they met in Lingquan town, leading him to conceal her identity and bring her to Yunhaifeng. It is worth noting that Yunhaifeng is home to the stunning Ling Miao, as well as the equally beautiful sisters Su Miaojin and Su Jiner. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaoxiao's beauty was sufficient to pierce Su Xiang's heart instantly, clearly indicating that she is indeed an extraordinary beauty. At the peak of the Wanjian sect, in the forbidden area of the Back Mountain, He Yuan was granted passage by an elder stationed there. Upon entering the forbidden ground, he was immediately captivated by a towering 7-story ancient pagoda. Unlike any tower he had previously encountered, each level of this pagoda rose several zhang high. Constructed from an unfamiliar dark blue stone, despite its modest height, the structure appeared grand and imposing. "Is that Xinjing stone?" Suddenly, the voice of the Wandu avatar within He Yuan's purple mansion echoed with surprise. Confused, He Yuan inquired, "What is Xinjing stone?" The Wandu avatar elucidated. "This is a rare crystalline stone formed over millennia, comparable in rarity to Ninwen stone. The fact that your Wanjian sect possesses a pagoda made entirely of Xinjing stone suggests that your founding ancestor was no ordinary person." The mention of the sect's founder momentarily caught He Yuan off guard. To be honest, he held little recollection of this ancestor, as the original text of Sword Immortal provided scant details about him. Lost in thought, He Yuan was abruptly roused by a melodious call. "Young master He. You truly are a busy man. Have you finally found time to visit me?" He Yuan instinctively touched his nose, pondering how Yu Xiaoxiao's tone bore a hint of lament. Turning to face her, he was suddenly struck by her beauty. He had anticipated her true appearance would be exquisitely beautiful. Yet witnessing it firsthand revealed he had underestimated her allure. This woman could undoubtedly rival Ling Miao in beauty, even surpassing Su Miaojin and Su Jiner by a notch or two. Realizing this, he understood why even the battle-hardened Su Xiang was captivated by her at first sight. Contemplating her disguise as a herbalist to evade the scrutiny of Ling Miao and the others, intending to sequester her atop Yunhaifeng. Unbeknownst to He Yuan, these musings brought Yu Xiaoxiao a sense of delight. Beauty had always been her weapon, a truth she had embraced since reaching adulthood. Thus, when He Yuan rescued her and arranged for her disguise, she felt no surprise. Even Su Xiang, a noble disciple who fancied himself a protector of beauty, was not immune to her charm. Nor were the rogue cultivators who initially sought vengeance against the Jian Pavilion but were instead drawn to her possession of the Nine Heavens sword technique. However, it was the first time she encountered someone who could hear her thoughts and express admiration for her beauty so candidly. This realization struck her as oddly amusing. With a slight shrug of her shoulder, she tilted her head, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "What is it, young master He? Are you truly astounded by my beauty?" A hint of pride laced her words, for she harbored a tinge of annoyance towards He Yuan, who had exposed her identity and encouraged Su Miaojin and Su Xiang to bring her to the forbidden area of Wanjin sect. Had it not been for He Yuan, she mused, she would have been comfortably ensconced in a splendid cave dwelling atop Yunhaifeng, relishing a rare moment of tranquility during her flight. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, He Yuan replied, "Indeed, I was momentarily taken aback, though not to the point of being utterly astonished." He spoke the truth. In terms of appearance, Yu Xiaoxiao could indeed compete with Ling Miao. However, in terms of grace, she fell short. Ling Miao was universally acknowledged as the sect's foremost beauty, not only for her stunning visage but also for her unique, ethereal demeanor, a cold and aloof grace that invited admiration yet discouraged familiarity. Yu Xiaoxiao, perhaps due to her youth or her upbringing, possessed a somewhat shadowy aura that was less endearing. Perhaps this very reason explained why she was the only character among Su Xiang's harem to meet a tragic end in Sword Immortal. In response to He Yuan's words, Yu Xiaoxiao smiled slightly, choosing not to comment, and instead shifted the conversation. In that small world, there were many eyes and ears, so I harbored numerous questions I could not voice to you directly. Her eyes, reminiscent of elongated phoenix orbs, exuded a captivating charm when she smiled. As she paused mid-sentence, her gaze fixed intently on He Yuan, the allure in her eyes deepened. Even with He Yuan's composure, his heart raced, and he instinctively averted his gaze. Yu Xiaoxiao, whether intentionally or not, raised an eyebrow and subtly adjusted her shoulder within her fitted black gown, enhancing her enchanting allure. Chapter 40. Almost losing control, Yu Xiaoxiao narrowed her elongated phoenix eyes and remarked, "Initially, you suggested that my father, in his desire to prevent the celestial slaying sword from perishing alongside him within the Taowu sword tomb, must have revealed the secrets of entering the tomb to me, his only daughter. Yet, I have always harbored a modicum of doubt. For instance," she flicked her fingertips, continuing, "if my father truly wished to preserve the legacy of our sword sect, the most valued treasure would undoubtedly be the library, which houses countless superior martial arts techniques. Thus, he should have disclosed the secrets of accessing the library to me as well. Why then, young Master He, do you only mention the Taowu sword tomb while neglecting the library?" He Yuan pondered. "That is because I am aware that you have no means to unlock your sword sect's library, as it was set ablaze 5 years ago by you, a ruthless woman. Otherwise, why would you be so concerned about the Earth-level sword manual that was seized from the sword library?" Upon hearing He Yuan's thoughts, Yu Xiaoxiao could no longer suppress her inner shock. Indeed, she had deliberately spoken those words in front of him to provoke an inner monologue, hoping to gauge her assumptions from his thoughts. Now it seemed her intuition was correct. He Yuan, for reasons unknown, was privy to all the events that transpired in her life. He was right, the library was indeed consumed by flames at her own hand 5 years ago. The reason was simple. 5 years prior, her mother, who had raised her, passed away, and as the last remnant of the sword sect, Yu Xiaoxiao found herself in a world devoid of hope. At that moment, she discovered secrets within her mother's belongings that could unlock both the library and the Taowu sword tomb. Thus, she quickly resolved to act, following the secret her mother had left behind to enter the library. Growing up under her mother's influence, she had learned about the grandeur of the Yu family during the sword sect's flourishing days. Her mother instilled in her the ambition to restore the sword sect's former glory. With this serendipitous opportunity to enter the library, she aimed to find a couple of heaven-level techniques to hone her skills and achieve fame. However, upon entering the library, she discovered that each martial arts manual was secured by intricate mechanisms. These locks were originally designed to prevent outsiders from seizing the techniques. Yet they had now ensnared the last scion of the sword sect. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon her, as she stumbled upon a fallen earth-level technique, the concentration technique, which had been dropped by an intruder. A rational person would have simply sought to practice this technique and improve their abilities, returning later for more advanced manuals. However, Yu Xiaoxiao was not of such a mindset. The thought of leaving only to have others come and take what was rightfully hers filled her with profound discontent. Thus, she decided to set the library ablaze, proclaiming, "If I cannot have it, then neither shall anyone else." Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the complexity of her gaze directed at He Yuan, as she realized with absolute certainty that no one else could possibly know about her act of arson against the library. Yet He Yuan did. This could only imply one thing. He possessed an intricate awareness of her past, present, and future experiences. Understanding this, Yu Xiaoxiao's expression shifted to one of intrigue. If He Yuan could discern her past, it was somewhat comprehensible, but his insight into her future was bewildering. Moreover, she had gleaned this information from his thoughts, making it unlikely to be mere fabrication. Just as she grappled with these thoughts, He Yuan casually remarked, "I presume you have heard of my reputation within the Wanjin sect? I have always found myself particularly averse to written texts. Not only do I lack interest in the techniques of your library, but I also show little enthusiasm for the various manuals presented to me at the Wanjin sect." This was not mere boastfulness on He Yuan's part. As the son of the sect's leader, he was indeed the most qualified to access the sect's resources. He was not lying. His reputation as a good-for-nothing was well known throughout the Wanjin sect. In truth, had He Yuan not unexpectedly found himself reincarnated into this world, his original character would have never undergone such a transformation. As for Yu Xiaoxiao, had she not overheard He Yuan's thoughts, she might have believed his claims. However, knowing he was lying, she cleverly refrained from exposing him, saying, "Rumors can often be misleading. In my eyes, young Master He is a gentleman of remarkable demeanor, entirely unlike the so-called scions of privilege. For reasons unknown, He Yuan found it rather peculiar to be praised as a gentleman by a woman of ill repute. After collecting his thoughts, he opted not to engage further in banter with Yu Xiaoxiao. Instead, he gazed past her. Examining the medicinal garden she had cultivated beside the Soul Tower, and curiously inquired, "Have you adapted so swiftly to life in the forbidden grounds of our Wanjian sect? It seems you intend to stay here for the long haul." In response, Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her delicate shoulders and cast a sidelong glance at him, replying, "Isn't this precisely what you, young master he, would find most agreeable?" He Yuan, slightly embarrassed by her sudden flirtation, cleared his throat and said, "In truth, my suggestion for you to temporarily reside in the forbidden grounds was not solely precautionary. The protective formations laid down by the elders here ensure a much greater level of safety than other peaks." Yu Xiaoxiao flicked her fingers nonchalantly and replied, "Indeed. With such a formidable confinement formation in place, it would be quite difficult for me to escape, conveniently allowing you to maintain control over me, which I understand." Chapter 41. The subtlety of He Yuan helplessly touched the tip of his nose, wondering why the tone of that viperous woman seemed to carry a hint of subtlety. "Might it be that Miss Yu harbored some misconceptions about me?" He Yuan solemnly stated, "As you just mentioned, I, He Yuan, am a well-mannered gentleman. How could I possibly entertain such sordid thoughts? That was merely a polite remark, and you took it seriously, didn't you?" Yu Xiaoxiao narrowed her elongated phoenix eyes, regarding He Yuan with a playful glimmer. "It appears I have indeed misjudged you. Perhaps your decision to confine me to the forbidden grounds behind the Wanxian sect was truly to protect me." He Yuan, with insincerity, replied, "Is there any doubt about that?" Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao remained silent, observing the performance of the so-called prodigal of the Wanxian sect before her. "Oh dear, you've become quite adept at feigning depth. Haven't you?" He Yuan silently scoffed. "Others may be oblivious, but do you think I am not aware of your true nature, you viper?" "Indeed. While the former head of the Sword Hidden Pavilion, Wan Guizong, had seized your sect's superior sword manual, your desire for revenge should have been directed solely at him, not at the entire Sword Hidden Pavilion. Was it not your concern that the disciples of the Sword Hidden Pavilion practiced the same moon-grasping sword technique, potentially posing a future threat to you that led you to eliminate this potential danger preemptively? This was evidenced when you, in a fit of rage, burned all the secret texts you could not access within the library. It is no wonder that among Su Xiong's many consorts, you, the Viper, were the only one to meet a tragic end. The seeds of your fate were already sown here." Buzz. Upon hearing He Yuan's inner thoughts, a buzzing filled Yu Xiaoxiao's mind. Earlier, she had indeed heard from He Yuan's thoughts that she would ultimately meet her demise, but at that time, she had dismissed it as mere spiteful fabrications. Now, realizing that He Yuan, for reasons unknown, could foresee her future, she finally understood that perhaps these were indeed facts. She might truly perish in the near future. With this thought, the confidence and charm that had adorned her stunning face dissipated. She gazed deeply at He Yuan and asked, "Young Master He, have you determined a specific time for our journey to the Taiwu Sword Tomb to retrieve the immortal slaying sword?" Seeing this woman finally willing to discuss serious matters, He Yuan straightened his demeanor and replied earnestly, "I have yet to finalize a specific time, as my cultivation is still at the stage of fasting. Perhaps when I break through to the 4th or 5th level of foundation establishment, I will possess the ability to protect myself, thereby increasing my chances of success in entering your sect's Taiwu Sword Tomb." Upon hearing He Yuan mention his cultivation, Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that he had, unbeknownst to her, advanced to the 9th level of fasting. He was merely a half-step away from establishing his foundation. She could not hide her astonishment as she remarked, "I recall just half a month ago you were only at the 6th level of fasting. In this brief period, you have broken through 3 realms to reach the 9th level?" He Yuan shrugged, saying, "It is rather embarrassing. I had intended to break through to the foundation stage within this half-month, but alas, I fell short." Yu Xiaoxiao thought to herself that she had seen many pretenders, yet none like He Yuan. However, whether she spoke or remained silent, this fellow had indeed broken through 3 realms in just half a month. Such talent must surely place him among the elite of the entire Tianyuan continent. But why was this exceptionally gifted young man regarded as a frivolous wastrel? Yu Xiaoxiao furrowed her delicate brows, puzzled. Little did she know that the true He Yuan, before his soul had traversed here, was indeed a debauched figure, indulging in extravagance and exploiting others. Only after his arrival did he manage to shed the label of a wastrel in front of the female cultivators of Yuhai Peak, such as Ling Miao and Su Miaojing. Yet, in the eyes of the other 11 peaks of the Wanxian sect, including the sect leader He Wangsheng, he remained that unlearned dandy. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiaoxiao suppressed her shock and declared, "In that case, let us abide by your words, young Master He. After your foundation establishment, we shall discuss our plan to enter the Taiwu Sword Tomb." With that, she suddenly shifted the conversation, saying, "I recall when we made this agreement. I mentioned a request for you to expel the snake venom from my body. Surely, you remember this?" "No. Wasn't it clearly stated that I would only exchange my honeysuckle for that?" He Yuan was about to refuse when he noticed Yu Xiaoxiao shrug her fragrant shoulders and say, "The 5 honeysuckles you gifted me merely suppressed the venom temporarily. The venom may erupt at any moment, and if I were to perish, the secrets of the Taiwu Sword Tomb would be buried with me. Young Master He." She narrowed her phoenix eyes, fixing her gaze on him. "Surely, you wouldn't want the immortal slaying sword to vanish into obscurity forever, would you?" Yu Xiaoxiao had calculated that He Yuan was determined to obtain the immortal slaying sword, thus using her predicament with the snake venom as a veiled threat against him. Strangely enough, He Yuan was indeed susceptible to this threat. For, as Yu Xiaoxiao surmised, He was genuinely intent on acquiring the immortal slaying sword. He feared that if he did not secure it first, Su Xiang, the destined protagonist, might very well lay claim to that divine weapon. Should Su Xiang obtain the immortal slaying sword, would the ensuing narrative follow the original storyline of Sword Immortal? Would the heavens once again bestow immense fortune upon him, reinstating him as the destined protagonist? These were uncertainties that weighed heavily on He Yuan's mind. Now, his objective was clear. He must do everything in his power to prevent Su Xiang from seizing the opportunities laid out for him in the original narrative of Sword Immortal, thereby gradually usurping his fortune. Pray tell, how should I assist you in expelling the venom? Chapter 42. Come. I can endure it. Upon seeing He Yuan finally nod in agreement, Yu Xiaoxiao's delicate face momentarily lit up with joy, though she swiftly concealed it. She explained, "It is quite simple. Over the past few days, I have harnessed the honeysuckle to consolidate the snake venom within my purple mansion, but due to insufficient spiritual energy, I am unable to expel it completely. What you must do, young Master He, is to follow my guidance and channel your spiritual energy into my meridians, assisting me in expelling the venom in one fell swoop." The task did not seem overly difficult. However, a peculiar expression flickered across He Yuan's face. The situation Yu Xiaoxiao described inexplicably reminded him of a passage from the Sinu Heart Sutra. It stated that for dual cultivation between a man and a woman, it was essential to unify their energies, allowing them to flow together through their respective meridians, completing a cycle. The only difference here was that, following the synchronization of their energies, the combined spiritual force would circulate solely within Yu Xiaoxiao's body. He couldn't help but mentally scoff. Could it be that this vixen is coveting my body? Yu Xiaoxiao raised her delicate eyebrows, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she scrutinized He Yuan before her. In truth, He Yuan had guessed correctly. She indeed harbored a measure of desire for this second-generation disciple of the Wansen sect. Women are drawn to strength, and particularly for someone like her, who had been forced to wander aimlessly since childhood. Fleeing from one place to another without a stable home, finding a powerful ally was a deeply cherished hope, sparing her the need to hide like a stray dog. Perhaps it was her unfortunate childhood that had instilled in her the instinct to observe various individuals in secret, selecting the strongest among them. It must be said that she had honed a discerning eye. Earlier, in Lingguan Town, she had immediately recognized Su Xiang, who stood out like a crane among chickens. Believing his future achievements would be extraordinary, this was why she agreed to be rescued by him and to masquerade as a herbalist, accompanying him to Yunhafeng. Otherwise, among the rogue cultivators pursuing her over the years, there had been many talented youths far surpassing Su Xiang in cultivation. If she had sought to submit to someone, she could have chosen a stronger protector long ago. How could it have been him, Su Xiang? After all, given her beauty and the local-level sword technique moon reaching in the 9 heavens she possessed, attracting the attention of Golden Core experts would have been a matter of mere moments. Initially, she thought she had finally found a worthy guardian in Su Xiang, the strongest in the future Tianyuan continent. However, this notion wavered upon encountering He Yuan. After spending time with him, she realized that He Yuan's potential for future achievements might even surpass that of Su Xiang. Thus, her ambitions naturally shifted from Su Xiang to He Yuan. For who could blame her for recognizing the immense potential that lay ahead for him? Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she cast a sidelong glance at He Yuan, inquiring, "Young Master He, do you still harbor doubts?" He Yuan shook his head, replying, "I believe I understand. In that case, there is no time to waste. Please outline the specifics of how we should proceed. Miss you." Seeing He Yuan's agreement, Yu Xiaoxiao winked playfully at him, smiling, "No rush." She then led He Yuan into a cave she had temporarily established, briefly introducing him to the cultivation method. For some reason, after hearing this method, He Yuan's expression grew even more peculiar. The technique Yu Xiaoxiao described bore a striking resemblance to the dual cultivation secret art Sinu Heart Sutra left to him by the Wandu split body, with only minor differences in the pathways of spiritual energy within the meridians. Curiosity piqued, He Yuan followed Yu Xiaoxiao's instructions and attempted the method. Sure enough, as his spiritual energy circulated through his meridians for a full cycle, a rather uncomfortable heat began to build within him. At that moment, he realized that the method Yu Xiaoxiao had prompted him to use was fundamentally flawed. Yet, Yu Xiaoxiao appeared oblivious to He Yuan's doubts. Noticing that he had suddenly stopped midway, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Young Master He, why have you halted? This is a critical moment. If we do not expel the remaining poison from my purple mansion in one go, once these toxins spiral out of control, I fear I will meet my end here. At that point, your immortal slaying sword will also become a distant dream." Damn it. Again with the threats involving the immortal slaying sword. He Yuan thought, speechless, as he reluctantly resumed circulating his energy according to the flawed method. Before long, he successfully forced a surge of spiritual energy into Yu Xiaoxiao's purple mansion. She suddenly trembled, a hint of crimson appearing on her cheeks as she exclaimed, "Yes, just like that. However, this energy is too feeble to dislodge the toxins. Young Master He, you must unleash a more powerful force. I can endure it." He Yuan felt a strange sensation, as if despite the seriousness of their endeavor to expel the poison, her words carried an undertone reminiscent of intimacy. It was difficult to ascertain whether she was being deliberate. Under her urging, He Yuan focused intently and propelled a wave of energy several times stronger than before towards Yu Xiaoxiao. However, at the moment the energy entered her body, he suddenly heard the voice of the Wanda's split body echoing in his mind. "Kid, do not transfer your energy. That is the Qin Yang Gong from the 100 Flowers Valley. If you do, in future dual cultivation sessions, you will find yourself at her mercy." He Yuan was struck with inspiration. instinctively channeling the energy according to the Sun Heart Sutra. Then, he directed it towards two vital points on Yu Xiaoxiao's back. In that instant, as the immense energy, infused with He Yuan's ninth stage of energy refinement, surged into Yu Xiaoxiao, it was evident that her previously tranquil form began to tremble violently. The next moment, her face revealed a flicker of panic as she stammered, He Yuan, what have you done to me? As she spoke, beads of fragrant sweat appeared on her smooth forehead, and her complexion rapidly flushed crimson, her lips tightly biting down as if suppressing something significant. He Yuan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, Miss Yu, before you ask that question, perhaps you should consider what you intended to do to me? Chapter 43. The capturing of the sun technique. It is often said that when one attempts to steal a chicken and instead suffers a loss, it aptly describes the present predicament of Yu Xiaoxiao. Despite her meticulous calculations, she never anticipated that He Yuan would possess knowledge of dual cultivation techniques, much less apply them directly to her. Indeed, the incantation she had imparted to He Yuan was none other than the capturing of the sun technique from the 100 Flowers Valley. Speaking of the 100 Flowers Valley, it is most renowned for its exclusive collection of female disciples, all of whom practice dual cultivation secret arts. The capturing of the sun technique is one of the valley's 3 primary dual cultivation secrets. The version that Yu Xiaoxiao practiced was passed down from her mother, who hailed from the 100 Flowers Valley and was once a revered saintess there. However, such details have become inconsequential. The capturing of the sun technique, unlike the pure maiden heart sutra, is specifically designed to extract a man's yang essence to enhance a woman's strength. It could even be deemed an unorthodox practice. Nevertheless, as it merely extracts yang essence rather than taking a life, it has not been outright condemned by righteous sections. Yet, it is still viewed with a degree of disdain. In a fit of indignation, He Yuan, while transmitting his energy to her, inadvertently circulated the spiritual energy according to the principles of the pure maiden heart sutra throughout his body. Little did he foresee that this additional circulation would transform Yu Xiaoxiao into a being akin to a scorching iron, exuding an overwhelming heat. Suddenly, the woman spun around like a whirlwind, her eyes aflame with intensity as she fixed her gaze upon him, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Alarmed, He Yuan thought to escape, but just as he managed to rise, Yu Xiaoxiao lunged at him with lightning speed, pinning him to the ground. She then began to frantically tear at his garments. Senior. He Yuan called out to the myriad poison manifestation within his purple mansion, hoping for assistance. Alas, the manifestation, witnessing Yu Xiaoxiao's fervent actions, merely shrugged with a knowing smirk. Remarking that with the dual enhancement of the capturing of the sun technique and the pure maiden heart sutra, her pent-up desires could potentially incinerate her if left unfulfilled. He Yuan could not help but curse inwardly, regretting his decision to circulate the energy further under the pure maiden heart sutra. Had he known it would drive her to such madness, he would have refrained from doing so. However, now that events had unfolded thus, it was futile to lament. Though Yu Xiaoxiao had been poisoned by a serpent, her cultivation was at the second stage of foundation establishment, rendering He Yuan, who was merely at the peak of the valley clearing stage, utterly outmatched. In the blink of an eye, he found himself pinned beneath her, immobile as she stripped away his clothing, leaving fabric and debris swirling around them. The next moment, after she tore her own dress, revealing their bare forms to one another, He Yuan could only close his eyes in humiliation and submit to her actions. There is an old adage that states when faced with the overpowering advances of the opposite sex, if one cannot resist, one must simply yield to the experience. Yet, amid this reluctant acceptance, He Yuan did not forget to heed the guidance of the myriad poison manifestation and began to engage in dual cultivation as depicted in the pure maiden heart sutra. The duration of this process was indeterminate, but He Yuan estimated it to be around an hour. Once Yu Xiaoxiao regained her senses and beheld the bare He Yuan beneath her, she initially appeared bewildered before suddenly recalling something. Her cheeks flushing crimson as she spat at him and swiftly rose to her feet. Upon landing, she winced from a sudden pain, nearly stumbling as she hurriedly retrieved a set of garments from her treasure pouch to don. After composing herself, she turned to glare fiercely at He Yuan, intending to chastise him, but upon noticing his exposed form, all venomous words were instantly swallowed. Flushing with embarrassment, she averted her gaze and snapped, "Why don't you hurry and put on some clothes?" He Yuan wished to comply, yet the remnants of his garments lay scattered around him, rendering it impossible to dress. With no other choice, he tore a bedsheet to wrap around himself and remarked, "It seems that your condition has purged the serpent poison accumulated in your purple mansion, hasn't it?" At the mention of this, Yu Xiaoxiao closed her eyes to sense her internal state. Indeed, the serpent poison had been entirely expelled, and her cultivation had returned to the second stage of foundation establishment. However, just as a look of joy began to surface on her countenance, she quickly suppressed it. Turning her gaze back to He Yuan, she accused, "When you were cultivating, you clearly manipulated the energy, which caused me to lose control completely, didn't you? How dare you bring that up?" He Yuan shot her a defiant glare, ready to debate further. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him. The merging of energies with Yu Xiaoxiao, which alleviated her serpent poison, was a plot that rightly belonged to the destined protagonist Su Xiang of the Sword Immortal narrative. In other words, he had once again usurped a chance that was meant for Su Xiang. With this revelation, his expression as he regarded Yu Xiaoxiao grew increasingly peculiar. Noticing his gaze, she inquired irritably, "What are you staring at me for?" "I'm asking you a question." He Yuan shrugged, offering no reply, his mind racing with thoughts. How unexpected that Yu Xiaoxiao, who was supposed to lose her virtue to Su Lch, had inadvertently engaged in dual cultivation with him. Surely, The events meant to unfold between them would now manifest in their own unique way. He pondered what the next steps for her and Su Lch should entail. Ah, yes, after utilizing the dual cultivation technique to expel her poison and heal her internal injuries, Su Lch would take her to Cloud Sea Peak while concealing her identity. Yet, it would not be long before her true identity was exposed, leading to a backlash against Cloud Sea Peak and the W. Nexi insect for harboring a remnant of the Sword Sect. Chapter 44. Caught in the act, a number of malevolent cultivators and demonic beings seized the opportunity to attack the Wanstand sect, resulting in an unprecedented blow to Yunhafeng. The ethereal fairy Ling Miao suffered grave injuries, and you, Yashishi, Su Jiner, and Su Miaojin found yourselves surrounded, while the other female disciples perished tragically. In this critical moment, it was Su Luch who activated her protagonist aura, displaying remarkable prowess. Utilizing the celestial artifact left behind by the Elder of 10,000 Poisons to save the four of you, thereby winning the admiration of the four women. Oh no. To be precise, winning the heart of Fairy Ling Miao. However, something fell amiss. As He Yuan pondered over these events, he recognized two significant flaws in the narrative. A chill ran down his spine as he mused. Something is definitely wrong. You, Yashishi, were brought to Yunhafeng under Su Luch's concealed identity. How could you have been exposed in just a few months? Furthermore, the celestial artifact acquired by Su Luch possessed immense spatial capacity, capable of transporting all the female disciples of Yunhafeng without issue. Why then did he choose to reveal it only after the demise of the other women, taking away only the four he had set his sights on? Though the Jinxian Hall had now shrunk to the size of a mere foot, He Yuan had witnessed its true form. Back in the Demon Spirit Valley, its grandeur eclipsed that of the main hall of the Wanxian sect, exuding an awe-inspiring presence fit for thousands. Thus, in the original tale, the so-called destined protagonist Su Xiang, who professed to care for the world as common folk, could have intervened earlier to save many female disciples of Yunhafeng. His failure to do so indicates that from the very beginning, he had no regard for the lives of these disciples. His focus was solely on the four unparalleled beauties, Fairy Ling Miao, Su Miaojin, Su Jiner, and Yu Xiaoxiao. Reflecting on later events, when Su Xiang took advantage of Fairy Ling Miao's weakened state after the battle, urging her to seek dragon saliva on an island in the Tianhai Sea to heal, he then seized the opportunity to claim her body. He Yuan was struck by a daring thought. Could it be that the one who exposed Yu Xiaoxiao's identity was none other than Su Xiang himself? Once this notion surfaced in his mind, He Yuan could no longer suppress it. The more he contemplated, the more he felt the likelihood of its truth. Inflicting serious injuries on Fairy Ling Miao, forcing Su Jiner, Su Miaojin, and Yu Xiaoxiao into a position where they had to follow him, becoming his vessels for dual cultivation techniques. Perhaps this was Su Xiang's ulterior motive all along. In the original narrative, Su Xiang was indeed capable of such treacherous actions as revealing Yu Xiaoxiao's identity. Now, with Yu Xiaoxiao, the lamb he intended to claim, unexpectedly intercepted by He Yuan, who could guarantee that Su Xiang would not, in a fit of rage and humiliation, expose her identity at the first opportunity? With this thought in mind, He Yuan, unable to delay further, turned to Yu Xiaoxiao with a grave expression, saying, "Miss you. The responsibility for today's events is difficult to attribute, but since they have occurred, I am not the kind of heartless person who would abandon you. That said, I truly have urgent matters to attend to. Let us discuss our issues at a later time." Without waiting for her response, he hastily wrapped himself in a bed sheet and fled the cave. Behind him, Yu Xiaoxiao watched He Yuan retreat in a flustered manner, biting her cherry lips, ultimately saying nothing more. In truth, she had overheard all his inner thoughts. Upon realizing that her identity might have been exposed by Su Xiang, she lost her inclination to hold a grudge against He Yuan. After all, as He Yuan had surmised, the technique she had earlier instructed him to perform was indeed one of the 3 dual cultivation techniques from the 100 Flower Valley, specifically the Qin Yang Gong, which extracts the male's essence. She was already somewhat in the wrong, and now learning of the danger of her identity being exposed, coupled with He Yuan's urgent departure, it was clear he intended to handle the situation for her. How could she possibly obstruct him? Thus, she allowed He Yuan to leave without further protest. However, once Yu Xiaoxiao regained her composure, she felt a sense of loss. After all, she had cherished her purity for 25 years, only to have it so easily compromised by that scoundrel He Yuan. Frustrated, she stomped her foot. Fortunately, her dual cultivation with He Yuan not only expelled the serpent poison from her Zifu, but also advanced her cultivation, hinting at a potential breakthrough to the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. For now, she resolved to focus on practicing the Jiutian Lanwei sword technique to its 3rd layer. Meanwhile, He Yuan, still draped in the bed sheet, approached the array near the forbidden area of the back mountain, only to encounter an elder of the Wanxian sect. The elder regarded him with a peculiar expression, as if observing a rare beast performing a strange act. Cough, cough. He Yuan cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Elder Chu, I was just practicing with Miss Yu, and unfortunately, my clothing was destroyed, so I had no choice but to borrow this bed sheet." Hearing this, Elder Chu nodded sagely, saying, practicing, I understand." Having witnessed He Yuan's notorious antics before, Elder Chu had seen it all and was no longer fazed. He Yuan, he longed to explain that he was genuinely practicing with Yu Xiaoxiao. After all, dual cultivation was a form of practice too. However, he realized that given his established reputation as a scoundrel in the eyes of these elders, it would be difficult to change their perception in a short time. With that in mind, he chose not to elaborate further. After opening the forbidden array to let Yuan pass, Elder Chu watched him disappear into the distance, an expression of melancholy crossing his face. He sighed and muttered to himself, "Young master, with the recent disturbances in Tianhai and the demonic forces stirring, your days of carefree living may be numbered. Alas, it is a pity. With your potential, had you chosen to focus and sincerely engage in the trials and training of our Wanxian sect, you could have become a prominent figure among the younger generation." Unbeknownst to He Yuan, his reckless behavior had elicited a sigh from Elder Chu. At this moment, he was crouched, intending to sneak back to his cave at the main peak of the Wanxian sect to change into a proper set of clothing. Little did he know that upon reaching the cave entrance, he was met with a furious shout from He Wangxing. "You rascal! Didn't you claim that your relationship with that sword sect remnant was merely one of cooperation? What do you have to say for yourself now?" Chapter 45. The bitterly acidic Su Xiang. In the midst of conversation, a figure clad in gray robes, exuding an air of authority, appeared at the entrance of the cave abode. He Wangxing, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood motionless. It was evident that the leader of the Wanxian sect was visibly enraged. One could hardly blame him. Nearly an hour prior, he had summoned He Yuan to the main hall of the Wanxian sect, earnestly advising him to steer clear of any emotional entanglements with the remnants of the Yu Sword sect, namely Yu Xiaoxiao. However, seeing He Yuan's disheveled appearance, it was clear to any observer that he had recently endured quite the ordeal in the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain. This was no mere emotional entanglement. The two were on the verge of a more intimate encounter. Such foolishness was akin to dragging one's own intelligence through the mud. Under these circumstances, how could He Wangxing possibly contain his fury? This time, even the resurrection of his wife, Su Yunerv, would not deter him from administering a severe punishment to this wayward son. As this thought crossed his mind, He Wangxing's face turned increasingly pale with rage, and the temperature within and around the cave plummeted. "Calm down, old He." He Yuan hastily gestured for calm. "Father, please allow me to explain." He spoke with utmost seriousness. "Indeed, I admit my carelessness led to my predicament with that madwoman, Yu Xiaoxiao. However, at this point, his gaze grew resolute. That deranged woman likely never anticipated that I had prepared countermeasures against her. First, confining her in the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain was a strategic move to ensure that when other sects came seeking an explanation regarding her identity as a remnant of the Yu Sword sect, we would possess a reasonable justification. Secondly, the Nine Heavens Moon Sword technique that she pilfered from the Songjin Pavilion has never been studied by anyone in our Wansen sect. Thus, even if some meddling individuals attempted to associate our sect with her, they would lack sufficient grounds. Upon hearing He Yuan's well-structured analysis, He Wangxing's expression softened somewhat. He pondered, "Even so, this is still not entirely secure. The fact remains that you have engaged in intimate relations with this woman, which cannot be disputed." In response, He Yuan nodded, acknowledging, "Father's concerns are indeed valid. But what if my relationship with Yu Xiaoxiao is not merely one of physical intimacy?" He Wangxing was taken aback, glancing at him with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "What do you mean by that?" He Yuan shrugged and said, "Surely you have heard of the dual cultivation techniques of the 100 Flower Valley? They possess a technique called Qinyang Gong, which allows women to harness the essence of men's yang energy, transforming them into vessels for their cultivation. What I employed on Yu Xiaoxiao in the Forbidden Grounds was a technique specifically designed to absorb a woman's yin essence, known as Su Nu Heart Sutra. In other words," he added, lightly touching the tip of his nose, "Yu Xiaoxiao is now my vessel, serving my cultivation needs." Here, He Yuan deliberately concealed the true effects of the Su Nu Heart Sutra, which, in reality, benefits both genders in their cultivation. After all, he preferred not to disclose the nature of the Wandu avatar residing within the Xinxian Hall to He Wangxing. As anticipated, He Wangxing did not question whether the Su Nu Heart Sutra was merely a technique for extracting a woman's yin essence. Rather, he inquired with curiosity, "The Su Nu Heart Sutra? How did you acquire this technique?" He Yuan explained, "I chanced upon this secret technique in the Demon Spirit Valley. However, since such dual cultivation practices do not align with the righteous image of our Wanxian sect, I have kept it hidden from you all this time." "Ah, so you, this scoundrel, are aware of such dual cultivation techniques, which should not be practiced by disciples of reputable sects." He Wangxing shot him a disapproving glare, but ultimately chose not to dwell on the matter further. "The Su Nu Heart Sutra, which extracts a woman's yin essence, truly aligns with your character. However, do exercise caution. Do not extract too much of her yin essence lest it leads to dire consequences." He Yuan, "So, in your eyes, I am merely a lecherous rogue, obsessed with women?" "Rest assured, father, I know my limits," he replied with a sigh. "You know your limits?" He Wangxing nearly laughed in disbelief. "If you truly had any sense of restraint, you would not find yourself in such dire predicaments time and again, forcing me to clean up your mess." Yet, recognizing a rare moment of wisdom from his son, He Wangxing refrained from discouraging his enthusiasm. He nodded and stated, "The daughter of Yubatian is under Elder Chu's supervision. She will not dare to cause any trouble, even if meddlesome individuals come knocking. I will shield you from significant issues." "Very well." He waved his hand dismissively. "You seem in quite a hurry. I shan't delay you any longer. Go on." By the time He Yuan returned to High Peak, nearly half an hour had passed. This was not because he had retracted his earlier conclusion that Su Xiang was the one responsible for publicizing Yu Xiaoxiao's identity. Rather, after conversing with He Wangxing, he had regained his composure. As he had mentioned to He Wangxing, the arrangement to confine Yu Xiaoxiao in the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain was a plan he had devised long ago, anticipating the chaos that would ensue if her identity were to be revealed. As a devoted reader of the novel Sword Immortal, He Yuan was acutely aware of the catastrophic consequences that had befallen Yunhai Peak and the Wanxian sect when Yu Xiaoxiao's true nature was revealed. Thus, from the moment he laid eyes on her, he had been vigilant against this harbinger of disaster. Placing her in the controlled environment of the Wanxian sect's forbidden grounds was a strategic move. On the one hand, it placed this calamity within a visible and manageable realm. On the other, it provided them with an explanation should her identity be exposed. He had already crafted plausible reasons for the elders of the Wanxian sect. Yes, they were aware of her lineage as Yubaishan's daughter, which justified her confinement in the forbidden grounds. The only unforeseen development for He Yuan was the unexpected intimacy that had transpired between him and Yu Xiaoxiao. Nevertheless, he quickly devised a plan to utilize the Su Nu Heart Sutra to his advantage. Seems like my junior brother has been quite engaged with that young lady in the forbidden grounds. Just as He Yuan was about to return to his cave, he suddenly heard Su Zong's sarcastic voice dripping with disdain from behind. Chapter 46. The anger of the celestial fairy. Despite the considerable distance separating him from Su Ziyang, He Yuan could distinctly perceive the overwhelming bitterness emanating from him. It was only natural. Who would he harbor a deep-seated resentment towards anyone who audaciously intervened in an opportunity to engage with a beauty like Yu Xiaoxiao? Who was as stunning as the celestial fairy? The mere thought of it would evoke a desire to choke the interloper to death. The fact that Su Ziyang had managed to restrain himself until now spoke volumes about his extraordinary self-control. Turning slowly, He Yuan fixed his gaze on Su Ziyang, whose eyes were filled with a murderous glare. In a composed manner, He Yuan remarked, "Indeed, Miss Yu is a rare gem. She possesses a heart dedicated to justice and righteousness, but alas, her background has hindered her from fulfilling her aspirations." However, he shrugged. "My junior has informed her that if she is willing to remain at my Wanshan sect and embrace the nurturing of our righteous principles, she will eventually rid herself of her malevolence and become a true champion of justice. What do you think, Brother Su?" His words held a double meaning. While ostensibly directed at Yu Xiaoxiao, they were subtly aimed at Su Ziyang, implying that straying down the path of vice would ultimately lead to failure and that only a sincere heart could achieve greatness. Unfortunately, Su Ziyang, consumed by rage, was evidently unable to heed such counsel. His eyes narrowed, and with a chilling gaze fixed upon He Yuan, he retorted, "Brother He, you truly are a paragon of virtue. I must admit I underestimated you before. I hope you can genuinely guide this woman onto the right path." With that, Su Ziyang coldly turned and strode into his dwelling. After enduring Su Ziyang's biting sarcasm, He Yuan was left with a singular certainty. Su Ziyang had yet to expose Yu Xiaoxiao as true identity. Otherwise, his jealousy would have manifested in a more ruthless and vindictive manner. Moreover, since their return from Lingguan Town to Yuhai Peak, He Yuan had only encountered Yu Xiaoxiao once, which should not have driven Su Ziyang to the brink of madness, threatening the very existence of both He Yuan and Wanshan sect. However, with Su Ziyang's current volatile state, it was impossible to predict when he might succumb to madness and decide to destroy what he could not possess. Thus, it was imperative to preemptively consider the potential disaster that could arise from Su Ziyang igniting the powder keg that was Yu Xiaoxiao. He Yuan contemplated the necessity of arranging an expedition to the Tian Isle without delay. If he could procure the elusive dragon spittle on that isle, he would swiftly expel the dark-hearted Su Ziyang from Yunhai Peak. With these thoughts in mind, He Yuan made his way towards the entrance of his dwelling. However, just as he stepped inside, he was met by the sight of the enchanting celestial fairy, draped in a flowing azure gown, gracefully seated upon a meditation cushion. Her mesmerizing eyes sparkled with intrigue as she regarded him, resembling a breathtaking landscape. Ahem. He Yuan cleared his throat. "Master, when did you arrive?" The celestial fairy arched her delicate brow, a hint of displeasure flickering across her exquisite visage. Internally, she mused, "I have yet to reach a century of age, having already attained the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, making me the youngest elder in Wanshan sect. Why does it sound as if I am some ancient creature living for millennia when spoken by you, He Yuan?" Though she bore her grievances silently, the celestial fairy eventually replied, "I have been here for some time." The implication was clear. She had overheard every detail of the conversation between He Yuan and Su Ziyang. She continued nonchalantly, "Before you returned to Yuhai Peak, Brother Su had already approached me to expedite the plans for our expedition to Tian Isle. I stayed behind to inform you of this." "What?" He Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was contemplating the urgency of making arrangements to banish Su Ziyang from Yuhai Peak, the celestial fairy delivered this unexpected news. Upon hearing his unspoken thoughts, the celestial fairy's expression morphed into a complex tapestry of emotions, anger, disbelief, and a touch of embarrassment all mingled together. It was a rare sight, as no one had dared to address her with such familiarity since she ascended to the Golden Core stage. Not even the most esteemed elders of the Tianyuan continent had ever referred to her in such an endearing manner. Yet, here was a young disciple, barely in his 20s, who had the audacity to call her little cutie. Though she had not voiced it aloud, this unexpected term of endearment stirred something deep within her long-frozen heart. Yet, before the warmth could linger, it was swiftly crushed by He Yuan's next thought. Should he intervene to prevent Su Ziyang from enacting his vile plans against the celestial fairy? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he felt the celestial fairy's demeanor shift, her eyes narrowing like blades aimed at him. "As a disciple, should you not be the first to assist your master in her time of need? How dare you hesitate? Have I taken on a selfish and cold-hearted apprentice?" He Yuan shivered under her piercing gaze, feeling as if he had been thrust into an icy chamber. He stammered, Master, why are you looking at me like that? I wish to hang you up and give you a thorough beating." The celestial fairy seethed inwardly. With a frosty demeanor, she turned and stated, "Prepare yourself. We shall depart with Brother Su at dawn tomorrow." Without allowing He Yuan a chance to respond, she glided away, her expression unyielding. He Yuan, for the first time, sensed that the peak master of High Peak was genuinely enraged. He rubbed his nose, pondering, did I say anything disrespectful to her? Chapter 47. He Yuan. What seems that, from beginning to end, I have only uttered a single sentence, right? He Yuan, like a bewildered monk, found himself at a loss. Yet, he promptly expelled these chaotic thoughts from his mind. What occupied his heart was merely the anticipation of tomorrow's journey to the Tianhai Island with the ethereal fairy Ling Miao and Su Xiang, in pursuit of the elusive dragon clan. At that moment, within the Jinshin Hall of the Purple Mansion, the voice of the Wanda Avatar resonated, in the Tianhai. The demon clan roams freely. Even the islands close to the land are far from secure. Thus, to ensure the success of this expedition, it would be prudent for you to directly break through to the Foundation establishment stage today. Break through today? He Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The Wandu Avatar continued, previously, your dual cultivation with Yu Xiao in the forbidden area of the back mountain has greatly benefited you. The spiritual energy you have accumulated within is nearly sufficient for your breakthrough. Moreover, do you not still possess the transformation essence pill granted to you by your esteemed master, Fairy Ling Miao? With its assistance, achieving the Foundation establishment tonight should pose no challenge. As night descended, He Yuan found himself alone at the edge of a precipice on Yunhafeng. Below him, clouds swirled and mist enveloped, obscuring the depths. This was the most perilous part of Yunhafeng, rarely visited by anyone. He Yuan had come here to attempt his breakthrough to the Foundation establishment stage. Half a month prior, while meditating in his cave dwelling, he had inexplicably fallen victim to a lecherous poison, leading to some indescribable events with his senior sister, Su Miaojing. Although he had not encountered any such circumstances in the past half-month, the breakthrough to Foundation establishment was a pivotal moment in a cultivator's life. One that could not be trifled with. A failure could mean being trapped below the Foundation establishment stage for a lifetime. Hence, He Yuan dared not attempt his breakthrough in the cave dwelling. Fortunately, despite the treacherous terrain of this cliff, it offered ample concealment, making it an ideal location for his breakthrough. After consuming the transformation essence pill, He Yuan sat cross-legged atop the precipice, preparing to charge towards Foundation establishment. In no time, he entered a meditative state. However, unbeknownst to He Yuan, the moment he began to ascend the treacherous heights, he was immediately sensed by Fairy Ling Miao. As the peak master of Yunhafeng and a 9th-tier golden core cultivator, she was intimately familiar with every corner of the mountain. Furthermore, the commotion caused by He Yuan in this precarious spot was considerable. It would be nearly impossible for her to overlook it. Upon realizing that He Yuan was absorbing the vast spiritual energy of Yunhafeng in preparation for his breakthrough, Fairy Ling Miao's beautiful eyes first flashed with surprise. Subsequently, she quietly approached a massive rock at the base of the cliff and began to silently protect him with her spell. Meanwhile, He Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that while he was fully focused on his breakthrough, his newly accepted master was discreetly standing guard beside him, shielding him with her magic. An immense surge of spiritual energy flooded towards his limbs and meridians like an unrelenting tide. Never had He Yuan felt such an overwhelming sensation. As if every organ in his body were on the verge of bursting, leaving him in great discomfort. In an instant, his face contorted and veins bulged prominently, as if he were enduring immense pain. Alas, this body is still too inadequate. At this moment, the exquisite face of the Wandu Avatar, floating within the Jinshin Hall, reflected disdain as she remarked, if you were now a body of myriad spirits, you could withstand tenfold the spiritual energy impact without issue. Despite her disdain, she did not wish to witness her newly recognized host perish mid-breakthrough due to being overwhelmed by the spiritual energy. Thus, within the Jinshin Hall, she extended her delicate wrist, pale as jade, and flicked her fingers towards He Yuan's brow. Suddenly, the agony etched on He Yuan's face began to fade, and his trembling form gradually calmed. The tidal wave of spiritual energy within him seemed to be guided by an invisible force, converging into his dantian before flowing back through his meridians, cleansing his body repeatedly. At the base of the cliff, Fairy Ling Miao, who had initially intended to intervene upon seeing He Yuan's distress, was astonished to witness a palace-shaped artifact emerge from within his body, measuring about a foot in size. In no time, his condition returned to normal. Fairy Ling Miao narrowed her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing the artifact closely, pondering whether it was the inheritance he had obtained from the Wandu Elder in the Demon Spirit Valley. The palace? The Jinshin Hall? Suddenly, Fairy Ling Miao's intuition sparked, and she recalled the legendary artifact associated with the Wandu Elder. It turned out that this young man had inherited the Jinshin Hall, a treasure left behind by the Wandu Elder. With this realization, she felt no envy. Instead, she was inexplicably pleased for her new disciple. Of course, had she overheard He Yuan's thoughts earlier, the master of Yunhafeng would surely have sought him out to settle the score for the earlier incident in the Demon Spirit Valley, where he had intentionally ensnared her to seize the Wandu inheritance. Crack. Simultaneously, He Yuan sensed a barrier within his dantian being forcefully breached by the tide of spiritual energy. In the next moment, he felt that the spiritual energy gathering within him had multiplied several times over, his entire being brimmed with unprecedented strength. Suddenly, He Yuan opened his eyes wide. In that instant, he could distinctly see two beams of piercing light emanating from his gaze. He sprang to his feet, clenched his fists, and felt two immense forces surging within him, eager to break free. Congratulations, young man, You have established your foundation," came the voice of the Wanda avatar from the Jinshin Hall. At the base of the cliff, upon witnessing He Yuan's successful breakthrough, the long cold countenance of Fairy Ling Miao revealed an unexpected smile. However, she quickly smoothed her expression, discreetly adjusting her graceful figure before leaping away. The commotion caused by He Yuan's final push to break through was substantial, drawing the attention of many disciples from Yunhaifeng, who soon gathered to investigate. Upon discovering that the source of the disturbance was none other than He Yuan, they exchanged bewildered glances. It was Su Jiner who reacted first, her face filled with astonishment as she exclaimed, "He Yuanqua, you have established your foundation." Chapter 48. Imbalance, extreme imbalance. Fortunately, this junior sister responded promptly, refraining from uttering the disrespectful term. Nonetheless, the expressions of the disciples turned peculiar upon hearing her address He Yuan. It was no wonder that Su Jiner was so astonished. After all, half a month prior, when He Yuan sought to join Yunhai Peak, he had engaged in a duel with her, at which point he was merely at the 5th stage of qi condensation, 2 whole tiers beneath her. Now, after consuming half of the Huasui Dan, the reward for achieving first place in the intersect trial, she had barely advanced a single tier. Yet, the notorious scion of Wanshan sect before her had inexplicably leaped 4 tiers, achieving foundation establishment. How could Su Jiner not feel incredulous? Observing the other disciples of Yunhai Peak, their reactions mirrored her disbelief upon witnessing He Yuan's successful breakthrough to foundation establishment. The senior sister Su Miaojin remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixated on He Yuan. Her expression a blend of indignation towards the junior brother who had sullied her reputation and astonishment at his remarkable progress. The myriad of complex emotions swirling within her rendered her countenance ever-changing. Su Xiang, on the other hand, glared at He Yuan with palpable resentment, evidently taken aback by the latter's swift ascension to foundation establishment. With this, Su Xiang's prior advantage over He Yuan in terms of cultivation was obliterated. He had initially believed he could compensate for his shortcomings in winning over women with his superior cultivation talent, but now, even in that regard, He Yuan had decisively outclassed him. Su Xiang's heart was undoubtedly filled with profound imbalance. As for the other senior sisters of Yunhai Peak, their gazes towards He Yuan were tinged with envy, surprise, and jealousy, but predominantly disbelief. After all, prior to this, He Yuan had always left them with the impression of being a lazy, indulgent, and licentious dandy. Meanwhile, He Yuan met the myriad of complex gazes from Su Jiner and the other sisters with a casual shrug, remarking, "Junior sister, your discerning eye remains as sharp as ever. You notice my foundation establishment at a glance. Indeed, I owe my breakthrough to the Huasui Dan graciously bestowed upon me by our esteemed master." Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of realization as it dawned on them that the Huasui Dan had been the catalyst for his transformation. Unbeknownst to them, He Yuan's inner thoughts raced. Thanks to the Huasui Dan gifted by the adorable Ling Miao, I managed to evade suspicion. Otherwise, with Su Jiner's tenacious nature, I might have had to reveal the inheritance I acquired from the venomous old man's lair. Thus, he mused, should Su Luocha discover that I had usurped the inheritance that rightfully belonged to him, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Oh, Su Jiner, dear girl, do tread carefully. Else, should you press too hard, I might just have to give you a thorough thrashing. At that moment, upon hearing the series of thoughts that spilled from He Yuan's mind, Su Jiner nearly lost her composure and charged at him in fury. Thankfully, her rationality prevailed. She knew that with so many senior sisters present, if she truly disregarded the consequences and sought to confront He Yuan, it would surely provoke him further. Given He Yuan's previously arrogant demeanor, such an act might not be beyond him. With a slight flush gracing her cheeks, Su Jiner feigned embarrassment at He Yuan's praise, replying, "You flatter me. He's shitty." As we arrived together, I believe not just I, but everyone could sense the formidable aura of foundation establishment emanating from you. Oh, is that so? He Yuan responded, oblivious to any suspicion. However, junior sister, you and 7th sister both received a Huasui Dan for achieving first in the intersect trial. You must have made significant progress as well, haven't you? His words effortlessly shifted the attention of the disciples from him to Su Jiner. As anticipated, upon hearing He Yuan's remark, the gazes of the gathered disciples, including Su Xiang, fell upon Su Jiner's beautiful face. Unexpectedly, they were taken aback to see the typically clever and willful Su Jiner display a rare blush of embarrassment. She awkwardly chuckled, "I haven't made much progress. Jiner and 7th sister each consumed half of a Huasui Dan, and over the past half-month, I've merely advanced one small tier." After uttering these words, she noticed the scrutinizing glances of her senior sisters, their expressions seemingly conveying, "Oh, dear junior sister, you clearly haven't put in enough effort. Look at He Yuan, who merely consumed half a Huasui Dan yet leapfrogged 4 tiers to achieve foundation establishment. And you? You only managed to rise 1 tier after digesting half a Huasui Dan. Your rate of cultivation is being trampled beneath his feet." Su Jiner was left speechless, yearning to exclaim, "You foolish senior sisters. You are all being deceived by that fellow surnamed He, yet remain oblivious. His remarkable leap of 4 tiers cannot solely be attributed to a single Huasui Dan. No, it is because he possesses an inheritance obtained from the venomous old man's lair." At this moment, Su Miaojin, the senior sister, finally broke her silence, alleviating Su Jiner's embarrassment. "Since everyone is aware that the commotion here is the doing of Ishidi, let us disperse. The Sex Grand competition is merely 2 months away. Do you truly believe that with your current cultivation, you can confidently face your opponents on the day of the competition?" With Su Miaojin's reminder, The disciples hurriedly changed their expressions and departed from the cliffside. After all, as Su Miaojin had pointed out, the upcoming grand competition of Wanshan sect held paramount importance for them. The rankings of the inner sect disciples following this competition would directly affect the resources they would receive from the sect. Moreover, those who ranked in the top 10 would even have the opportunity to access the forbidden area of the back mountain, the Soul Tower, to receive the legacies of the sect's past masters. Wanshan sect boasts 12 peaks, and the inner sect disciples number in the thousands. To stand out among such a multitude without true strength would indeed be a fool's dream. Chapter 49. There's no way I would let the old ox savor this tender grass thus. Even someone as fortunate as Su Xiong, the destined child of great fortune, placed immense importance on the upcoming grand competition of the Wanjian sect, set to unfold in merely 2.5 months. In no time, only Su Miaojin and Su Jina remained at the scene, along with He Yuan, who had just managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage atop the precipice. Su Miaojin cast a deep glance at Su Jina. In response, Su Jina pouted her cherry lips and asked, "Senior sister, why do you look at me like that?" Nonetheless, Jina was self-aware, recognizing that given her current level of cultivation, even with relentless practice day and night over the next 2 months, it would be utterly impossible for her to secure a position among the top 10 in the sect competition. Upon hearing this, Su Miaojin nearly burst into laughter at her little junior sister's navet. "So, is this your justification for not training seriously?" "Not at all," Su Jina internally protested. For her true intention was to linger a little longer, hoping to spend more time with the debonair He Yuan across from her, in hopes of eavesdropping on more valuable information from his heart. Little did she know that Su Miaojin harbored the same intention. However, due to her past encounter with He Yuan, she felt somewhat reserved in his presence, unable to be as carefree and relaxed as Su Jina. Consequently, upon witnessing Su Jina stubbornly insisting on staying put rather than departing immediately, Su Miaojin ultimately yielded, rolling her eyes with exasperation. "Fine, since you choose to be idle, I shall not concern myself with you. Stay as long as you wish." With that, the senior sister of Yunhai Peak gracefully turned, her slender waist swaying as her white dress and flowing hair danced in the breeze, and she departed. Throughout, she refrained from uttering a single word to He Yuan. It was not that she could not forgive him for his transgression against her. Rather, she found herself at a loss for words when confronting the junior brother who had taken her innocence. After all, prior to He Yuan's apprenticeship at Yunhai Peak, her feelings towards this notorious playboy of the Wanjian sect were nothing but disdain and discomfort, so much so that even sharing the same hall with him felt exceedingly unpleasant. Had it not been for the fact that, since He Yuan's arrival at Yunhai Peak, she had gradually begun to change her perspective due to her ability to overhear his innermost thoughts, she might have already succumbed to despair and taken drastic measures. After Su Miaojin's departure, only He Yuan and Su Jina remained on the cliff. He Yuan touched his nose, feigning a wicked demeanor, and with a charming smile remarked, "Little sister, this place is quite far from our master and the other senior sister's cave, and surrounded by perilous thickets. Are you not afraid that I might harbor ill intentions towards you?" Upon witnessing He Yuan's objectionable display, Su Jina's expression tightened, instinctively retreating 3 steps, crossing her arms defensively, and glaring at him with fierce determination. "He Yuan, do you dare? Let me tell you, every inch of Yunhai Peak is under Master-S control. Should you entertain any nefarious thoughts towards me, I shall ensure Master deals with you severely." "Oh, this is not amusing," He Yuan exclaimed with feigned boredom. "I was merely jesting with you, little sister. I did not expect you to take it seriously." "You." Su Jina glared at him furiously. "You he intentionally mocked me? How vile. I shall report you to Master, and have her punish you severely." At the mention of punish, Su Jina's voice abruptly halted, and her expression turned cautious. Oh no. Su Jina's heart raced with anxiety. Cursing herself for her foolishness, she wondered why she had to mention punishment. Surely, he would not suspect that she could overhear his thoughts. Her anxiety was not unwarranted. Just moments ago, He Yuan had internally mused that if she continued to pry into the sudden advancement of his cultivation, he would have no choice but to teach her a lesson in private. As for He Yuan, upon hearing Su Jina's words, he too began to harbor suspicions. However, he quickly reasoned that such thoughts existed solely within his mind and had never been spoken aloud. Thus, she should not have been able to overhear them. It must have been a coincidence. After all, before He Yuan joined Lingmiao sect, Su Jina was the youngest disciple of Yunhai Peak and the object of everyone's affection. Hence it was not surprising she would conjure such thoughts about Master punishing him. He mused, simultaneously maintaining a serious facade. Master is exceedingly busy. Surely she has no time to concern herself with the petty squabbles of her 2 disciples. I was merely teasing little sister. It hardly constitutes harassment. So let us not trouble Master. Upon hearing this, Su Jina placed her hands on her waist, looking at him with a hint of indignation. He Yuan. Does my mention of Master frighten you? Of course. The dignity of a man is at stake. How could it be easily tarnished by a woman? He Yuan inwardly scoffed. Moreover, it is Master Lingmiao, who has lived for nearly a century. Even if she is beautiful, what of it? This tender grass has no desire to be ensnared by her aged hands. However, as he contemplated this, he glanced over Su Jina, shrugged, and thought, well, you foolish girl. Possess some charm. Your figure is passable. If it were you, this little devil, taking advantage of me, I might consider it. At that moment, He Yuan distinctly sensed a sudden drop in temperature around him. Noticing Su Jina's expression visibly darkening, He Yuan was perplexed, wondering why this once playful girl suddenly appeared so distressed. It was no wonder she had only recently gained Su Liqian's favor. Her fickle nature clearly indicated her immaturity. What man would desire her? Suddenly, He Yuan's thoughts were interrupted as he felt a jolt. Meanwhile, Su Jiner, who had been on the verge of exploding from his previous remarks, now focused intently, her ears perked up like an elf's, signaling her heightened awareness. Chapter 50, The Fortunate Indulgence. The reason Su Jiner endured He Yuan's sharp tongue without erupting was that she awaited this moment. She wished to eavesdrop on his innermost thoughts to glean more stories about herself. Indeed, to use He Yuan's own words, it was all about the plot. And He Yuan did not disappoint her. At this moment, she sensed a profound seriousness in his heart's voice. No, had it not been for my interference. According to the original storyline, Su Luch would not have claimed her, Su Dainio, until much later. Yet now, due to my presence, the relationship between Su Luch and this Su Dainio had undergone unforeseen changes, making it uncertain when this green tea bimbo intended to ensnare Su Dainio. Furthermore, during Su Dainio's last visit to convey the 5 elements breathing technique, Su Luch had gazed at her retreating figure with an unmistakable lewd intent, suggesting that he might soon have plans to violate her purity. Although I had stubbornly declared to wait until she fell victim to Su Luch before revealing his true nature, allowing her to regret her choices, how could I truly let such a thing occur? Truth be told, Su Luch had previously consumed the essence of numerous venomous serpents in the Demon Spirit Valley, which must have infused his body with a significant amount of their lewd poison, almost ensnaring Ling Miao, the Celestial Maiden. It was likely this very method that he employed to conquer the 9th senior sister in the small world of Lingquan Town. And now, would he attempt to use this venomous lewdness against Su Dainio? Buzz. Upon hearing He Yuan's thoughts, Su Jiner felt a buzzing in her mind. The 9th senior sister had actually been harmed by that Su Xiang? This was something Su Jiner had never anticipated. No wonder she had sensed something peculiar in the way the 9th senior sister looked at Su Xiang these past days. It seemed they had already crossed a line. Coupled with He Yuan's mention of the lewd poison, which had nearly ensnared her own master, Su Jiner's heart could no longer remain tranquil. She hastily waved her hand at He Yuan, declaring, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, this little junior sister hurriedly took her leave, dashing down the cliff. He Yuan. What just happened? Wasn't he this woman seeking superiority before me? Why did she rush down the mountain after just a couple of exchanges? However, he soon dismissed the matter. After briefly acclimating to the formidable power of the foundation building period, He Yuan departed from the precipice. The sky had darkened somewhat. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon the towering peaks of the Cloud Sea Peak, which was renowned as the second highest peak of the 10,000 Immortal Sect, giving it a delicate golden hue. Unfortunately, He Yuan had no time to admire the picturesque landscape illuminated by the sunset. He intended to stealthily infiltrate Su Xiang's cave tonight to investigate whether this fellow harbored plans to seize Su Jiner's purity. As night fell, He Yuan crouched low, leaping onto a towering ancient tree adjacent to Su Xiang's cave, skillfully climbing along a branch that stretched above the cave. Had this been before his foundation building, he would never have dared to engage in such covert reconnaissance, as the risk of exposure was too great. However, now that he had reached the foundation building stage, sharing the same first-tier cultivation as Su Xiang, the likelihood of being discovered was minimal, provided he did not intentionally expose his aura. Just as he perched atop the eaves of Su Xiang's cave, he unexpectedly discovered someone had already taken refuge behind a protruding rock. In the darkness, he could still clearly discern the exquisite features of the individual. It was none other than the junior sister he often referred to as Su Jiner. Evidently, she had been hiding there since early on, completely unprepared for anyone else to have reached this location. Upon being discovered, the little girl was taken aback and nearly gasped aloud. Fortunately, He Yuan was quick to cover her mouth, whispering, Shh, don't make a sound. It's me. Afterward, Su Jiner blinked at him, signaling that she recognized him. He Yuan then withdrew his hand. Strangely enough, the moment his palm pressed against her soft lips, the warmth of the contact stirred something within He Yuan, even though he had previously experienced intimacy with both Su Miaojin and Yu Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, a sultry voice echoed from below, calling to Su Xiang, abruptly pulling He Yuan back to reality. He focused his gaze downward and discovered that within Su Xiang's cave, a plump woman in a red dress was gazing at him with flirtatious eyes, deeply engrossed in a passionate exchange with Su Xiang. This must be the 13th senior sister? He Yuan uncertainly turned to Su Jiner, forming the number 13 with his lips, and saw her face darken as she subtly nodded. He Yuan could not help but touch his nose, casting a knowing glance at Su Xiang below, amusement dancing in his eyes. First the 9th senior sister, and now this 13th senior sister. Clearly, Su Xiang was quite fortunate in his romantic endeavors. Although the 13th senior sister's appearance left much to be desired, she was at least a young woman of considerable age, wasn't she? Next, He Yuan indeed witnessed the emergence of that lascivious dark aura upon Su Xiang's forehead once more. Subsequently, he heard the destined protagonist of the Sword Immortal express with deep affection, 13th senior sister, from the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I fell in love. To me, you are so gentle and lovely, wise beyond your years, making it impossible not to draw near. What the? He Yuan nearly spat out his drink. In his memory, Su Xiang had captivated the likes of Ling Miao and Su Miaojin with his boundless charm. When did he become such a sycophant? Moreover, the woman he was fawning over was hardly the gentle and lovely paragon he described. Suddenly, He Yuan felt a tightening at the corner of his back, as Su Jiner, a mixture of embarrassment and anger in her voice, whispered furiously, how can they be so shameless? He Yuan immediately focused his gaze downward. only to see the couple in the cave entangled in each other's arms, tearing at one another's clothing. Their intentions were unmistakable. Chapter 51. A disturbance in the midst of good fortune. Such an occurrence was utterly foreign to Su Jiner, a young maiden of delicate decorum. In an instant, her lovely visage flushed crimson, nearly reaching her ears. Simultaneously, she tightened her grip on the hem of He Yuan's garment. He Yuan could distinctly hear the ragged breaths of this little junior sister. Junior sister, maintain your composure. Seizing the opportunity, He Yuan gently grasped the fabric she clutched and lowered his voice. Haven't you mastered the 5 elements breathing technique by heart? Why not attempt a meditation here? What? Su Jiner was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't they have retreated at once, leaving this couple ample privacy for their intimate escapades? Yet, here was He Yuan encouraging her to stay and practice the 5 elements breathing technique. Could he possibly think she harbored a wicked penchant for eavesdropping on others' romantic encounters? Her delicate brows knitted together in vexation as she shot him a glare. Just as she was about to scold him softly, she noticed He Yuan raising his index finger to his lips, urging her in a hushed tone, "Junior sister, remain calm. Focus your gaze upon Su Xiang below. Do you not perceive the dark aura surrounding him?" At his words, Su Jiner redirected her attention to the couple engaged in their sordid activities below. Indeed, she could see an exceedingly malevolent black mist emanating from Su Xiang's brow, enveloping both him and his companion. To her dismay, merely glancing at this sinister aura sent her heart racing, her mouth dry, and an overwhelming urge to seek solace in He Yuan's embrace surged within her. Gasping softly, she quickly recited the incantation for the 5 elements breathing technique, striving to enter a meditative state that could calm her tumultuous heart. Just moments ago, what was that wisp of black mist? Why was it so wicked? What was that? Su Jiner's voice trembled slightly as she spoke. In response, He Yuan cast a significant glance her way and explained, "That is the venom created by Su Xiang after consuming several poisonous serpents in the demonic spirit valley. This venom possesses potent aphrodisiac properties. Even our master nearly succumbed to its allure. Is this the venom of the poisonous serpents?" Su Jiner's body involuntarily shuddered, especially when recalling how she had overheard He Yuan's thoughts, suspecting that Su Xiang might use this venom to ensnare her and rob her of her virtue. A look of alarm washed over her face. With a sudden crunch, the stone beneath her foot shattered, the sound echoing faintly. However, Su Xiang, a formidable practitioner in the foundation establishment stage, was acutely aware of his surroundings even amidst his intimate liaison. After all, his clandestine affair with the 13th junior sister was not something to be flaunted. Consequently, he immediately detected the noise made by Su Jiner. "Who goes there?" Su Xiang halted his movements abruptly, his sharp gaze piercing toward the hiding place of He Yuan and Su Jiner. "I will draw Su Xiang's attention, junior sister. Take this chance to slip away." He Yuan hastily instructed Su Jiner. Rising to his full height, he no longer concealed himself, boldly leaping to the central pillar of the cave, and called down to Su Xiang, "Su senior brother, would you believe me if I claimed I was merely passing by?" "He Yuan, it's you again?" Su Xiang's eyes burned with fury, his gaze fixated on He Yuan as if he wished to tear him apart on the spot. The last time, in the little world of Lingguan Town, he had nearly lost the opportunity to cultivate with the 9th junior sister due to He Yuan's interference, leaving him with a lingering psychological scar. Fortunately, with the 9th junior sister's assistance, he had regained his confidence and ultimately succeeded in winning her favor. After piecing together the clues from that day, he deduced that the one who had spied on them and caused the disturbance was none other than He Yuan. Now, with Ling Miao Xinzi attending a council meeting at the Wansen sect, and all the disciples at Yunhai Peak engrossed in their cultivation to prepare for the upcoming sect competition in 2.5 months, he had hoped to discuss life's pleasures with the 13th junior sister in solitude. Who could have anticipated that He Yuan would once again spoil his plans? Having been interrupted twice in his attempts at dual cultivation, Su Xiang's resentment toward He Yuan was palpable. Were it not for the fact that He Yuan had also successfully established his foundation, Su Xiang might have acted on his rage. "Passing by? You can't even muster a decent excuse? Do you take me for a fool?" Su Xiang seethed. In the face of Su Xiang's fury, He Yuan appeared unfazed, casually rubbing his nose as he remarked, "Su senior brother, we are fellow disciples, and our caves are adjacent. Thus, I thought to pay a visit and share my joy in successfully establishing my foundation. There is no need for such anger, is there?" With great effort, Su Xiang managed to restrain himself from confronting He Yuan, his jaw clenched as he forced out, "Before I lose my temper completely, get out of my cave." He Yuan feigned nonchalance, glancing towards Su Jiner's hiding spot, and noticed that she had stealthily made her way to the towering tree that extended into the cave. A smirk graced his lips as he said, "Su senior brother, do not be so hasty. I truly did not expect you to be secretly engaging in such activities with the 13th junior sister. Ahem, I shall take my leave now, do continue." With that, He Yuan leapt from the cave's apex through a ventilation window. Below, Su Xiang's gaze remained fixed on He Yuan's retreating figure, his fists clenching and unclenching in frustration, repeating the motion thrice before seemingly conceding to the idea of not attacking him. He was acutely aware that this was Yunhai Peak. Should he recklessly confront He Yuan, not only would he face Ling Miao Xinzi's wrath, but even the eldest sister Su Miaojin would be more than a match for him. Outside the cave, upon emerging through the window, He Yuan quickly approached the towering tree and grasped Su Jiner's slender waist, urging, "Junior sister, let us depart." Chapter 52. The proud junior sister. As expected, He Yuan's suspicions were confirmed, just as he swiftly brought Su Jiner into his cave dwelling. Su Xiang suddenly leapt out from the sky above the opposite cave, his cold gaze instantly directed towards He Yuan. If Yuan had delayed even for 3 more breaths, Sujiner would undoubtedly have been exposed to Su Xiang. This was a scenario Yuan was desperate to avoid. After all, Sujiner was merely at the 8th stage of her cultivation. Should she offend Su Xiang, the consequences could be dire if he held a grudge against her. Although her father, Su Bin, was an elder of the Wansan sect, it was impossible for him to always be by her side for protection. Once Sujiner was alone, Su Xiang could easily target her without any defenses. However, Yuan was different. Having successfully established his foundation, he was confident that he could confront Su Xiang directly without fear of defeat. Furthermore, he possessed the formidable advantages of the Jinxian Hall and the One Poison Avatar. Thus, he would only continue to distance himself from Su Xiang, the destined protagonist among the Sword Immortals. Gulp. Sujiner swallowed hard, glancing nervously at Yuan. Yuan. Junior brother Su senior brother. No. Su Xiang's use of the poison serpent's depravity to engage in dual cultivation with senior sister 13 must surely be considered a form of dark sorcery, right? At this moment, she seemed to regard Yuan as her pillar of support, addressing him as junior brother instead of Yuan Cao. Yuan pondered for a moment before replying. While the dual cultivation technique is indeed frowned upon by our righteous sect, to label it as dark sorcery seems inappropriate. For instance, the women of the 100 Flower Valley revere dual cultivation. Their practices are tacitly accepted by our sect, are they not? His response carried a hint of playful jest. For he himself was a beneficiary of dual cultivation techniques. He could not very well disparage something from which he had gained. Upon hearing this, Sujiner clearly disapproved of his reasoning. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she retorted. But he secretly unleashes the poison serpent's depravity to incite desires and confuse women's minds. Doesn't that qualify as dark sorcery? Oh, Yuan feigned a look of realization. If you put it that way, then indeed, that fellow Su is employing dark sorcery. After all, even the 100 Flower Valley, which champions dual cultivation, emphasizes mutual consent and would not easily use techniques to manipulate another's mind. Sujiner's pretty face suddenly froze, her delicate nose crinkling as she scrutinized Yuan. Junior brother something feels off. In just a short time, you've mentioned 100 Flower Valley twice. Have you perhaps encountered someone from there recently? Yuan quickly waved his hands. No. Meanwhile, he silently mused. Silly girl Su, you're quite perceptive. You almost figured it out. I haven't met anyone from the 100 Flower Valley, but I did learn a dual cultivation technique similar to theirs. Unfortunately, you're still too young. Like a sprout, and not yet within my considerations for a dual cultivation partner. Suddenly, Sujiner whirled around, her charming face darkening as she shot him a fierce glare. As if wishing to bite him, Yuan was momentarily taken aback, chuckling nervously. Junior sister, why are you looking at me like that? It's a bit unsettling. You should know my movements since joining Yunhai Peak. When would I have the chance to meet anyone from the 100 Flower Valley? Sujiner smirked inwardly, thinking, if I hadn't overheard your thoughts, I might have been fooled by your feigned innocence. Yuan, it seems, has not changed. He remains the same lecherous scoundrel. The only difference now is that he has learned to be selective about his targets. As if my being a sprout is something to be looked down upon. I haven't criticized you for being a good-for-nothing, frivolous second-generation heir. Suppressing her thoughts, she replied in a haughty tone. I've been busy with my cultivation breakthroughs lately and have no time to concern myself with you, the frivolous second-generation heir. As for whether you've met someone from the 100 Flower Valley, that is of no concern to me. With that, she turned gracefully, her blue dress fluttering in the wind, her silken hair dancing behind her. That Su fellow has returned to his cave. I should take my leave. She stepped lightly towards the cave's entrance, cautiously glancing towards Su Xiang's door. Satisfied that there was no movement, she boldly dashed towards the cluster of female caves. From behind, Yuan observed all her actions. Watching her cute demeanor as she peered around, afraid of being discovered by Su Xiang, a smile crept onto his lips. He understood that Su Xiang would not emerge from his cave easily, especially with senior sister 13 waiting for his attention. Having finally seized a chance for dual cultivation with her, he would not let it slip away, especially after witnessing Yuan's successful foundation establishment. Su Xiang's sole intention now was likely to find a woman for dual cultivation to rapidly enhance his strength. As Yuan suspected, Su Xiang was indeed in his cave, intent on continuing the pleasurable activities with senior sister 13 that they had left unfinished. Though Yuan's sudden appearance had disrupted his mood, it was not enough to deter him completely. To elevate his cultivation, he was willing to endure any discomfort to acquire senior sister 13's virgin essence that night. The night passed without a word. However, for Yuan, the previous night was far from enjoyable. It seemed that Su Xiang, perhaps intentionally provoking him, had spent the entire night cultivating with senior sister 13. Moreover, they had set no soundproofing formations around them, allowing every sound to penetrate into Yuan's ears. Consequently, he endured the relentless auditory assault of the couple, rendering him unable to concentrate even during meditation. The next morning, as dawn barely broke, Yuan hastily donned his attire, leaving his cave and making his way directly to the bamboo grove where the immortal Ling Miao resided. Chapter 53, The Enchanting Maiden at the Bamboo Grove Cottage. The tranquil retreat of the celestial being. Nestled at the very heart of Cloud Sea Peak, this sacred site stands as the pinnacle of elevation within the region. Upon Hejuan's arrival, he found the celestial being seated gracefully upon a massive slab of azure stone, absorbing the gentle rays of dawn that bathed her form. Clad in a verdant watercolor skirt, she enveloped her exquisitely sculpted figure. At this moment, the master of Cloud Sea Peak had her eyes serenely closed. Her breathtakingly beautiful face, capable of rendering one breathless, was adorned with a single strand of silky hair that danced playfully in the breeze, adding a touch of approachability to her ethereal presence. The morning light cascaded from her cascading locks, illuminating her delicately refined features and enveloping her in an aura reminiscent of nature's divine artistry. The scene, so magnificently beautiful that no artist, no matter how skilled, could capture its essence, compelled Hejun to refrain from intruding upon her tranquility. He stood at a distance, quietly reveling in the sight of the celestial being bathed in the dawn's embrace. Suddenly, as if sensing his presence, the celestial being opened her radiant eyes. Locking onto Hejun's gaze, a slight furrow formed on her delicate brow upon realizing she was being observed. Instead of exhibiting any signs of embarrassment, Hejun boldly clasped his hands in greeting and addressed her. Disciple Hejun pays respects to the master. The celestial being regarded him intently for a moment, and upon noticing the absence of any pretense on his countenance, she decided to let the matter slide, saying, "Although I had planned for us to journey to the island of Tianhai today, it is still early, and there is no need for such haste." Hejun replied earnestly, "Given the distance we must travel to the sea, it is prudent for a disciple to prepare in advance." He inwardly lamented, "What a pity it is that such an exquisite woman, possessing both grace and beauty surpassing that of a celestial being, must fall prey to Su Leviu's treachery on that island, thereby losing her purity." The celestial being's elegant brows arched slightly at this thought. Her gaze now tinged with scrutiny as she inquired, "Hejun, have you ever heard of the Dragon Clan?" "The Dragon Clan," Hejun pondered. "I have come across texts in the library of the Wanjian sect that recount the history of the Dragon Clan. It is said that this race dominated the continent 100,000 years ago, revered by all other races. However, as the various clans grew stronger, they gradually liberated themselves from the Dragon Clan's dominion. In fact, a catastrophic conflict known as the Catastrophe of the 10,000 Clans ensued, resulting in significant casualties on both sides. Following that, the Dragon Clan retreated to the desolate and frigid land beyond the Tianhai, abandoning the fertile grounds of Tianyuan. Indeed, the celestial being nodded in affirmation, her eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction as she regarded him. That information is recorded in the geographical miscellany of Tianyuan housed within the Wanjian sect. This kind of miscellaneous record is seldom perused, even by some of the elders, let alone young disciples like you. As she spoke, her eyes narrowed slightly, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she scrutinized him. "Everyone claims you, Hejun, are lacking in scholarly pursuits. However, I believe this is merely a clever ruse on your part to conceal your true capabilities, is it not?" Hejun felt an urge to clarify that the original owner of this body was indeed a frivolous wastrel, and that he, as a time-traveling soul, was merely leveraging the knowledge of the narrative from the novel Sword Immortal. Yet, he refrained from uttering such thoughts, knowing they would likely lead to her perceiving him as delusional. Scratching his head, a rare flush of embarrassment crossed his features as he replied, "Master, you flatter me. I merely had the chance to glance through the geographical miscellany of Tianyuan on an occasion." Upon hearing his words, the celestial being nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell on the topic further. Rising gracefully, she delicately leapt from the azure stone, landing lightly on the ground. Casting a calm glance in his direction, she stated, "Although the Dragon Clan has been absent from the Tianyuan for 100,000 years, your senior brother Su claims to have detected their presence on an island in Tianhai. What do you think is the likelihood of this?" "Me?" Hejun was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that this might be a manifestation of the celestial being's uncertainty. Even though she was a formidable practitioner of the Golden Core stage, her previous experience in the Demon Spirit Valley, where she narrowly escaped the clutches of Su Xiang's poisonous onslaught, would understandably instill a sense of caution towards her disciple. Reflecting on this, Hejun replied, "It is challenging for me to ascertain the truth. However, I believe that given Su's temperament, the likelihood of him fabricating a false narrative to deceive you is quite low. After all, you, Master, are a practitioner of the Golden Core stage. Once you arrive on that island, a mere survey of its aura should suffice to gauge its condition. Since the events involving Su Xiang acquiring dragon spittle on an island occurred earlier in the Sword Immortal narrative, Hejun's recollections were not particularly vivid, rendering him unable to confirm whether the dragon's remains were indeed located on the island they were about to visit. Regardless, he felt compelled to make the journey to the Tianhai island. Thus, he provided the celestial being with a somewhat ambiguous response, resolving to later caution her about Su Via's potential schemes as a form of recompense. Unbeknownst to him, the celestial being had caught wind of his silent resolution, allowing her to exhale a sigh of relief. This was the promise she had been waiting for. Though she was unaware of how Hejun had come to learn of Su Xiang's intentions to ensnare her on the island, leading to her succumbing to the poison of desire, she felt an inexplicable trust in him. This conviction had only solidified after she had narrowly evaded danger several times, thanks to Hejun's insights gleaned from his thoughts in the Demon Spirit Valley. Even with her formidable prowess at the 9th stage of the Golden Core, the celestial being understood that certain underhanded tactics remained difficult to counter. The memory of Su Xiang's sudden and dangerous release of poison still lingered in her mind, leaving her uncertain whether it was intentional, but it had certainly instilled a sense of dread within her. Chapter 54, Boundless Seas and Skies this time. Following Su Xiang to the island reef of the Heavenly Sea, the ethereal fairy Lingmu specifically brought along Heyuan, undoubtedly considering her newly accepted disciple as pivotal in resolving the impending crisis. Thus, upon overhearing Heyuan vow internally to remain vigilant of the places where Su Xiang might scheme against him once they reached the island, fairy Lingmu felt considerably reassured. With her hands clasped behind her back, She gazed at the clouds beyond the mountains and said, "Indeed, since that is the case, let us set off immediately upon your senior brother Su's arrival." Around the time of the second hour after dawn, Su Xiang finally arrived at the Bamboo Grove cottage. At that moment, he radiated an imposing and fierce aura, clearly indicative of a breakthrough in his cultivation. He Yuan feigned surprise, stating, "Senior brother Su, it has only been a night, and your realm has surged to the second level of foundation establishment. Did you perhaps encounter some fortuitous event last night?" "Damn it." Su Xiang shot He Yuan a fierce glare from a position where Fairy Lingyu could not see, inwardly cursing. "Does that fool He Yuan truly not comprehend whether I experienced a fortuitous encounter last night? If it weren't for your incessant meddling, I would not still be languishing at the first level of foundation establishment." Naturally, given Fairy Lingyao's presence, he could not openly express his resentment toward He Yuan and replied nonchalantly, "Junior brother He, you jest. What fortuitous event could I have experienced in just one night? Merely diligent and unyielding practice, striving to make up for my shortcomings." "Ah, diligent indeed, especially in toiling for the sake of our 13th senior sister," He Yuan silently remarked. "Undoubtedly, dual cultivation is a form of training as well." He shrugged, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. He had discerned that when it came to shamelessness, Su Xiang, the destined protagonist known as the Sword Immortal, was hardly inferior to himself. Rather than engage in a war of words, it would be far more effective to wait until they reached the island reef and, at a critical moment, trip up Su, which would deliver a true blow to him. Whoosh! With a flourish of her sleeves, Fairy Lingyao summoned her life-bound treasure, the seven-colored, glazed shuttle. He Yuan had seen this flying shuttle once before. It had transported him and Su Xiang several miles in mere moments, its speed rivaling that of a teleportation array. The seven-colored glazed shuttle was a supreme spiritual artifact. While it lacked offensive capabilities, its swiftness surpassed that of many celestial artifacts. She glanced sidelong at the two, instructing, "Board the shuttle, Su Xiang will lead the way. And He Yuan, stay close to me." Upon hearing Fairy Lingyao's directive, He Yuan and Su Xiang promptly took action, leaping onto the spacious shuttle capable of accommodating 4 or 5 individuals. Under Fairy Lingyu's guidance, the shuttle darted forth like a released arrow, propelling them swiftly towards the heavenly sea. Su Xiang stood at the forefront of the shuttle, directing Fairy Lingyao to adjust their course continually. Before long, this supreme spiritual artifact brought them to the very edge of the boundless Black Sea. As they approached this vast expanse, a chilling and ominous aura, immense and suffocating, enveloped them. Embrace the primordial essence, maintain stillness in the center, and quietly recite the 5 elements breathing technique. At that moment, Fairy Lingyao's voice floated into He Yuan and Su Xiang's ears. Trusting her guidance, they hastily complied, feeling somewhat alleviated. Known as the boundary between humanity and the demon race, the heavenly sea encircles the entire Tianyuan continent. Even a powerful being like Fairy Lingyao, at the Golden Core stage, could not ascertain its exact dimensions. The water was as dark as ink, buoyancy nearly non-existent, and the surface perpetually shrouded in thick black mist, exuding an air of eeriness. However, numerous islands and reefs had formed within the depths, serving as habitats for various demon races. While there were no explicit regulations, both humans and demons tacitly acknowledged the coastline of the heavenly sea as the demarcation between their two races. The Tianyuan continent above the coastline was where humanity resided, while the boundless waters below were the realm of the demons. Currently, the destination for He Yuan and the others was a nearshore reef located approximately 100 miles northwest of the heavenly sea. According to Su Xiang, he had fled to this reef while being pursued by a group of evil cultivators, using a flying artifact to escape, and had sensed the presence of the Dragon Clan. Unfortunately, at that time, his cultivation was too low, and he dared not risk exploring the island, which was why he later divulged the information about this island to Fairy Lingyao after becoming her disciple. "Hold steady," Fairy Lingyao declared in a serious tone. "Once we cross the coastline of the heavenly sea, we shall enter demon territory. To avoid drawing their attention, I will accelerate our passage across this 100 miles of sea." As she spoke, she maneuvered the 7-colored glazed shuttle like an arrow piercing through the clouds, heading straight for the reef indicated by Su Xiang. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shuttle's rapid speed sent gusts of wind whipping past, causing He Yuan's face to sting painfully. He dared not be careless, quickly lowering his center of gravity to sit firmly on the shuttle. Su Xiang was equally uncomfortable, bracing himself against the fierce winds with immense willpower. The only one unaffected by the tumult was Fairy Lingyao, who was fully focused on accelerating the shuttle beneath her. Finally, after several breaths, the swiftly flying 7-colored, glazed shuttle successfully traversed the sea and hovered above an island spanning several tens of miles. From this vantage point, they could clearly see the jagged, irregular rocks dotting the island. It seemed that these uneven formations rendered the island unsuitable for constructing dwellings, which explained the absence of any demon presence. Fairy Lingyao confidently landed the shuttle atop the highest boulder on the island, stating, "Though I maneuvered the shuttle at great speed, we cannot escape the senses of some powerful demons. We have at most half an hour to explore, so we must not delay. Let us commence swiftly." With that, she retracted the shuttle and took the lead toward the island's center. He Yuan and Su Xiang exchanged glances before following closely behind. However, after walking less than a mile, Su Xiang suddenly spoke up. "Master, there are numerous crevices here. If we 3 remain together to investigate, it may take us quite some time. Why not split up and reconvene here in half an hour? Here we go." He Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Su Xiang, inwardly thinking, This guy truly lacks patience. Having just arrived, he is already plotting against our beautiful master, hoping to ensnare her while seeking to ruin her reputation. Chapter 55, The Writer Annihilates the Ancestors? Upon hearing He Yuan's thoughts, the ethereal fairy Ling Miao couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows, clearly perplexed by the true meaning of the term. However, she was all too aware of He Yuan's subsequent remarks. At that moment, her gaze towards Su Xiang shifted to one of wariness. Su Xiang naturally noticed the change in fairy Ling Miao's demeanor. Yet he dismissed the notion that she harbored any suspicion of his intentions. After all, despite being the destined protagonist of the novel Sword Immortal, he lacked the prescient abilities that He Yuan possessed. Initially, Su Xiang had believed that this journey to the island of Tianhai would serve as an intimate escapade for him and fairy Ling Miao. He had planned to exploit the aphrodisiac effects of the dragon's breath left behind by a colossal dragon to entice the enchanting fairy Ling Miao, hoping she would willingly embrace him, thereby securing his triumph. He had not anticipated He Yuan's invitation to join them. However, this revelation merely startled him momentarily. He soon dismissed He Yuan, the debauched heir of the 10,000 Immortals sect, as inconsequential. Indeed, while their cultivation levels were comparable, both having established their foundations, Su Xiang had spent the previous night engaging in dual cultivation with his 13th senior sister, achieving a stable pinnacle of first-level foundation establishment, mere steps away from advancing to the second level. Thus, he considered his combat prowess far superior to that of He Yuan, who had only just begun his foundation establishment. Su Xiang even maliciously speculated that He Yuan's rapid advancement was solely attributable to the relentless provision of various elixirs by his sect leader father. How could a foundation established through mere potions ever rival the gradual progress achieved through genuine strength? Su Xiang mused internally. Unfortunately, he could never have foreseen that this very individual he deemed reliant on potions would soon disrupt his plans. After Su Xiang proposed a plan to search separately, fairy Ling Miao did not immediately agree. Instead, her gaze settled intently on He Yuan as she casually inquired, "What do you think, He Yuan?" He Yuan thoughtfully rubbed his nose and replied, "Master, while this island currently lacks the presence of demon clans, it is nevertheless within their territory, and a powerful demon could appear at any moment. If we separate, Master, you would be unable to rescue your disciple and senior brother Su in time." He then cast a glance at Su Xiang and added, "I believe it would be best if the three of us remain together." Hearing this, Su Xiang's expression darkened, and he glared fiercely at He Yuan. He had anticipated that He Yuan would oppose him at every turn. However, he believed that fairy Ling Miao, as one of the peak masters of the 10,000 Immortals sect, would possess her own judgment. Thus, he met her gaze and asserted, "Master, what my junior brother proposes is merely a possibility. Did we not travel thousands of miles to take risks and seize opportunities on this island? If cultivators were to abandon their quest for breakthroughs out of fear of revealing their whereabouts to enemies, then where would the world find formidable beings such as the transcended transformation and tribulation crossing experts?" His impassioned words were delivered with fervor. Had He Yuan not already discerned Su Xiang's true intent for coming to the island, to manipulate fairy Ling Miao using the dragon's breath, he might have been swayed by such rhetoric. However, He Yuan regarded this as mere bravado. He could easily conjure 100 similar declarations about fleeting opportunities and the need to seize them. He Yuan silently critiqued, "Of course, it ultimately hinges on our beautiful masteress stance. I shall only offer this warning once. Whether she heeds it is beyond my control." He understood the wisdom in the adage that too many words can lead to misfortune. After all, Su Xiang was the destined protagonist of Sword Immortal, a character endowed with exceptional talent and wisdom. If He Yuan's subtle assistance to fairy Ling Miao became too apparent, it might draw the attention of this destined figure. Should Su Xiang ever begin to question his ability to manipulate the trajectory of his life, matters could become quite troublesome. Fortunately, fairy Ling Miao did not disappoint He Yuan. After a brief contemplation, she waved her sleeve and declared, "He Yuan makes a valid point. I have sensed the presence of 4 powerful demons lurking around this island. Should any of them detect our presence, I would be unable to assist both of you." As she spoke, she advanced towards the island's center and continued, "I have detected a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy in that direction. Let us proceed to investigate." In consideration of the possibility of being discovered by the lurking demons, the three refrained from employing spiritual energy to hasten their pace and instead utilized agile movements to swiftly navigate toward the heart of the island. Before long, they arrived at the center of the island. Although the terrain was composed of jagged rocks, the heart of the island featured a naturally formed depression. This depression appeared to span several dozen yards and was funnel-shaped. The surface of the stone had been weathered by the elements, rendering it irregular. Yet one could still discern that this funnel-shaped depression was likely the result of some extraordinary force. He Yuan surveyed the funnel and remarked, "It resembles a formation created by the tail of a colossal demon." Indeed, a rare smile of appreciation graced fairy Ling Miao's exquisite face as she responded, "This is the mark left by a giant dragon." It seems Su Xiang was correct. This island was once visited by a colossal dragon. However, based on the lingering aura, this dragon must have departed nearly 1,000 years ago. Departed for 1,000 years? He Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering whether he had misjudged and that this was not the island where Su Xiang planned to manipulate fairy Ling Miao with the dragon's breath. In his recollection, the original text depicted the island's reef as being home to the corpse of a giant dragon. As He Yuan's thoughts raced, he suddenly heard Su Xiang point toward the center of the depression and exclaim, "Master, look there? Does it not seem as though a barrier has been set up?" Chapter 56. The corpse-bearing barrier following the direction indicated by Su Xiang's finger, the ethereal fairy, Ling Miao, indeed discovered an inconspicuous circle of light at the heart of the depression. Had one not observed it closely, they might mistake it for a mere sunbeam. Yet, given that the entire expanse of the Tianhai was shrouded in dense black mist, one must question the presence of sunlight. This alone hinted at an underlying issue. Without hesitation, Ling Miao decisively instructed, "You two, stay right behind me. Allow me to investigate the authenticity of this barrier." As she spoke, she strode towards the luminous circle at the center of the depression. Observing this, He Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiang. However, whether it was Su's adeptness at concealing his intentions or merely serendipity that led him to discover the barrier, He Yuan could discern no traces of deceit on Su Xiang's countenance at that moment. Nevertheless, as Ling Miao's graceful silhouette advanced further, He Yuan chose not to dwell on it and promptly followed suit. After all, even if Su Xiang harbored ulterior motives regarding the barrier, he would likely refrain from overt actions with Ling Miao so closely beside him. Moreover, He Yuan had previously thwarted Su Xiang's attempts to seek dual cultivation with both the 9th and 13th senior sisters, potentially instilling in Su a sense of trepidation towards He Yuan. He was unlikely to risk interference from He Yuan during his third attempt at dual cultivation. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, He Yuan arrived at the very center of the funnel-shaped depression alongside Ling Miao. It was only upon descending to the lowest point that he realized the center of the funnel possessed a substantial passageway, measuring 2 to 3 zhang in diameter. In other words, the seemingly insignificant circle of light they had observed earlier was, in fact, nearly the size of a grinding disc. After scrutinizing the circle of light for several moments, Ling Miao remarked, "This is a type of corpse-bearing barrier. As its name implies, it serves to entomb a corpse beneath and employs a secret technique to seal the corpse's aura, preventing future grave robbers from disturbing it. Such barriers typically have a time constraint, and it is evident that this one has existed for centuries, causing it to weaken and reveal these anomalies. Presumably, the dragon aura you sensed, senior brother Su, emanated from within this barrier." At this juncture, Ling Miao seemed to recall Su Xiang's presence, instinctively tilting her head, only to be met with a flicker of surprise on her delicate face. "Oh, where has senior brother Su gone?" He Yuan quickly turned his head, scanning the surroundings. And to his dismay, Su Xiang had vanished from sight. Alas, his expression shifted dramatically as he thought, "Despite all precautions, I have still been outmaneuvered. That Su Xiang must be plotting something against us." His demeanor darkened as he stated, "He was just behind me moments ago. Yet, it is curious. The area of this central depression is limited. Where could he possibly hide?" The most perplexing aspect was that he had evaded detection by Ling Miao, a cultivator of the golden core stage, disappearing right before their eyes. Ling Miao's expression mirrored his concern. Upon sensing Su Xiang's intentions to scheme against her, she had maintained vigilance towards her disciple. Little did she know he would exploit her momentary distraction. It was clear he had concealed himself while she focused on the corpse-burying barrier. As for his motives, they were evident. He intended to set a trap for them. Realizing this, Ling Miao scrutinized the barrier anew, her vigilance heightened. The collapse of this barrier seems rather peculiar. If it were indeed deteriorating due to the passage of time, the surrounding powerful beings should have sensed it. Conversely, if the signs of collapse began only upon our arrival, it seems too fortuitous. At that moment, He Yuan interjected, "Could it be that someone tampered with this corpse-burying barrier in advance, anticipating our arrival to investigate the dragon aura, thus causing it to appear on the brink of collapse?" Ling Miao regarded him intently, her eyes narrowing as she pondered. "Are you suggesting that this entire scheme is the work of senior brother Su? That he began plotting this upon discovering the presence of dragon aura on this island?" A flicker of apprehension crossed her features, for if her suspicions held true, it meant Su Xiang had orchestrated this even before becoming her disciple. Such cunning was indeed unsettling. With a deep breath, Ling Miao sought to steady her racing thoughts, however. "There is one thing I do not comprehend. Controlling the timing of a barrier's collapse is something even I, as a golden core cultivator, cannot achieve. How could Su Xiang, a mere cultivator at the Chira-finding stage, accomplish such a feat?" He Yuan mused silently. "It is precisely because he possesses the protagonist's halo. Of course, he could never voice such a thought. Moreover, he too felt a tinge of doubt. After all, even with such a halo, Su Xiang should not be able to transcend the constraints of the cultivation system, performing feats beyond the capabilities of golden core masters with his Chira-finding cultivation. Unless, suddenly, a thought struck He Yuan, igniting a spark of realization. Could it be that Su Xiang, like myself, harbors the soul of an ancient powerhouse within him? Only this could explain how he, once a lowly cultivator, managed to traverse the Tianhai while evading his enemies, ultimately reaching the Wan Sin sect. It also elucidated how he possessed the key to enter the demonic valley of 10,000 poisons. Lastly, it clarified why he could manipulate the timing of this corpse-burying barrier's collapse, leading Ling Miao into a trap. With this revelation, He Yuan's expression grew grave as he urged, "Master, Su Xiang has meticulously orchestrated this entire scenario. The area beneath this barrier may be fraught with unprecedented dangers. I advise you to leave at once." Upon hearing He Yuan's warning, Ling Miao turned sharply, casting a penetrating gaze in his direction. "From the aura of the corpses emanating from within the barrier, I can ascertain that what lies beneath is the skeletal remains of a colossal dragon. Even so, you still wish to counsel me to depart?" Chapter 57. The dragon's remains. The ethereal fairy Ling Miao was acutely aware of the irresistible allure that the remains of a colossal dragon held for He Yuan. After all, she had gleaned from He Yuan's innermost thoughts that his willingness to embark on this perilous journey to the island of Tianhai, alongside herself and Su Xiang, was primarily motivated by the potential existence of dragon saliva on the isle. Consequently, she intentionally sought to probe his sentiments. Curious to discern whether the allure of the dragon's essence outweighed her integrity as his mentor. He Yuan's response, thankfully, did not disappoint her. He spoke gravely, "Master. While the bones of a dragon are indeed treasure-laden, they harbor significant peril as well. The most formidable of these dangers lies in the dragon's breath. This essence can incite the carnal desires within a human being, its potency surpassing even that of the venom from a toxic serpent. Given that Su Xiang has made prior arrangements, who can guarantee he will not employ this dragon's breath against you?" He sighed. "Thus, for the sake of safety, I advise you to abandon the idea of further exploration." At that moment, He Yuan had essentially confirmed the location of Fairy Ling Miao's second encounter with misfortune, which transpired on this very island. "Ling Miao, oh Ling Miao, my words are but a subtle hint. In truth, beneath this burial barrier, Su Xiang must have orchestrated everything, awaiting your folly to descend and inhale the dragon's breath, thereby succumbing to desire and losing your virtue," He Yuan privately lamented, fearing that his forthrightness might embarrass his esteemed mentor. After all, Su Xiang was a disciple she had personally guided. Little did he anticipate that, just as these thoughts flitted through his mind, Fairy Ling Miao would resolutely declare, "Since this is an adventure, it must encompass both danger and opportunity. Thus, I am determined to investigate the dragon's remains beneath this barrier. Stay close to me for your safety, so that I may protect you should peril arise." Seeing her unwavering resolve, He Yuan found himself at a loss for further argument and reluctantly acquiesced. Unbeknownst to him, Fairy Ling Miao's decision stemmed from her awareness of He Yuan's willingness to forsake the dragon's essence to ensure her safety from the dragon's breath that could awaken her carnal desires and shield her from Su Xiang's potential machinations. As the sealing barrier of the dragon's remains began to exhibit signs of collapse, and considering that the essence of the dragon could soon disperse and attract the attention of nearby formidable beasts, Fairy Ling Miao wasted no time and led He Yuan into the depths of the barrier. Indeed, as she had surmised, upon crossing the barrier, they found themselves in an expansive realm reminiscent of a miniature world. The most striking feature within this space was, of course, the gargantuan remains of the dragon, reminiscent of a small mountain. From the morphology of the remains, it was evident that in life, this creature had been a dragon of monumental proportions, easily exceeding several dozen zhang in length. The dragons of this realm bore a resemblance to the five-clawed divine dragons documented in the classic of mountains and seas, albeit significantly larger in stature. To draw a comparison, He Yuan found the most fitting reference to be the colossal serpent demon, Ba Kuei, he had encountered recently in Lingquan Town, which nearly occupied half the town's space while hovering overhead. At this moment, the dragon's remains appeared even more massive than that serpent. How could He Yuan not feel an indescribable sense of awe in his heart? "Master, He Shidi, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your presence." Suddenly, Su Xiang's figure materialized above the dragon's remains, hands clasped behind him, his demeanor playful, casting a gaze laden with inscrutable amusement upon the two. If He Yuan had previously speculated that Su Xiang harbored an essence akin to the protagonist of the latest popular fantasy web novels, those who activated the souls of ancient powers, he now firmly believed that this fellow concealed a spirit reminiscent of the character Yao Lao from Battle Through the Heavens. In that moment, Su Xiang's demeanor and aura were unmistakably beyond that of a mere foundation establishment cultivator. Could it be that this cunning individual, aware of his inability to covertly conspire against Fairy Ling Miao, intended to confront her overtly? He Yuan's brows knitted slightly, prompting him to lean closer to Fairy Ling Miao and whisper, "Master, there is something amiss with this Su. We should exercise caution." Due to their proximity, He Yuan's breath brushed against Fairy Ling Miao's ear, causing a subtle tickling sensation that caused her cheeks to flush momentarily. However, she quickly dispelled this discomfort. Narrowing her eyes, her gaze sharpened as she scrutinized Su Xiang. "I can indeed sense a significant difference between the current Su Xiang and your usual Su Shixiang at Yuhai Peak. It appears he has been possessed by a powerful ancient spirit." In response, He Yuan shook his head and replied coolly, "It is not possession, but rather a temporary occupation of Su's body. This allows him to manipulate everything within this barrier." Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing He Yuan's words, Su Xiang suddenly applauded thrice, a look of genuine admiration gracing his features. To possess such insight at a young age is indeed remarkable. Alas, your physique is rather mediocre. You are destined never to form a golden elixir in this lifetime. Otherwise, I would gladly choose you as my host. Thank you for your kind words. He Yuan retorted sarcastically. You seem to revel in the thought of me becoming your host, as though it were a matter of great honor. Huh? Do you take me for the fool that Su Xiang is? To be your host means enduring the constant risk of being usurped by you. Do you think I would willingly accept such a fate? Turning his attention back to Fairy Ling Miao, Su Xiang seemed unfazed by He Yuan's thoughts, surveying her with a discerning eye before commenting, "Ah, indeed, a rare and unparalleled beauty. Most notably, having reached the 9th stage of the golden elixir before the age of 100 is a remarkable talent, even in my era. Yes, you are truly deserving of my attention." Chapter 58. Gu Lufang. He Yuan almost burst into laughter at the audacity of the individual lurking within Su Luyo. Having witnessed shamelessness before, he had never encountered such blatant disregard as that displayed by this lecherous entity. It was evident that he lusted after the enchanting figure of the spirit fairy, yet he shamelessly proclaimed that she was unworthy of associating with an old man like himself. Were all these ancient powerhouses so self-absorbed? As for the spirit fairy, upon hearing the words spoken through Su Xiang by that ancient powerhouse, her beautiful countenance soured. The master of Yunhaifeng was already known for her cold demeanor, and at this moment, the chill on her exquisite features intensified as she remarked, "Since the esteemed senior has chosen Su Xiang as your host, you ought to train him well, transforming him into a righteous practitioner whose character and cultivation are commendable, rather than allowing him to sully his reputation and fall into the depths of infamy as a notorious evildoer. Is that so?" Su Xiang's lips curled into a wicked smile. "Since the fairy has mentioned evildoers, allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Gulu Fang, once a high-ranking elder of the Wan Poison sect, who perished in the Great Demon Suppression War 10 millennia ago. May I inquire, esteemed fairy, do you consider me a righteous cultivator or an evildoer now?" "What?" The spirit fairy's pupils dilated in shock. "You are Gulu Fang of the Wan Poison sect?" The Wan Poison sect had been the target of extermination by righteous cultivators during the Great Demon Suppression War, and as the chief execution elder, Gulu Fang held a position just beneath the Wan Poison elder, making him a prime target for the righteous. Realizing she was conversing with the notorious Gulu Fang of the Wan Poison sect, the spirit fairy grasped the situation instantly. No wonder Su Xiang had been able to navigate smoothly to the lair left by the Wan Poison elder in the Demon Spirit Valley, and had learned methods to use those demonic spirits to deplete his own strength. It made sense that he could sense the Dragon Clan's aura on this island, and had preemptively controlled the timing of the corpse burial barrier's collapse, waiting for himself to walk into the trap. All of this was orchestrated by Gulu Fang, the very man before her. The spirit fairy had certainly heard rumors of Gulu Fang, the second most formidable figure in the Wan Poison sect. Known for the countless righteous cultivators he had slain during the Great Demon Suppression War, he was also said to be on the verge of transcending to the heavens. Though he was nearly 1,000 years older than the Wan Poison elder, it was believed he had perished in the same war, surrounded and killed by righteous cultivators. Yet, the spirit fairy never imagined that a fragment of his soul remained in the mortal realm, now residing within the body of her disciple, Su Xiang. She inhaled deeply and instinctively positioned He Yuan behind her, stating, "It seems I overestimated the situation, believing the barrier was solely configured by Su Xiang. Thinking my 9th grade golden core cultivation could sweep away all schemes. Little did I know, alas. Had I known that such a terrifying evildoer-as soul was hidden within Su Xiang, I would never have brought you down here." She then lowered her voice. "I will try to stall him for a moment, and after we exit the barrier, we shall flee westward on our swords as swiftly as possible. The powerful demon in that direction should not concern themselves with a mere foundation establishment human like you at that moment, He Yuan." Upon hearing the identity of the elder lurking within Su Xiang, nearly chuckled aloud. Gulu Fang, the chief execution elder of the Wan Poison sect? Huh. Was he a subordinate of the Wan Poison avatar residing in his own purple mansion? With his master present, what audacity did this lesser being possess? He Yuan touched his nose, adopting a serious demeanor. "Master, even though Gulu Fang was once a chief execution elder of the Wan Poison sect, what of it? His true self was shattered into 81 pieces in that Great Demon Suppression War, and now the only remnant of his soul. If it weren't attached to Su Xiang's body, I could annihilate him with a mere finger." "What?" Su Xiang, upon hearing He Yuan's blatant disregard, erupted in anger. His expression darkened, and his gaze became piercing as he directed it towards He Yuan. "You insolent brat. Do you know the fate that awaits those who offend me?" "Humph, I forgot to mention, I also go by the name of the Thousand-Handed Poison Master. Anger me, and I shall ensure you experience a fate worse than death." The spirit fairy, clearly alarmed that Su Xiang might indeed retaliate against He Yuan, discreetly signaled him to remain calm. "He Yuan, do not be reckless. Follow my instructions. I will take action shortly. Be ready to escape the barrier." As she spoke, her fair hands began to gather energy covertly. Observing this, He Yuan inwardly cursed. "Oh, Ling Miao, you foolish girl, why is your mind blank at such a critical moment? Don't you remember that I recently obtained her legacy from the Wan Poison's lair? With this legacy, I need not fear Gulu Fang at all. Oh, how could I have kept this from you?" Just as He Yuan's thoughts unraveled, the spirit fairy turned her head sharply, glaring at him with icy eyes before stepping forward, fully exposing him to Su Xiang. "He Yuan." He scratched his head, bewildered. Master, weren't you just insisting on protecting your disciple? Why the sudden change? Are you abandoning your disciple's fate?" Facing the man who clearly had the means to deal with the soul of the chief execution elder of the Wan Poison sect, yet feigning innocence, the spirit fairy restrained her urge to pull his ear and scold him. Instead, she grumbled, "I've suddenly realized that, indeed, Gulu Fang is merely a remnant of his soul. I shall await to see you extinguish him with a mere finger." He Yuan was momentarily dumbfounded. "No, you are changing your stance far too quickly." Chapter 59. The true name of 10,000 poisons. He Yuan had never anticipated that the ethereal fairy Ling Miao possessed such a mischievous and cunning side. Just a moment ago, she had promised to protect him, yet in the next breath, she unexpectedly withdrew, leaving him exposed before Gulu Fang, the elder of punishment from the 10,000 poisons sect, who was utilizing Su Xiang's body. She even had the audacity to declare that she wanted to witness how He Yuan would annihilate his opponent with a mere finger. In response, He Yuan could only think to himself, "I merely spoke of that to buoy your spirits, you foolish girl. Surely, you do not intend to make me your primary weapon, do you?" However, before He Yuan could finish his lamentations, he noticed Ling Miao, having shifted her stance, twisting her slender waist and taking 3 steps back. He Yuan was left speechless. Ultimately, he could only attribute her fickle behavior to the capricious nature of women. Of course, the reason he dared to boast that Gulu Fang was left with only a wisp of a soul was not mere bravado. It stemmed from the clandestine guidance he had received from his 10,000 Poisons avatar. Indeed, upon hearing the ancient being's identity, the Elder of Punishment Gu Lufeng, who was attached to Su Xiang, He Yuan promptly contacted his 10,000 Poisons avatar residing within his Zifu Jinshin Palace. Gu Lufeng, the 10,000 Poisons avatar, was initially taken aback by this revelation. Then its expression turned peculiar as it remarked, "So this old wretch's soul has not yet been utterly obliterated? How amusing. I had underestimated him." Thinking that the last battle against the demons had annihilated both his body and spirit. "Nevertheless, it matters not," she continued with a calm demeanor. "This old fool has always acted under my command. When he last met me, he behaved like a mouse encountering a cat, not daring to raise his head. Thus, you may proceed with the plan I have outlined. Make sure that the old lecher on the opposite side is left humiliated." It was precisely because of the support from the 10,000 Poisons avatar that He Yuan faced Gu Liufeng's soul, which manipulated Su Xiang's body, with such composure. No, it was not merely calmness. There was an air of audacity about him. He Yuan stood tall, locking eyes with the figure of Su Xiang across from him, and declared, "You old lecher, do not think that simply because you have lived 10,000 years longer than us, you can secure an easy victory over us. Indeed, you are a master of poison, but do not forget that your previous creations relied on your life treasure, the 5 Poisons Soul Banner." At this juncture, his voice rose several decibels. "However, your 5 Poisons Soul Banner has been lost for many years. You likely lack the ability to concoct those lethal poisons that seal one's throat with a mere drop of blood." As soon as He Yuan's words fell, he could distinctly see Su Xiang's expression shift dramatically. His eyes locked onto He Yuan's, his voice trembling as he stammered, How could you know that I relied on the 5 Poison Soul Banner to create poisons? Is it so strange?" He Yuan shrugged and replied, "Not only do I know that you rely on the 5 Poison Soul Banner, but I am also aware that to forge this banner, you slaughtered a total of 1,234 individuals from the 5 major sections. Such inhumane acts of extermination are truly deserving of 1,000 deaths." Upon hearing He Yuan's words, the soul of Gu Lufeng, controlling Su Xiang's body, instinctively took 3 steps back, his gaze toward He Yuan now tinged with wariness. "Impossible. You are but a mere youth of less than 20. How could you have such intricate knowledge of my past exploits from 10,000 years ago?" He Yuan gazed at him with calmness and stated, "If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not commit the deed. Since you, old fool, have committed these heinous acts, you should know that your misdeeds will eventually be uncovered. Do you truly believe that your demise in the battle against the demons a millennium ago has erased your past crimes?" At his words, Su Xiang's expression fluctuated as he regarded He Yuan with uncertainty. After a long pause, the Elder of Punishment shook his head firmly, his gaze sharpening. "Back then, my massacre of the 5 major sects was executed flawlessly. Even after years of investigation by the righteous sects, they could never trace it back to me. The only one who knows of this, apart from myself, is..." His eyes narrowed into slits. "The leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect, Cheng Tianyao. But how could that be?" His gaze was filled with disbelief, scrutiny, and an inexplicable fear. As he fixed his stare on He Yuan, the sect leader perished in the battle against the demons a millennium ago. I witnessed his body and soul vanish. How could he possibly pass these secrets on to you? Cheng Tianyao. At this moment, He Yuan finally learned the true name of the 10,000 Poisons avatar. He mused to himself that it was no wonder this individual had once been renowned across the Tianyuan continent. Even their name was unique. He touched his nose and said earnestly, "I do not know the Qing sect leader you speak of. All this information comes from a journal I discovered. Moreover, that journal not only detailed your heinous slaughter of the 5 major sects, but also recorded the fatal weakness of you, the 1,000-handed poison master." Pausing deliberately, he continued with a languid tone, "Due to your prolonged use of the 5 Poison Soul Banner, the toxins of your own body have invaded your marrow and organs. The battle against the demons could be said to have saved your life, allowing your soul to separate from your poison body. Otherwise," he stated, "had your soul remained trapped in that toxic shell, it would have consumed your body and spirit long before a millennium passed. Am I mistaken?" He did not reveal the information regarding the 10,000 Poisons avatar within the Jinshin Palace, as it was the avatar's directive to He Yuan. In truth, it was quite simple. Currently, her avatar's power was insufficient, relying on its connection to the Jinshin Palace merely to maintain its existence. Chapter 60. The Wolf King. At this moment, the path of survival seemed to be the wisest choice. The notion of developing cautiously, akin to the one poison sect strategy, was indeed a sentiment that He Yuan had long sought to explore. Yet, for reasons unknown, his cautious approach faltered whenever he encountered the female protagonists closely linked to the fated hero, Su Xiang from the original text of Sword Immortal. It appeared that their attention towards him often surpassed that of the original destined hero. Unbeknownst to He Yuan, upon assuming the identity of the original second-generation disciple of the Wanxian sect, he gained an uncanny ability to allow these heroines to overhear his innermost thoughts, despite possessing insights into the narrative flaws of Sword Immortal. Meanwhile, Gu Lufeng, the Elder of Punishment from the Wan Poison sect, who was currently utilizing Su Xiang's body to confront He Yuan, felt a sudden chill run through him after hearing He Yuan reveal the weaknesses of his original form. His pupils constricted sharply, and his gaze turned lethal as he declared, "You brat, I initially intended to spare your life due to your resolute spirit. But now that you know so many of my secrets, I have no choice but to eliminate you." As he spoke, Su Xiang raised his hands, summoning a tremendous dark energy. "Wait," He Yuan interjected with a raised hand. "Are you not curious about the origin of the manuscript that details your secrets?" Do you not fear that others may discover it after me, thereby unveiling the heinous crimes committed by you, the elder of punishment from the One Poison sect? These words immediately halted Su Xiang's actions, his expression shifting between uncertainty and suspicion as he gazed at He Yuan. Through gritted teeth, he managed to utter, "Reveal to me the location of that manuscript, and I shall spare your life." Well, He Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. You, with your exceptional prowess as a transcendent being, must possess sharper senses than I. Have you not noticed the powerful demonic energy rapidly approaching from above us? Upon hearing this, Su Xiang hastily extended his consciousness beyond the barrier. Indeed, as He Yuan had described, a formidable demonic presence was swiftly advancing towards them. Wait. His expression shifted dramatically as he regarded He Yuan with newfound suspicion. You are but a first-stage foundation cultivator. How could you sense that demonic energy before I did? At this moment, not only Gu Lufang, who was using Su Xiang's body, but even the ethereal Ling Miao could not help but cast a surprised glance at He Yuan. Had it not been for He Yuan's warning, she too would have been oblivious to the swiftly approaching demonic aura. Yet, it soon dawned on her that He Yuan had inherited the legacy of the One Poison Elder, which likely granted him the ability to sense the approaching demon before anyone else. With this realization, Ling Miao discreetly inched closer to He Yuan and lowered her voice. He Yuan, the incoming demon's strength surpasses even that of your master. Should the opportunity arise, you should flee westward on your sword as I instructed. Upon hearing this, He Yuan felt an inexplicable stir within him as he gazed quietly at her. And what of you, master? Ling Miao replied calmly, as a 9th-stage golden core cultivator. I possess sufficient strength to confront the demon or Gu Lufang, even if I cannot prevail. However, facing both simultaneously would be a different matter entirely. He Yuan understood the gravity of the situation. He acknowledged that Ling Miao, with her 9th-stage prowess, could indeed stand her ground against either the demon or Gu Lufang. Yet, a battle involving both would undoubtedly place her at a disadvantage. This was a scenario He Yuan wished to avoid. Moreover, during their exchange, He Yuan had intentionally stalled for time, hoping to attract the attention of the great demon lurking around the island to join the fray. In the ensuing chaos, both he and Ling Miao could make their escape. He recognized that Gu Lufang, despite being reduced to a wisp of spiritual essence, had grown formidable enough that even Ling Miao hesitated to engage him. Thus, drawing a common enemy into the fray could allow them to distract Gu Lufang and lessen the focus on their confrontation. Who dares to intrude upon my demon territory? Step forth and face the wrath of the Wolf King. The great demon outside the barrier had arrived, its voice resonating like a thunderclap, causing the eardrums of the three within to throb painfully. It was the Wolf King, Kuei Lang. Ling Miao furrowed her brows slightly, recalling her encounter with him a decade prior. At that time, he was already formidable, and it was evident that he had grown even stronger since. The rage-filled roar of the Wolf King sent a shiver down Gu Liufang's spine as well. His fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding, he seethed. If only I had half a stick of incense more, I would have completed the barrier's formation and successfully reformed my body through the dual cultivation with a golden core female. To be interrupted at such a critical moment by a reckless brat and a beast. With a snarl, he turned his malevolent gaze towards He Yuan and the massive wolf demon crashing through the barrier, filled with murderous intent. You shall all perish. With that, he leapt into the air, heading straight for He Yuan. Wait. He Yuan's eyes widened in terror as he realized that Su Xiang's initial target was himself. He swiftly dodged and charged towards the wolf demon, shouting, Brother Kuei, save me. This scene left not only Ling Miao, who had intended to assist, but also the newly arrived Wolf King, momentarily stunned. Even Su Xiang, who had planned to strike, found himself momentarily taken aback. Chapter 61. Transformation. What is happening? Is He Yuan actually in cahoots with the heavenly Wolf King, Kuei Lang? Not only is the ethereal fairy Ling Miao and the soul of Gu Lufang, who has taken over Su Xiang's body, perplexed, but so is Kuei Lang himself. When did I, Kuei Lang, take a human as a subordinate? How could I be unaware of such a matter? However, in the next moment, Kuei Lang quickly came to a realization. It must be that detestable human over there, using him as a shield against the enemies lurking behind. Indeed, humans are exceedingly cunning. A flicker of anger crossed Kuei Lang's human-like face, and he bellowed, detestable human. Daring to use this king. Yet, just as he began his furious outburst, the figure of He Yuan, who was rushing towards him, suddenly pivoted, sharply turning to the left into an open space. This maneuver exposed his massive wolf form entirely to Su Xiang, who was poised to attack He Yuan. Kuei Lang had underestimated the situation. He believed that his true form would instill fear in the humans within this barrier. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. The confined space beneath this barrier, coupled with the presence of a colossal dragon corpse, rendered it unsuitable for his large demon form to maneuver effectively. Consequently, he had little opportunity to evade Su Xiang's oncoming assault. Meanwhile, the soul of Gu Lufang controlling Su Xiang had initially targeted He Yuan with full intent to kill. However, upon noticing He Yuan's abrupt evasion, causing his assault to redirect towards Kuei Lang, he did not halt. Instead, he seized the opportunity to accelerate his charge. Boom. Kuei Lang's massive body was struck squarely by Gu Liufang's full-force attack. In an instant, a wave of energy surged like a tidal wave, causing the Demon King to stagger backward, retreating several steps. Kuei Lang spat a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixated on Su Xiang as he snarled, Damn human. You dare to injure this king's true form. I shall tear you to shreds. As he spoke, Kuei Lang's enormous wolf paw forcefully pushed against the ground, and his body shrank at a visible speed. In no time, he transformed into a middle-aged man with a square face. At this moment, the transformed heavenly wolf king bore no distinction from an ordinary human, save for the two tufts of red and black fur at his temples, reminiscent of a wolf's ears. Kuei Lang's physique was robust, dressed in a sleeveless top that revealed his muscular arms, showcasing his powerful build. Notably, his hands had not transformed. His claws remained sharp and scythe-like, retaining their wolfish quality. He sharpened his claws, producing a resonant clang, and fixed his piercing gaze on Su Xiang, declaring, "Human. You have successfully enraged this king. Now, let me show you the consequences of inciting my wrath." With that, Kuei Lang propelled himself off the ground, soaring towards Su Xiang like a cannonball. As he flew, his claws extended, transforming into a series of sharp scythes, suffusing the barrier with an aura of lethal intent. The soul of Gu Lu Feng, controlling Su Xiang's body, suddenly glanced at the distant fairy Ling Miao and exclaimed, "Girl, if you do not wish for me to perish at the hands of this beast, come quickly to assist me. As for our grievances, we can address them after we have vanquished this creature." Upon hearing this, fairy Ling Miao furrowed her delicate brows, about to respond when He Yuan interjected, "Old fool. Do not think we are oblivious to your vile intentions. You are trying to conspire with my master against Kuei Lang without fully understanding his capabilities. Once my master agrees to join the fray, you will undoubtedly hold back, pushing him to the forefront of battle." He snorted derisively at that point. "While my master and Kuei Lang are locked in a deadly struggle, you will sit back and reap the benefits, manipulating them both to your advantage. You must be reveling in this scheme, you old rascal." Silence. The soul of Gu Lu Feng, hearing He Yuan's insults, was incensed to the point of nearly losing his composure. He pointed a trembling finger at He Yuan, his rage palpable, and retorted, "I had intended to deal with you after handling this beast. But it seems you are eager for death. Very well, I shall oblige you." As he spoke, he executed a backflip in midair, narrowly evading Kuei Lang's fierce attack. Then abruptly turned towards He Yuan's position, seemingly intent on eliminating this insufferable brat first. Noticing this, He Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he remained still, warning, "Master, be careful. That old beast is targeting you." Upon hearing He Yuan's words, both Fairy Ling Miao and Gu Lu Feng, mid-leap, were taken aback. The former was clearly confused, wondering why. Despite Gu Lu Feng controlling Su Xiang's body, He Yuan would warn her to be cautious. Meanwhile, Gu Lu Feng was astounded that his ulterior motives had been discerned by the young man. Indeed, He Yuan's intuition was correct. Gu Liu Feng's apparent attack on He Yuan was merely a ruse, with his true target being Fairy Ling Miao, who stood nearby. Just as he had shifted his target from He Yuan to Kuei Lang, he was now fixated on the strongest opponent within the barrier. In this precarious moment, Gu Lu Feng had overlooked the astuteness of the young man, who, despite his age, was perceptive enough to see through his intentions. Chapter 62, Master. I confess it is often said that the person who understands you best is the one most familiar with you. Gu Lu Feng, as the chief elder of the 10,000 Poisoned sect, had always worked under the leadership of the sect master, Cheng Tianyao, who, naturally, understood him profoundly. Thus, upon learning of the arrival of the Wolf King, Kuei Lang, from beyond the realms, the 10,000 Poisons avatar, situated within the Jinxian Hall of He Yuan's Purple Mansion, swiftly conveyed the situation to He Yuan and elucidated Gu Liu Feng's character. This chief elder, when confronting an adversary, often preferred to eliminate the strongest foe first. Such a mindset was deeply ingrained within him, rendering it nearly impossible to alter. It was precisely for this reason that He Yuan correctly anticipated Gu Liu Feng's true target of attack on 2 consecutive occasions. In a confrontation between masters, even a moment's hesitation could lead to a dramatic shift on the battlefield. Gu Lu Feng, initially intending to stealthily adjust his trajectory midair to ambush the spirit Miao Fairy, found his true intentions unveiled by He Yuan, causing a brief moment of delay in the body of Su Xiang that he was manipulating. It was this fleeting hesitation that provided the Wolf King, Kuei Lang, with the opportunity to launch a counterattack. "Despicable human, you shall perish," Kuei Lang roared, suddenly transforming into a bolt of lightning, charging directly at Su Xiang in midair. Now was not the time to linger. Seeing this, He Yuan swiftly dashed towards the spirit Miao Fairy, exclaiming, "Master, time is of the essence. Quickly maneuver your flying shuttle. Let us escape while we can." The spirit Miao Fairy, possessing an exceptional intellect, quickly summoned her iridescent flying shuttle upon noticing He Yuan approaching. She yanked He Yuan aboard, and together, they surged towards the entrance of the barrier upon the shuttle's support. However, unbeknownst to the 3 formidable beings, including the spirit Miao Fairy, as the shuttle whisked past the colossal dragon's corpse, the dragon's remains suddenly vanished without a trace. Such a massive dragon corpse could not simply disappear without reason. It had been stealthily relocated into the main hall by the 10,000 Poisons avatar within He Yuan's Purple Mansion. Only when He Yuan and the spirit Miao Fairy were on the verge of exiting the barrier did the 2 combatants below finally realize this fact. Gu Lu Feng, manipulating Su Xiang's body, was consumed by rage, his voice cracking, "Damn it. How dare you 2 steal the dragon's remains right under my nose? Return it to me at once." With that, he abruptly soared into the air, hastening towards He Yuan and the fairy. It was hardly surprising that Gu Lu Feng was so agitated. The dragon's remains were rare materials he had meticulously prepared to reconstruct a soul and body. To have them snatched away by He Yuan and the spirit Miao Fairy was a devastating blow to his plans. "Trying to flee? Have you consulted me first?" Kuei Lang suddenly unleashed a deafening howl, his 10 claws poised to strike at Gu Liu Feng's legs, declaring, "Despicable human. Can you truly come and go as you please in my territory? Below, Kuei Lang's relentless pursuit infuriated Gu Lufeng to the brink of bloodshed. At this moment, he could only focus on catching up with He Yuan and the spirit Meow Fairy to reclaim the dragon's remains, leaving little time to contend with the wolf demon. In a flash of fierce determination, he unleashed a powerful strike towards the spot where the dragon's corpse had been. Crack! It was as if he had shattered a segment of space itself. In the next instant, a pungent odor filled the entire barrier. The dragon's breath left behind by the dragon corpse, which Gu Lufeng had originally intended to use against the spirit Meow Fairy. Being a master of spatial manipulation, he had concealed the dragon's breath beneath the dragon corpse, allowing it to gradually seep into the barrier's space. Given another half an incense stick's time, these dragon breaths would fill the entire barrier unnoticed. At that point, Gu Lufeng could indulge freely in the spirit Meow Fairy, whose desires would be ignited by the dragon's breath. He planned to cultivate his soul through a union with her, purifying and enhancing himself, before completely refining the dragon's remains, thus giving him the chance to reconstruct his physical form. His scheme had been meticulously crafted, yet unforeseen variables had emerged, namely He Yuan and the disruptive presence of the Wolf King, Kuei Lang, rendering all his plans into mere vapor. Thus, in a fit of rage, Gu Lufeng shattered the spatial node, allowing all the stored dragon breath to flood the barrier. Having anticipated this, Gu Lufeng held his breath and, manipulating Su Xiang's body, propelled himself towards the barrier's entrance like a cannonball. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Kuei Lang inhaled a large mouthful of the foul dragon breath. Moments later, his face flushed crimson. His body began to tremble violently, and he instantaneously transformed into a gigantic wolf, emitting howls reminiscent of a wolf in heat. Suddenly, Kuei Lang, his eyes ablaze, burst forth from the barrier, racing towards his kin, clearly unable to contain the surging desires within him, seeking to release them among the female demons of his tribe. As for He Yuan and the spirit Meow Fairy, the iridescent flying shuttle beneath them, while a supreme artifact, was still within the territory of the celestial sea demons. Just as they had barely escaped the barrier and were preparing to hasten towards the direction of the 10,000 Immortals sect, they could distinctly sense powerful demonic presences sealing off that area. In a moment of decisive action, the spirit Meow Fairy steered the iridescent shuttle away from the coast, propelling it towards the depths of the celestial sea. They flew a full 1,000 miles until the oppressive demonic aura was no longer detectable, allowing the spirit Meow Fairy to finally ease the shuttle's speed. Turning her graceful head, her beautiful eyes narrowed as she gazed at He Yuan, saying, "He Yuan, I never anticipated that you possessed the capability to stealthily seize a dragon's remains in an instant. If that is the case, why do you still humble yourself to seek me as your master?" He Yuan responded, a wry smile breaking across his face. "Master, I withheld this from you earlier because I feared Su Xiang's jealousy. Now that it is clear he can no longer return to Yanhai Peak, I shall no longer keep it from you. Indeed, I acquired the inheritance of the 10,000 poisons in the Demon Spirit Valley, along with that damaged celestial artifact, the Jinxian Hull." Chapter 63. In the Heavenly Sea, there exists a colossal beast known as Kuan. In truth, the enchanting fairy Ling Miao had already eavesdropped on He Yuan's heartfelt thoughts. The reason for prompting He Yuan to speak was to ascertain his attitude towards her, to confirm whether he regarded her as his true mentor. It seems the outcome has brought her considerable satisfaction. To have He Yuan, the notorious prodigal of the Wanshan sect who once boasted of wanting to share her pillow, openly acknowledge his inheritance from the elder of 10,000 poisons in the Demon Spirit Valley, along with acquiring a damaged celestial artifact, is sufficient proof that, at this moment, Fairy Ling Yao occupies a special place in He Yuan's heart, as someone with whom he can exchange his innermost secrets. Contemplating this, the exquisite beauty of Fairy Ling Yao's face, capable of captivating any soul, finally softened, her icy demeanor thawing slightly as she looked at He Yuan and remarked, "It is merely a damaged celestial artifact. Do you truly believe I would contend with you over it?" However, a delicate arch of her elegant brows followed. "Yet, a damaged celestial artifact ultimately loses much of its power. I shall find an opportunity to help you restore it as best as I can." Upon hearing her words, He Yuan glanced up in slight astonishment at the first beauty of the Wanshan sect. From his vantage point, he caught a glimpse of Fairy Ling Miao's finely chiseled profile. Her enchanting eyes, delicate nose, and graceful figure, along with her flowing azure robes fluttering in the breeze, all stirred his heart. Moreover, the proximity of less than half a meter allowed him to discern the fine, soft hairs on her flawless visage. It must be said, the beauty of her skin was a source of envy. Fairy Ling Miao's complexion was a creamy white, akin to a boiled egg, smooth and radiant, devoid of any blemishes or imperfections. It was simply beyond description, a perfection that defied words. He Yuan understood that once a woman embarks on the path of cultivation, she can cleanse her skin of scars and blemishes, restoring it to a youthful state through various techniques. Thus, it is generally true that the higher a woman's cultivation, the more exquisite her beauty techniques become. These methods are undoubtedly more advanced than any cosmetic procedures of the 21st century world. At the very least, the beauty achieved through such cultivation bore no side effects. Hence, in the realm of cultivation, one might encounter youthful maidens whose real ages could very well be those of one's great-great-great-great-grandmothers. He wondered if his beautiful mentor had also utilized such techniques to enhance her appearance, which in a strict sense could be considered a form of artificial beauty. He Yuan mused inwardly, yet little did he know that his thoughts were overheard by Fairy Ling Miao, who was standing beside him. Upon hearing He Yuan's audacious doubts regarding her natural beauty, the first beauty of the Wanshan sect immediately wore a frosty expression, a displeased snort escaping her lips. In that moment, He Yuan felt the temperature around them drop significantly. What is happening? He Yuan discreetly observed the expression of his beautiful mentor and wondered if her displeasure stemmed from his unabashed gaze upon her profile. With this thought, he quickly turned his head, feigning interest in something else to mask his embarrassment. However, in doing so, he inadvertently beheld a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. At a distance of nearly 100 yards, a colossal eye, spanning several yards in diameter, gleamed with a dazzling green light, piercing through the dense black mist of the heavenly sea, coldly fixating on them. Gasp! He Yuan could not help but draw in a sharp breath, pointing at the immense green eye. Master, what is that? He exclaimed. Its size must surpass even the dragon entombed beneath the burial barrier. Fairy Ling Yao, too, had noticed the eye He Yuan was staring at, her pupils constricting as her expression grew unusually grave. Legends say that in the deep waters of the heavenly sea, there dwell super sea beasts, the likes of which are beyond description, called Kuan. These creatures are fiercely temperamental, possessing unparalleled strength, reigning as the absolute sovereigns of the heavenly sea. Even some of the great demons that dominate these waters dare not challenge them lightly. It is likely that we have encountered such a super sea beast now. Kuan? Upon hearing this name, for some inexplicable reason, a phrase instinctively surfaced in He Yuan's mind. The Kuan is so large, it cannot be stewed in one pot. However, he quickly dismissed this peculiar thought. After all, such phrases were mere jests from modern internet users who had only encountered the Kuanping in the classic of mountains and seas and Zhuangzi's free and easy wandering. And hardly anyone truly believed in their existence. Thus, their mockery was rather unrestrained. It was only when He Yuan truly laid eyes on this immense sea beast, a creature of ancient myth, that he felt an indescribable awe wash over him, especially when this Kuan suddenly breached the surface of the heavenly sea. Its mighty tail fin crashing down upon them like a tidal wave. He Yuan stood frozen in shock. Previously, he had witnessed a serpent demon, the Ba Wei, whose size covered half a small town, and had attempted to reshape his worldview, acknowledging that the beasts of this realm were far larger than he had imagined. Later, upon seeing the remains of a dragon entombed beneath the burial barrier, he realized he had still underestimated the sizes of the beasts in this world. At this moment, upon confronting the legendary Kuan from the classic of mountains and seas, He Yuan finally comprehended that his prior understanding of this world was merely the tip of the iceberg. Despite having read through the entirety of the novel Sword Immortal, his focus had been on the fated protagonist, Su Xiang, and he had not paid much heed to the existence of these beasts. Now, it was clear that each of these creatures was formidable in its own right. What are you dawdling for? Why aren't you swiftly dodging? Seeing He Yuan lost in thought as the massive tail fin of the Kuan approached, Fairy Ling Yao could not help but call out sharply. Simultaneously, she waved her robe sleeve, lifting He Yuan's form and sending him soaring through the air. Chapter 64. Into the sea. Fortunately, the agile Fairy Ling Yao reacted swiftly, pulling He Yuan back just in time to narrowly avoid the massive tail fin of the gigantic Kuan beast. The enormous tail fin, resembling a fan and nearly the size of a small mountain, crashed heavily onto the surface of the celestial sea, creating a colossal wave that surged up to dozens of feet high. Instantly, the towering wave swept toward He Yuan and Fairy Ling Yao. Even with her golden core cultivation, Fairy Ling Yao did not dare to be complacent. She hurriedly maneuvered her colorful glass shuttle, retreating rapidly with He Yuan. The gigantic Kuan beast, realizing that its tail fin had missed the two, let out a thunderous roar that resonated like a great bell. At that moment, He Yuan felt as though his ears were ringing from the beast's furious bellow. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in the palm of his right hand. It was Fairy Ling Yao, who, to mitigate the damage from the beast's sonic wave, grasped his hand and channeled a surge of spiritual energy into his body to help him stabilize his chaotic breath. She instructed, embrace the essence, guard the center, and silently recite the 5 elements breathing technique. He Yuan, disregarding the softness of her touch, quickly focused his mind and began to silently chant the incantation of the 5 elements breathing technique. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within him began to circulate according to the technique, weaving through his meridians. After a brief moment, he finally felt somewhat better. However, before he could sigh in relief, he noticed an unprecedentedly large whirlpool forming on the surface of the sea nearby. An invisible, overwhelming force began to draw them rapidly toward the vortex. Fairy Ling Yao, gripping He Yuan's hand tightly, maneuvered the shuttle upward at a right angle, aiming its tip toward the sky. Her expression turned grave as she warned. The Kuan beast is attempting to draw us into its maw with its enormous mouth. Hold on tight. I will have the shuttle carry us into the clouds to escape its pull. Without needing further prompting, He Yuan clutched her slender left hand tightly. The shuttle shot up like a rocket, propelled into the clouds. Yet, Fairy Ling Yao's feet remained firmly planted on the shuttle, not slipping even a fraction. In contrast, He Yuan, lacking in cultivation, found his feet unable to adhere to the surface, leaving him dangling like an ornament. Fortunately, he held on tightly to her delicate hand, preventing himself from falling. Despite this, they ascended nearly several hundred feet on the colorful glass shuttle. Yet they still could not completely evade the attack of the massive Kuan beast below. Seeing He Yuan and Fairy Ling Yao nearing the edge of its attack range, the colossal creature opened its cavernous mouth and unleashed a torrent of water like a black arrow shooting into the sky. The stream of seawater, already exceeding several dozen feet in diameter, traveled at an astonishing speed of several dozen Mach. Given that the shuttle's ascent could not match the speed of instantaneous movement, The massive water jet quickly caught up with them. With a resounding crash, the two were struck by the jet of dark seawater, losing their upward momentum and spiraling downwards. Fortunately, the laws of Newtonian gravity still applied in this world. After being hit by the seawater, they retained a horizontal velocity, leading to a parabolic trajectory rather than a free fall. Otherwise, they would have plummeted directly into the massive beast-scaping maw. Clearly, the Kuan beast lacked the intelligence to comprehend the principles of parabolic motion. As it opened its abyss-like mouth, anticipating that Yuan and Fairy Lingmu would fall directly into its belly, it was taken aback to find them landing far from its intended target. Letting out another deafening roar, the Kuan beast stirred the waters, swiftly swimming toward the direction of their descent. Meanwhile, Yuan and Fairy Lingmu, upon plunging into the celestial sea, felt as though they had no buoyancy at all, immediately beginning to sink. Oh no! At this moment, Yuan recalled the legends surrounding the celestial sea, which stated that its buoyancy was zero, even a feather would swiftly sink upon touching the surface. While he was puzzled about how the enormous Kuan beast managed to swim within the buoyantless waters, this was not the time for contemplation. Now, with most of their bodies submerged, if they sank completely, they would be unable to leverage any force to rise, putting them in grave danger. Fairy Lingmu, clearly unaccustomed to water, was submerged to her waist and unable to gain leverage. Even as a powerful golden core cultivator, a hint of panic crossed her delicate face. Desperate to break the surface, she concentrated her spiritual energy into her legs, attempting to force herself upward. However, under normal circumstances, even a cultivator of her caliber would require external force to ascend, whether from solid ground, buoyant river water, a floating leaf, or a reed. Yet the celestial sea provided no buoyancy, rendering her struggles futile. Gasping, Fairy Lingmu prepared to bite her tongue to invoke a forbidden technique to escape the surface when she suddenly felt warmth in her palm. It was Yuan grasping her hand, saying, "Master, do not struggle. Try to relax your body and go with the flow of the water." Trusting his words, Fairy Lingmu followed his advice, relaxing her body and allowing the currents beneath the surface to guide her. Remarkably, her body ceased to sink, and she felt a subtle upward pull from the undercurrents. How could this be? Fairy Lingmu glanced at him with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. It's inspired by the massive Kuan beast, Yuan shrugged. That creature is so enormous, yet moves freely in the buoyantless celestial sea. Have you considered the reason behind it? Chapter 65 Master, is this strength sufficient? The ethereal Fairy Lingmu furrowed her delicate brows, pondering deeply for a moment. Suddenly, her pupils brightened as if a realization struck her. Exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that the reason the Kuan can traverse the heavenly sea with such ease is due to the currents flowing beneath the surface?" Exactly. Yuan snapped his fingers in approval, praising, "Master, you are indeed as wise as the legends depict." He continued, "Initially, I found it perplexing how such a beast could swim freely in the buoyancy-less heavenly sea. However, just now, I sensed the immense undercurrents below, and an idea struck me." He shrugged nonchalantly, adding, "As I suspected, by harnessing these underwater currents, one can emerge above the surface without relying on buoyancy." Though Fairy Lingmu did not fully grasp what Yuan meant by buoyancy, she understood the essence of his explanation. Her gaze softened with a hint of appreciation as she regarded her newly accepted disciple, saying, "Yuan, you possess a nimble mind and high comprehension, and you know how to conceal your talents. If you could enhance your physique, which seems to have been depleted by indulgence, you might carve out a significant path in this Tianyuan continent." Feigning ignorance, Yuan responded, "Enhance my physique? What do you mean, master?" In response, Fairy Lingmu discreetly rolled her eyes at her once again mischievous disciple. She had already surmised that Yuan's motivation for accompanying her to the island was to obtain dragon saliva, likely intending to use it to transform his own constitution. However, since he chose to act oblivious, she cleverly refrained from exposing his intentions and instead explained, "The reason I agreed to Su Ziang's proposal to seek traces of the dragon race on this island is that I am currently missing dragon bone, an essential ingredient for a blood marrow pill I intend to concoct. Thus, I thought to try my luck here." As she spoke, she began to guide her delicate form towards a nearby island, controlled by the instructions of Yuan. "Once I successfully create the blood marrow pill, I can use it to purify your physique thoroughly. This will enable you to advance further on your path of cultivation." Blood marrow pill? A peculiar expression suddenly crossed Yuan's face. He couldn't help but glance sideways at Fairy Lingmu, thinking, could it be that this enchanting master is an unexpected boon bestowed upon me by the heavens? Just as I was lamenting the elusive third-grade blood marrow pill needed to forge a universal body, this delightful fairy has now offered it to me. What? This lad has such grand ambitions, daring to aspire to create a universal body? This was the first time Fairy Lingmu had heard Yuan's inner thoughts regarding such an endeavor, and she was momentarily taken aback. After all, the last successful creation of a universal body was achieved millennia ago by the renowned leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect, and countless cultivators had attempted the feat since then, only to fail. However, she soon found solace in the thought that since Yuan had inherited the legacy of the Poison Elder, he might possess insights into the essence of crafting a universal body. This could potentially enhance his chances of success. Yet, she couldn't help but glare at Yuan again, contemplating, this rascal expects me to concoct a third-grade blood marrow pill? Truly a talent for trouble. Does he not realize that my greatest achievement was producing a fourth-grade heart-purifying pill just a month ago? To ask a barely fourth-grade alchemist to create a third-grade pill, especially one as challenging as the blood marrow pill, is akin to inviting me to offer my bed. Ah, how absurd. As this thought crossed her mind, Fairy Ling Miao chastised herself internally for allowing such ludicrous notions to surface. Unbeknownst to He Yuan, his mere thought had provoked such an outlandish idea in Fairy Ling Miao. He promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Master, in my moment of excitement, I am at a loss for how to convey my profound appreciation. I shall simply say this. Whenever you require my assistance, I shall be devoted to your service. I shall not hesitate to face any trials for you." After saying this, He Yuan wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He had inadvertently slipped into using a phrase from his previous world. Stealing a glance at Fairy Ling Miao, he was relieved to see no sign of discomfort on her exquisite face. Fairy Ling Miao, with her keen perception, had noticed all of He Yuan's subtle gestures. A slight smile crept onto her lips as she prepared to speak. Suddenly, her instincts, honed as a 9th-level Golden Core master, alerted her to an imminent threat approaching rapidly from her left side. It was the Kuan. Fairy Ling Miao's amber eyes narrowed as she declared, "He Yuan, we are still 50 zhong away from the island, but the beast is less than 100 zhong from catching up with us. I need your assistance. As long as my feet can leave the water of the heavenly sea, I can soar into the air with the aid of the 7-colored glass shuttle." At that moment, her gaze hardened with determination. "I will carry you to the island, and the Kuan will be powerless against us." He Yuan nodded solemnly, replying, "I understand." As they spoke, he used both hands and feet to submerge himself against Fairy Ling Miao's back, attempting to lift her delicate form with his waist and abdomen. The two of them resembled a precarious stack, their position somewhat intimate. Above them, out of He Yuan's sight, Fairy Ling Miao's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. Despite having lived nearly a century, this was the first time she had been in such close proximity to a man, especially one of her own disciples. The transgressive sensation stirred within her heart, amplifying her feelings of guilt. Amidst this turmoil, she suddenly felt her body pressed against the firm physique beneath her. And He Yuan's gentle voice reached her ears. "Master, is this strength sufficient?" Chapter 66, The Giant Soft-Shelled Turtle with a Swift Motion. Just as He Yuan's words faded into the air, the enchanting visage of Ling Miao, the celestial maiden, flushed crimson to the very tips of her ears. As He Yuan spoke, his lips nearly brushed against her earlobe, and the warm breath emanating from his mouth caressed the contours of her ear, igniting a sensation of warmth and tingling that sent her heart racing, a heart that had remained untouched for nearly a century. Yet, Ling Miao was no ordinary maiden. She was a formidable cultivator of the Golden Core stage. Therefore, this fleeting moment of bashfulness, typically associated with intimate contact between men and women, vanished as quickly as it had come. Soon, she composed herself, regaining her serene and composed demeanor akin to a tranquil pond. In a swift motion, she deftly pressed her toes against He Yuan's knees, propelling herself into the air like a shooting star. At the very moment she ascended, her delicate hand seized He Yuan's collar, lifting her young disciple skyward. The 7-colored glazed shuttle materialized beneath them, swiftly carrying them to the expansive island not far away. Boom! Just as their feet touched the ground, the enormous Kuan beast, which had been pursuing them, collided violently with the island's rocky shore. In that instant, the entire island trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. However, the island was sufficiently vast. After 5 or 6 futile attempts to shatter the rocky foundation, the colossal Kuan, with its blood-red eyes, glared furiously at He Yuan and Ling Miao as if committing their features to memory. Then, with a deep breath, it expelled a torrent of seawater upon the island, submerging it in a vast ocean before begrudgingly retreating. As He Yuan watched the immense silhouette of the Kuan gradually fade into the horizon, he exhaled a sigh of relief, pondering the terrifying beast. How fortunate that there is only one of those creatures nearby. Otherwise, our fates would have been dire. Ling Miao, however, remained noncommittal. Her beautiful eyes scanned the island's layout, and a hint of concern creased her brow. Strange, this island is naturally formed in a circular shape, and the surrounding rocks appear darker than those of other islands. He Yuan, prompted by her observation, began to take note of the peculiarities. Indeed, the island was larger than the one where they had discovered the sealed dragon corpse, and its circular form was unnaturally vast. The rocks upon its surface were decidedly darker than those they had encountered previously, suggesting that this island had existed far longer than its counterparts. Just as He Yuan contemplated this, he suddenly felt the ground beneath them tremble violently once more. His expression shifted. Could that beast be returning? Upon glancing at Ling Miao, he noticed her complexion had turned pallid, devoid of color. The next moment, her voice, laced with despair, reached his ears. "If it were just one Kuan beast, I could assure your escape from this sea. But now it is evident that more than one approaches." Before she could finish her sentence, He Yuan observed an array of enormous green lanterns illuminating around the island, each approximately a dozen feet in diameter. He recognized these lanterns, hidden within the mists of the sea, as the eyes of the Kuan beasts. Upon counting, he realized there were over 30 of these ominous lanterns encircling the island, indicating that numerous Kuan beasts had converged. One Kuan is already a challenge for us. How are we to face a dozen? He thought, contemplating the futility of their situation. Even considering advising Ling Miao to simply close her eyes and accept their fate, perhaps hoping to transcend to another realm after their demise. Just as this dismal thought crossed his mind, the island beneath them quaked once more with startling intensity. This time, the tremors were unmistakable, and he was certain they did not originate from the surrounding Kuan beasts, which remained a considerable distance away and had yet to attack. Turning to Ling Miao, he inquired, "Master, did you feel that? The island trembled beneath us twice." With an enigmatic expression, Ling Miao met his gaze. I fear what we stand upon is not an island. What do you mean? He Yuan was taken aback. Just as he grappled with her words, the island beneath them elongated dramatically, revealing a colossal head and a thick tail emerging from the depths of the sea. My goodness! He Yuan exclaimed, astonished. Is that a prehistoric giant soft-shelled turtle? As if in response to his exclamation, from massive legs, resembling towering pillars, burst forth from the northern and southern sides of the island. With astonishing speed, these enormous limbs propelled He Yuan and Ling Miao away from the encroaching Kun beasts, dashing toward a gap in their ranks. He Yuan found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the whirlwind of emotions coursing through him. Even Ling Miao, standing beside him, wore an expression of astonishment. Clearly, this experience of being carried by a creature as massive as an island, while evading a swarm of equally colossal Kun beasts, was unprecedented for her as well. The Kun beast that had initially attacked them, witnessing their miraculous escape atop the giant turtle, erupted in a furious roar, inciting a chorus of howls from its comrades. In an instant, the sea was filled with the resonating cries of the Kun beasts. Suddenly, as they sped away on the giant turtle, a scene from Sword Immortal flashed through He Yuan's mind. Chapter 67. Riding the giant tortoise. He Yuan recalled a particular scene from the narrative of Sword Immortal, wherein the fated protagonist Su Xiang embarked on a journey across the celestial sea, accompanied by several enchanting companions. However, He Yuan had not paid much attention to this segment, as it primarily highlighted the delightful escapade of Su Xiang and his female companions. Thus, he was uncertain whether among these captivating figures was Ling Miao, the most exquisite beauty of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Nonetheless, one detail remained clear to him. The colossal tortoise that whisked Su Xiang and his companions across the celestial sea ultimately delivered them to the fabled Palai Island. Palai Island. This signified the commencement of the second major arc in Sword Immortal. Although the strength of Palai Pavilion may not rival that of the 10,000 Immortals sect, it holds a commendable position among the top 3 powers across the Tianyuan continent. There exists an unwritten tradition within the cultivation circles of Tianyuan, wherein every century, the top 10 sects are selected to host a grand event known as the Immortal Martial Conference. This iteration of the conference is hosted at Palai Pavilion. Such grand tournaments offer substantial rewards, attracting aspiring young cultivators eager to make a name for themselves. Consequently, the competition is unprecedented, gathering the finest talents from various sects across Tianyuan. Moreover, throughout nearly 10 millennia of Tianyuan's history, each Immortal Martial Conference has unveiled exceptional disciples from ancient families, boasting lineages of over 10,000 years, as well as prodigious sons and daughters from reclusive sections. In the original tale, it was during this particular conference that Su Xiang encountered a captivating female protagonist who captured his heart. This enchanting figure held an even greater significance in his harem than Ling Miao, the stunningly beautiful mentor. Contemplating this, He Yuan instinctively turned to glance at Ling Miao beside him. Noticing his gaze, her flawless visage, which defied description, slightly furrowed in confusion as she inquired, He Yuan, why do you gaze upon me so? Are you not curious where this giant tortoise shall take us? I am indeed aware. He Yuan scratched his nose and cleared his throat, replying, Master, regardless of where this giant tortoise may lead us, at least we have evaded the pursuit of those Kun beasts, have we not? Internally, he mused, Ling Miao, you may be unaware that at the upcoming Immortal Martial Conference at Palai Pavilion, your status as the foremost beauty of the 10,000 Immortals sect shall be overshadowed by a young woman. Not only that, but Su Xiang, who once regarded you as his ideal goddess, will soon exemplify the notion of fickleness, shifting his attention to this new figure, despite having recently gained your affections. The Immortal Martial Conference at Palai Pavilion? A young woman stealing his limelight? Ling Miao, having overheard He Yuan's thoughts, furrowed her brows deeply, and then cast a slightly astonished glance at him, contemplating whether he was referring to the saintess of Palai Pavilion, Lan Yu. Ling Miao had indeed heard of this Lan Yu. It was said that despite being in her early 30s, she was groomed as the new generation saintess by Palai Pavilion since birth, owing to her father, Lin Jingtiao, being the pavilion's master. Fortunately, while Lin Lan Yu, like He Yuan, was a second-generation immortal, she excelled in diligence and talent, having reached the first stage of golden core cultivation after merely 30 years of hard work. As she pondered, Ling Miao remarked, the direction in which this giant tortoise leads us seems to be towards Palai Island in the east of Tianyuan. In 3 months' time, the Immortal Martial Conference will commence there. We might as well ascend the island to observe the festivities, which I imagine will be unparalleled at this moment. Upon hearing Ling Miao's words, He Yuan felt enlightened. He had thought his unexpected arrival would disrupt the timeline of this climactic narrative. However, it appeared that the timing of the event remained unchanged, still set for a month after the 10,000 Immortals Sect competition. He Yuan remembered this timeline vividly, as it was during the month between the 10,000 Immortals Sect competition and the Immortal Martial Conference that a shocking incident rocked the cultivation world. The revelation of the 10,000 Immortals Sect's protection of the last sect master of the Sword Sect, Yu Batian, and his daughter, Yu Xiaoxiao. Consequently, nearly 1,000 individuals from various sects converged upon the main hall of the 10,000 Immortals Sect, demanding accountability from its leader, He Wangxing. Unbeknownst to them, among these righteous individuals infiltrated some malevolent cultivators and demonic beings, who seized the opportunity to smuggle more of their kind into the 10,000 Immortals Sect. This ultimately led to the most significant battle between humanity and the demon race in the early chapters of Sword Immortal. The aftermath of this conflict saw nearly a quarter of the elite above the Foundation establishment stage from all righteous sects, including the 10,000 Immortals sect, perishing, with 6 Golden Core experts among them. Equally grievous were the losses on the demonic side, which included the demise of 10 major demons and countless lesser demons comparable to human Foundation establishment cultivators. However, what remained etched in He Yuan's memory were the tragic deaths of the female disciples on Yunhai Peak. After the battle, only 4 remained: Ling Miao, Su Miaojin, Su Jiner, and Su Xiong, a testament to the sheer brutality of the conflict. Yet now, as he pieced together the fact that it was Su Xiong himself who had exposed Yu Xiaoxiao's identity in the original narrative, He Yuan experienced a shift in perspective. It was not indignation at the actions of the fated protagonist that stirred within him, but rather the realization that such a revelation might, in fact, siphon some of Su Xiong's fortune away. Just then, amidst He Yuan's contemplative musings, a clear, cool voice from Ling Miao broke through. Startled, he looked up to find that they had indeed arrived at the edge of a vast island, stretching endlessly before them. From their vantage point, the island's elevation soared nearly 100 feet, with the surrounding shores also rising to impressive heights. The island was shrouded in mist, with various creatures frolicking about, imparting an ethereal ambience reminiscent of a celestial realm. Chapter 68, The Blessing of the Saintess. The ethereal fairy Ling Miao remarked, "Behold, this is the Isle of Palai. Although it is termed an island, it is still connected to the Tianyuan continent, encircled by the sea on 3 sides, hence the designation of a fairy isle. Let us ascend the island first, and then seek an opportunity to return to our sect." Upon hearing this, He Yuan nodded in agreement and leaped onto the isle alongside Ling Miao. Once they set foot on the island, He Yuan took a moment to glance back at the colossal turtle. The enormous creature made no pause, swiftly propelling itself through the celestial waters with its 4 towering limbs, heading rapidly towards the northeast, where, after traversing thousands of miles further north, lay the frigid desolation, the fabled residence of the dragon clan after their great migration. As He Yuan walked upon the Isle of Palai, he found himself increasingly awestruck by the myriad dreamlike vistas. The first sight to greet him was a collection of small mountains suspended in midair. Only after entering the island and passing through the mist that concealed its periphery did he truly appreciate that there were nearly 100 floating mountains on this isle. According to Ling Miao, each of these levitating peaks represented a branch of the Penglai Pavilion, indicating that the entire pavilion boasted nearly 100 branches, over 10 times that of the Wanjin sect, which possessed a mere 12. This revelation elucidated why the Penglai Pavilion ranked among the top 3 sects on the Tianyuan continent. The sheer number of inner disciples alone was sufficient to outshine other sections. The two traversed a rugged path along the coastline leading towards the heart of the island for several miles, when suddenly, a coastal city emerged before them. This was the closest maritime city to the Tianhai, known as Huhai City. Primarily, it served as a venue for the Penglai Pavilion to host visiting sects or wandering cultivators, though it also housed generations of local commoners. Being situated on the periphery of the Penglai Pavilion, the city's law enforcement was somewhat lax. Throughout their journey into the city, He Yuan and Ling Miao encountered no guards or inspections. In the latter stages of Sword Immortal, the Penglai Pavilion would face infiltration by malevolent cultivators, nearly leading to its total annihilation, a portentous sign. Indeed, He Yuan rubbed his nose thoughtfully, realizing he ought to alert the higher-ups of the Penglai Pavilion about the necessity of bolstering security in such coastal cities. Did they not understand that fortresses are often breached from within? Let us hasten to the Penglai Immortal platform. The Saintess Lanwei is about to bestow her divine due once more. If I, Lu Ada, could obtain another drop, I might finally achieve the path of fasting. A voice suddenly called out from the crowd. Instantly, the entire Huhai city erupted in excitement. Throngs of people surging towards a high platform constructed of blue stone at the city center. He Yuan and Ling Miao exchanged curious glances and joined the crowd, arriving beneath the stone platform known as the Penglai Immortal platform. At this moment, a dozen young women, their faces adorned with white silk scarves, stood elegantly atop the platform. Dressed in yellow cotton skirts emblazoned with the Penglai Pavilion insignia, each bore a long sword on their backs, unmistakably inner disciples of the pavilion. At this juncture, the 16 disciples surrounded a striking young woman clad in a flowing blue gown, her face veiled with a blue scarf, possessing a tall and graceful figure. In her right hand, she held a porcelain vial, about a foot high, with a willow branch inserted into its mouth, casting a serene gaze over the crowd below. A collective gasp rippled through the onlookers as they reverently called out the name of the Saintess Lanwei. After a moment, the Saintess raised her fair hand, reminiscent of spring onions, signaling for silence among the crowd. Remarkably, the effect was instantaneous. Within moments, the throngs, numbering in the thousands, fell silent as if a pin could be heard dropping. Then, a guard, one of the yellow-clad sword-bearing disciples, spoke in a voice as melodious as a lark. In the bright spring of March, the Saintess bestows her blessing. Today, the 3rd day of the 3rd month, marks our annual time of grace. Please, close your eyes and await the Saintess's blessing. As her words echoed, the assembled crowd obediently shut their eyes. Meanwhile, Ling Miao leaned closer to He Yuan and whispered, "The vial in the hands of that Saintess is surely the treasured artifact of the Penglai Pavilion, the Wanlu Yujingping. This vial can purify the spiritual energy of the world into divine dew, allowing mortals who receive a drop to refine their constitution, potentially enabling them to embark on the path of cultivation." Such a marvel, He Yuan replied, astonishment flickering across his face. He was aware of the Wanlu Yujingping, having first encountered it in the latter sections of the original Sword Immortal. At that time, The Pringlai Pavilion was besieged by demonic forces, and the Saintess Lin Lanue consumed the dew within the vial, temporarily elevating her cultivation to single-handedly hold at bay two formidable foes comparable to human golden core cultivators. This was indeed the zenith of her glory in the narrative. As He Yuan and Ling Miao exchanged hushed thoughts, they remained oblivious to a figure cloaked in a black mantle, his face concealed beneath a hood, lurking beneath the platform. This tall youth, with piercing eyes fixed intently on the Saintess Lin Lanue, exhibited a fleeting glimpse of lascivious intent. His features were strikingly handsome, imbued with a charm that could easily captivate countless maidens. Should He Yuan and Ling Miao have recognized him, they would have identified him as Su Xiang, who had lost track of them in Tianhai. Yet, it was unclear whether the influence of the malevolent elder from the Wandu sect had tainted him. For Su Xiang now emanated an indescribable aura of wickedness. After a moment of intense gaze upon the Saintess, he abruptly lowered his hood, obscuring his countenance, and melted back into the crowd. He understood that, regardless of her prowess as a golden core cultivator, attempting to forcibly win her affections would be futile. Patience was essential. Chapter 69. The Fairy of the Stormy Moon. Meanwhile, He Yuan and the ethereal fairy Ling Miao were oblivious to the fact that, not far from them, Su Xiang, the fated protagonist of the original novel Sword Immortal, had once again set his sights on the Fairy of the Stormy Moon. At this very moment, both He Yuan and Ling Miao were captivated by the enchanting figure of the Stormy Moon Fairy, who stood gracefully at the center of the Pringlai Immortal platform, wielding a slender willow branch to bestow blessings upon the gathered crowd below. As He Yuan gazed at the Fairy of the Stormy Moon, her elegant movements, one hand cradling a pristine porcelain vial while the other delicately swayed the willow branch, unintentionally reminded him of a certain figure, the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva of the South Sea. Revered in both Buddhist and Taoist traditions, he was well aware of the true power of the vial of pure dew she held, having encountered its significance in the original text of Sword Immortal. Given that they were surrounded by the curious masses of Hohai City, Fairy Ling Miao refrained from divulging further details about the vial of pure due to He Yuan. However, thanks to his thorough reading of the novel, He Yuan possessed insights that surpassed even Ling Miao's understanding. He recalled that, as the plot progressed, the pure dew purified by Lin Lanue's vial could be classified into several tiers, determined by her cultivation level. At present, as Ling Miao had mentioned, Lin Lanue, being at the first stage of the Golden Core realm, could only produce pure dew capable of aiding an ordinary mortal to transcend the barriers of fasting. Yet, should the Fairy of the Stormy Moon reach the Yuanying or even the Huashan stages, the refined dew she produced would rival the effects of high-grade elixirs. This heroine was indeed someone whom even Su Xiang, the destined protagonist of Sword Immortal, sought to ally with. Thus, He Yuan could not help but steal a few extra glances at her. Although she was adorned with a blue silk scarf that obscured her features, He Yuan recognized that the Fairy of the Stormy Moon was an unparalleled beauty, even surpassing Fairy Ling Miao. In fact, within the forums dedicated to Sword Immortal, Lin Lanue was unanimously acknowledged by readers as the most beautiful woman in the Tianyuan continent. This acknowledgement was so widespread that even Ling Miao's staunch supporters could not deny it. After all, Su Xiang, having encountered various beauties, including Ling Miao, Yu Xiaoxiao, Su Miaojin, and Su Jiner, was utterly mesmerized by Lin Lanue's beauty upon their first meeting. Reflecting on this, He Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Ling Miao, silently pondering what extraordinary level of beauty Lin Lanue possessed to make even their stunning master appear somewhat less radiant. Upon overhearing He Yuan's thoughts, Ling Miao's elegant brows, resembling willow leaves, furrowed slightly. She was aware that the holy maiden Lin Lanue always concealed her face with a blue veil during her outings, suggesting that few outsiders had ever laid eyes on her true visage. Why, then, did He Yuan so confidently assert that Lin Lanue's beauty eclipsed her own? As she contemplated this, Ling Miao's gaze turned scrutinizing as she observed Lin Lanue on the stone platform. At that moment, while nearly everyone else bowed their heads in reverence, awaiting the descent of the pure dew from the Stormy Moon Fairy, He Yuan and Ling Miao, the master and disciple, stood with their heads held high, fixated on Lin Lanue, creating a stark contrast to the surrounding crowd. Who are you two? Why do you not bow your heads to receive the pure dew from the Fairy of the Stormy Moon? The young girl in a yellow dress, wielding a sword, cast a cold glance at the duo, her expression displeased. As the leader of a peak within the Wanston sect, Ling Miao had never been reprimanded so openly by a disciple of another sect. She raised an eyebrow, preparing to voice her dissatisfaction. Suddenly, He Yuan grasped her soft, fair wrist and murmured, "Master, we are on the grounds of the Pringlai Pavilion. Let us maintain a low profile." Ling Miao shot him a sidelong glance, her irritation restrained, and replied, "He Yuan, your audacity grows bolder by the day, daring to make decisions on behalf of your master." With utmost seriousness, He Yuan responded, "Master, my boldness stems from your generous affection towards us disciples, which prevents you from imposing strict penalties." Internally, he sighed in resignation, reflecting, Ling Miao, do you not realize that had I not interfered, thwarting Su Xiang's recurrent attempts to claim your virtue, you would now be merely another member of his vast harem? Much like Lin Lanue? In the later stages, you would hold no advantage over the Fairy of the Stormy Moon, who is rightly considered the most beautiful woman in the Tianyuan continent. Thus, even if I do not seek your gratitude, Ling Miao, perhaps you could refrain from casting me disdainful glances. Upon hearing He Yuan's inner thoughts, Ling Miao's expression shifted dramatically. Were it not for his repeated interference in Su Xiang's schemes, preserving her virtue, she might have already seized him by the collar and tossed him out of the crowd. As a disciple, to presume that the master would be eternally grateful to him while privately mocking her was audacious indeed. However, this rebellious disciple's musings were perplexing. While it was true that she had nearly fallen into Su Xiang's trap twice, Lin Lanwei should not be familiar with him. Why then? Did he Yuan so confidently predict that this holy maiden of the Penlai Pavilion could potentially become Su Xiang's woman? Just as Ling Miao pondered this conundrum, He Yuan suddenly exclaimed, "It seems the fairy of the stormy moon is approaching us." Eh? Ling Miao's head snapped up in surprise, and indeed. She saw Lin Lanwei, adorned in her flowing blue dress, gracefully making her way through the crowd, drawing closer to them. If I am not mistaken, this must be Ling Miao, the peak master of the Yuhai Peak of the once sect. This was the first time the fairy of the stormy moon spoke. Her voice a melodious chime, even more enchanting than that of the girl in the yellow dress. Chapter 70. Another female protagonist just moments ago. The enchanting Lanwei fairy stood upon the stone platform, and even from a distance, He Yuanguang could sense her extraordinary presence. At this moment, standing in her immediate vicinity, He Yuanguang found himself subtly shaken by her ethereal, otherworldly aura reminiscent of a celestial being. Though her visage was obscured by a veil, he could discern from the shape of her brows and face that her beauty was undoubtedly of a catastrophic caliber, capable of bringing nations to ruin. At this juncture, the Ling Miao fairy slightly raised her delicate head, locking eyes with the Lanwei fairy in a moment of silent confrontation. Her cherry lips parted ever so slightly as she spoke. Lanwei fairy, you possess remarkable insight. Indeed, it is I. The Lanwei fairy, maintaining her composure, replied. I have long heard my father speak of a remarkable woman from the Wuxian sect, who, at the tender age of less than 100 years, has already ascended to the 9th stage of the golden core, mere steps away from forming her nascent soul. Such a rare gem among women. How could I possibly mistake her? Oh, the Ling Miao fairy shrugged lightly. It seems I hold such a high reputation in your father's eyes. How flattering indeed. However, you, Lanwei fairy, are no slouch yourself. At just over 30, you have reached the 1st stage of the golden core. I have no doubt that it will not be long before you shatter my records. As these two women exchanged compliments, He Yuanguang, positioned closest to them, felt a cold sweat almost break out. The palpable tension in the air was unmistakable, and he could sense the underlying rivalry between the two formidable sects. The Wuxian sect and the Penlai Pavilion, both among the top 3 sects in the Tianyuan continent. Naturally, conflicts of interest would arise, as the leader of the righteous sect would wield greater influence. Curiously, despite the verbal sparring taking place, the surrounding crowd seemed oblivious. Their attention fixated on the Penlai immortal platform. He Yuanguang speculated that the 3 of them were enveloped in a barrier that obscured sound and sight, making it impossible for outsiders to perceive their presence, even from such proximity. After a few more exchanges, the Lanwei fairy casually shifted her gaze to He Yuanguang, inquiring, "May I ask who this young hero is?" The Ling Miao fairy replied nonchalantly, "His name is He Yuanguang, a recent addition to my humble apprentice roster." Oh, upon hearing this, the Lanwei fairy raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Isn't it said that your esteemed sect only accepts female disciples?" Ling Miao fairy, you must hold this young apprentice in high regard to break such a tradition. Before the Ling Miao fairy could respond, He Yuanguang could no longer contain himself. The implications of Lanwei's words were clear to anyone with sense. She was insinuating that there was something inappropriate between him and the Ling Miao fairy. Not at all. The Yunheifeng has never explicitly stated that it only accepts female disciples. Besides, what does it matter to you, a holy maiden of the Penlai Pavilion, whether we accept male disciples? He silently scoffed, bemused by Lanwei's insinuations. It was no wonder that despite being a precious gem in the eyes of the Penlai Pavilion, she had willingly become part of Su Xiang's harem, competing with other women for his affection. Who was speaking to this holy maiden? Lanwei suddenly narrowed her eyes, instinctively scanning the area. Upon seeing that the crowd remained fixated on the Penlai immortal platform, she returned her gaze. Suddenly, her sharp eyes turned toward He Yuanguang, wondering if it was he who had transmitted a message to her. Yet, if he had indeed communicated with her, her cultivation should have allowed her to perceive the sound waves in the air. As for He Yuanguang, upon hearing Lanwei's sudden exclamation, he initially thought she had overheard his earlier remarks. However, realizing she was surveying the crowd, he understood that outside forces were at play. Yet, as Lanwei's piercing gaze fell back upon him, his heart, which had just begun to settle, leaped again. Could it be that I am so unfortunate that my mere private thoughts were overheard by her? In that moment, Lanwei felt a buzzing in her mind as the voice echoed in her thoughts, unmistakably He Yuanguang's inner voice. She was astonished to realize she could hear his thoughts. For a fleeting instant, she was taken aback, but then she recalled his earlier mention of Su Xiang, surmising that she might indeed find herself entangled in a web of rivalry over a man, something that contradicted her principles. It seemed prudent to remain wary of this Su Xiang in the future. With these thoughts in mind, Lanwei lost interest in further banter with the Ling Miao fairy. She hastily bowed in farewell and cast a lingering glance at He Yuanguang before departing. As Lanwei fairy left, the Ling Miao fairy suddenly turned her head, casually glancing at He Yuanguang, and remarked, "He Yuanguang, did you notice the peculiar look Lanwei fairy cast at you? Could it be that you have met this holy maiden of the Penlai Pavilion before?" In response, He Yuanguang shook his head resolutely. "Master, you are aware that my activities were confined to the Wuxian sect prior to joining Yunheifeng. I had no opportunity to meet this holy maiden of the Penlai Pavilion. In truth, the Ling Miao fairy's inquiry was merely a test. Although she had previously paid little attention to He Yuan, she knew that he had never been qualified to cross paths with the Lanwei fairy. Yet, the question remained, how did he come to know that Lanwei was a beauty whose allure subtly surpassed her own? Chapter 71. The exposed lotus arm. Unable to comprehend the matter at hand, the ethereal fairy Lingmu decided to cease her musings. After all, it would be rather imprudent to directly inquire of He Yuan how he had discerned that the enchanting fairy Lanwei eclipsed her beauty. Such a question would inevitably expose her secret ability to eavesdrop on his innermost thoughts. With a slight nod of her graceful head, her exquisite countenance, one that even the most skilled artists could not hope to capture, returned to its usual demeanor of serene beauty. Her voice, imbued with a frosty elegance that discouraged any form of disrespect, articulated, I merely asked out of curiosity. It appears that your status as my newly recruited male disciple has piqued her interest. Upon hearing this, He Yuan could not suppress his curiosity, remarking, Master, just now I perceived a hint of hostility in Fairy Lanwei's gaze directed at you. Is it possible that there exists some unresolved history between our once sect and the Polite Pavilion? In response, Fairy Lingmiao shrugged her delicate shoulders dismissively, stating, It is of little consequence. Years ago, her father, Lin Jingtao, sought to forge a bond with our once sect, but I firmly rejected his overtures. He Yuan was taken aback. This revelation was entirely new to him, even as a devoted reader of the original work Sword Immortal. Indeed, the narrative had largely centered around the protagonist Su Xiong and his harem, leaving little room for the less prominent characters, such as Lin Jingtao. Consequently, the subplot concerning Lin Jingtao's proposal to Fairy Lingmu was likely but a fleeting mention within the text. As he pondered this, He Yuan absently touched his nose, saying, No wonder, a beauty as graceful and captivating as you, Master, would linger in his thoughts, even after his marriage and fatherhood. Fairy Lanwei's rivalry with you must stem from a desire to vindicate her mother. Fairy Lingmiao shot him a sharp glance, retorting, You insolent boy. Should you continue to jest at my expense, I will not hesitate to sever your tongue, regardless of your father's standing. Quickly, He Yuan raised his fingers to his lips, making a gesture to silence himself. This playful action elicited a fleeting smile from the otherwise stoic Fairy Lingmiao. However, she soon reverted to her usual composed demeanor. Her voice once again chillingly clear. It seems our presence has attracted the attention of the Penlai Pavilion. Several of their experts are approaching. We must depart. As she spoke, she summoned the resplendent seven-colored glazed shuttle, which lifted them into the air. Just as they fled, for individuals clad in the distinctive garb of the Penlai Pavilion arrived, soaring on their swords. Among them was a man in his 40s, with a square face and a neatly trimmed beard, possessing an imposing stature that would have surely captivated many a young lady in his youth. He clasped his hands in greeting and called out to the receding figures of He Yuan and Fairy Lingmiao, Is that the illustrious Fairy Lingmiao? I am Lin Jingtao. I have learned of your passage through our Penlai Pavilion and would be honored if you would grant us a moment to converse. On the seven-colored, glazed shuttle, He Yuan shot a sideways glance at Fairy Lingmiao, his expression one of bemusement. It seems Lin Jingtao is rather infatuated, despite his daughter being over 30. He rushes to reconnect with you upon hearing your news. Fairy Lingmiao turned to him with a glacial stare, warning, He Yuan, was my previous statement insufficiently clear? Some individuals are akin to tenacious leeches. You must deny them any opportunity, lest they become an incessant nuisance. Steady yourself. I intend to accelerate. Without waiting for He Yuan's response, she infused the shuttle with her spiritual energy. In an instant, the shuttle surged forward like a bolt from a crossbow, leaving Lin Jingtao to sigh in resignation as he abandoned any hope of pursuing them on his sword. The speed of the seven-colored glazed shuttle was unmatched across the entire Tianyuan continent. Watching the figures of He Yuan and Fairy Lingmiao fade into the horizon, Lin Jingtao lamented, Alas, after 10 years, your demeanor remains as frigid and aloof as ever, making it exceedingly difficult to approach you. Meanwhile, within the confines of the seven-colored glazed shuttle, Fairy Lingmiao remained unfazed. Having crafted this artifact herself, and being a formidable golden core cultivator at the 9th tier, the sudden increase in speed posed no challenge to her. She stood firmly upon the shuttle, her form unwavering. In stark contrast, He Yuan, still newly established in his cultivation and having depleted much of his energy earlier, was entirely unprepared for the abrupt acceleration. He stumbled, his body lurching toward Fairy Lingmiao. Noticing his perilous state, Fairy Lingmiao instinctively moved to evade him. However, realizing they were suspended in midair, she knew that if she avoided him, he would surely plummet. Reluctantly, she extended her delicate hand to support him. Yet, whether by intention or due to his own instability, He Yuan lost his balance, inadvertently grasping her flowing azure sleeve instead. With a tearing sound, the exquisite garment, woven from the finest silk, could not withstand his weight and was ripped, leaving Fairy Lingmiao's flawless, porcelain-like arm exposed before He Yuan's astonished gaze. For a brief moment, He Yuan was utterly mesmerized by the sight of her alabaster skin, while Fairy Lingmiao, caught off guard by revealing her skin to a man for the first time, stood frozen in shock. After a heartbeat, she quickly regained her composure, reaching to retrieve the torn fabric that He Yuan had inadvertently pulled away. Chapter 72. The first intimate encounter with Ling Miao. Before He Yuan had the opportunity to respond, he observed the enchanting Ling Miao swiftly flick her left index finger, which had been pinching a strip of fabric. In an instant, the exquisite strip of silk, with its splendid hue and texture, was wrapped around his eyes. Ling Miao's voice, icy and devoid of emotion, echoed, From this moment until we return to the Wanshan sect, should you dare to remove this blindfold, I shall ensure that I pluck out your eyes. Well, With such a stern warning from the illustrious Ling Miao, how could I, her devoted disciple, dare to defy her? He Yuan nodded vigorously, signaling his understanding. Suddenly, a flicker of doubt crossed He Yuan's mind. Why does this strip of fabric emit a fragrance reminiscent of jasmine? Could it be the maidenly scent of our beautiful master? Unbeknownst to him, his inner musings were transmitted in their entirety to Ling Miao's ears, causing her fair face to flush with a deep crimson. Fortunately, He Yuan was unable to see her flustered expression. Otherwise, this usually aloof and proud fairy would have felt compelled to silence him permanently. Of course, such violent thoughts were merely a fleeting whim of Ling Miao, who was not one to harm the innocent. Moreover, given He Yuan's status as the son of the Wanshan sect's master and the assistance he had provided her in avoiding several crises, she would never bring harm to her little disciple. However, as she glanced at her exposed, alabaster arm and recalled He Yuan's recent impure thoughts, Ling Miao found it increasingly difficult to quell her feelings of embarrassment and anger. Indeed, she felt a burning sensation creeping into her cheeks. Though she refrained from touching them, she was acutely aware that they were likely a brilliant shade of red. This tumultuous mix of emotions even affected her ability to control the colorful, glass-like shuttle beneath her feet. Suddenly, as Ling Miao's concentration faltered, the shuttle wobbled violently. In that moment, she lost her balance, stumbling slightly. He Yuan, positioned behind her, gasped in surprise and lunged toward her delicate figure. Fearing a repeat of the incident where He Yuan had torn her garments, Ling Miao swiftly extended her hands, no longer just hovering in the air, but firmly grasping his shoulders. What Ling Miao never anticipated was that, at the moment their bodies made contact, a potent masculine sin enveloped her senses, igniting an inexplicable urge to leap into He Yuan's embrace. Fortunately, her formidable cultivation at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm allowed her to suppress these primal desires. In the next instant, she lifted He Yuan off the ground and retreated a couple of steps, creating distance between them. Ling Miao exhaled deeply, her keen instincts alerting her that something was amiss. After all, despite her lack of close encounters with men, she should not have felt such overwhelming desire for mere physical contact. Quickly, she settled into a meditative position atop the colorful shuttle, directing its swift flight toward the Wanshan sect while meticulously examining her internal condition. Before long, she discovered a trace of dark impurities mingling with her golden core. These impurities were scarce and as fine as silk. Had she not been attentive, she might have overlooked their presence entirely. Without hesitation, Ling Miao urged her golden core to expel the dark threads from her body. Once these threads coalesced into a wispy form outside of her, she was taken aback, gasping in shock. It's actually dragon breath. She quickly waved her hand to disperse the ominous energy. At this juncture, it became clear to her that she had unwittingly inhaled this dragon breath on the island that sealed the giant dragon's remains, having fallen into the trap set by Su Xiang. More precisely, it was the scheme of Gu Lu Feng, the elder of the 10,000 Poisons sect. This dragon breath had tainted her golden core, surreptitiously instilling a yearning for men within her. With this realization, Ling Miao cast a wary glance at He Yuan. A mere filament of dragon breath had incited such intense desire within her that she nearly lost control and flung herself into his arms. One could only imagine the consequences had she inhaled even more of this energy within the burial barrier. Her purity would have been at the mercy of Su Xiang. Reflecting on these revelations, her gaze toward He Yuan became profoundly complex. She had never anticipated that the reckless disciple she had inadvertently recruited, having overheard his complaints about her, would repeatedly save her from potential disgrace. Ironically, the very Su Xiang she had intended to nurture had turned into a treacherous villain seeking to claim her purity. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away on the Punlai Island, at the heart of nearly 100 hovering celestial mountains, a magnificent palace towered atop the highest peak. The palace was resplendent, adorned with intricate carvings of mythical beasts such as dragons, unicorns, phoenixes, and tigers. The massive stone doors, crafted from jade, bore the deeply etched characters Punlai Pavilion in a graceful script. At this moment, a tall young man clad in a black robe, his face resembling a jade crown, stood proudly before the palace entrance, demanding an audience with the pavilion master, Lin Jingyang. Had He Yuan or Ling Miao been present, they would have recognized him as Su Xiang, who had defected from the Wanshan sect's High Peak. Chapter 73. Kindred spirits. Setting aside the fact that Su Xiang's psyche has been increasingly warped by He Yuan, it is undeniable that this sort of mortal, the fated protagonist of the original tale, stands as a paragon among the youth, both in appearance and demeanor. After all, it is no coincidence that he garners the admiration of the most exceptional beauties in every locale he visits, ultimately cultivating a superlative harem for himself. At this moment, as the fated protagonist merely stands, the air around him exudes an air of defiance, capturing the attention of countless inner disciples gathered outside the main hall of the Punlai Pavilion. Some naive young maidens blush and steal glances at him, their affections barely concealed in their expressive eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Jingtang, the head of the Punlai Pavilion, who had just missed a glimpse of the ethereal fairy Ling Miao, returns to the grand hall with a sullen expression. Suddenly, he is captivated by the imposing and graceful figure of Su Xiang standing at the entrance. Ah! Lin Jingtang exclaims in surprise, his eyes filled with admiration as he surveys Su Xiang. This talent, this extraordinary presence, this striking countenance. Surely, within the entirety of the Punlai Pavilion, none could rival him. If I could bring this young man under my wing, how could our pavilion not ascend to surpass the Wanshan sect, becoming the most formidable sect in the Tianyuan continent? Su Xiang pays his respects to Pavilion Master Lin. Su Xiang bows respectfully, neither servile nor arrogant. Lin Jingtang regains his composure, hands clasped behind him, and nods subtly in acknowledgement. Might I inquire what brings you to the Penlai Pavilion, young hero Su? In response, Su Xiang adopts a serious demeanor. I have come to the Penlai Pavilion for 2 reasons. First, to seek apprenticeship under Pavilion Master Lin. Second, to assist the Penlai Pavilion in ascending to the paramount position within our Tianyuan continent's righteous alliance. Each of Su Xiang's declarations resonates deeply within Lin Jingtang's heart. In the next moment, the Pavilion Master can no longer conceal his elation, exclaiming, in that case, young hero Su, please accompany me to my study, where we may discuss matters in detail. Su Xiang shrugs. I am indeed of that mind. Thus, the 2 men, one after the other, stride confidently into the main hall of the Penlai Pavilion. While Su Xiang and Lin Jingtang engage in confidential discussions, a delicate tension arises between He Yuan and Fairy Ling Miao. Situated 1,000 miles from the Penlai Pavilion. On one hand, Fairy Ling Miao has recently realized that she inadvertently fell prey to the machinations of Gu Lu Feng, the elder of the Wan poison sect, who manipulated Su Xiang's body. Her golden core has been tainted with a subtle dragon-esque breath, heightening her desires to the point where she nearly lost her composure in front of He Yuan. Consequently, when she faces He Yuan again, her demeanor is tinged with bashfulness. Meanwhile, He Yuan, having accidentally torn a sleeve of Fairy Ling Miao's garment, which she then used to blindfold him, maintains a silence that is somewhat palpable. However, this silence merely masks the turmoil within He Yuan's mind. The incident involving Su Xiang's revelation of his inner feelings for his enchanting mentor has compelled him to defect from the Wansen sect. This implies that subsequent events may unfold quite differently. Yet, he wonders if the exposure of Yu Xiaoxiao's identity will still come to pass. Despite his meticulous arrangements to minimize the impact of her revelation on the Wanxian sect, no one can guarantee that the demon clans and evil cultivators will not seize the opportunity to invade. Should this calamity befall the Wanxian sect, it would be exceedingly challenging for Fairy Ling Miao to safeguard the 96 female disciples of Yu Hai Peak. In critical moments, He Yuan might have to rely on the power of the Wan poison section Shin Hall. Now that Su Xiang has defected from Yu Hai Peak due to He Yuan, even if he disregards Fairy Ling Miao's sentiments, he must consider the feelings of senior sister Su Miaojin, taking it upon himself to protect her disciples. Alas, one might say that He Yuan, the youngest disciple of Yu Hai Peak, bears a heavier burden than his enchanting mentor, and he hopes Fairy Ling Miao will remember his kindness. His inner musings, laden with references to Fairy Ling Miao, do not escape her keen perception. Upon hearing He Yuan's last lament, she raises an eyebrow and casts him a meaningful glance. Though she remains silent, the intensity in her gaze conveys her sentiments. It is no wonder that displeasure flickers across Fairy Ling Miao's countenance. One must consider He Yuan's selfish thoughts. As a fellow disciple, is it not natural to offer assistance when a senior is in trouble? Yet he seeks repayment, hoping for her to remember his goodness. Nonetheless, while she may scoff, Fairy Ling Miao cannot deny that upon hearing He Yuan mention the potential invasion of the Wanxian sect by demon clans and evil cultivators following Yu Xiaoxiao's identity exposure, her heart tightens with anxiety. From her clandestine observations of He Yuan's thoughts, she can surmise that his predictions may indeed come to fruition. If a scenario arises where demon clans and evil cultivators attack Yin Hai Peak, it seems as though, as He Yuan suggested, she alone may not be able to guarantee the safety of the 96 female disciples. It appears that upon returning to Yu Hai Peak, she must prepare for defense in advance. With this thought, Fairy Ling Miao channels a surge of spiritual energy into the 7-colored glazed shuttle, propelling it forward with renewed vigor, akin to a swift arrow aimed at the Wanxian sect. Damn! He Yuan curses under his breath, hastily settling cross-legged on the 7-colored glazed shuttle, centering his weight to avoid being swept away by the powerful winds surrounding them. Even though the 7-colored glazed shuttle is the foremost flying artifact beneath the celestial instruments of the Tianyuan continent, it takes 2 days for He Yuan and Fairy Ling Miao to return to the Wanxian sect. The vast distance between the Wanxian sect and Penlai Island necessitates this duration, even with the 9-stage golden core Fairy Ling Miao at the helm, pushing the shuttle to its limits. Chapter 74. The jealousy of the senior sister for an ordinary cultivator. Relying solely on sword control to travel from the Isle of Penlai to the Wanshan sect would likely take at least 5 or 6 days. After all, the distance between these 2 locations spans hundreds of thousands of miles, compounded by the need to traverse a vast expanse of the Tianhai Sea. Upon reaching the Wanshan sect, the 2 did not linger but immediately ascended to Yu Hai Peak. The senior sister in charge, Su Miaojin, had evidently received news from the immortal Master Ling Miao early that morning, and she was currently leading her fellow disciples and waiting at the mountain gate. Upon seeing the immortal Master Ling Miao and her companion, the disciples respectfully bowed to their master in greeting. The immortal master waved her fair right hand, signaling her disciples to dispense with formalities, and said, "Regarding Su Xiang's betrayal of Yun Hai Peak, I trust your senior sister has informed you. There is no need for me to elaborate further. With the sect competition approaching, your focus should be on enhancing your abilities. Yes, we will heed the Master's teachings." The female disciples replied in unison. "Excellent." The immortal master nodded slightly. "He Yuan and Miaojin will remain. The rest may return to your respective caves to continue meditating and cultivating." At her words, the female disciples began to take their leave. Moments later, only the immortal master, Su Miaojin, and He Yuan remained in the area. At this point, the immortal master's expression turned serious as she said, "Miaojin, Shortly you and He Yuan will descend the mountain to investigate the nearby floating pagoda city. See if there has been an influx of unfamiliar loose cultivators or disciples from other sections. Recently, I have been feeling unsettled, sensing that something significant may occur within our Wanshan sect. In truth, her directive was not merely a reflection of her own unease. She had taken He Yuan's concerns to heart, fearing that Yu Xiaoxiao's identity might be exposed, which could lead to the Wanshan sect facing a combined assault from other sects, thus providing an opportunity for malevolent cultivators and demonic creatures. Hence, she dispatched the two to probe into the matter. The reason for sending Su Miaojin alongside He Yuan was also rooted in the Immortal Master's deeper intentions, given their recent intimate connection. The Immortal Master believed that facilitating a bond between the pair would serve as a small compensation for her disciple, He Yuan. Although Su Miaojin felt somewhat awkward facing He Yuan alone after their recent encounter, she could not defy the Immortal Master's command and thus nodded in agreement. He Yuan, however, did not dwell on it too much. He shrugged and said, "Rest assured, Master. I am quite familiar with the disciples in Floating Pagoda City. Gathering information will be a breeze. In fact, even if the Immortal Master had not arranged this, he would have sought an opportunity to investigate privately. After all, he could not rest easy until the potential threat posed by Yu Xiaoxiao was neutralized." Unexpectedly, as He Yuan finished speaking, Su Miaojin let out a cold laugh, saying, "Indeed. You spend a considerable amount of time lodging at the Floating Pagoda S Furong Tower each year. How could you not be familiar with it?" He Yuan was momentarily taken aback before realizing Su Miaojin was teasing him. He knew that the Furong Tower was the most popular brothel located on Yong'an Street in Floating Pagoda City. Su Miaojin was not wrong. The original owner of He Yuan's body had indeed spent a great deal of time indulging in the pleasures of the Furong Tower. This had led to his physical depletion and severely hindered his cultivation potential, leaving the only son of a sect leader, despite having ample resources. Still at the 5th stage of the pill condensation realm by his 20s. However, these were the original owner's misdeeds and bore no relation to He Yuan. Thinking this, He Yuan earnestly replied, "Senior sister, you misunderstand. In a city, brothels, tea houses, gambling dens, and inns are where the most diverse array of people converge, making them ideal for gathering intelligence. So while I may have openly stayed at the Furong Tower, I was secretly collecting information for our Wanshan sect. Simultaneously," he mused, "in the past, you would hardly have paid attention to whether I frequented brothels. Why the sudden cold sarcasm now?" The answer was simple. Senior sister, you were clearly feeling a twinge of jealousy. He Yuan's inner thoughts were unmistakably conveyed to Su Miaojin, causing her to feel a sudden buzz in her mind. Could it truly be that, as He Yuan suggested, she felt envious of the women from the Furong Tower? No, that could not be the case. She fervently shook her head internally, insisting, "I, Su Miaojin, have always harbored disdain for He Yuan." Yet, after repeating this self-deceptive thought several times, she ultimately found it impossible to convince herself. "Senior sister, shouldn't we be on our way?" Just then, He Yuan's infuriating voice pierced her thoughts. Su Miaojin looked up in surprise, only to realize that the Immortal Master had mysteriously departed at some point. Ignoring He Yuan, she twisted her slender waist, drew her sword, and prepared to take flight. However, as her sword ascended, she suddenly felt its weight shift. Turning her head, she discovered He Yuan had swiftly leaped up beside her. He scratched his nose, his expression somewhat awkward as he said, "Senior sister, I haven't yet chosen a suitable sword, so I must borrow yours for the time being." Su Miaojin emitted a soft hum from her nose, but did not refuse. Observing her deliberately maintaining a stern demeanor, He Yuan could not help but scratch his head and say, "Senior sister, I have noticed that since that incident, your attitude towards me has grown decidedly colder. With Master's guidance, you must surely understand that it was Su Xiang who released the aphrodisiac that ensnared us both." At the mention of that incident in front of her, Su Miaojin's previously rigid face flushed crimson. She shot He Yuan a fierce glare and exclaimed, "Enough, He Yuan. That was an accident. I won't allow you to mention that incident ever again." "Fine." He Yuan silently scoffed. "You, Su Miaojin, clearly still regard me as a debauched fool. Why should I persist in seeking your approval? I shall consider this a fleeting dream." With that thought, He Yuan chose to close his mouth and took a half step back to distance himself from Su Miaojin. Chapter 75. Traces and clues. Su Miaojin was acutely aware of He Yuan's growing distance from her. However, having recently lost herself to He Yuan, she found it challenging to confront the complexity of their relationship. Thus, when faced with his aloofness, she feigned ignorance. Her beautiful eyes fixed unwaveringly ahead as she deftly maneuvered her flying sword beneath her. The distance from Floating Pagoda City to the main peak of the 10,000 Immortals sect was merely a few dozen miles, and soon the two arrived at their destination. To gather information without revealing their identities, they decided to land outside the city and don simple disguises. Since Su Miaojin seldom ventured down the mountain, a mere scarf draped over her exquisite visage sufficed to deceive outsiders regarding her true identity as an inner disciple of the 10,000 Immortals sect. In contrast, He Yuan's situation was different. As a notorious scion of the sect known for his indulgent lifestyle, he was highly recognizable in Floating Pagoda City. Therefore, he applied some charcoal ash to his face and affixed a couple of tufts of 9 live spirit cat fur to his lips to simulate a beard. With this transformation, he now resembled a seasoned hero weathered by the elements. Once their disguises were complete, He Yuan adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "Senior sister, once we enter the city, we shall go our separate ways. Let us reconvene here in 2 hours. What do you think?" In response, Su Miaojin nodded slightly, acknowledging his words. He Yuan then proceeded to step into floating pagoda city first, watching his figure gradually fade beyond the city gates. Su Miaojin's stunningly beautiful face revealed a myriad of complex emotions. With a soft sigh, she chose not to dwell on it further, lifted her skirt, and gracefully walked toward the city gates. Floating pagoda city. The first-class tea house. This was He Yuan's chosen initial stop. By now, it was nearly noon, and the tea house was bustling with patrons. Perhaps due to He Yuan's unremarkable appearance, his arrival went unnoticed by the other guests, which he welcomed as an opportunity for solitude. He selected a window seat, ordered a pot of tea, and began to drink leisurely. Simultaneously, he pretended to casually observe the attire of the various tea house patrons. He estimated that the main hall housed around 70 to 80 individuals, and with the esteemed guests in the private rooms on the second floor, the total approached nearly 100. Alone, he found it impossible to catch every word spoken among them. Thus, he focused his attention on those cultivators whose levels ranged from the 5th stage of the Qi refiner to the 1st stage of foundation establishment. This was a conclusion He Yuan had drawn from experience. Ordinary loose cultivators, due to limited resources, found it challenging to elevate their cultivation to the foundation establishment stage or beyond. Moreover, a loose cultivator who had not reached at least the 5th stage of Qi refiner would not dare to venture into the territory of the 10,000 Immortals sect lightly. The patrons of the tea house primarily engaged in discussions about the gossip surrounding various sects, recent prodigies emerging within the cultivation world, or new movements among the demon tribes within the Tianai realm. However, a conversation between a master and disciple caught He Yuan's particular attention. The young disciple spoke first. Master, do you think the rumors about the ancient power's ruins on the back mountain of the 10,000 Immortals sect are true? It seems to me that floating pagoda city is unusually calm, and I hardly see any disciples sent by various sects to inquire about the situation, which is unlike the reports of the ruins being revealed. In response, the master replied with an air of composure, patience. We have traveled thousands of miles from Tianning City with the intention of following some experts to pick up the scraps. For now, we can enjoy the hospitality of floating pagoda city and await the opportune moment. Besides, have you noticed the noticeable increase in loose cultivators arriving in floating pagoda city recently? Upon hearing this exchange, He Yuan's brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The notion of an ancient power's ruins on the back mountain of the 10,000 Immortals sect, who could have leaked such information? Moreover, it seemed these individuals had traveled from Tianning City, which lay a considerable distance away from the sect. If this news had reached Tianning City, it signified that various sects within a 1,000-mile radius were likely already informed. The absence of disciples from these sects inquiring about the 10,000 Immortals sect's back mountain treasures was not due to a lack of interest. Rather, they were likely observing each other or had reached some covert agreements. He Yuan was nearly certain that the rumor regarding the ancient ruins had not originated from Su Xiong himself, as their separation from the trader of Yuhai Peak had occurred only 2 days prior. 2 days was hardly sufficient time for 2 loose cultivators, not even at the foundation establishment stage, to traverse such a distance, unless, at that moment, a sudden realization struck He Yuan, suggesting the possibility that someone had disseminated this information under Su Xiong's direction. In the realm of Tian Yuan, where everyone aspired to ascend, the prospect of an ancient power's ruins would undoubtedly attract countless cultivators. Should a multitude of individuals converge upon the back mountain of the 10,000 Immortals sect, they would inevitably encounter Yu Xiaoxiao, who was currently confined within its forbidden grounds. Thus, Su Xiong's intention to expose Yu Xiaoxiao, the remnant of the sword sect, would be realized. The more He Yuan pondered, the more plausible this possibility appeared. He hastily settled his bill with a low-grade spirit stone before departing from the tea house. Upon exiting, he contemplated how to contact senior sister Su Miaojing to share this critical information. Suddenly, a familiar and graceful figure caught his eye. It was a tall woman clad in green, her alluring silhouette enough to tempt countless men into sin. At first glance, one might mistake her for the young sister Su Jiner descending the mountain. However, having closely observed Su Jiner's figure, He Yuan was aware that her waist was more slender, and her movements were livelier and more sprightly. The hurried figure in the green dress was none other than the 9th senior sister, who had previously shared an intimate moment with Su Xiong within the small world of Lingquan Town. Despite the admonition from Fairy Lingmiao for the female disciples to return to their respective caves for secluded cultivation, why had she chosen to stealthily descend the mountain at this moment? Coupled with his earlier suspicions, He Yuan decided to follow her discreetly. Chapter 76. Reaping the Whirlwind. He Yuan, having established his foundation, stealthily followed the 9th senior sister, whose cultivation was merely at the 9th level of the Breaking Valley stage. Yet he felt quite confident. He trailed her to an unnamed dwelling, and astonishingly, she had not sensed his presence at all. Just as He Yuan was about to continue his pursuit into the inn, a melodious voice called out from behind, saying, "Junior brother, do not stir the grass and alert the snake. I have followed 9th junior sister here to wait for her to meet someone inside." He Yuan turned in surprise and saw the first senior sister, Su Miaojin, standing nearby, looking as lively as ever. He quickly approached her, a hint of joy on his face, and asked, "First senior sister, do you also suspect that 9th senior sister's actions are suspicious?" "Indeed." Su Miaojin nodded gracefully. "After we parted at the gates of Futa City, I immediately encountered 9th junior sister sneaking into the city. However, she appeared hurried, clearly preoccupied with urgent matters. So I refrained from revealing myself. To my astonishment, she wandered through the streets and alleys, circling Futu City twice, evidently anxious about potential pursuers, attempting to shake them off. Had my cultivation not surpassed hers significantly and my tracking skills been proficient, I might have lost her. This solidifies my belief that ninth junior sister is concealing a secret from us. Hearing this, He Yuan commented, coincidentally, I just overheard something peculiar at the Yipin tea house. He then recounted to Su Miaojin the conversation he had eavesdropped on regarding the ancient relics of great powers in the back mountain of the Wanjian sect. Upon hearing this, Su Miaojin's brows furrowed. So, you suspect that the informant about the ancient relics in our sect's back mountain is none other than ninth junior sister? And her true intention is to expose the identity of the remnants of the Yuxiao sword sect hidden within? Precisely. He Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Furthermore, to ascertain whether ninth senior sister has indeed betrayed our Wanjian sect, it is rather simple. We merely need to sneak into the inn and observe whom she interacts with. Su Miaojin nodded slightly. Indeed, I had the same thought. However, if we simply walk into the inn, while others may not notice, it would be difficult to evade the keen eyes of ninth junior sister, who is intimately familiar with our appearances. He Yuan shrugged. If the front door is not an option, we can use the back window. As long as we move quietly, we should not be detected by those inside the inn. Through the back window, Su Miaojin's elegant brows knitted deeply. After all, as a disciple from a prestigious lineage, she had always been taught principles of integrity and righteousness, and had never engaged in the act of sneaking into and inn through the back. He Yuan rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Surely, you do not wish to miss the opportunity to expose ninth senior sister, the traitor of Wanjian sect, due to outdated notions of integrity, do you? After a moment's contemplation, Su Miaojin bit her lip and finally seemed to reach a resolution, saying, very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Both were adept at the foundational stage, thus climbing over walls and through windows posed no challenge. They found an unoccupied room on the second floor of the Uli Inn, pushed open the back window, and deftly entered. However, just as they slipped into the room and closed the window, they heard a series of distinct footsteps approaching. Suddenly, someone pushed open the door and was about to step inside. Just as they feared, escaping through the back window was no longer an option. The two quickly concealed themselves behind a screen near the window. At that moment, a grating voice echoed within, resembling a dull saw cutting wood. Liam. You told me to relay a message to the blood demon ancestor, and I have done so. But you must ensure that this message is genuine, otherwise. When the ancestor arrives and finds no traces of ancient relics in the back mountain of your Wanjian sect, the consequences will be dire. Liam? He Yuan was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Su Miaojin, for he knew this was the secular name of ninth senior sister. As for the blood demon ancestor, the name alone suggested a nefarious character. Indeed, he could see that Su Miaojin's expression had turned grim. Then, the voice of ninth senior sister, Liam, spoke up. Rest assured, Daoist Chun, since Liam dares to convey this message to the blood demon ancestor, I certainly possess ample confidence. The unpleasant voice of the man named Chun suddenly turned sinister. Yet, I still harbor some doubts. As the ninth disciple of the spirit Miao Fairy, why would you choose to betray the Wanjian sect and disclose the relics of the back mountain to the ancestor? Ninth senior sister's voice came through, laced with hatred, because that woman drove away the man I love most from Yunhai Peak, and I seek revenge against her, against the Wanjian sect. Ha, I see. The laughter of the man named Chun grew increasingly grating. I recently heard that your Yunhai Peak has taken in a prodigy named Su Xiang, yet for some reason, he was abruptly expelled from the Wanjian sect just days ago. So you, Liam, are infatuated with him. It makes sense. A talent like Su is indeed appealing to women. At this point, He Yuan heard Chun swallow hard. However, if you wish to collaborate with our blood demon sect, this alone will not suffice. There must be some price to pay. Suddenly, a sound of tearing fabric filled the room, followed by a terrified and furious scream from ninth senior sister, Liam. Xin, what do you intend to do? Why, I intend to have you. Xin cackled, his voice laced with an unspeakable lewdness. How could I let go of such a tempting morsel when left alone with you in a room? Though your looks may be average, your figure is indeed quite appealing. Rest assured, once you are with me, I will ensure you join my blood demon sect. Moments later, the room was filled with the sounds of fabric being torn and the panicked and enraged cries of ninth senior sister, Liam. Chapter 77. Eavesdropping behind the wall. The sudden scene that unfolded within the room left both He Yuan and Su Miaojin, who were concealed behind a screen, feeling quite embarrassed. Neither of them was naive. Moreover, just a few days prior, they had engaged in a candid discussion regarding such unspeakable taboos. Thus they were acutely aware of Xian's intentions towards Liam. In an instant, Su Miaojin's delicate face flushed crimson. At that moment, it was evident that Liam was no match for Xian's forceful advances. She was resignedly pressed against the central table in the room, emitting a series of strange sounds that mingled pain with an unsettling pleasure. Before long, the struggle seemed to reach a fever pitch, leaving He Yuan and Su Miaojin in an unprecedented state of torment, particularly for Su Miaojin, despite having lost her purity. On that fateful day, she had been under the influence of a seductive poison, which clouded her awareness during her union with He Yuan. Consequently, she was unable to fully grasp the genuine joys of such intimate encounters. At this moment, the esteemed senior sister of Yunhai Peak felt parched, and an inexplicable fire ignited within her, causing her legs to weaken suddenly, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, He Yuan was quick to react, catching her slender waist just in time to prevent her from falling. Turning her head slightly, Su Miaojin cast a grateful glance at He Yuan. However, She soon realized the intimate nature of their position and instinctively attempted to pull away. In her haste, she forgot that her legs were still weak, and as she left He Yuan's embrace, she once again teetered downwards. Does this stubborn Su Miaojin truly fear that He Yuan, would take advantage of her? He Yuan inwardly scoffed. With a swift motion, he grasped her delicate waist once more, pressing her upper body firmly against his broad chest, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "Senior sister, if you struggle any further, we may expose our whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Su Miaojin quieted considerably. However, being so closely pressed against He Yuan still made her feel quite uncomfortable, as a flush crept onto her cheeks. It was uncertain whether Qin Xian's abilities were lacking or if he merely considered the proximity to the floating pagoda city, the nearest location to the Wanxian sect. But the entangled struggle between the two did not last long. Soon, the man who claimed to be from the Blood Demon sect, Qin Xian, surrendered. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had fallen silent. Before long, Qin Xian, now relishing his leisurely time, spoke languidly, "All right, Liam O'Air, you may leave now. Rest assured, now that you are under my protection, I, Qin Xian, will certainly recommend you to join the Blood Demon sect." Liam O'Air did not respond. The only sound in the room was the rustling of fabric, presumably as the ninth sister donned her clothing. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from the front, likely indicating that Liam O'Air, fearing further degradation at the hands of the devil Qin Xian, hastily fled the room. Then, Qin Xian's sinister voice broke the silence once more. "You two eavesdroppers have been lurking for quite some time. Perhaps it's time you reveal yourselves?" He Yuan and Su Miaojin exchanged glances, both reflecting a hint of astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Qin Xian was already aware of their presence. Rather than exposing them, he had chosen to perform before them, evidently intending for them to witness the spectacle. With no purpose left in hiding, they shared a tacit understanding and stepped out from behind the screen. Upon entering the hall of the chamber, they beheld Qin Xian, bare-chested and wearing a sly grin as he surveyed them. He appeared to be in his 30s, with an unappealing visage. Particularly, when he caught sight of the breathtakingly beautiful Su Miaojin, drool escaped his lips, and his face betrayed an unabashed lewdness that was truly repugnant. Were it not for Su Miaojin's consideration of He Yuan's presence, she would have likely fled in disgust. TSK. Qin Xian scrutinized Su Miaojin thoroughly, exclaiming with genuine admiration, "It is said that the Ling Miao fairy of the Wanxian sect is a rare beauty. But I did not expect such a stunning maiden to exist alongside her. It seems my visit to the Wanxian sect has truly been worthwhile." Su Miaojin's lovely face hardened like frost as she coldly glared at him. "Your Blood Demon sect has long been labeled as heretical by our righteous sections. How dare you come to Floating Pagoda City, under the jurisdiction of the Wanxian sect? Do you not fear being discovered and hunted down by us righteous individuals? Righteous sects?" Qin Xian erupted into laughter, his face filled with mockery. "If it weren't for the collaboration of your so-called righteous sect, would I, the eldest disciple of the Blood Demon sect's ancestor, have the opportunity to arrive at the foot of your esteemed sect's main peak?" Su Miaojin's expression faltered at those words. The truth was as Qin Xian had stated. The reason he could traverse Floating Pagoda City unimpeded was due to the betrayal of the ninth sister, Liam O'Air, through Liam O'Air's covert machinations. Not only Qin Xian, a mere Foundation establishment-level heretic, but even 10 more like him would hardly attract the attention of the upper echelons of the Wanxian sect. After all, had she not witnessed it herself, Su Miaojin would have never believed that Liam O'Air, who had been taken under the wing of her master to Yun High Peak since childhood, would betray her sect for a man and conspire with a heretic. At that moment, He Yuan spoke up, breaking the tension. "Senior sister, why waste breath on this scoundrel? Do you not carry a signaling arrow? Quickly shoot one to summon our master and capture this Blood Demon disciple. We might even extract some of the Blood Demon sect's plans from him." As soon as He Yuan's words left his mouth, the previously composed Qin Xian sprang into action, hurriedly attempting to dress as he cast a wary glance in He Yuan's direction. "Kid, are you trying to trick me? Liam O'Air just told me that your master, the Ling Miao fairy, is currently meditating at Yun High Peak." He Yuan ignored him and urged Su Miaojin, "Senior sister, what are you waiting for? Shoot that signaling arrow at once." Chapter 78. The embarrassed senior sister Su Miaojin was curious about when her master would arrive in the Floating Pagoda City. However, upon noticing He Yuan's sly gestures, she immediately understood that he was certainly scheming against the Blood Demon sect's chief disciple, Qin Xian. Although both she and Qin Xian appeared to be at the third stage of Foundation establishment, the latter had stealthily discerned their presence and showed no sign of fear in their company. This indicated that Qin Xian's true strength was far more formidable than it seemed. Realizing the peril of acting recklessly without comprehending the enemy's genuine capabilities, Su Miaojin discreetly retrieved a signaling arrow from her possession, feigning an intention to ignite it. As she had surmised, Qin Xian was indeed concealing his true prowess. His actual cultivation level was at the fourth stage of Foundation establishment, making it quite manageable for him to deal with both He Yuan and Su Miaojin. However, seeing Su Miaojin's intention to summon reinforcements, he shot them a fierce glare and remarked, "You've got some nerve." With that, he suddenly propelled himself forward, leaping like an arrow released from a bow, dashing through the window in an instant. Witnessing Qin Xian's swift and agile movements, a flicker of trepidation crossed Su Miaojin's delicate features as she murmured, "That is indeed the shadow step of the Blood Demon ancestor." It was evident that he had inherited the true teachings of the Blood Demon ancestor, and judging by his escape, his strength was undeniably that of a genuine fourth-stage Foundation establishment practitioner. With a sigh, she reflected, during this time, these foreign evil cultivators have not ceased their efforts to train their successors. Once they return, they will undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon us righteous sects. Suddenly, she spun around like a whirlwind, casting a deep glance at He Yuan. Time is of the essence. I must immediately return to High Peak to report this to our master. Will you accompany me back? Or do you intend to remain here at the Furong Pavilion? Stay overnight at the Furong Pavilion? He Yuan was nearly overwhelmed with frustration at his senior sister's naive assumption that he was a lecherous dandy. Internally, he scoffed. If I were truly that kind of lustful person, would I have chosen to be a gentleman at such a moment? When I had the opportunity to take advantage of you, Su Miaojin? They say that a large chest accompanies a lack of intellect. Yet Su Miaojin's figure was not particularly ample, perhaps even less so than that of junior sister Su Jiner. Why, then, was she unable to utilize her intellect properly? If not for her reluctance to reveal her ability to hear He Yuan's thoughts, she would have been unable to suppress the urge to unleash a flurry of punches upon this audacious fellow. How dare he criticize her for lacking intelligence while also disparaging her physique in comparison to Su Jiner? Yes, she admitted that her attributes were not as generous as her juniors. However, how could he so shamelessly express such sentiments? Did he not realize that such matters were private? With her thoughts racing, Su Miaojin composed her expression, strode to the door, and unsheathed her sword. In an instant, she soared into the air, heading towards High Peak. He Yuan, witnessing his senior sister's intent to leave alone, called out, "Senior sister, wait for me." Yet, Su Miaojin did not even glance back as she retorted, "Use your own legs." In a heartbeat, she was whisked away by her sword, leaving him bewildered. He Yuan was utterly perplexed about where he had offended his senior sister. It was she who had just asked him if he wished to accompany her, after all. He had even had the chance to respond before she had taken off in a huff. As he pondered this, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from the staircase. Likely the innkeeper coming to investigate the commotion. He quickly turned, leaping through the window that Qin Xian had breached. Upon reaching the streets of floating Pagoda City, He Yuan did not immediately head back to High Peak. With Su Miaojin on her way to report the news of the evil cultivator's invasion, it would soon reach the higher-ups of the Wanxian sect. Before long, the elders would descend to cleanse the city of the intruding vermin. However, He Yuan felt this was not sufficient. Since junior sister Li Moer had spread word of the ancient powerful relics hidden in the back mountains of the Wanxian sect, those seeking fortune in the sect would not be limited to just the evil cultivators. Many out there, like the pair of rogue practitioners who had traveled from Tianing City, might be lurking in floating Pagoda City, not to mention spies from various sects and even the demon clans. He suspected that the city might already be infiltrated by these outsiders, should they gather en masse at the Wanxian sect. Even without a reason to attack under the guise of Yuxiao, it could provide an opportunity for some evil cultivators and demons to slip inside the sect. Thus, it was imperative to keep these intruders within floating Pagoda City. To achieve this, He Yuan first thought of exploiting Qin Xian's identity as an evil cultivator. In the Tianyuan continent, evil practitioners, much like demons, were hunted by righteous cultivators. With this plan in mind, He Yuan donned a hat to obscure his face and made his way to the center of the street. Initially, he intended to randomly accost a few wandering practitioners to intimidate them and shift the blame to Qin Xian. However, he unexpectedly spotted the rogue practitioner pair he had seen earlier. A flicker of delight crossed He Yuan's face. These are the ones, he thought, boldly approaching the duo. He feigned a rough voice and declared, "Hey, you two, hand over all your spirit stones and treasures to me, or don't blame me, Qin Xian, for being unkind." Upon seeing someone daring to rob them in broad daylight, the pair of practitioners were instantly incensed. In an instant, the three were embroiled in a fierce clash. Since the duo had come with the intent to exploit the Wanxian sect, He Yuan felt no burden in dealing with them. Chapter 79, The Blood Demon Ancestor. Although the middle-aged man of slightly older age was also a practitioner at the first stage of Foundation establishment, his combat prowess paled in comparison to He Yuan's, as he had not undergone the rigorous training of a major sect's cultivation techniques. Furthermore, He Yuan possessed the pivotal advantage of the 10,000 poison clone, a key to turning the tide in critical moments. Thus he felt no pressure in dealing with this master and apprentice duo. Before long, the pair of rogue cultivators from Tianning City found themselves thoroughly beaten by He Yuan, who also plundered their magical treasures and spirit stones. In a display of hubris, He Yuan spat disdainfully at the groaning duo and proclaimed, "Remember, it was the Blood Demon Sect's chief disciple, Qin Xian, who robbed you. Humph. If you have any grievances, come find me for revenge." With that, he swaggered through the crowd of onlookers and departed. However, He Yuan did not leave for the city. Instead, he sought out over a dozen solitary rogue cultivators or disciples from other sects, all of whom appeared to be outsiders. He executed several schemes, ensuring that all transgressions were attributed to Qin Xian. Only then did he revert to his original appearance and gracefully exit Footed City. He was aware that his antics in the city would likely make the Blood Demon Sect's chief disciple, Qin Xian, infamous. At present, although Qin Xian had not yet incited public outrage among the prominent righteous sects within Footed City, it was only a matter of time. Ideally, these righteous cultivators would become embroiled in conflict with the Blood Demon Sect, ultimately drawing out the Blood Demon Ancestor, the mid-boss of the situation. Consequently, their focus would be diverted from the forbidden grounds of the Wanjian sect. Indeed, He Yuan's strategy proved effective. Just as he departed Footed City, several disciples from the righteous sects organized an alliance to hunt down the Blood Demon Sect's chief disciple, gathering numerous rogue cultivators and scouring the city for Qin Xian's whereabouts. Coincidentally, Qin Xian, perhaps harboring a glimmer of hope that he could still stealthily approach the Wanjian sect, chose not to leave Fuda City immediately. As a result, this alliance successfully uncovered his hiding place. Bewildered, Qin Xian was swiftly besieged by the alliance. It was only through their relentless assault that he learned the reason behind their aggression. Regrettably, no matter how he attempted to defend himself, they showed no signs of relenting. Regardless of whether he truly had robbed the solitary rogue cultivators, his association with the nefarious blood demon sect was sufficient to incite a united front against him. Had it not been for the clone mark bestowed upon him by the blood demon ancestor, which he used at the cost of extinguishing a fragment of the ancestor's essence, he would have undoubtedly met his demise at their hands. Within a colossal palace constructed of skulls, the blood demon ancestor, a seasoned evil cultivator and founder of the blood demon sect, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, seemingly in seclusion. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant, a fierce and malevolent aura erupted from him, filling the entire hall. Damn it! Who dares to destroy a fragment of my essence and severely injure my most valued disciple? I shall not let you off easily. The blood demon ancestor's voice resonated with uncontainable fury. In an instant, he soared from the blood pool, donning a crimson robe that appeared as if conjured from thin air, and took off towards the Wanjian sect with great haste, setting aside the ancestor's rage and intentions to seek retribution for his fragment of essence and beloved disciple. Let us return to Yuan. After leaving Fuda City, he immediately made his way to the main peak of the Wanjian sect. The news regarding the ancient relics in the forbidden grounds behind the sect had likely spread far and wide, thanks to the ninth sister, Leomor. Thus, it was impossible to conceal the information any longer. The only viable solution was to consult his father, Yuanxing, and suggest that the latter consider opening the forbidden grounds at an opportune moment, allowing representatives from various sects to investigate the ancient relics for themselves. Only through first-hand experience would they be convinced of the truth. Otherwise, no matter how eloquently the Wanjian sect members spoke, it would be challenging to convince those opportunistic rogue cultivators and disciples. What? You want me to open the forbidden grounds? Upon hearing He Yuan's proposal, Yuanxin's expression darkened, and he struggled to suppress the urge to cast his wayward son out of the main hall. Coldly, he replied, "Do you understand what the forbidden grounds represent? It is the resting place of our sect's past leaders. It cannot simply be opened at will." In the face of his father's stern demeanor, He Yuan remained undaunted, bravely meeting his gaze. "Father, I am certain you have learned from Yunhai Peak that Fuda City has already been infiltrated by numerous outsiders. If we do not take action, how can we prevent the opportunistic rogue cultivators from swarming our gates?" At this point, a glimmer of wisdom shone in He Yuan's eyes as he continued. "Rather than waiting for them to converge and invade our sect, it would be wiser to proactively open the forbidden grounds, allowing those esteemed outsiders to personally investigate." He shrugged, adding, "When they realize that the so-called ancient relics in the Wanjian sect's forbidden grounds are nothing but fabricated rumors, they will naturally disperse." Upon hearing this, Yuanxin finally refrained from erupting in anger at his wayward son. Instead, he pondered for a moment before gesturing for He Yuan to depart. "You may go. I will discuss this matter with Elder Qin and the others before making a decision." He Yuan nodded and promptly exited the main hall of the Wanjian sect, then set off towards Yuhai Peak. At this moment, all disciples had gathered in the training ground of Yuhai Peak. The enchanting fairy Ling Miao stood with her hands clasped behind her, her countenance frosty as she glared at a female disciple in a green dress surrounded by her peers. Chapter 80. He is just a scoundrel, Leomor. I have treated you well in daily matters. Why have you committed such an act of betrayal against our sect? Do you realize that your actions could potentially plunge the Wanshan sect into an abyss from which it may never escape? The voice of the celestial maiden carried a chilling aura, clearly struggling to suppress the fury boiling within her chest. Humph. Surrounded by the other women, Leomor disdainfully lifted her chin and coldly retorted, "Ling Miao, do not feign such a hypocritical faade of concern for me. Leomor, do you think we are unaware? Prior to Xiong's arrival, your attention was solely focused on the senior sister. Yet, once Xiong arrived, you suddenly placed immense value on this exceptionally gifted male disciple." At that moment, she indignantly continued, "Ever since you took He Yuan, that debauched scion, as your disciple, he has become your most cherished pupil. On one hand, you have devoted all the resources of Yuhai Peak to assist him in establishing his foundation, while on the other, you continuously accompany this wastrel in pursuit of opportunities. Humph. I must ask, has your gaze ever lingered on us ordinary disciples?" Upon hearing Leomor's words, the celestial maiden could not help but take a deep breath and replied, "I did not expect you to view me in such a light. Yes, during the expeditions to the Valley of Demonic Spirits and the Island of Heavenly Sea, I did indeed take He Yuan and Su Xiong with me. But I did not bring any of the female disciples because both locations were exceedingly perilous," and, pausing for a moment, her beautiful eyes scanned the gathered female disciples in the training ground. "Moreover, whether it be the toxic aura of the venomous serpents in the Valley of Demonic Spirits or the dragon's breath on the Island of Heavenly Sea, both are infused with lewd and corruptive toxins. Therefore, my intention in not bringing you was to protect your purity." So it was. Some of the female disciples, who shared similar sentiments with Leomor, suddenly realized through the celestial maiden's explanation that they had wronged their master. The reason their master had chosen to bring only Su Xiong and He Yuan was, in fact, to safeguard their virtue. Impossible. However, Leomor, who had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Su Xiong, could not possibly believe such claims. She glared at the celestial maiden, who wore an air of aloofness, and said, "Ling Miao, do not attempt to embellish your image. Xiang has already informed me that during your last expedition to the Valley of Demonic Spirits, you encountered no significant danger. In fact, He Yuan, that wastrel, even gained numerous opportunities from the venomous den. Otherwise, how could he have swiftly broken through to Foundation establishment? Is that so? At that moment, He Yuan's voice suddenly echoed. Then has your Zong told you that he devoured the life essence of over a dozen venomous serpents in the Valley of Demonic Spirits, and even spewed forth a mouthful of corruptive serpent poison that nearly ensnared our master? Swish. The women turned in unison to see He Yuan entering the training ground with light steps. His question caused the previously indignant Li Moer to freeze momentarily. It was evident that Su Xiang would never have voluntarily disclosed such information to her. He Yuan, observing the expression on Li Moer's face, surmised a few things and seized the opportunity to administer another dose of truth, saying, if I am not mistaken, since the expedition to the island of Heavenly Sea, Su Xiang has not secretly contacted you, the ninth senior sister, has he? Upon hearing this, Li Moer shot him a glance, biting her lip tightly without uttering a word. This scene led the other women to deduce that the reality was likely as He Yuan had stated. Li Moer's fervent desire to avenge Su Xiang, who had been expelled from Yu High Peak, was perhaps nothing more than one-sided affection. It seemed Su Xiang had never truly regarded her. He Yuan pressed on. If Su Xiang even cared for you in the slightest, after obtaining your body, he would not have simply been expelled by our master and ceased all clandestine contact with you. The only conclusion that can be drawn from this is, he suddenly raised his voice, that you, ninth senior sister, are merely a plaything for Su Xiang. His true aim in cultivating with you is to seize your vital essence to enhance his own cultivation. Enough. Li Moer teetered on the brink of collapse, her eyes reddening as she glared fiercely at him. He Yuan, do not say another word. Do not say another word. He Yuan indeed refrained from further provoking her, instead shifting his gaze to a short, plump woman in a red dress among the crowd, 13th senior sister. Surely you have more authority to speak on whether Su Xiang is truly a scoundrel? Suddenly called out by He Yuan, the 13th senior sister, who had been lost in thought, looked up in surprise, a fleeting expression of panic crossing her face. This. How would I know whether that Su is a scoundrel or not? From the 13th senior sister's reaction, He Yuan could surmise that she likely had not participated in the clandestine exploration of the ancient relic in the back mountains of the Wanchan sect. It made sense. The very next day after she and Su Xiang had cultivated together, he had set off with the celestial maiden to the island of Heavenly Sea. Therefore, Su Xiang had probably not had the chance to influence her perception. With this in mind, He Yuan chose not to expose the intimacy shared between the 13th senior sister and Su Xiang, instead turning his attention back to the celestial maiden, Master. The actions of the 9th senior sister have reached a point of no return. The matter of her punishment should be left to the sect's penal hall. The infiltration of evil cultivators and demonic entities into Futu City is our most pressing concern. Our focus should be directed there. The celestial maiden nodded solemnly. You are correct. I nearly neglected the urgent matter at hand. Very well, Miaojing, you shall escort Li Moer and a few junior sisters to the sect's penal hall. The rest of the disciples will accompany me down the mountain to eliminate the intruders in Futu City. Yes, the disciples responded in unison, promptly following the celestial maiden as they made their grand approach toward Futu City. Along the way, He Yuan briefly recounted his scheming against the Blood Demon sect's chief disciple, Xin Xian, and speculated that the Blood Demon ancestor might appear in Futu City. The celestial maiden replied nonchalantly, it is of no concern. Although the Blood Demon ancestor has gained renown as an evil cultivator for many years, I fought him in the past, and we were evenly matched. Neither could claim victory. Therefore, I am confident in handling him this time. Upon hearing his beautiful master speak with such confidence, He Yuan felt a sense of relief. However, for the sake of caution, he still intended to invite one more person. Chapter 81. Teasing? The person He Yuan intends to invite is Elder Qin Shoan of the Hall of Punishments from the Wanxian sect. Firstly, Qin Shoan is the most loyal elder to He Wangsheng within the Wanxian sect. By bringing this elder along, the safety of He Yuan and his fellow disciples on Yun High Peak will be doubly assured. Secondly, Qin Shoan ranks third in cultivation within the Wanxian sect, following the sect master He Wangsheng and the peak master Ling Miao. Having him on board will alleviate much pressure on Ling Miao when confronting the Blood Demon ancestor. The 12 peaks of the Wanxian sect are 12 floating celestial mountains surrounding the main peak. Thus, upon exiting the gates of Yun High Peak, the main hall of the peak is already in sight. At that moment, a shadow swooped down like an eagle soaring through the sky, swiftly descending before the main entrance of the hall, landing gracefully before the gathered crowd. It was indeed Elder Qin Shoan. Elder Qin first greeted Ling Miao with a respectful gesture and inquired about her well-being, before turning his kind gaze towards He Yuan and saying, the sect master has agreed to your proposal to open the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain and has sent me to accompany you down the mountain to eliminate the malevolent cultivators infiltrating Futu City. That is splendid news, He Yuan replied with delight. It saves me from having to waste words with that old man in the main hall. Upon hearing this, Qin Shoan shook his head, his eyes reflecting a hint of satisfaction. During this period, your growth, young master, has not gone unnoticed by the sect master and us elders. Though the sect master may not show it, I am certain he holds great satisfaction in his heart for you. He Yuan, seldom showing any signs of embarrassment, replied. Elder Qin, you flatter me. There are still many areas where I need to improve. Ling Miao, witnessing He Yuan's rare display of bashfulness, could not help but express her astonishment. Su Jiner, standing behind He Yuan, shrugged her delicate shoulders and lowered her voice just enough for the two to hear, whispering, He Yuan, you really have changed. In the past, if Elder Qin had casually praised you like that, your tail would have surely been pointing to the sky. Ahem. He Yuan deliberately slowed his pace, waiting for the mischievous little senior sister to catch up, then leaned in and whispered playfully, Say, little senior sister, why do you always fixate on my tail? Do you harbor some intentions towards me? Su Jiner was momentarily taken aback by He Yuan's words, only to realize she had been teased. Instantly, her exquisitely beautiful face turned dark with visible anger, her delicate fists clenched tightly, and her once bright eyes now filled with indignation as she glared fiercely at He Yuan, ready to confront him at any moment. Whoa. He Yuan, noticing her reaction, quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, saying, Forgive my indiscretion, little senior sister. I momentarily let my tongue slip. Meanwhile, he could not help but silently critique, Su Jiner, with Su Lucha's scheme to usurp our beautiful master now exposed. You have temporarily escaped the crisis of losing your innocence. But do not rejoice too soon, for Su Lucha is undoubtedly lurking somewhere, keeping a close eye on us. At any moment, he may strike. Let us not even mention that ninth senior sister Liamoer, who has been brainwashed by Su Lucha. Who knows how many spies like her he has planted near our Wansen sect. He recalled that it seemed to have happened in the boudoir of the celestial maiden Lan Yu on Penlai Island, where you, Su Jiner, and Lin Lanue, Su Miaojing, and a host of other female protagonists shared the same bed, losing your innocence to Su Lucha. Sigh, how lamentable. A captivating person like you, Su Jiner, would undoubtedly be the leading lady in any story, yet in this world, you have fallen to a point where your first time was lost among a group of women. Su Jiner. Initially, she dismissed Yuan's thoughts. But when she heard him mention that her first time was lost among a group of women, her expression shifted dramatically. Su Jiner had several experiences of overhearing Yuan's thoughts. Initially, she suspected he was playing a prank on her. But as she realized he was unaware of the matter, she began to trust his thoughts. Moreover, she knew that Yuan had mentioned more than once that his innocence might be taken by someone named Su. This indicated that it was not mere fanciful talk. She was indeed in danger of having her essence seized by that Su. With that in mind, Su Jiner's gaze towards Yuan became exceptionally complicated. She murmured, Yuan, do you think there are other women in our Wanxian sect or other sects who have suffered at the hands of that Su? Yuan shrugged and replied, Little senior sister, you should ask if there are many women like 9th senior sister and 13th senior sister who have been harmed by that Su. A scoundrel like him, who has tasted the sweetness of dual cultivation, would not cease to prey upon others. It is likely that as we speak, he is plotting some scheme against a target in another sect. Upon hearing this, Su Jiner opened her cherry lips but ultimately chose to remain silent. She understood that Yuan's words might very well reflect the truth. Indeed, the reality was just as Yuan surmised. Su Xiang, the destined protagonist of the Sword Immortal, had chosen the holy maiden Lan Yu as his next target within the Penlai Pavilion. However, this time, he unexpectedly found his progress to be rather unsteady. Strangely enough, even though the pavilion master Lin Jingtiao had shown him exceptional enthusiasm, publicly announcing his acceptance of Su Xiang as a personal disciple on the very day he chose to join the Penlai Pavilion, the situation was not as smooth as he had anticipated. It is worth noting that Lin Jingtiao, as the pavilion master, had only taken in 3 personal disciples throughout his lifetime. Among them, one was his own daughter, the holy maiden Lin Lanue, and the other was a former holy son of the Penlai Pavilion, who was almost appointed as the next pavilion master. Unfortunately, this former holy son had committed a grievous mistake and was now imprisoned within the forbidden grounds of the Penlai Pavilion. Currently, Lin Jingtiao intended to recruit Su Xiang as his 3rd personal disciple, highlighting the significance he placed upon Su Xiang. Chapter 82. The Proud Fairy Lin Lanue. Strangely, the ethereal Lin Lanue maintained an unwavering aloofness towards Su Xiang. Initially, Su had regarded her as a cold beauty, akin to a celestial being. But subsequent encounters unveiled that her indifference was solely directed at him. In contrast, her demeanor towards others was warm and inviting, devoid of any pretense. This left Su questioning his own charm. However, when he deliberately created an intimate atmosphere with the other female disciples of the Penlai Pavilion, he discovered that each one unabashedly expressed their admiration for him. Some were so fervent that they nearly succumbed to the urge to disrobe before him. Had he not been mindful of his recent arrival at the pavilion and his unfulfilled pursuit of the stunning Lin Lanue, he might have indulged in a passionate encounter with them. Reflecting on his recent night of dual cultivation with the 13th sister from Yunhai Peak, he realized it had been several days since he had enjoyed the warmth of a woman's embrace, and he found himself yearning for that intoxicating sensation. Just as Su Xiang was lost in this reverie, a striking blue figure flashed before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the breathtaking Lin Lanue striding past him. His face lit up with unmistakable joy as he called out, Sister Lanue, I have encountered some confusion regarding the proud heart technique that Master imparted to me. May I seek your guidance? Upon hearing this, Lin Lanue momentarily paused. The proud heart technique was a renowned Earth-level skill, celebrated across the Tianyuan continent, and its training requirements were exceedingly rigorous. Even she, the daughter of Lin Jingtao, had only recently been granted access to it after forming her golden core. To think that Su Xiang, merely at the foundation establishment stage, could endure the torment of the proud heart technique and begin his practice. No wonder her father placed such importance on him. His talent was truly extraordinary. However, as Lin Lanyue recalled the words of He Yuan, who had expressed a desire to compete with other women for Su Xiang's affection. Her expression immediately soured. A flicker of disdain crossed her beautiful eyes as she replied, Lanyue is also new to the proud heart technique and does not grasp its profound meanings. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you should consult my father. With that, she cast not a single glance back at Su Xiang and departed swiftly, as though standing near him was a repulsive act. Watching Lin Lanyue's exquisite figure fade from view, Su Xiang's countenance darkened to an unprecedented shade of fury. Clenching his fists, his expression twisted into one of rage. Lin Lanyue, what do you take pride in? Were it not for your father being the head of the polite pavilion, would you possess such abundant resources to break through to the golden core at a mere 30 years of age? Just wait, once I ascend to the golden core stage, you will find yourself begging me for my favor. Suddenly sensing someone approaching, Su Xiang quickly masked his expression, reverting to a cheerful and spirited demeanor. Ah, Su Shidi, is that truly you? I thought I had seen wrong. A plump female disciple in a yellow dress approached him with a beaming face, unabashedly revealing her affection. Su Shidi, I noticed something seemed off with you just now. Did something happen? Su Xiang's pupils constricted as he stepped closer, reducing the distance between them to mere inches, his lips nearly brushing against her ear. Sister, I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation and require your assistance to resolve it. Would you be willing to help? At his words, the female disciple nodded vigorously, her face alight with joy. To assist Su Shidi is my greatest desire. Please, tell me where you are stuck. With a charming smile, Su Xiang's expression darkened momentarily as he whispered into her ear. Moments later, the disciple's face flushed crimson, and shyly she replied, Sister is still a maiden. I hope Su Shidi will be gentle. Meanwhile, far away, at the Wanshan sect outside Floating City, a blood-red cloud loomed ominously, slowly enveloping the skies above. From within the sanguine mist, a voice boomed like thunder. Hypocrites of the Wanshan sect, you dare to claim the mantle of righteousness while bullying my solitary disciple in my absence and annihilating a fragment of my essence. What is this but the actions of demonic scoundrels? Simultaneously, two figures shot skyward like arrows, Ling Miao, the ethereal fairy, and Qin Shoan. Ling Miao's cold voice resonated with an almost infinite clarity. Blood demon ancestor, the one who harmed my disciple, is not from our sect. We of the Wanshan sect would never demean ourselves in such a manner. Floating City is our domain. Any demonic entity is forbidden entry. Be wise and return to your blood demon sect. Though Qin Shoan remained silent, his golden core 7th stage aura radiated, commanding respect. Humph. The figure of the blood demon ancestor emerged amidst the crimson clouds, his gaze chillingly scanning Ling Miao and Qin Shoan. I expected to confront a senior elder of the Wanshan sect, yet it is merely you, girl. How amusing. In the past, my heart wavered, allowing you a semblance of victory. But after a decade of seclusion, my power has solidified. Do you truly believe you and your mediocre companion stand a chance against me? Chapter 83, The Golden Body Dharma Image. What an audaciously confident blood demon ancestor. Had I not been privy to the knowledge that you would be severely injured by our enchanting master during this battle of the 10,000 Immortals sect, I might have been deceived by your facade. He Yuan could not help but scoff internally, stating, Indeed, you have secluded yourself for a decade, solidifying your realm at the pinnacle of the Golden Core's 9th stage, merely a half step away from breaking into the nascent soul stage. Yet, our beautiful master is no slouch either. Over the past 10 years, she too has ascended to the 9th stage of the Golden Core, and she is nearly 1,000 years your junior. Such innate talent is more than sufficient to crush you into dust, old man. I truly do not understand what gives you the audacity to gloat. In the void above, the ethereal fairy Ling Miao, who was previously locked in confrontation with the blood demon ancestor, suddenly felt a tremor upon hearing He Yuan's unguarded thoughts. Given the accuracy of his previous revelations, it seemed this instance would also prove true. This indicated that she possessed a significant advantage in the impending clash with the blood demon ancestor. With this thought, fairy Ling Miao's confidence soared. She placed her hands behind her back, her lotus-like feet hovering in midair, her azure dress billowing gracefully, presenting herself as a celestial being descended from the heavens. Gazing at the blood demon ancestor, her eyes subtly reflected an air of superiority as she proclaimed, Blood demon. A decade ago, you led your disciples to wreak havoc in the city of Tian Shuang under the jurisdiction of our 10,000 Immortals sect. At that time, I could not bear to witness the suffering of the innocent, thus refraining from a direct confrontation. Yet now, you not only failed to show restraint but have audaciously intruded upon the sacred grounds of our sect. As she spoke, the countenance of the Cloud Sea Peak's master turned icy, her voice laced with an unyielding chill. In that case, I shall no longer hold back. Prepare to witness the true extent of my power. Humph. Amidst the blood clouds, the blood demon ancestor felt humiliated by the disdainful remarks of the younger fairy Ling Miao. With a disgruntled grunt, he retorted, Girl, I initially regarded your exceptional demeanor and beauty with admiration, intending to capture you as my dual cultivation furnace. However, since you seem intent on courting death, then I shall accommodate your wishes. As he spoke, radiant golden light erupted from the blood clouds beneath him. In that instant, the bald-headed blood demon ancestor became enveloped in golden radiance, transforming into a figure reminiscent of a Buddha illuminated by divine light. It is said that he was once a discarded disciple of the Buddha sect, thus his cultivation techniques were rooted in their esoteric practices. However, these techniques had been subtly altered, imbued with an aura of malevolence. For instance, This golden body Dharma image he conjured was not the pure golden light typical of Buddhist practices, which usually emanates a sense of solemnity and sanctity. Instead, the golden body he formed was tainted with streaks of crimson light, exuding an unsettling aura, even hinting at a lascivious undertone. Fairy Ling Miao furrowed her delicate brows, sensing discomfort from the golden body manifested by the blood demon ancestor. Just as she was about to disregard her reservations and strike, He Yuan's thoughts resonated in her mind once more. Goodness, this old fiend has produced this imitation, attempting to replicate the golden body Dharma image of the Buddhist sect, yet it merely resembles the form without capturing its essence. Our beautiful master possesses the insight to discern the truth. Surely she sees through this charade. The authentic golden body Dharma image of the Buddhist sect is nearly impossible to find flaws in unless shattered by brute force. However, this counterfeit he has created is fraught with vulnerabilities. I recall the most evident flaw lies within his Bai Wei acupoint atop his head, which appears to have a noticeable indentation. It was here that our master inadvertently struck, resulting in the shattering of his golden body and grievous injury. As He Yuan contemplated, he suddenly witnessed Fairy Ling Miao's exquisite phoenix-like eyes flash with determination. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards the blood demon ancestor amidst the blood clouds. The blood demon ancestor felt a fleeting surge of malice, exclaiming, "Excellent." With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike. The massive golden body behind him mirrored his actions, executing a colossal hand strike towards the approaching Fairy Ling Miao. However, to the blood demon ancestor's astonishment, the seemingly relentless Fairy Ling Miao suddenly halted midair and then ascended several feet higher. As the blood demon ancestor pondered this anomaly, he observed the rising Fairy Ling Miao darting back towards him once more. This defied logic. His pupils constricted in disbelief. He knew that typically, even for powerful beings at the golden core stage like themselves, one could not generate new force without some external medium once their initial momentum was exhausted. Yet, observing Fairy Ling Miao, she appeared not to utilize any external aids, yet she was able to miraculously sustain her forward momentum even as her previous force waned. How could she achieve such an unfathomable feat? Just as the blood demon ancestor grappled with this enigma, he suddenly heard Fairy Ling Miao call out, "Elder Qin." The Bai Wei acupoint is the critical weakness of this blood demon ancestor's golden body. Seize this opportunity while he is entangled with me and strike at his Bai Wei acupoint. Despicable. Wasn't this supposed to be a one-on-one duel? The blood demon ancestor bellowed in frustration, hastily retracting his golden body and retreating swiftly upon the blood clouds. If he had been perplexed by how Fairy Ling Miao performed the astonishing transition of forces without external aid, he might still have believed he had a chance against her. However, upon having his golden body's vulnerability exposed so directly, his confidence shattered in an instant. His protective golden body was his greatest reliance. The reason he summoned it right away was that the blood demon ancestor lacked absolute certainty in facing both Fairy Ling Miao and Qin Shuan alone. Thus, he invoked his strongest golden body Dharma image as a means to intimidate his foes. He had employed this strategy against adversaries of comparable strength before, often yielding satisfactory results. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the moment his golden body emerged, it would be so easily unraveled by Fairy Ling Miao's incisive insight. Yet, this was not the most devastating blow to his composure. Chapter 84, The Unyielding Shadow. According to the mindset of an ordinary person in battle, if one cannot win, retreating would surely be a viable option. At this very moment, the blood demon ancestor harbored such a thought. In a fit of rage, he had brazenly descended beneath the main peak of the 10,000 Immortals sect, intent on rescuing his chief disciple, Chen Xian. Naturally, should the opportunity arise, he would not forego the chance to seize some fortune within the forbidden grounds of the sect's rear mountain. However, no matter how tempting the fortune, it paled in comparison to the value of his own life. Thus, upon realizing that his Dharma body had been exposed, the blood demon ancestor, abandoning all pretense of a formidable being, immediately considered fleeing. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the elusive Fairy Ling Miao would deny him even the opportunity to escape. No. To be precise, it was He Yuan. Indeed, just as the blood demon ancestor decided to retreat, enveloped in blood clouds, He Yuan's voice resonated clearly in Fairy Ling Miao's ears. It was evident that this old wretch, fearing for his life, lost the courage to confront his adversary upon discovering the vulnerability of his golden body. However, did the old demon think that mere flight would spare him from attack? This aged fiend, standing upon the blood clouds, appeared imposing and enigmatic. Yet beneath him lay but a blood spirit banner, conjuring a mist with his spiritual energy to create the illusion of those clouds. I recall that in a past conflict, this old demon was similarly forced to flee by a beautiful master, and they inadvertently stumbled upon a volcanic region. There, his blood spirit banner was scorched by flames, leaving a gaping hole and rendering it ineffective. Thus, it was evident that this blood spirit banner was most vulnerable to open flames. Flames? A sudden idea sparked in Fairy Ling Miao's mind as she retrieved a fire starter from her bosom. With a gust of wind, she ignited it and deftly tossed it into the blood clouds beneath the blood demon ancestor. With a sizzle, just as He Yuan had predicted, the moment the blood clouds met the flames, they ignited with ferocity. In mere moments, a significant portion of the blood clouds was consumed by the flames. The blood demon ancestor howled in fury from atop the blood clouds, yet he found himself powerless to act. After all, the blood clouds beneath him were indeed, as He Yuan surmised, an illusion conjured by the blood spirit banner. This banner, which imprisoned souls, was most repelled by open flames. Now that it had been ignited, even he, a formidable figure at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, found himself at a loss. Indeed, at the Golden Core stage, one no longer needed to rely on artifacts for flight. It was no longer a challenge. However, this form of levitation could only be sustained for a brief duration. The distance from Floating Pagoda City to his blood demon sect stretched thousands of miles. And should he attempt to escape through the air, even his formidable cultivation would likely not endure. Furthermore, hot on his heels were both the equally powerful Fairy Ling Yao and the slightly weaker Qin Shuan. Should he deplete a substantial amount of spiritual energy to flee, he would struggle even against the lesser Qin Shuan, let alone contend with the formidable Fairy Ling Yao. Realizing this, the blood demon ancestor resolutely abandoned the burning blood clouds beneath him and plummeted rapidly toward the ground. Little did he know, Fairy Ling Yao was even swifter. Almost as soon as the blood demon ancestor began his descent, intent on a hasty escape, she gracefully positioned herself directly in his path, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. At that moment, he finally discerned what she wielded beneath her feet, a small flying shuttle, roughly the size of a ruler. In an instant, the blood demon ancestor's eyes widened with realization. So it was this flying shuttle that allowed you to maneuver effortlessly in midair. With a swift motion, Fairy Ling Yao stowed her colorful shuttle into her sleeve, maintaining her composure as she locked gazes with the founder of the blood demon sect. It is said that knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Blood demon, you are unaware of the very artifact I wield with utmost proficiency. How dare you claim assured victory over me? Such audacity. Nearby, as he witnessed Fairy Ling Yao block the blood demon ancestor's escape with an air of divine elegance, He Yuan could not help but think of those two words. However, his momentary reverie was fleeting, and he quickly turned to the crowd outside Floating Pagoda City, who were craning their necks to witness the unfolding drama. Dealing with evil cultivators is the duty of righteous practitioners. This blood demon, a powerful entity of the Golden Core stage, is beyond our capabilities to confront. Are we to fear his disciples? Just moments ago, I observed his disciple, Chen Xian, attempting to sneak away to the western outskirts of Floating Pagoda City while the old demon engaged with Fairy Ling Yao. It seems he was followed by several disciples of the blood demon sect. Fellow practitioners, it is time to eradicate this evil. Let us march together to uphold justice. Indeed, as the crowd observed the blood demon ancestor being firmly suppressed by Fairy Ling Yao, their fear of this notorious outworldly demon began to wane. Spurred by He Yuan's encouragement, a surge of youthful zeal propelled many young cultivators to rush alongside him toward the western outskirts. In truth, even before the blood demon ancestor arrived at Floating Pagoda City, He Yuan and his companions had already detected the whereabouts of Chen Xian and his group. Following that, Fairy Ling Yao heeded He Yuan's advice, sending Su Jin and the other female disciples to stealthily trail behind Chen Xian, while she and Qin Shuan awaited the blood demon ancestor's arrival outside the city. Thus, He Yuan could accurately declare that Chen Xian and the others were fleeing westward. As He Yuan led countless cultivators from within and around Floating Pagoda City toward the western outskirts to vanquish evil, the blood demon ancestor was suddenly incensed. He cast a cold glare in He Yuan's direction, declaring, "You dare attempt to eradicate my blood demon sect? I shall flay your skin and extract your tendons, using your soul for a ritual sacrifice in the future." He Yuan, at this moment, he could only curse under his breath, thinking that there were indeed over 1,000 cultivators prepared to annihilate the blood demon sect, yet the old demon directed his fury solely at him. He merely wished to stir the waters, redirecting the attention of the incoming outsiders toward Floating Pagoda City. This way, the pressure on the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain of the 10,000 Immortals sect would be considerably alleviated. Why did the blood demon ancestor and the blood demon sect happen to arrive at this very moment? Alas, he had no choice but to use them as a shield. Blood demon, your adversary is none other than myself. At that moment, Fairy Ling Yao's icy voice rang out, evidently aiming to divert the blood demon ancestor's wrath. Chapter 85, The Ling Yao Heart Lake Stirs with Ripples. The blood demon ancestor has finally come to terms with his defeat. He never anticipated that the destruction of a mere fragment of his being, compounded by the unwarranted beating of his eldest disciple, would incite him to seek retribution, leading to the irrevocable downfall of his blood demon sect. Ultimately, apart from the blood demon ancestor himself, all members of the sect were annihilated by the fervent young cultivators who surged into Floating Pagoda City. The few disciples who had only recently joined and had not yet committed many heinous acts were merely left gravely injured, their lives spared for the time being. However, the core disciples, such as Chen Xian, who had committed unspeakable atrocities and whose hands dripped with the blood of humanity, were encircled and killed without mercy, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. The blood demon ancestor himself barely escaped, sacrificing an arm and nearly a century of cultivation, using a celestial-grade teleportation talisman to flee hundreds of miles from Floating Pagoda City. However, as a result of this battle, his cultivation plummeted to the 8th stage of the Golden Core realm. At his age, his lifespan was nearing its limit, and unless he encountered a fortuitous opportunity that could alter his fate, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to progress in his cultivation further. Moreover, amidst this battle against the demons, a surprising discovery emerged. In a forest on the western outskirts of Floating Pagoda City, they uncovered a lurking minor demon. According to this demon, their kind had also learned of the ancient powerful relics sealed in the forbidden area behind the Wanshan sect. prompting them to send several shape-shifting demons disguised as rogue cultivators to stealthily infiltrate the surroundings of the Wanshan sect, waiting for an opportune moment to assist their elite demons in breaching the sect's defenses. This aligns precisely with the plot in the original novel Sword Immortal, where the Wanshan sect was besieged by a coalition of evil cultivators and demon clans, a significant climax in the narrative. In this battle, Ling Miao suffered severe injuries, leaving only 3 disciples, Xiao Miaojin, Su Jin and Su Xiang alive from the over 90 disciples of Yuhai Peak, rendering the peak nearly defunct. The main peak of the Wanshan sect and the other 11 sub-peaks also suffered extensive casualties. Even He Wangsheng, the sect's leader, was left with lingering ailments from this conflict, leading to an unexpected defeat at the hands of the destined protagonist of Sword Immortal, despite his higher cultivation level. Nevertheless, now that He Yuan has unexpectedly transmigrated and taken the place of He Wangsheng's true debauched son, he is determined to prevent such tragedies from recurring. Although Su Xiang's reckless actions, combined with He Yuan's deliberate machinations, have led him to betray the Wanshan sect, resulting in a deviation from the original storyline of Sword Immortal. The thwarted plans of the Blood Demon sect to infiltrate the forbidden area behind the Wanshan sect have served as a significant warning to other external malevolent forces. Yet, He Yuan remains cautious. Through the original text, it is evident that the demon tribes possess far greater power than they outwardly exhibit. During the previous conflict with the Wanshan sect, formidable ancient demons, unknown even to the likes of He Wangsheng and Ling Miao, had participated. In the aftermath of that battle, He Wangsheng and others could only lament the vastness of the universe. Hence, it would not be surprising if a formidable demon, having cultivated for tens of thousands of years, lurked in the unfathomable depths of the ocean, inaccessible to any human. Therefore, this time, He Yuan would not allow those ancient demons another opportunity to wreak havoc on the Wanshan sect. Are you suggesting we utilize these minor demons lurking around the Wanshan sect to lure the ancient demons to gather in the forbidden area behind our sect, allowing us to capture them all at once? On the western city tower of Floating Pagoda City, Ling Miao, who was inspecting the city's defenses, furrowed her delicate brows upon hearing He Yuan propose a countermeasure against the ancient demons coveting the relics in the Wanshan sect's forbidden area. After a considerable pause, she cast a sidelong glance at him and said, He Yuan, you must understand that within the soul-sealing tower of our Wanshan sect's forbidden area, the remnants of the successive sect leaders are sealed. This is the greatest foundation of our sect. At this moment, she gazed deeply into He Yuan's eyes and continued, if anything were to go awry with the soul-sealing tower, it would be difficult for your father to explain to our sect's past leaders. Yet, that is far better than allowing the disciples of Yunhai Peak and the other sub-peaks to perish. He Yuan thought to himself, considering that Ling Miao had also been injured in this conflict, leaving her reliant on dual cultivation with someone possessing the body of 10,000 spirits to regain her opportunity for advancement to the nascent soul realm. What? Upon hearing He Yuan's inner thoughts, a blush suddenly adorned Ling Miao's fair face. The expression in her beautiful eyes was a mixture of confusion, embarrassment, anger, and above all, shyness. She was already aware of He Yuan's intention to cultivate the body of 10,000 spirits. And now she overheard him mention that she had been injured in the battle and required dual cultivation with someone who possessed the body of 10,000 spirits to advance further. This implied that her dual cultivation partner would be none other than He Yuan himself. Although she understood that these were merely He Yuan's speculations, Ling Miao could not shake the feeling that her previously tranquil heart lake had been disturbed, as if a stone had been cast into its depths, creating ripples. Fortunately, being at the golden core stage, she easily regained control over her emotions. In no time, she restored her demeanor to that of the aloof and proud celestial maiden. Just then, He Yuan spoke again. Regardless of the circumstances, the foremost duty of a sect is to protect its people. As long as there are people, even if the foundation is severely damaged, there will always be a day when it can shine once more. I believe your father would support this sentiment as well. If He Yuan's earlier musings had merely sparked curiosity in Ling Miao, the profoundness of his current words left her utterly astonished, especially considering that just over 10 days ago, this young man had been regarded as a good-for-nothing scion, despised by nearly everyone in the Wanshan sect. Ling Miao could not help but feel a sense of unreality. Even in the guise of modesty, the transformation He Yuan underwent in such a short span of time was undeniably remarkable. What Ling Miao did not realize was that she was already exquisite enough, at this moment, standing gracefully on the city tower with her flowing azure dress, her hair dancing in the wind. A hint of confusion flickered in her enchanting eyes. Chapter 86, A Brush of Noses with the Junior Sister at this moment. The enchanting grace of this extraordinary beauty could undoubtedly captivate the hearts of all men across the Tianyuan continent. He Yuan, reflecting on his nature as a typical man, found himself irresistibly drawn to the ethereal figure before him, his gaze warming with an unmistakable intensity. This scene prompted him to silently recite a beautiful line from Chao Zhi's Ode to the Goddess of the Luo River, with hair piled high like clouds, slender brows like crescent moons, ruby lips bright and white teeth shining, eyes sparkling with charm, and dimples that enhance her grace. This ode, it seemed, was perfectly suited to describe our beautiful master. However, unbeknownst to He Yuan, as he recited this exquisite description in his mind, the enchanting fairy across from him found her thoughts momentarily blank. She had anticipated his bold thoughts, but had underestimated him. This rascal had audaciously composed an entire stanza to depict her beauty. The fluency and familiarity with which he recited the lines indicated that he had crafted these words in private long ago. This meant that his admiration for her was not a fleeting whim. Initially, She thought He Yuan's boastful claim of wanting to welcome her upon joining the Yunhai Peak was merely a reaction to Su Jiner's provocation. Yet, she now realized that perhaps it was not mere bravado but a genuine expression of his heartfelt sentiments. Strangely enough, while she felt disdain, anger, and betrayal from her other disciple, Su Xiang, who sought to ensnare her for his own gain, she felt a mix of bashfulness and irritation at He Yuan's open admiration, coupled with a sense of helplessness in dissuading him from such outrageous thoughts. Master, junior brother, is that you? Suddenly, Su Jiner's melodious voice rang out from behind them, breaking the slightly awkward atmosphere between the two. Unsure of how to persuade He Yuan to abandon his misguided notions, the enchanting fairy chose to evade the situation for the moment. She stepped forward to address her headstrong disciple softly. Jiner, have you discovered something new at this hour? Su Jiner quickly bowed in respect, responding, yes, master. Following junior brother He's suggestion, we explored the eastern, southern, and northern outskirts of Futu City and uncovered some lurking minor demons. Individually, these demons appear insignificant and fail to attract the attention of our elders in the Wanxian sect. However, as Jiner and the other sisters approached, we noticed something unusual. These minor demons, in an attempt to evade capture, chose to end their own lives, leaving behind a rather peculiar mark on the ground. The enchanting fairy furrowed her brow, asking, a peculiar mark? Suddenly, she snapped her fingers, conjuring a flying shuttle, and gently lifted Su Jiner onto it, saying, come, let us investigate this matter further. Master, wait. He Yuan suddenly recalled something, saying, I once read in a scroll from our Wanxian sect about a sorcery of the demon race that involves blood sacrifice for teleportation. I request to accompany you, master, to see if this mark resembles the blood sacrifice sorcery I remember. Of course, He Yuan's mention of the Wanxian sect scroll was a fabrication. The concept of the demon race's blood sacrifice sorcery had come to mind from the original work Sword Immortal, where powerful demons could teleport from the Tianhai to the Wanxian sect. Naturally, he could not explain this to the enchanting fairy, so he attributed it to a scroll. Fortunately, she was astute enough not to press the matter. She nodded slightly, extending her fair hand into the air, thereby pulling He Yuan onto the flying shuttle as well. In an apparent effort to avoid suspicion, she intentionally positioned Su Jiner between herself and He Yuan. Fortunately, the colorful flying shuttle, propelled by her spiritual energy, expanded the space enough to comfortably accommodate the three of them. In the past, when the enchanting fairy had taken He Yuan and Su Xiang on journeys using the shuttle, everything had gone smoothly. However, she had overlooked one crucial detail. During their first trip to the Demon Spirit Valley, Su Xiang was already at the peak of his training, and He Yuan had her careful guidance, which prevented any mishaps. By the time of their second trip to the Tianhai Islands, both he and Su had already established their foundations, thus navigating the swift flying shuttle came easily to them. But Su Jiner was different. She was still only at the 8th level of her training and was riding the shuttle for the first time, without special attention from the enchanting fairy. When the shuttle suddenly took flight, she lost her balance and stumbled backward. Ah! Su Jiner exclaimed, only to find herself enveloped in a broad and warm embrace. Instinctively raising her head, she found her nose colliding gently with He Yuan's. Ouch! He Yuan feigned discomfort, grinning and saying, Junior sister, is your nose made of stone? How can it be so hard? As their noses touched, Su Jiner felt a jolt of warmth in her heart, irritated that this rascal had taken advantage of her, only to have him turn the tables and accuse her of causing him pain. Yet, their collision had been minimal, merely a close encounter of their noses. With her eyes slightly reddened, Su Jiner decided to ignore this rogue and attempted to step back, only to realize that He Yuan had wrapped his arms around her waist without her noticing. She immediately protested softly, let go of me. At her words, He Yuan promptly released her, raising his hands in surrender. I assure you, junior sister, my intentions were purely protective, with no hint of impropriety. I can swear on my 5 limbs. Su Jiner paused. 5 limbs? Don't humans only have 4 limbs? Oh no. He Yuan inwardly cursed himself, realizing he had carelessly let slip a phrase he often used. The 5th limb referred to something unique to men. Alas, it was a rather crude expression. Thankfully, neither Su Jiner nor the beautiful master understood, or it would have been quite embarrassing. He quickly forced a laugh and said, the shuttle's speed is so great that the wind is loud. Perhaps you misheard me, junior sister. I meant 4 limbs. Little did he know. His inner thoughts were overheard by both Su Jiner and the enchanting fairy, prompting both women to simultaneously scoff at him in their minds. How vulgar. Chapter 87. Soul Sacrifice. Upon arriving at a wooded area on the eastern outskirts of Futu City, the 3 companions encountered the peculiar mark left by the leopard demon. As described by Su Jiner, this mark resembled an intricate bagua shape, drawn in blood, yet it differed slightly from the Taoist bagua. The true bagua should contain 2 circles forming the yin-yang symbol. However, this mark was composed of 2 hexagonal blood frames delineated by bloodlines. Hexagons. This shape is indeed a foundation for setting up formations. He Yuan squinted slightly, affirming, indeed, this is undoubtedly the blood sacrifice technique of the demon clan. These marks serve as the foundational basis for the blood sacrifice. Once the ritual is completed, those formidable demons could instantly teleport from thousands of miles away in the Tianhai to our Wanjian sect's vicinity. Ling Miao, the enchanting fairy, wholeheartedly believed He Yuan's assertion. Her delicate features turned cold as she solemnly warned, if these great demons seize the opportunity to suddenly transport near our sect while we are unprepared, we might truly be caught off guard. She paused, taking a deep breath. Even if we, the venerable elders and peak masters, manage to evade this calamity, the disciples of our 12 peaks will undoubtedly suffer grievously. After speaking, she gracefully extended her alabaster arm, resembling a snow-white lotus, curling her thumb and index finger like spring onions, and swiftly directed 2 gusts of energy toward the blood mark on the ground. With a thunderous sound, 2 ethereal swords of spiritual energy surged forth, uprooting the earth to a height of half a foot. However, once the ground settled, Ling Miao observed with surprise that despite her energy swords having displaced the blood from the leopard demon, the 2 hexagonal blood frames remained intact. She exclaimed, her beautiful face displaying a hint of astonishment. Her enchanting eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke with an inexplicable chill. It appears that this mark has also been subjected to a soul sacrifice, under normal methods. It would be quite challenging to eradicate it. The soul sacrifice, as mentioned by Ling Miao, entails the sacrificer enhancing the ritual's efficacy by not only offering their life and blood, but also their very soul as a tribute. He Yuan had encountered this technique within the original text of Sword Immortal. He recalled that during the second peak of the narrative, countless demons had offered their souls to summon a sealed ancient demon king. Indeed, from He Yuan's understanding, having thoroughly perused the Sword Immortal, this soul sacrifice technique had only been employed once on a large scale by the demon clan. The reasoning was clear. The method is exceedingly cruel. Even for the activation of a long-distance teleportation array, it necessitates the sacrifice of numerous living souls, not to mention, as depicted in the original work, breaking seals would require sacrifices numbering in the billions. Across the vast Tianyuan continent, only the human and demon races could provide such a vast base of living beings. The human race, having developed civilization, dared not harvest lives on such a grand scale. The demon race, however, was different. Among the countless small demons scattered throughout the Tianhai, they could easily gather and slay these lesser beings en masse. He Yuan pondered as he examined the hexagonal blood formation. Master, since this is a foundational base, it cannot escape the confines of the formation. Why not attempt to dismantle this mark using methods to break formations? His insight startled Ling Miao, who had initially assumed that simply forcefully clearing away the blood would suffice to dispel the blood sacrifice. Little did she know that the mark was entwined with the soul sacrifice technique, rendering brute force ineffective. However, He Yuan, having read Sword Immortal, was familiar with the methods to counter such soul sacrifices. Thus he pinpointed the crucial aspect. Ling Miao, with her remarkable intelligence, immediately shifted her focus to the hexagonal formation upon He Yuan's revelation. Her delicate fingers danced like a butterfly among the flowers, deftly probing, pulling, flicking, and tracing over the blood formation. After about half a tea's worth of time, she effortlessly dismantled the hexagonal blood formation. Next, she turned to the 2 other formation bases located on the southern and northern outskirts of Futa City, employing the same technique to destroy them. Yet, these were merely the nearby formations surrounding Futa City, expanding outward approximately 5 miles from the city, along the banks of the raging river encircling Wanjian sect. They discovered even more blood formations. Most of these had been established through the sacrifices of aquatic creatures such as fish, turtles, snakes, and frogs residing within the river. Who would have imagined that these seemingly ordinary aquatic beings could be remotely controlled by the great demons, offering their lives and souls as the foundation for the demon's long-distance teleportation? He Yuan couldn't suppress a deep sigh of contemplation. Indeed, only the demon race could sacrifice billions of living beings to shatter the seals of ancient demon kings. After an entire day's labor, Ling Miao finally dismantled all the formation bases constructed from the flesh and souls of the lesser demons. Following He Yuan's suggestion, she selected a portion of these bases and placed them in the forbidden area of Wanjian sect's rear mountain. Simultaneously, under He Wangxing's authorization, the forbidden area was open to wandering cultivators and other sections. However, entry was contingent upon the requirement that participants must possess a cultivation level of at least the 9th stage of foundation building. As a result, within a single night, the forbidden area of the rear mountain saw an influx of hundreds of experts at the 9th stage of foundation building, including several dozen formidable Golden Core practitioners. Naturally, human greed prevailed. Upon learning of the potential discovery of ancient relics, these powerful individuals, long stagnant in their realms, could not resist the temptation to explore. Unbeknownst to them, these 9th stage foundation building and Golden Core experts had all been ensnared by He Yuan, becoming mere pawns for Wanjian's sect. That night, the formation bases placed in the forbidden area by Ling Miao suddenly activated autonomously, accompanied by flashes of red light in an instant. 6 ferocious great demons were transported through the blood formations. Chapter 88. The teasing of Yu Xiaoxiao. Upon their arrival, the 6 formidable demons immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Wasn't it promised that they would be transported to a mortal city beneath the peak of the 10,000 Immortals sect? Where, then, were they? A burly, middle-aged figure with a face resembling that of a thunder god, unmistakably a monkey demon, glared with his large, copper bell-like eyes, surveying the surroundings with a fierce expression. 6 me, you apes truly are the epitome of brawn over brains. Even now, you are still debating whether this is a mortal city? Our formation was sufficient to transport all 12 of us here. Have you not noticed that our leader and the others have not arrived? In response, a sensuously clad enchantress, adorned with thick green serpents' earrings, her ample hips swaying as she walked, retorted, Indeed, it is evident. 6 me, your foolishness knows no bounds. How can you still question the nature of our surroundings? You, who possess only brute strength and a dim-witted mind, what have you to contribute? Ah, you vile creature. "6 hear me," exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. "I challenge you to a duel." Silence. At that moment, a burly man, who had been observing their surroundings intently, interjected sternly. "You two need to calm yourselves. We might have inadvertently trespassed into a hostile territory. I can sense the aura of a formation nearby." This middle-aged man sported a beard nearly half a foot long, so dense that it nearly concealed his neck, resembling the mane of a lion from a distance. Just as his words faded, a throng of over 100 human cultivators surged forth from the nearby ravine. Upon encountering each other, there was a moment of mutual astonishment. Yet, it was not long before one of the humans shouted, "I told you there would be no trace of ancient relics in the forbidden grounds of the 10,000 Immortals sect. It seems these demons have beaten us to it. Brothers, there are only 6 of them. Let us seize this opportunity and reclaim what is rightfully ours." In truth, humans and demons have been archenemies for eons. Even without this provocation, the humans would not have allowed the 6 demons to escape unscathed. Indeed, these cultivators were the scattered practitioners placed into the forbidden grounds by He Wangxing, alongside adept cultivators from other sections. Having scoured the area without discovering any signs of the rumored ancient relics, they were on the verge of abandoning their quest, convinced that He Wangxing's tales were mere fabrications. When they stumbled upon the 6 intruding demons, their frustration over the lack of findings made these demons the perfect target for their ire, further fueled by suspicion that perhaps the demons had already claimed the relics for themselves. Thus, the assembled human cultivators swiftly resolved to attack the 6 demons. Meanwhile, outside the forbidden grounds, He Wangxing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His previously serene demeanor wavered upon hearing the sounds of conflict emanating from within. "They have begun to fight," he murmured. At this moment, only a handful of elders, including Ling Miao and Qin Shuan, remained with him to guard the forbidden grounds, while the inner disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect were safely within the main hall. This was a protective measure orchestrated by He Wangxing. The main hall was fortified by a great protective formation, ensuring their safety unless all the leaders fell. Inside the hall, thousands of inner disciples gathered, their expressions tense as they focused on the direction of the forbidden grounds. Fortunately, the hall was spacious enough that the crowd did not feel cramped. The disciples were organized into 12 factions according to their respective peaks, with He Yuan and the female disciples of Yu Hai Peak positioned at the far right, close to the wall. Among them was also Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been released from the forbidden grounds ahead of time. At this moment, it was unclear whether Yu Xiaoxiao acted intentionally or unintentionally, as she nestled behind He Yuan, boldly extending her right hand to grasp his left. She teasingly scratched his palm with her fingers. When He Yuan remained unresponsive, she leaned in closer, nearly pressing her ample curves against his back, whispering softly, "He Yuan, do you think you can just forget what happened? You must have felt it was my first time during our dual cultivation." Slightly flustered by the warmth of her breath, He Yuan instinctively leaned forward. "What's this?" Yu Xiaoxiao's displeasure was evident. She hadn't expected that her alluring advances would be met with retreat. A hint of indignation crossed her delicate features as she leaned forward again, her bosom pressing against him. She whispered coldly, "If you dare to evade again, I will publicly declare that you and I have a marital bond before all the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect." Indeed, her relentless threat left He Yuan no choice but to remain still. Reluctantly, he turned his head slightly, lowering his voice to a whisper, "Miss Yu, what is your intention? You must know that my father is the sect leader. It is utterly impossible for me to take you as my wife." Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders, causing a tantalizing friction between them. "I am aware of my standing. While I may not become your partner, I have a condition you must agree to." Unbeknownst to them, Su Jiner, standing beside a white jade pillar in the hall, observed their every subtle interaction. Chapter 89. Has Ling Miao developed affection for me? Initially, Su Jiner had not noticed this detail. The main hall of the 10,000 Immortals sect was filled with inner disciples from the 12 peaks, all of whom had their attention focused on the forbidden area of the back mountain. After all, a fierce battle was underway between the human and demon races there. Hundreds of scattered cultivators, alongside formidable experts from other sects at the 9th level of Foundation establishment or above, were engaged in combat with great demons that had been transported through a blood sacrifice formation. If it were not for the large-scale array that had been inherited for thousands of years in the forbidden area of the back mountain, the clash between these experts from both races could have easily leveled the main peak of the 10,000 Immortals sect. Thus, as disciples of the sect, everyone was naturally concerned about the outcome of this conflict. Coincidentally, Su Jiner found herself positioned closest to He Yuan and Yu Xiaoxiao. Consequently, the threat that Yu Xiaoxiao had just whispered to He Yuan inevitably reached her ears. Curiosity piqued, she instinctively turned her head to glance at the two. In that fleeting moment, she was confronted with the lewd and scandalous sight of the sordid couple, their bodies pressed against one another. In truth, Yu Xiaoxiao had intentionally allowed Su Jiner to overhear her whispered words to He Yuan, seeking to use Su Jiner's voice to publicize her relationship with him. It must be said, she had indeed chosen the right messenger. At that moment, upon witnessing the ambiguous gestures between He Yuan and Yu Xiaoxiao, Su Jiner felt an inexplicable discomfort wash over her. Her gem-like eyes, ablaze with fire, fixated on the narrow gap between the two, and she could not help but silently berate Yu Xiaoxiao for her wantonness, while begrudgingly acknowledging the latter's impressive physique. Alas, almost immediately, she found herself cursing inwardly, pondering whether her mind had faltered to even commend this woman's form. Then, as she noticed that Yu Xiaoxiao not only continued her flirtations, but even wrapped her arms around He Yuan's waist, an unnamed fury ignited within her. Clenching her delicate fists, She shouted angrily at the two. Enough, you two. Boom. Her voice echoed throughout the previously tranquil main hall, drawing the attention of all present towards the trio. Subsequently, Yu Xiaoxiao calmly detached herself from He Yuan's back, nonchalantly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, appearing entirely unperturbed by having been caught in the act of flirtation. In contrast, He Yuan could not help but admire her audacity. At that moment, he wished he could vanish into thin air. After all, with the fate of the 10,000 Immortals sect hanging in the balance, here he was, the sect leader's only son, indulging in intimate gestures with another woman. Truly, he was the epitome of a debauched scion. Ahem. He Yuan cleared his throat, rubbed his nose awkwardly, and surveyed his fellow disciples with a sheepish grin. My back was a bit itchy and I couldn't reach it, so I asked Miss Xiao for assistance. At that moment, Yu Xiaoxiao, in an effort to avoid drawing attention to her stunning beauty within the main hall, had donned the guise of a medicinal herb gatherer from Lingquan Mountain. Thus, He Yuan referred to her as Miss Xiao. Bah. Upon hearing He Yuan's clumsy explanation, the others were unfazed, yet Su Jiner could not help but mentally scoff at him. She inwardly ridiculed. Oh, you scoundrel, if you must make excuses, at least choose a better one. Your back itches, and you need this you woman to rub it for you? Clearly, you and this wanton woman are engaging in scandalous behavior in public. Yet you concoct an excuse about needing her to relieve your itch. How shameless. Of course, aside from the little sister Su Jiner, there was another observing the interactions between He Yuan and Yu Xiaoxiao with keen interest, senior sister Su Miaojing. However, due to her past intimacy with He Yuan, she could not approach him with the same ease as Su Jiner. Thus, she merely observed the pair from a distance. She did not believe He Yuan's excuse, but she could not ascertain the exact nature of his relationship with Yu Xiaoxiao. Yet, guided by a woman's intuition, she sensed that something was amiss between the two. As she contemplated this, Su Miaojing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Fortunately, at that moment, the enchanting figure of Fairy Ling Miao appeared at the entrance of the hall. Her beautiful eyes scanned the room, and upon spotting He Yuan, a rare glimmer of delight surfaced within her gaze. The crisis has been averted. 6 great demons that infiltrated the forbidden area of our sect through the blood sacrifice formation have been severely injured. 5 have escaped, and 1 has been captured. The sect leader is currently leading Elder Qin and others to wrap things up. I believe normalcy will soon return to the sect. The disciples in the hall could not help but gasp in astonishment at the mention of 6 great demons arriving simultaneously through the blood sacrifice formation. As disciples of the 10,000 Immortals sect, the foremost sect of the Righteous Alliance in the Tianyuan continent, they were well aware of the formidable strength of these demons from the sea. Each of these great demons possessed combat capabilities that could rival that of an elder of their sect. With only 20 elders in total, including the sect leader He Wangxing and the 12 peak masters, the arrival of 6 demons equated to nearly half of their sect's strength. Fortunately, the hundreds of scattered cultivators exploring the ancient relics in the forbidden area had shielded the 10,000 Immortals sect from this calamity. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly suffered a tremendous loss. Moreover, most of these inner disciples were unaware that Fairy Ling Miao had already destroyed nearly half of the blood sacrifice formation under He Yuan's guidance, leaving only a small fraction intact in the forbidden area. Had that not been the case, the number of great demons that arrived would have far exceeded 6. If that had occurred, it would have marked the beginning of an endless nightmare for the 10,000 Immortals sect. With this thought, Fairy Ling Miao could not help but cast another deep glance at He Yuan. She understood well that if it were not for He Yuan's ingenious plan to open the forbidden area and assist her in dismantling the blood sacrifice formation, the sect would have faced dire consequences. As for He Yuan, meeting Fairy Ling Miao's gaze, he was inexplicably taken aback. Could it be that the beautiful master harbors feelings for her disciple? Chapter 90. The beautiful master seeks a matchmaker, that scoundrel. Naturally, the enchanting Fairy Ling Miao absorbed every word of He Yuan's heartfelt thoughts. At this very moment, she was on the verge of gasping for breath, nearly overwhelmed by his audacious sentiments. Had it not been for the presence of her disciples and other sect members in the grand hall, she might have impulsively seized He Yuan by the collar and flung him from the peak of the Wuxian sect without a second thought. A chilling anger. This was the sensation emanating from the most beautiful woman in the Wuxian sect, affecting everyone present in the hall. Undoubtedly, it was He Yuan who felt the brunt of her ire, for he was the very target of Fairy Ling Miao's fury. Despite the warm June weather and the gathering of over 1,000 inner disciples within the main hall, He Yuan inexplicably felt a wave of cold rush from his calves to his forehead. Fortunately, Fairy Ling Miao did not maintain her gaze upon him for long. After a moment, she turned her attention to her senior disciple, Su Miaojing, and said, Miaojing, I have just received instructions from the sect master. The battlefield in the forbidden area at the back mountain has been cleared, and the crisis facing our Wuxian sect has been completely resolved. Please lead the disciples of Yuhai Peak orderly from the main hall back to the mountain gate. Upon hearing this, Su Miaojin hurriedly nodded her head, saying, Yes, master. Your disciple will obey. However, as if a thought had struck her, she raised her delicate neck and gazed at Fairy Ling Miao, asking, Master, are we only taking the disciples of Yuhai Peak? It was understandable for Su Miaojin to inquire, as their Yuhai Peak was not solely comprised of female disciples. He Yuan, a male disciple, was also among them. Fairy Ling Miao nodded slightly, her silence speaking volumes. Su Miaojin pressed her lips together, ultimately refraining from saying more, and summoned her fellow disciples, leading them out of the Wuxian sect's main hall. Subsequently, Fairy Ling Miao called upon the other disciples from various peaks, conducting the evacuation of the main hall with remarkable order. Before long, The vast hall was nearly emptied of the inner disciples of the Wuxian sect, leaving only He Yuan and Yu Xiaoxiao, who was idly grooming her nails against a white jade pillar beside him. At that moment, Fairy Lingmiao's exquisite phoenix eyes, which even the most skilled painters could not replicate, fixated on the figure of Yu Xiaoxiao, who donned a black dress. After a considerable pause, she spoke in an icy tone, "I must admit I underestimated you before. I did not anticipate that, despite your youth, you possess such depth of cunning. The way you clung to He Yuan just now was likely an attempt to induce a misunderstanding among the Wuxian sect disciples regarding your relationship, was it not?" In response to Fairy Lingmiao's words, Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her delicate shoulders nonchalantly and replied, "You may interpret it however you wish, esteemed fairy. But there are certain matters I believe it would be more prudent to discuss with your precious disciple." "Oh," Fairy Lingmiao raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at He Yuan. "I am fully aware of my disciple's character. However, what I wish to convey to you, Miss Yu, is that He Yuan's significance to our Wuxian sect requires no further elaboration. You must realize that, barring unforeseen circumstances, He Yuan is destined to inherit the leadership of our sect." With that, her gaze sharpened, and she continued, "I advise you, Miss Yu, to abandon any impractical notions. Given your status, the two of you are ill-suited for one another. Is that so?" Yu Xiaoxiao, undeterred by Fairy Lingmiao's frosty demeanor, bravely met her gaze and retorted, "Then may I ask, esteemed fairy, who do you deem worthy of being He Yuan's partner?" Fairy Lingmiao replied coolly, "It is no secret. I intend to betroth my senior disciple to He Yuan. I will soon approach Sect Master He to formalize this union, and I believe He Yuan himself would be quite amenable to this arrangement, would he not?" As she spoke, her gaze shifted to He Yuan, though she sought his input. Her expression conveyed an unmistakable air of finality, leaving little room for dissent. He Yuan's expression momentarily faltered. Fairy Lingmiao's maneuver had caught him utterly off guard. Indeed, he acknowledged that he harbored some affection for Su Miaojing. Furthermore, an unexpected intimate encounter had occurred between them, resulting in a bond that transcended mere friendship. In truth, the prospect of forming a partnership with her secretly filled He Yuan with delight. However, therein lay the dilemma. According to the original narrative, Su Miaojing, as well as Fairy Lingmiao, junior sister Su Jiner, Yu Xiaoxiao, and the Holy Maiden from Punlai Pavilion, were all meant to be part of his harem. Currently, Su LCH had not yet been thoroughly dealt with. An impulsive union with the senior sister would be akin to publicly slapping Su LCH in the face, potentially provoking him into a deeper darkness. After all, within He Yuan lay a hidden golden finger, a powerful entity that, if fully unleashed, could allow the malevolent Gu Lu Feng to wreak havoc upon this world. In such a scenario, both he and Fairy Lingmiao would likely bear the burden of blame for the ensuing chaos. To marry the senior sister, it would be prudent to first subdue Su LCH. But how was he to broach this delicate matter with the beautiful master? As He Yuan pondered, he instinctively glanced at Fairy Lingmiao across from him, only to find that she was also looking back at him. Their gazes met, and in that fleeting moment, he sensed an unusual emotion flickering within her enchanting eyes. Then, Fairy Lingmiao raised her delicate brow, stroking her flawless chin, and conveyed telepathically, "Look at how frightened you are. The matter with Miaojin must ultimately find a resolution. Fear not, my intention is merely to formalize this engagement with your father, and it will remain confidential to our sect. As for the specific timing of the marriage, you two may discuss it further." Such words sounded quite agreeable. He Yuan eagerly blinked at Fairy Lingmiao, signaling his understanding. However, at that moment, Yu Xiaoxiao's attention was fully fixated on the two of them, keenly observing their subtle interaction. Suddenly, a playful smile graced her lips as she tore away her facade, revealing her stunning beauty, and provocatively addressed Fairy Lingmiao. "I fear the esteemed fairy may be unaware, but I am already He Yuan's person." At this revelation, Fairy Lingmiao's pupils constricted sharply, and her piercing gaze fixed upon He Yuan as she demanded, "Is what she says true?" Chapter 91. The dual cultivation concubine. Feeling somewhat awkward, He Yuan scratched his nose, cleared his throat, and began, "Master, this disciple can explain." However, Fairy Lingmiao interrupted him with a cold glare, stating, "Enough, you need not explain, I am already aware. Just tell me how you plan to handle your relationship with Miss Yu." Although the beautiful master did not outwardly display her feelings, He Yuan could sense a hint of disappointment emanating from her. "Ah, Lingmiao, you foolish woman, you have always been so clever and wise. How could you be so blind at such a critical moment? Can't you see that this Yu Xiaoxiao has been deliberately provoking you?" While Yu Xiaoxiao was indeed beautiful, her cunning nature was truly formidable. How could a pure-hearted and simple-minded disciple like him compete against her machinations? The incident had been a mere accident. He had fallen into her trap and ended up in a compromising situation with the unassuming disciple. "Master, you must not let this woman's provocations throw you off balance." Inwardly, He Yuan fervently defended himself, while outwardly he sighed. "Well, master, I had an agreement with Miss Yu. As long as I fulfill one of her conditions, she will not press the issue of becoming my Dao partner." Fairy Lingmiao received his thoughts without missing a single word. Upon hearing He Yuan shamelessly refer to himself as a simple-minded innocent, the first beauty of the 10,000 Immortals sect nearly let out a derisive laugh. "Indeed, I acknowledge that you, He Yuan, possess a certain charm, but how can you claim to be honest and sincere? I have encountered many narcissists in nearly a century of life, yet I have never met anyone as shamelessly self-absorbed as you." With that thought, Fairy Lingmiao cast a blank stare in his direction and coolly replied, "Oh, is that so? Whatever happens between you two is for you to decide. I am too indifferent to inquire further. Regardless, I have already informed you about your marriage with Miao Jane, so prepare yourself. With that, the peak master of Yuhai Peak gracefully turned, her azure dress fluttering as if moved by an unseen wind. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her perfectly curved back. The azure ribbon tied around her slender waist danced lightly. In an instant, she lifted her delicate foot and stepped out of the main hall of the 10,000 Immortals sect. As she walked, the flawless figure concealed beneath her dress swayed elegantly. At that moment, the enchanting beauty of the master could captivate even the most stoic of hearts. Your beautiful master has already walked quite a distance. Are you still watching? Suddenly, He Yuan heard Yu Xiaoxiao's teasing voice beside him. Clearing his throat, He Yuan snapped back to reality and shot her a glare, saying, "Stop talking nonsense." "That is my master." Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged, her expression playful. "True, she is your master, but she is also an extraordinary beauty, especially a cold and aloof beauty like her. Once conquered, wouldn't it make you men feel immensely proud?" He Yuan was at a loss for words in response to Yu Xiaoxiao's bold remarks, only able to silently scold her in his heart. "How dare you mock my beautiful master, Yu Xiaoxiao? Umph, it seems my previous chastisement on the Forbidden Mountain was insufficient. Just wait, I will teach you a lesson next time." However, upon overhearing He Yuan's thoughts, Yu Xiaoxiao's expression brightened, her face revealing a hint of eager anticipation. The next moment, she deliberately puffed out her chest, showcasing her alluring curves as much as possible. "Earlier, I mentioned that if you, He Yuan, agree to one condition, I will not compete with other women for the title of your official Dao partner. Surely you remember?" He Yuan was not a novice when it came to women. With the experience of the original owner and having frequented bars in his past life, he was quite familiar with women's subtle intentions. Observing Yu Xiaoxiao's deliberate display of her alluring figure, he could easily deduce that she was attempting to please him. He suspected that her motivation stemmed from her current isolation, having lost all her family, leaving her alone and vulnerable, seeking a powerful protector. He inquired, "What is Miss Yu's condition?" Yu Xiaoxiao gazed at him with sparkling eyes, her expression earnest. "My request is quite simple. Once your marriage is settled, I will ask you for the title of a dual cultivation concubine." A dual cultivation concubine. In essence, it is akin to a concubine taken after the primary wife among ordinary folk. However, as cultivators, their terminology differs slightly from that of the mundane. The primary wife is the official dual cultivation partner, while the concubine is a dual cultivation concubine. For someone as stunning as Yu Xiaoxiao, coupled with her status as a second-tier foundation establishment cultivator, any young man other than He Yuan would likely vie for her as their official dual cultivation partner. Yet at this moment, she was willing to lower her status, content to be a non-competitive dual cultivation concubine by He Yuan's side. If He Yuan were to refuse such a request, it would undoubtedly humiliate her. He rubbed his nose and remarked, "If I refuse this matter, I suppose Miss Yu will no longer consider taking me to your noble sex Taiwu sword tomb?" Yu Xiaoxiao responded softly, "If you reject even this humble request of mine, it would indicate that I am nothing more than a superfluous stranger to you, He Yuan. In that case, why should I shamelessly linger in the 10,000 Immortals sect?" Chapter 92. The marriage proposal. Indeed, it was as such. He Yuan could not help but let out a deep sigh and said, "All right, I shall acquiesce to this condition." Upon receiving He Yuan's affirmative response, Yu Xiaoxiao immediately broke into a radiant smile and jested, "Look at that expression of yours. How could you possibly feel demeaned by winning the favor of a beauty such as myself?" He Yuan helplessly touched the tip of his nose, thinking to himself, "She is indeed beautiful, but the depth of this woman's thoughts is rather profound, and she is the last legitimate daughter of the Sword Sect's previous leader. Eubatian, it is akin to having a hidden landmine beside me. However, according to the original plot, after you followed that green TBTCH Su Xiang, you were bestowed with the essence of the primordial Yin, which led you to a fate akin to being cast into a cold palace, ultimately succumbing to melancholy and death. It could be said that you were a pitiful woman. Here it comes again." After hearing He Yuan's unguarded thoughts, Yu Xiaoxiao's heart fluttered with a hint of excitement, though she was unaware of the reason behind her ability to eavesdrop on He Yuan's inner voice. She was certain that if He Yuan could foresee her future predicament, then choosing to remain by his side would undoubtedly allow her to navigate through calamities and emerge unscathed. With this thought in mind, she spoke once more. "Moreover, He Yuan, you might be underestimating the treasure of our sword sect. Although the immortal slaying sword has been shattered into 5 pieces and lost its spirit, it remains a celestial artifact. Thus, without my assistance, even if you were to acquire it, it would be challenging for you to wield it." This was not merely Yu Xiaoxiao's attempt to sound alarmist. Artifacts capable of developing sentience are indeed very selective in choosing their masters. Furthermore, given that the immortal slaying sword was once the treasure of the sword sect, it is possible that it may offer special consideration to Yu Xiaoxiao, who possesses the bloodline of the sword sect's leader. Having reached such a point in the conversation, He Yuan had no reason to refuse. He solemnly replied, "Miss Yu, I am grateful for your trust. Since you have chosen to ally with me, I shall not abandon you." In the original narrative of Sword Immortal, the chain reaction triggered by Yu Xiaoxiao's identity revelation resulted in a great calamity for the Wanxian sect. This ultimately led to heavy casualties among the disciples and significant damage to the Elder Council. However, through his machinations, He Yuan managed to avert this disaster, shielding the Wanxian sect from the impending catastrophe posed by the numerous rogue cultivators and other sects with foundational cultivators above the 9th level who had entered the forbidden area of the Back Mountain. In other words, the crisis surrounding Yu Xiaoxiao's identity had come to a resolution. Thus, keeping her within the Wanxian sect should not bring about any major misfortune. This is why He Yuan readily agreed to her condition of becoming a dual cultivation concubine. Simultaneously, the time for the Wanxian sect's grand competition was approaching, with the Celestial Martial Conference soon to be held on Penglai Island. As he had anticipated, Su Xiang, who had defected from the Wanxian sect, would undoubtedly be present. Furthermore, that green TBTCH, with the backing of the soul of the Punishment Hall elder Gu Lufeng from the 10,000 Poison sect, along with being the fated protagonist in the original narrative, would likely have grown to an extraordinary level by then. Therefore, it was imperative to forge the body of all spirits, and the plan to retrieve the immortal slaying sword from the Taigu sword tomb needed to be expedited. At this juncture, the Wan Poison clone within the Zifu's Jinshin Hall had also contacted him, urging him to embark on the quest for the 9 pattern stone as soon as possible. On that day, after leaving sufficient dragon bones and dragon saliva for the ethereal Meow Fairy as materials for her alchemy, He Yuan departed from the Wanxian sect with Yu Xiaoxiao. It was Yu Xiaoxiao who had proposed to accompany He Yuan. He was well aware that this woman, upon hearing of his engagement to Su Miaojing, had secretly developed a twinge of jealousy and wished to cling to him a bit more before their wedding. Indeed, prior to He Yuan's journey, the ethereal Meow Fairy and He Wangxing had come to an agreement, finalizing the betrothal of He Yuan and Su Miaojing. He Yuan was oblivious to how his beautiful master managed to persuade his senior sister. Regardless, Su Miaojing had tacitly accepted the arrangement. As for He Wangxing, he viewed it as an immense stroke of fortune for his wayward son to marry a woman of such beauty and talent, renowned even within the Wanxian sect. Without a moment's hesitation, he happily consented. Outside Fudu City, He Yuan, donned in a black scabbard sword and a long cloak, his hat tilted to give him the appearance of a heroic figure, strolled through a lush forest in the eastern outskirts, feeling somewhat surreal. Had his marriage already been arranged? And his fiancée was a stunningly beautiful woman? If this were in his previous life, it would have been something he could scarcely have imagined. Yo-yo. At that moment, trailing behind He Yuan and disguised as a herbalist, Yu Xiaoxiao could not help but exclaim in dissatisfaction, Master He, to be able to forge a bond with your beautiful senior sister must surely be a dream come true for you. Yet I have not seen a smile grace your lips until now. Is that so? He Yuan touched the tip of his nose, hastily regaining his composure. We are now in the outskirts, with no one around to observe us. Let us take to the skies on our swords. Miss you. Please lead the way as we hasten towards the Taigu sword tomb. Hiki. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao could not help but let out a cold laugh, saying, I had thought you, Master He, would be so elated by this joyful occasion that you had forgotten our purpose for descending the mountain. Despite her teasing words, Yu Xiaoxiao was not idle. She unsheathed the soft sword coiled around her slender waist, invoked the incantation, and soared into the air. He Yuan could only shake his head with a bitter smile, disregarding Yu Xiaoxiao's scornful remarks as he also drew forth his black scabbard sword, forming hand seals to manipulate the sword and propelling himself into the sky. The two of them flew eastward, one following the other. After about half a day's flight, when they sensed their internal energy waning, they finally descended. Ahead lay a small city that appeared quite prosperous. As they approached, they noticed the 3 ancient characters carved into the city gate, weathered by the elements. Yuyang City. He Yuan muttered to himself, if memory served him right. This place belonged to the Tai sect. The Tai sect, adjacent to the Wanxian sect, was not particularly large, with approximately 100 disciples. Naturally, due to its proximity to the Wanxian sect, the more promising disciples had been snatched away, leaving the Tai sect with only mediocrity, all disciples below the foundational stage. The only one who barely qualified as a formidable figure was the sect leader, whose cultivation had just managed to break through to the Golden Core stage and had suffered internal injuries during their recent venture to seek opportunities in the Wanxian sect's back mountain forbidden area at the hands of 6 powerful monsters. Chapter 93. Uncontrollable. Upon entering the city of Yuyang, the two soon realized that, despite its seemingly smaller area compared to Futa City, the bustling interior of Yuyang surpassed that of Futa by far. The narrow streets were teeming with an incessant flow of vehicles and a throng of merchants and pedestrians, creating an almost shoulder-to-shoulder crowd. Observing the lively masses on the street and inhaling the pungent odors of sweat mingled with various unidentifiable scents, Yu Xiaoxiao wrinkled her delicate nose and slightly furrowed her brows, asking, He Yuan, are you certain you wish to rest here? He Yuan replied nonchalantly, in truth, I find the ordinary lives of these common folk, who toil daily for their meals, to be quite genuine. In this vast world, how many can truly cultivate their essence and embark on the path of immortality? Most people merely pass through their lives in a hurried, mundane manner. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao's lips parted in surprise, her charming face reflecting a hint of astonishment. She could hardly fathom that such words could emanate from He Yuan, the favored son of a sect leader, accustomed to a life of luxury and indulgence. After all, being part of the eminent Wanxian sect, he inherently held a status far superior to that of ordinary mortals. To express such sentiments under these circumstances inevitably left her bewildered, with her enchanting eyes shimmering. She cast a playful glance at He Yuan and remarked, He Yuan, you never cease to amaze me. While being a despised prodigal youth, you can still empathize with the struggles of an ordinary citizen striving for their family's daily sustenance. Oh, what a treasure of a young man you are. Meeting her captivating gaze, He Yuan shrugged, glancing sideways at her, and teased, what is this? It seems that Lady Yu's fondness for me has deepened yet again. Originally, His remarks were intended to provoke her, yet to his surprise, Yu Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a charming smile and, with a playful shrug of her shoulders, she replied, "You are correct. I do indeed harbor a bit more fondness for you. Therefore, I am prepared to exercise my rights as your dual cultivation consort." He Yuan was taken aback and inquired, "The rights of a dual cultivation consort? What does that entail?" With a mysterious smile, Yu Xiaoxiao pointed to a nearby inn, saying, "Did you not intend to take a break in the city of Yuyang before continuing your journey? There happens to be an inn where we might procure a room. Rest well and gather some necessities." He Yuan remained non-committal, and thus they made their way through the bustling crowd to the inn named Long Inn, securing a private room on the second floor. As cultivators who could make do with the heavens as their bedding and the earth as their mattress, they needed only a space for meditation and recuperation. However, once inside the room, He Yuan sensed a shift. Instead of immediately sitting in meditation, Yu Xiaoxiao leaned against the door with her arms crossed, her alluring eyes sparkling playfully as she gazed intently at him. Unbeknownst to him, He Yuan felt an adrenaline rush surge within him as he was captivated by her enchanting pose. Yu Xiaoxiao, possessing beauty that could rival celestial beings, was now exuding an irresistible allure that any ordinary man would struggle to resist. He swallowed instinctively, stammering, "Lady Yu, what are you doing?" Advancing gracefully, Yu Xiaoxiao approached him, her movements fluidly accentuating her curves. The sight of her swaying form, complemented by the gentle rhythm of her steps, was enough to ensnare even the most stoic heart. He Yuan, recognizing himself as a typical man, found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure, especially after their recent intimate exchange, which had brought him intimately close to every inch of her skin beneath that elegant black dress. Yet, what truly overwhelmed him was when Yu Xiaoxiao, standing before him, suddenly licked her lips with her delicate tongue, casting him a sultry gaze. In that moment, He Yuan felt as if struck by lightning, compelled to step forward uncontrollably. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pressed his lips against hers with fervor. After a long moment, they parted. Yu Xiaoxiao, like a limp doll, melted into his embrace, her porcelain skin radiating warmth as she entwined her arms around his neck, gazing up at him with shy, seductive eyes. "He Lang, my delicate frame is frail. I hope you will be gentle with me." Enchantress. This was He Yuan's final assessment of the enchanting woman in his arms, as the air in the room thickened with an unprecedented intensity. In the next instant, they shed each other's excess garments, and without delay, they stood bare before one another. With this not being their first encounter, the progression that followed was seamless. Kisses, caresses, and ample foreplay ensued, ensuring both their bodies and souls reached a blissful state, thus optimizing their dual cultivation. Fortunately, just as they were about to engage further, He Yuan momentarily regained clarity and swiftly set up a small soundproofing array around them, a technique imparted to him by the Wanda clone not long ago. Little did he know, this would be his first application of such a technique in the context of dual cultivation with a woman, to maximize their combined benefits. He Yuan reminded Yu Xiaoxiao to follow the incantations outlined in the Suna Heart Sutra for the circulation of their spiritual energy, guiding her through several intricate movements. Chapter 94. A shared blessing. Fortunately, Yu Xiaoxiao was a foundational stage cultivator, her body's flexibility far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, the mere few movements that He Yuan demanded might have left her delicate form in disarray. It was a mystery where this fellow had acquired such embarrassing postures. Even with her audacity, Yu Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks flush when she performed them. Strangely enough, after executing these intricate poses, the blissful sensations during their dual cultivation reached a pinnacle, and the flow of spiritual energy within her body became remarkably smoother. Thus, she found herself willingly surrendering her flawless physique to He Yuan's whims on the bed. Time seemed to slip by, perhaps an hour or two, until the external light dimmed, marking the conclusion of their intimate entanglement. Suddenly, He Yuan exclaimed in surprise, raising his palm to sense the nearly doubled influx of spiritual energy within his dantian. With a hint of astonishment in his voice, he remarked, "I seem to have broken through." Indeed, this session of dual cultivation had propelled his realm to the second stage of foundational cultivation. Is that so? Yu Xiaoxiao felt a stir in her heart and released her aura completely. In that instant, the formidable power she exhibited was nearly double what it had been before. He Yuan realized, "It seems you have also broken through." Yu Xiaoxiao nodded, casting him a meaningful glance as she said, "After our last joint cultivation in the forbidden area of your once sect, I sensed some loosening in my realm. Unexpectedly, this time, I have directly ascended to the third stage of foundational cultivation." With that, her enchanting eyes sparkled as they roamed meaningfully across his still bare, muscular chest. "From now on, if we wish to elevate our respective cultivation levels, we must engage in dual cultivation more frequently." He Yuan pondered, deeply suspicious that he had encountered an insatiable vixen. He blamed the original plot, where Su Luch was truly despicable, intentionally getting close to Yu Xiaoxiao with ulterior motives, one for lust, the other for the sword of immortality belonging to their sect. After obtaining her, he seldom showcased affection, leaving He Yuan oblivious to Yu Xiaoxiao's wild side. Coughing softly, He Yuan mused that if this woman remained so demanding, he might soon be drained dry. That simply wouldn't do. He still needed to reserve some of his blessings for his true partner, the esteemed master sister Sun Miaojin. How could he pour all his efforts solely into her? Unbeknownst to him, Yu Xiaoxiao had overheard his inner thoughts, and her exquisite face darkened immediately. Her phoenix eyes glinted coldly, revealing a trace of displeasure. It was one thing for He Yuan to malign her as a scheming serpent, but to still be thinking about master sister Sun Miaojin after their intimate union was quite another. "Ah, so you plan to hold back during our dual cultivation?" reserving some of your blessings for your gentle and understanding master sister? Yet, when with her, you unleash all your prowess. Menhumph, she sneered inwardly, realizing that what was easily obtained was often undervalued, while what was reserved and elusive held the most allure. Meanwhile, He Yuan, feeling the atmosphere turn chilly, was about to inquire about Yu Shaoxiao's sudden change in demeanor when a commanding voice echoed from outside, as a member of the demon race. Why are you not staying in the heavenly sea and instead causing trouble in my Yuyang city? Do you regard my Tai sect as mere decoration? Following this, a thunderous voice resonated. Lu Tai, we have been old adversaries for years, having faced each other no less than 8 times. Yet, have you ever gained the upper hand against me? Furthermore, your voice sounds weak. I suspect you have sustained significant internal injuries. If not for my urgent quest to find my leaders, I would have no interest in wreaking havoc in your human city. Do you truly believe you can protect your residents? In a private room on the 2nd floor of the Longmen Inn, Yu Shaoxiao lowered her voice. That is Lu Tai, the leader of the Tai sect. It seems the one seeking confrontation is a demon king from the heavenly sea. He Yuan nodded. He had a vague memory of Lu Tai. In the original narrative of Sword Immortal, Lu had been among those denouncing Yu Shaoxiao as a remnant of the Sword sect. However, with the corrupt and demon factions infiltrating the Wansden sect, the outcry against her had ignited a war between humans and demons. Ultimately, Lu Tai had perished alongside a demon king in that conflict, leading to the dissolution of the Tai sect. Now, however, due to He Yuan's alteration of the Wansden sect's war narrative, Lu Tai's fate had diverged from the original tale. At present, he was merely injured in the forbidden area of the Wansden sect, allowing him to appear and protect the citizens of Yuyang City. Lu Tai's voice radiated confidence. You mentioned our past encounters. We have fought no less than 8 times without either of us gaining the advantage. Even now, though my body is weakened, I doubt you fare much better. You look pale and drained. Crossing the heavenly sea toward territory must have cost you dearly. Thus, should a battle ensue, the outcome remains uncertain. I shall say this once. My Yuyang city does not harbor your 12 heavenly fiends. If you seek them, you should depart at once. After Lu Tai's declaration, there was a moment of silence from the opposing party. Then, a voice filled with venomous resentment replied, this time, we 12 heavenly fiends concede defeat. If it weren't for that damned fool who ruined our soul sacrifice formation, we would have arrived unscathed in your human territory. That wretched one not only destroyed the ritual, but also disrupted our formation, forcing us to scatter and encounter spatial turbulence. Otherwise, if I were at my peak, I would have certainly demanded a bloody tribute from your city. Chapter 95, The Frightening Retreat. Indeed, the demon race remains true to its nature, showing no reverence for life. They readily resort to city slaughter or the mass collection of souls for sacrificial rites. Lu Tai's voice bore a sharp edge as he declared, Xiongba, you audaciously invade human territory and yet dare to spew threats at me, believing I am merely a soft target for your whims? Humph. A derisive snort escaped him as he continued. Go ahead and attempt to ravage my Yuyang city. Let us see if I do not annihilate your entire clan in return. At that moment, He Yuan, situated on the 2nd floor of the Longmen Inn, suddenly realized the truth. This self-proclaimed 12th celestial demon, Xiongba, was indeed a bear demon that had cultivated into a formidable beast. No wonder his voice echoed with the raspy growl reminiscent of a grizzly bear from the wildlife documentaries He Yuan had once watched. However, Lu Tai's assertion of being mild-tempered left He Yuan with a tinge of skepticism. Just from their sparse exchanges, it was evident that the sect master had a fiery temperament. It was likely that had he not been injured in the forbidden area of the Wanshan sect, Lu Tai would have already lunged at Xiongba in a fierce battle. Surprisingly, after Lu Tai's threats, Xiongba appeared to have tempered his demeanor. His voice, now somewhat diminished in strength, replied, Fine, I concede your ferocity, Lu, but do not rejoice too soon. Once I locate my comrades, I shall return. Following this, a rush of wind could be heard, indicating that Xiongba, feeling the pressure from Lu Tai, chose to flee the skies above Yuyang City. In no time, the citizens of Yuyang City, having been intimidated by the presence of the 2 powerful beings, expressed their gratitude to Lu Tai. He merely acknowledged them with a calm wave of his hand before departing, hands clasped behind his back. Yuyang City was poised for calamity. At that moment, a sudden communication from the Wanded Avatar within the Zifuzhinshin Hall echoed in He Yuan's mind. He was taken aback and quickly inquired about the matter. The Wanded Avatar solemnly stated, I sensed just now that, aside from the great demon Xiongba, there are at least 2 other powerful demons surrounding Yuyang City. Lu Tai stands alone, and his injuries render him incapable of confronting 3 foes. Should Xiongba rendezvous with these 2 demons and embellish the tale of their conflict? Given the inherently brutal nature of the demon race, they will undoubtedly seek to retaliate against Lu Tai. At that point, both he and Yuyang City will face dire consequences. 2 additional great demons outside Yuyang City? He Yuan's heart tightened at the revelation. He had witnessed the Ling Miao fairy demolish a significant portion of the sacrificial array, leaving only a fragment behind in the forbidden area of the Wanshan sect. Initially, he believed this act would only allow a few great demons to be lured into their trap, where they would be besieged by hundreds of loose cultivators and powerful figures from various sections. His strategy had indeed proven effective, as the 6 great demons that unexpectedly arrived via the blood array had met a grim fate, 5 perishing and 1 sustaining injuries. However, he had never anticipated that 6 more great demons could still be summoned through the remnants of the destroyed array, although the damage caused had forced their transmission paths to scatter and subjected them to spatial turbulence. Any single one of these 12 infamous great demons entering human territory posed a significant threat, let alone the 3 now surrounding Yuyang City. For the Tai sect, boasting only a single golden core cultivator, this was undeniably a catastrophic disaster. Resolved, He Yuan addressed the Wandu avatar with earnestness. Elder, I implore you to disclose the precise locations of those 2 great demons. I am determined to devise a plan to prevent these 3 demons from converging. Oh? The Wandu avatar's eyes widened with surprise upon hearing this. The weakest of these 2 great demons possesses the cultivation of the 9th level of Foundation establishment. Are you certain you wish to involve yourself in this matter? Keep in mind that, even if they are all injured, they are not adversaries you should provoke. He Yuan took a deep breath, replying with resignation. It must be acknowledged that the Tai sect and the citizens of Yuyang City bear some of the responsibility for this calamity. Had I not orchestrated the destruction of the array around Fudisheng, the teleportation points for these 12 celestial demons would have been entirely within the realm of the Wanshan sect. Now that my sect has narrowly escaped calamity, how can I sit idly by and allow the citizens of Yuyang City to suffer in my stead? Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing He Yuan's words, the Wandu avatar clapped her hands thrice, a hint of appreciation gracing her exquisite features. Young man, I have not misjudged you. Beneath your seemingly frivolous demeanor lies a heart dedicated to saving the world as populace. As long as you maintain this pure intent, your future is boundless. Though flattered by the Wandu avatar's praise, He Yuan did not exhibit much joy. Rather, a wry smile crept onto his face. Elder, truth be told, I initially wished to bide my time, gradually growing stronger before revealing myself. Yet, the world does not bend to our desires, and some actions must be taken. Even when one knows they are fraught with peril. What a commendable resolve to act despite the odds. The Wandu avatar responded with enthusiasm. I have been dormant for far too long and feel my limbs growing stiff and stagnant. Young man, if you wish to be reckless, then I shall accompany you on this wild venture. With the Wandu avatar's consent, He Yuan's confidence surged. He soon concocted an excuse to leave Yu Xiaoxiao temporarily at the Longmen and before setting forth from the city. Following the Wandu avatar's guidance, He Yuan journeyed westward, soaring through the skies on his sword for nearly half an hour before landing in a secluded valley. This was the location where the Wandu avatar sensed one of the great demons was hiding. Sheathing his sword, He Yuan surveyed the valley, where a miasma pervaded the air. Towering ancient trees reached skyward, and the distant sound of a thundering waterfall resonated, indicating the presence of a large ravine. Utilizing the technique taught by the Wandu avatar, he sealed his mouth, ears, and nose to avoid inhaling the miasma, while also preventing his aura from leaking. Cautiously, he made his way toward the source of the waterfall's roar. Chapter 96. The Enchanting Siren. After traversing approximately 3 to 4 miles through the miasma-laden ancient forest, the path suddenly opened up before him. Indeed, there stood a colossal waterfall, stretching nearly 1,000 feet in length and towering close to 100 feet high. The waters cascaded down, carving out a vast pool several hundred feet in diameter at its base. The stream meandered downwards, delving deep into the thickets of the dense forest. However, such a magnificent waterfall alone was not enough to astonish He Yuan. What truly left him in awe was the ethereal melody that resonated from within the expansive pool, a sound reminiscent of celestial harmonies. There, amidst the shimmering waters, a youthful maiden with hair cascading like a waterfall, adorned in a gossamer veil as delicate as a dragonfly's wing, frolicked and splashed in the water. The enchanting song emanated from her lips. From He Yuan's vantage point, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of her graceful silhouette. Yet, even so, her long, wet tresses cascading down to her waist, her elegant swan-like neck, her slender waist that could be grasped with a single hand, and her smooth, luminous skin were all utterly captivating. Especially since he had just concluded an intimate cultivation session with Yu Xiaoxiao, still reeling from the lingering sensations. Thus, the sight of this exquisite maiden bathing was an overwhelming visual impact. However, as the realization dawned upon him that the enchanting figure before him might very well be the formidable demon sensed by his wand-poisoned doppelganger, He Yuan quickly steadied his mind. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his wayward thoughts, and prepared to stealthily approach the bathing maiden. Suddenly, the lady in the pool broke into a melodious giggle and exclaimed, "Little fellow, it is not the mark of a gentleman to stare so openly at a lady while she bathes." He Yuan was taken aback. He had thought that a daring woman like Yu Xiaoxiao, who boldly expressed her affections and exuded charm, was already quite extraordinary. Yet, he never anticipated encountering a mysterious woman even more bewitching than Yu Xiaoxiao. Clearing his throat, He Yuan coughed lightly and said, "My lady, while this place is indeed secluded, it seems rather inappropriate for you to choose to bathe here in broad daylight." "Oh?" The lady in the veil chuckled softly, turning her delicate figure to face He Yuan directly. With an exquisite countenance, graceful brows, phoenix-like eyes, a dainty nose, and a swan-like neck, her beauty rivaled that of the enchanting fairy from the Pinglai Pavilion. Indeed, she surpassed even the likes of Ling Miao and Yu Xiaoxiao. The sheer allure emanating from her, especially with her veiled form revealing her fair arms and slender collarbone, added an irresistible charm. At that moment, her captivating presence was no less enticing than Yu Xiaoxiao's allure in the Longmen Inn. He Yuan let out a long sigh, instinctively shifting his gaze towards the pool and remarked, "My lady, the weather is chilly. To avoid catching a cold, you should hasten to don your garments." In response, the veiled maiden shrugged her delicate shoulders and gracefully rose from the water. At that instant, The breathtaking elegance of a beauty emerging from a bath could enchant even the most stoic of hearts. With light steps, she seemed to glide above the water's surface, and in no time, she sauntered to the pool's edge. There, tilting her head, she allowed her flowing locks to cascade down, then reached out with her jade-like hand to tend to her hair. Glancing sideways at He Yuan, she inquired, "Little fellow, do tell, what is your name? And what brings you to seek me, Tushanya?" What? He Yuan was taken aback upon hearing the name Tushanya. He was, in fact, face to face with the notorious fox demoness. How foolish of him to forget. The second of the 12 heavenly fiends, the Jade Rakshasa, was she. He had nearly overlooked that she was also part of Su El Cha's harem. As he recalled, her path had crossed with Su El Cha during the tumultuous events at Tianhai. Regrettably, despite her esteemed position within the demon realm and her unparalleled beauty, she had ultimately fallen into Su El Cha's hands, resulting in an unfortunate fate of sharing a man with other women. Tushanya's delicate brows furrowed. What was that sound? Her keen eyes narrowed as she cast a penetrating glance at Yuan. She was certain she hadn't misjudged. His lips had not moved. Moreover, it did not sound like a thought transmitted from him to her. Was it possible that the voice had been a reflection of his inner thoughts? She could eavesdrop on this young man's heart. And who was the Su El Cha? Why did he seem so certain that she, Tushanya, would fall into his grasp and lose herself to him? Contemplating this, Tushanya straightened her posture, casting a meaningful look at He Yuan, her demeanor turning icy. Hiss. As a formidable demon comparable to a human golden core cultivator, her cold gaze sent a shiver down He Yuan's spine. He attempted to call out to his one poisoned doppelganger, but after a significant pause, there was no response. What was happening? Hadn't he the elder promised to accompany him on a wild adventure? Why had she suddenly chosen to remain hidden at such a crucial moment? With no one to rely on, it seemed he must charm this formidable demoness on his own. Clearing his throat, he nervously chuckled and said, I am He Yuan, a humble hunter from this vicinity. I stumbled into this ravine by chance and inadvertently disturbed your bathing. I hope you can forgive me. Oh? Upon hearing his words, Tushanya regarded him with keen interest, casting a sidelong glance. He Yuan? That is indeed a fine name. However, you have not been entirely truthful. Do you truly consider yourself a mere hunter from these parts? Though her expression was playful, a palpable chill emanated from her presence, making He Yuan feel as if he stood before her utterly exposed, as if she could see through him entirely. He wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, forcing a laugh as he replied, I reckon you do not seem like a local resident, so it is only natural that you haven't encountered me before. Perhaps, my lady, we should consider putting on our garments first? Chapter 97. The enchanting fox demon, He Yuan found himself irresistibly drawn to the captivating fox demon before him, who was draped in a gossamer veil that barely concealed her exquisite beauty. Every movement she made exuded an alluring charm, and as a young man in the prime of his life, he felt the stirrings of temptation, facing a stunning woman shrouded in a damp veil. Revealing glimpses of her alluring form, she continually cast enchanting glances and seductive gestures, beckoning him toward transgression. Fortunately, He Yuan had encountered stunning beauties like Ling Miao and Lin Lanwei. Otherwise, had he been an ordinary man, he might have succumbed entirely to the spell of this enchanting figure, eager to rush into her embrace for a night of indulgence. It was no wonder that fox demons were said to possess the greatest allure. One glance at this bewitching creature made that abundantly clear. Simply standing there, her breathtaking beauty created an enchanting sight, further amplified by her understanding of how to tantalize a man's restless heart. What man, one might wonder, could remain unmoved by such a siren? Tushanya was clearly aware of the potent allure she radiated, understanding the destructive power she wielded over men. With a gentle shrug of her fragrant shoulders and a playful smile, she refrained from further teasing He Yuan. Instead, her pale, jade-like hand reached forward, conjuring a sky-blue silk dress that appeared from thin air. She donned it effortlessly, covering her enticing figure, now concealed beneath the delicate fabric. Then, the fox demon gracefully approached the water's edge, bare feet gliding over the ground, and asked, Little one, are you still unwilling to speak the truth to your elder sister? As a second-tier Foundation establishment hunter, do you think I would believe you? Although He Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine as this deadly beauty drew nearer, he discerned that she bore no intent to harm him. This understanding allowed him to refrain from fleeing when he failed to contact his poisonous clone within the Purple Mansion. He knew well that even with all his strength, escaping the grasp of this alluring demoness would be a formidable challenge. Thinking quickly, He Yuan replied, You possess a keen eye, fair lady. You have accurately discerned my cultivation level. Indeed, I am but a second-tier Foundation establishment practitioner. However, I must confess that my claim of being a hunter is not entirely false, for I am here in this miasma-laden wilderness to seek a particular quarry. In truth, He Yuan's words were not entirely deceptive. His purpose for venturing into this primeval forest was indeed to find the enchanting fox demon, one of the 12 heavenly fiends. Tushanya. To describe his pursuit as seeking prey was quite fitting. Oh? Tushanya scrutinized He Yuan's handsome visage, and upon noticing no signs of deceit, she allowed a hint of relief to surface in her expression. Pray tell, what quarry might you be seeking? If possible, I could lend a hand. After all, she added with a playful shrug, I arrived here before you and am far more familiar with the surroundings. At her words, He Yuan's heart raced, and he feigned nonchalance as he said, Strangely enough, I recently spotted a pure white six-tailed spirit fox near this forest. However, when I followed its trail, I unexpectedly lost sight of it, and instead stumbled upon you bathing in this pond." He deliberately paused, raising his gaze to observe the shifting expressions on Tu Shanya's enchanting face. As expected, even though Tu Shanya's cultivation level surpassed his by a significant margin, she could not hide her surprise upon realizing that a mere second-tier practitioner had uncovered her true identity. However, this astonishment was quickly masked. Her finely arched brows rose slightly as she cast a sidelong glance at Yuan, saying, "Oh, a six-tailed spirit fox? I have heard some tales about such beings. They are said to begin with a single tail, and each additional tail signifies a breakthrough in their cultivation level. Therefore, the six-tailed spirit fox you encountered must possess the power of a formidable fox demon, comparable to a human in the golden core stage." With a chilling gaze, she continued, "I am quite curious how a mere second-tier human like yourself managed to track a six-tailed spirit fox of such caliber without being detected." Yuan felt a surge of frustration, wishing to retort, "Please, dear lady, you must realize how flimsy my excuse sounds. Can't you simply feign belief in my story? Why must you shatter the illusion? Surely, it would be more pleasant for them to remain as strangers, passing by each other, each in their own world." Yet Tu Shanya, the enchanting fox demon, showed no inclination to let Yuan off the hook easily. She fixed her gaze on him, a teasing smile playing on her lips, clearly waiting to see how he would concoct an even more implausible excuse. Yuan sighed deeply, saying, "Fair lady, let us speak plainly. I admit that I was drawn by your breathtaking beauty when I caught a glimpse of you outside the forest, unable to resist the temptation. I followed you here. As for the six-tailed spirit fox, that was merely a fabrication." A soft chuckle escaped Tu Shanya upon hearing his confession. Internally, she mused that the initial part of his statement about being captivated by her beauty was likely the truth, while the latter part regarding the six-tailed spirit fox was his hidden secret. In that moment, Tu Shanya's silk dress seemed to rise without a breeze. With a swift step, she closed the distance between them, declaring, "You wish to see a genuine six-tailed spirit fox? I shall grant your wish." Chapter 98. A great demon for your dual cultivation. Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to shout within his heart, "No, I do not wish to behold this. All I desire is to distance myself from this demoness of the Yao clan as swiftly as possible." At this moment, he found himself yearning for Su Xiang's presence. Though Su El Cha had many concubines, his acceptance of Tu Shanya, this extraordinary demoness, undoubtedly constituted a significant contribution to humanity. At the very least, since aligning herself with Su El Cha, Tu Shanya's heart had begun to lean towards the human race. This created optimal conditions for Su El Cha and his companions to bring a cadre of skilled warriors to Tianhai to vanquish the 12 heavenly fiends. "Su El Cha, where art thou? Come swiftly and claim this demoness." Upon overhearing Yuan's inner thoughts, Tu Shanya's elongated phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, her entire delicate form suddenly levitated in midair, and her hands, feet, and face began to undergo a transformation into that of a fox. Her rear sprouted 6 long tails, each resembling the thickness of a child's arm. In no time, she manifested as a six-tailed spirit fox, roughly half a person's height. Simultaneously, she spoke in human words, "Little one, as you wished, this six-tailed spirit fox of the Tianhai, Tu Shan clan, now presents herself before you in her true form. Pray tell, what are your thoughts?" Yuan could not deny that even when Tu Shanya revealed her true fox form, the nobility and aloofness reflected in her human-like facial expressions commanded respect and prevented any hint of disrespect from surfacing. Suddenly, the Jinxian Hall shot forth from within his purple palace, darting like an arrow straight toward Tu Shanya, who was now a six-tailed spirit fox. In that moment, Tu Shanya's fox eyes widened in surprise, a fleeting look of realization crossing her gaze. She promptly pivoted her fox body and darted away toward the cascading waterfall. The emergence of the Jinxian Hall had been so abrupt that Tu Shanya barely had time to transform back into her human form. Normally, even among demons, the most diverse means of attack were utilized after transforming into human form. Retaining one's true form often limited their effectiveness to familiar territory. For instance, the Kuei wolf they encountered on the island in Tianhai, when attacking in his wolf form, exhibited formidable strength but could not engage Su Xiang in hand-to-hand combat, leading to his downfall and forcing him to fight in human form. As for the six-tailed spirit fox, Tu Shanya, her greatest strength lay in speed. Yet her combat prowess diminished significantly upon reverting to her true form. Therefore, in the face of the Jinxian Hall's assault, she had no courage to resist and chose to flee at the first opportunity. Regrettably, the Wan Poison clone controlling the Jinxian Hall showed no intention of letting her escape. "Go," came the delicate command from the Wan Poison clone, as the hall pursued Tu Shanya, simultaneously expanding in size. In mere moments, it restored to the form Yuan had previously witnessed in the Demon Spirit Valley. The earlier smaller size and reduced speed of the Jinxian Hall had allowed Tu Shanya a narrow escape, but now, as the hall expanded to its former dimensions of several dozen feet, it swiftly compensated for its earlier lack of speed. With a resounding thud, the celestial artifact descended upon the valley like a massive canopy, causing the entire gorge to tremble violently. The six-tailed spirit fox, Tu Shanya, ultimately could not evade capture. As the Grand Hall enveloped her securely, this was still a result of the Jinxian Hall's damage. Had the artifact been intact, the mere impact of its landing would likely have leveled the surrounding primordial forest. After a brief pause of several breaths, the celestial artifact began to contract again, ultimately shrinking back down to roughly a foot in size. With a splash, The stunningly beautiful Tu Shanya in her blue dress was unceremoniously expelled from the Jinxian Hall by the Wand Poison clone, plunging into the icy pool beneath the waterfall. The voice of the Wand Poison clone, tinged with a hint of weakness, echoed, "Young one, I have just exerted the Jinxian Hall with great effort, draining a significant amount of soul energy. I shall now enter a state of slumber, which may last for half a month. This Tu Shanya is a grand gift I bestow upon you. Accept her, as she will greatly assist you in dealing with the other 12 heavenly fiends." As the clone's voice dwindled to a whisper, Yuan attempted to call out several times, but received no response. It dawned on him that perhaps the fragment of Wand Poison had indeed succumbed to slumber. Half a month not too long, yet not too short. Fortunately, the Wand Poison clone had previously guided him to the location of the 9-patterned stone. Otherwise, he would have had to postpone his plan to forge the universal body for another half-month. However, what did it mean that this Wand Poison clone referred to Tu Shanya as a grand gift? Yuan, puzzled, instinctively glanced towards Tu Shanya in the pool. He found the fox demoness, her phoenix eyes wide open, staring intently at him. Yet, for reasons unknown, he sensed a hint of danger emanating from her gaze. Something is amiss. This jade demoness' current state appears exceedingly unusual. With this thought, Yuan maintained his stance facing Tu Shanya while subtly shifting his feet backward, attempting to increase the distance between them. Unexpectedly, in the next instant, Tu Shanya's phoenix eyes gleamed brightly, her delicate form darting forward like lightning, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. A rush of warm air surged from her lips, akin to a scalding wave, causing a slight sting on Yuan's cheek. Yet, as he caught the scent of sweetness mingled with a hint of musk from that warm breeze, his mind suddenly buzzed, and a surge of blood rushed from his abdomen to his head in an instant. By the heavens, it is the blood essence of the poison serpent. Yuan was all too familiar with this scent. It had been the catalyst that led to his unexpected union with his senior sister Su Miaojin while meditating in the cave of Yunhafeng. Now, it was evident that Tu Shanya too had fallen victim to the aphrodisiac effects of the poison serpent. At this moment, Yuan realized why the esteemed elder of Wand Poison had referred to Tu Shanya as a grand gift. It was clear she was to be an offering of a great demoness, infused with the aphrodisiac's essence for his dual cultivation. Chapter 99. Unquenchable demands. Although Yuan sensed the intoxicating aura of the venomous serpent emanating from the lips of Tu Shanya Tan, his mind remained somewhat lucid. In contrast, Tu Shanya, a demoness of the Fox clan whose cultivation equaled that of a human golden core stage, had evidently lost her sanity. Driven solely by a primal instinct fueled by desire, she was frantically seeking a male counterpart for a dual cultivation. Yuan, without a doubt, was the only target available to satiate her inner conflagration. In the next instant, one of her fair, slender arms shot out, grasping at the void with reckless abandon. Immediately, Yuan, who had been cautiously retreating, found himself rendered immobile. Not only that, but he was also inexorably pulled closer to Tu Shanya by an immense force. Subsequently, the fox demon casually erected a spatial array around them, isolating the pair from the outside world. She then tore away the blue cotton skirt that concealed her delicate form and effortlessly shredded Yuan's robes. Before long, they stood exposed before each other, and an intense atmosphere of heat rapidly enveloped them. Having previously experienced the potency of the venomous serpent's influence, Yuan was acutely aware of the overwhelming desire radiating from the jade demoness. Though he could not ascertain the exact dosage of the serpent's toxin she had absorbed, it was evident from her current display of madness and longing that she had indeed been subjected to a significant amount of its corrupting essence. Sighing in resignation, Yuan lamented the circumstances that had led him to this world. 3 encounters with 3 different women had all transpired under the influence of aphrodisiacs or the compulsion of dual cultivation techniques, forcing them into a state of union. Perhaps this was an inescapable fate that he was destined to endure. With that thought, Tu Shanya suddenly pushed him to the ground, her figure descending upon him. Truth be told, this experience was far from beautiful. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the fox demoness left him utterly paralyzed, rendering him helpless as she exerted her will upon him. However, in the moment of their union, he could distinctly sense that this jade demoness, despite her formidable prowess, had yet to experience the ways of the world. This realization offered him a modicum of solace. Subsequently, he relinquished control of his body and mind, entering a state of serenity, allowing Tu Shanya to have her way with him. Time became an abstraction, perhaps an hour passed, or even longer. Ultimately, when their tumultuous engagement concluded, the sun had set, and twilight descended, the night sky now adorned with twinkling stars. Their dual cultivation had spanned from day into night. When Tu Shanya finally rose from her exertions, having expelled the serpent's toxins from her body, Yuan felt as though his entire frame was about to crumble. Involuntarily gasping for breath, after several moments, he regained a semblance of strength and forced himself to stand. Throughout the entire ordeal, immobilized and unable to employ the secrets of the Sunu Heart Sutra, he had been a passive recipient of Tu Shanya's relentless draw upon his essence. It was no wonder that even seasoned cultivators at the Golden Core stage would find themselves utterly exhausted after such relentless exertion. Casting a glance towards Tu Shanya, he observed her sitting cross-legged beside the pool, eyes closed in meditation. Approximately half a tea's worth of time later, she suddenly opened her captivating eyes, which sparkled with renewed vigor. At that moment, Yuan could distinctly feel the surge of power emanating from her, evidently stronger than before. Could it be? Yuan pondered. Perhaps her forceful extraction of his essence had indeed advanced her cultivation? As if confirming his thoughts, Tu Shanya rose gracefully, casting a discerning glance in his direction. I trust you can discern that we do not belong to the same world. In light of your assistance in helping me break through a minor bottleneck, I shall not hold this matter against you. You may leave now. What does this mean? He Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing her words implied a desire to part ways as if nothing had transpired. Yet, how could they disregard the intimacy they had just shared? Contemplating this, his expression darkened slightly. Monsieur, such matters are not easily forgotten. What has transpired has indeed occurred. However, if you feel that losing yourself to me tarnishes your dignity, I shall heed your wishes and refrain from mentioning it again. Farewell. With that, he resolutely turned away, striding forth without a backward glance, leaving the ravine behind. Tu Shanya watched his retreating figure fade into the distance, her lips parting as if to speak. Yet the words eluded her. For reasons unknown, witnessing the disappointment etched upon his face stirred something within her heart, an instinctive urge to call him back. Yet, pride as a demon king stifled her resolve, and she remained silent until He Yuan's silhouette vanished completely. Suddenly, a series of applause echoed from the towering waterfall nearby. A sharp, grating voice mocked, Sister Ya, I once thought your steadfast rejection of my advances reflected an admirable pride. Yet, it seems you simply deemed my appearance unworthy. Look. Upon encountering a handsome young man, you eagerly offered yourself. As the words lingered, a figure descended gracefully from above the waterfall, plummeting without hesitation into the expansive pool below. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, sending water soaring high into the air. Chapter 100, The Void Trap. In the next moment, a tall, thin middle-aged man in a gray robe, whose face was nearly a foot and a half long, leapt out from the water of the pond. Covering 10 paces in a single stride, swiftly approaching Tu Shanya. At that instant, the man's elongated horse-like face, which was far from commendable, bore an expression of lewdness. The unmasked greed in his eyes as he gazed at Tu Shanya was utterly repulsive, nearly inducing her to retch. Tu Shanya forced herself to suppress the urge, her delicate brows knitting in discontent as she retorted, Fu Shou Luo. Take a moment to reflect upon your own appearance in the mirror. How dare you covet the beauty of this fox lord? Furthermore, during our alliance of the 12 heavenly fiends, we explicitly agreed to complete our tasks without interfering in each other's lives. With that, her charming visage turned icy as she regarded Fu Shou Luo with disdain, declaring, do not think for a moment that even you, Fu Shou Luo, or even the leader, can dictate the affairs of this fox lord. Stung by Tu Shanya's words, a flicker of displeasure crossed Fu Shou Luo's face. He let out a muffled grunt, gritting his teeth in frustration, and replied, very well, Tu Shanya, you are indeed quite proud. You would rather offer your purity to the human race than allow us, the demon race, to gain even a morsel. But let me remind you, do not forget your identity as a demon. As he spoke, his fists clenched tightly, and his gaze towards Tu Shanya grew venomous. Losing your virtue to a human is a minor issue. But do not dare commit any acts that would betray our demon race. Otherwise, the leader will not let you off lightly. In response, Tu Shanya shrugged her delicate shoulders and replied coolly, rest assured, Fu Shou Luo, even if one day you choose to betray the 12 heavenly fiends, this fox lord will never engage in such treachery. Fu Shou Luo momentarily faltered, rendered speechless by Tu Shanya's retort. However, a sly smile soon crept onto his face as he said, Tu Shanya, others may believe you to be heartless and unyielding, as if nothing could shake your resolve. Yet I know there exists one person who is your Achilles heel. Noticing the gravity in Tu Shanya's expression growing more pronounced, Fu Shou Luo erupted into a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, that person is none other than the little girl, Tu Shan Hong, raised by the grand elder of the Qin Qiu Fox clan. She should be your biological sister. Am I correct? At that moment, as Fu Shou Luo's words hung in the air, Tu Shanya's face froze, a layer of frost seemingly enveloping her features. Her eyes blazed with a fierce murderous intent as she demanded, Fu Shou Luo, you had better explain precisely how you came to know of this matter. Otherwise, you should be well aware of the fate that awaits anyone who crosses me. As she spoke, her aura surged forth, her presence exuding a formidable power that seemed to solidify the very air around them. Thud, thud, thud. Fu Shou Luo stumbled back 3 steps, managing to create a distance of several dozen paces between them before he felt a slight alleviation of pressure. He swallowed hard, a hint of fear creeping into his gaze as he remarked, Tu Shanya, have you grown even stronger? At this rate, even the leader may not have the confidence to assert his dominance over you. But even if you were to strike me down now, it would be futile. For it is the leader who is investigating you. What? Upon hearing this, Tu Shanya's exquisitely beautiful face revealed a look of disbelief. The leader? How is that possible? For all these years, I have diligently served the 12 heavenly fiends, clearing countless enemies from the leader's path. It would not be an exaggeration to consider myself one of his most trusted aides. How could he secretly investigate my background? Huh. Witnessing the shock on Tu Shanya's face, Fu Shou Luo's eyes gleamed with a sense of vindictive satisfaction as he said, Tu Shanya, you are indeed quite naive. Do you think that merely killing a few individuals for the leader earns you his trust? He has never sought that. What he desires is you, Tu Shanya, in your entirety. Indeed, Tu Shanya acknowledged that their leader had always coveted her. She had believed that by demonstrating her unwavering loyalty and repeatedly aiding him in his endeavors, she could eventually secure her position as the second in command of the 12 heavenly fiends through her unmatched strength. However, it now appeared that she had been overly optimistic. Perhaps Fu Shou Luo exaggerated his claims to sow discord between her and the leader. Yet he did not lie about one crucial point. The individual who had discovered her sister, Tu Shan Hong, residing with the Grand Elder of the Qingqiu Fox clan, was most likely their leader. The reason was simple. Not long ago, he had indeed visited Qingqiu. Unfortunately, she had been on a mission to assassinate a formidable enemy of the leader, the Golden-Winged Roc, and could not accompany him. Reflecting on this, Tu Shanya's fury became increasingly difficult to contain. After all, who would not feel a sense of betrayal and indignation upon learning that the very person they served was investigating their vulnerabilities? Suddenly, her instincts honed from her cultivation sensed something amiss in the surroundings. She abruptly looked up and noticed several formation flags had appeared around her. Standing a dozen paces away, Fu Sholuo stood atop the flags, performing a series of intricate hand gestures, declaring, "Tu Shanya, you dare to let your guard down in a confrontation? Hee. You have now fallen into my void trap. Watch as I drain your spiritual energy and then claim you for myself." The void trap? Tu Shanya's eyes narrowed. For having been teammates with Fu Sholuo for many years, she was well aware of the formidable nature of the formation he had set. While the formation's offensive capabilities were not particularly strong, its true strength lay in its ability to render its victims unable to gain leverage, leaving them in a state of suspended vulnerability. Thus, trapped within the void trap, each move she made in battle would require significantly more spiritual energy than usual. If this continued, as Fu Sholuo indicated, her spiritual energy would surely be drained in abundance. This was the true horror of the situation. Chapter 101, The Crisis of Tu Shanya. It is worth noting that the Fusho Mule is a mule demon, ranked 3rd among the 12 heavenly fiends, with a cultivation level equivalent to the 8th stage of the Golden Core. Under normal circumstances, Tu Shanya would easily handle him. However, at this moment, she inadvertently fell into a trap laid by the Fusho Mule, diminishing her combat capabilities significantly. The 12 heavenly fiends hail from 12 different demon clans of Tianhai, and each major demon possesses a unique skill. For instance, the 6 major demons who infiltrated the forbidden grounds of the Wanjian sect through the soul sacrifice blood array included the gorilla demon, Luer Mimi, who excels in brute strength, a technique known as power arts. The snake demon, known as Snake Ji, adept in dual cultivation and extraction techniques, embodies what is referred to as lust arts. As for the Fox clan led by Tu Shanya, their specialty lies in enchanting allure, captivating the hearts of others. The Mule clan, such as the Fusho Mule, is perhaps born with an unattractive appearance and difficulties in reproduction, which grants them an innate affinity for formations unlike other demon clans. Consequently, once matured, mules often become exceptionally skilled formation masters. At this moment, the Fusho Mule, ranked 3rd among the 12 heavenly fiends, is undoubtedly a master of formations. Without delving into other matters, the trap he has set, known as the Void Trap, poses a significant threat to Tu Shanya, a pinnacle Golden Core practitioner at the 9th stage. If she were to fall into it, escaping would be a formidable challenge. Yet, as the second-ranked Yuluocha among the 12 heavenly fiends, Tu Shanya is a proud fox demon and would not easily succumb to the Fusho Mule's machinations. "Break!" she exclaimed, her delicate hand, as white as zircon, thrusting forward. Instantly, 2 waves of condensed spiritual energy surged through the air, cleaving towards the void trap that ensnared her. The Fusho Mule's pupils constricted. From the 2 waves of spiritual energy, he felt an unprecedented pressure. It was at this moment he realized the extent of Tu Shanya's enhanced power. He couldn't help but feel fortunate for having set the trap while she was momentarily distracted. Otherwise, in a fair one-on-one confrontation, he feared he would struggle to withstand even 10 moves against this Qingqiu Fox Lord. However, now a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he regarded the Yuluocha with a mix of fear and depravity. "Tu Shanya, cease your futile efforts. This trap was specially designed for your Fox clan's physique. The more you struggle, the deeper you will sink into the trap." As he spoke, he manipulated the void trap, effortlessly dissipating the 2 gusts of wind Tu Shanya had unleashed. With a wicked grin, he leered at her. "In the end, once you are entirely ensnared, you will no longer possess any ability to resist. You might as well conserve your strength for when I choose to indulge in you, allowing me to manipulate your form as I please." Unfazed by his lewd taunts, Tu Shanya maintained a stoic expression, continuing to unleash another strike towards the Fusho Mule. Despite the barrier of the void trap, her palm pressed forward, piercing through the formation's base and heading directly for his face. The Fusho Mule dared not underestimate her. He swiftly raised his hand to block while simultaneously retreating. Bang! The forces of their palms clashed in midair. The Fusho Mule was clearly at a disadvantage, being sent several meters back, nearly stumbling from the air. However, Tu Shanya was not unscathed either, although she held a significant advantage in their exchange. Being trapped in the void trap hindered her, causing her to sink nearly half her body into its depths. Even with her efforts to struggle, she found it increasingly difficult to escape the trap's pull. Hee. The Fusho Mule chuckled wickedly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth inflicted by Tu Shanya's earlier strike, boasting, "Tu Shanya, I knew your stubborn nature well. The more others advise you against something, the more determined you become. How does it feel to be ensnared in this trap?" Realizing that she could not break free from the void trap's constraints in the short term, Tu Shanya ceased her movements and fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon him. "Humph. Even if you confine me with this despicable trap, what of it? As long as I remain still, my spiritual energy will not diminish. What can you do to me then?" "Haha." The Fusho Mule's face twisted with lewdness. "Indeed, your cultivation surpasses mine by a small margin, and for the moment, I cannot harm you. However, since I intend to deal with you, I have my methods to force you to expend your energy." As he spoke, he reached into his bosom and retrieved a tail as thick as a child's arm, saying, "This tail, I believe you will find quite familiar. Swoosh. At his words, Tu Shanya's gaze sharpened, and upon recognizing the pure white tail in the Fusho mule's possession, her expression soured drastically. This is the unique pure white fox tail of my Qingxiu fox clan. No other clan possesses such a pristine color. You dare to harm my kin? I will never forgive you. The Fusho mule cackled. Harm? Tu Shanya, your choice of words is quite understated. To be precise, your solitary kin was utterly destroyed by my hands. Alas, I cannot be blamed for my ruthless actions. My desires are too potent, and your kin was simply too delicate. You shall perish. At that moment, Tu Shanya was completely enraged, raising her jade hands and furiously striking towards the Fusho mule outside the void trap. This was precisely the reaction the Fusho mule sought. He raised the white tail in front of him as a shield, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Come, Tu Shanya, unleash your fury upon me. Seeing this, Tu Shanya's eyes narrowed, and she attempted to retract her strike. Unfortunately, forcing her attack back would inevitably result in a fierce backlash against herself. Puff. Sure enough, at the instant she tried to withdraw her attack, a blood arrow erupted from her mouth. Chapter 102. The woman of He Yuan. At that moment, Fu Shouluan's eyes gleamed with sudden determination. Seizing the opportunity, he strode forward, his palm slicing through the void trap with a direct strike aimed at the chest of Tu Shanya. Should this blow land, it would undoubtedly inflict grievous harm upon the enchanting fox lord before him. In such a state, he could then take advantage of her weakened condition to extract the spiritual energy stored within her, making the dream of claiming this Qingqiu fox lord's essence no longer a distant fantasy. However, to Fu Shouluan's astonishment, just as he advanced to execute his ambush, he clearly perceived a fleeting glint of coldness flashing across Tu Shanya's exquisite countenance. This is bad. An instinctive warning surged through Fu Shouluan, affirming that Tu Shanya harbored a considerable threat. As anticipated, in the next instant, Tu Shanya, who had initially drawn back her hands, unexpectedly thrust them forward with extraordinary swiftness, even faster than before. In the midst of chaos, Fu Shouluan's mind raced, and he hastily raised his white fox tail as a shield, declaring, Tu Shanya, do you not comprehend? This white tail belongs to your Qingqiu kin. If you wish to avoid destroying this last memento, retreat at once. Yet, in response, Tu Shanya unleashed two powerful gusts of palm wind without hesitation. At that moment, Fu Shouluan realized that the Qingqiu fox lord was indeed indifferent to the fate of the foxtail. He attempted to withdraw, pointing a finger at Tu Shanya's left shoulder in a desperate counterattack. Unfortunately, it was too late to escape. With a resounding thud, Fu Shouluan's chest was struck by Tu Shanya's palm winds, propelling him several dozen feet away. Nevertheless, Tu Shanya's left shoulder also bore the brunt of Fu Shouluan's retaliatory finger strike, which, though lacking the same force as her attack, still delivered a considerable impact, stirring her vital energies. Yet, this was not the gravest predicament. What truly distressed Tu Shanya was the void trap beneath her feet. Following her vigorous efforts to unleash her spiritual energy, her entire body below the shoulders had become ensnared within the trap. The only part remaining free to move was her head above the neck. The trap, as Fu Shouluan had described, was specifically devised to counter the Fox clan. At this moment, she felt as though she were confined within a vessel with a wide body and a narrow mouth, her limbs ensnared by an invisible force, rendering her attempts to escape futile. Moreover, in her desperation to break free from the trap, she had forced out her six tails, hoping to leverage their strength to extricate herself from the constraints of the formation. However, to her dismay, as soon as her six tails emerged, they were completely restrained by six unseen forces. Spitting out the blood that had collected in his mouth, Fu Shouluan, having been sent flying by Tu Shanya's palm strikes, staggered to his feet and approached her within the trap, stating, Tu Shanya, I never anticipated your cruelty. You would so mercilessly destroy the last relic of your own kin. Tu Shanya replied coldly, have you forgotten my title, the Jade Rakshasa? Humph. Not only would I not hesitate to strike against a mere tail of the Qingqiu Fox clan, but I would also unleash my full force even against your very person, should you attempt to use it as a shield. It's a pity your reflexes were swift enough to evade death from my earlier strikes. A grimace twisted Fu Shouluan's already grotesque features, contorting his long, donkey-like face into an even more fearsome visage as he retorted, how could I bear to die without having tasted the essence of the Tu Shan Fox Lord? I dare say my earlier strike has left you feeling rather uncomfortable as well, and now, trapped within this formation, you will find it exceedingly difficult to strike me down. Despite his bravado, as Fu Shouluan approached within 3 paces of Tu Shanya, he hesitated to advance further. It was evident that her two palm strikes had inflicted significant internal injuries upon him. He took a deep breath, then shakily retrieved a small package from his waist, unfolding it to reveal a collection of white powdered substances. With a greedy gaze directed at Tu Shanya within the void trap, he proclaimed, do you know, Tu Shanya, that this powder is a potent aphrodisiac I concocted from a variety of herbs? Even a mere fingernail's worth is sufficient to keep me engaged with a woman for an entire night. Just now, I consumed half a pound, intending to spend 10 days and nights in unrelenting pursuit of pleasure with you, allowing you to experience the unparalleled prowess of our mule clan in this regard. Tu Shanya's countenance shifted dramatically, her eyes radiating an escalating murderous intent. Yet, in her current state, ensnared by the void trap, she could scarcely muster even a fraction of her full strength. Although she yearned to strike down this loathsome creature with a single blow, her will was thwarted by her incapacity. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. How could Tu Shanya, a formidable being of the 9th stage of the Golden Core, be trapped by such an odious creature? It was He Yuan. She recognized that the voice she heard was none other than He Yuan's own thoughts. Realizing that the grotesque figure before her had failed to notice He Yuan lurking nearby, she quickly understood that her earlier strikes had indeed weakened this loathsome creature's senses to the point where even a low-level cultivator concealed in the vicinity went undetected. With renewed determination, Tu Shanya transmitted her thoughts to He Yuan. He Yuan, if you do not wish to witness this abominable creature defile your beloved, you must promptly execute the plan I devised. Once the mules revert to their true forms, their desires will amplify immensely, but their ability to manipulate the formation will diminish significantly in comparison to their transformed state. At this moment, you must reveal yourself to distract him. If you can divert his attention for just 30 breaths, I will be able to break free from this void trap. Indeed, what Tu Shanyu had just heard was a wave of He Yuan's own thoughts. Originally, He Yuan had been discontented by Tu Shanya's cold treatment and had left the mountain gorge. However, halfway through his departure, he felt an unsettling sense of disquiet. Chapter 103, The Ambush Unsuccessful despite being a formidable demon of the Fox clan and one of the 12 heavenly fiends. Tu Shanyu was no stranger to bloodshed. Thus, she could maintain a dispassionate demeanor regarding the intimate affair between the two. However, He Yuan was incapable of such detachment. Once certain events transpired, they could not be undone. He could not feign indifference like the fox demon Yuluo-cha. Consequently, midway through his departure from the primeval forest, he resolved to turn back and seek a more prudent resolution to the unexpected union of the two. To his astonishment, upon returning to the periphery of the mountain gorge, he fortuitously stumbled upon the scene where Fu Shouliao had schemed to ensnare Tu Shanya, trapping her in a void formation. Perhaps as Tu Shanya had surmised, Fu Shouliao, having suffered internal injuries from her earlier strikes, was significantly impaired in his senses and awareness, failing to detect He Yuan's presence immediately. In truth, it was not only Fu Shouliao, even Tu Shanya, whose cultivation surpassed He Yuan's by a small margin, had also expended considerable spiritual energy and was focused on the demon in the formation that ensnared her, thus unable to sense He Yuan's arrival. At that moment, upon hearing Tu Shanya's transmission urging him to reveal himself to attract the attention of the grotesque mule demon, He Yuan pondered briefly before acquiescing. On one hand, Tu Shanya had become intimately connected with him. Strictly speaking, she was his woman, and he could not bear to witness her defilement by another man, especially by the loathsome Fu Shouliao. On the other hand, rescuing Tu Shanya from her predicament and joining forces with this Fox clan demon to confront the mule demon was precisely the purpose behind He Yuan's quest with his 10,000 poisons avatar, to prevent these two solitary demons from reuniting with the bear demon. With these thoughts in mind, He Yuan reined in his spirit, suppressing his aura to its lowest ebb, and stealthily approached Fu Shouliao, using the surrounding underbrush as cover. Nay, the transformed Fu Shouliao suddenly emitted a piercing scream. At that moment, it was evident that his crimson mule eyes glinted with insatiable lust as they fixated greedily on Tu Shanya. Abruptly, he extended his scarlet mule tongue, licking his lips, a long strand of drool escaping the corner of his mouth, embodying the ravenous hunger of a demon intent on devouring an exquisite beauty. In that instant, the now colossal Fu Shouliao, nearly double the size of an ordinary mule, had eyes only for Tu Shanya, trapped within the void formation, dismissing all else. This singular focus inadvertently granted He Yuan the opportunity to approach undetected. 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. As He Yuan drew within a mere 10 feet of the mule demon, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he held his breath, crouching low, forming his body into an optimal arc for attack. Nay, just as Fu Shouliao bellowed and leaped towards Tu Shanya, intending to rend her garments and unleash his frenzied desires, He Yuan sprang into action, launching a flying sword aimed directly at the demon's underbelly. Should the strike find its mark, Fu Shouliao would be rendered incapable of any further misdeeds. In that critical moment, Fu Shouliao had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of Tu Shanya, leaping into the air to narrowly evade the impending castration inflicted by the flying sword. Enraged, he turned his gaze and discovered that the audacious assailant was merely a lowly human cultivator of the second stage of Foundation establishment. This revelation only fueled his fury further. Humans are indeed a despicable lot, he growled, his mule visage contorting with rage. You, a mere second stage Foundation ed, dare challenge this great demon? It is akin to searching for death in a latrine with a lantern. As he spoke, Fu Shouliao charged forward, closing the distance to He Yuan in an instant, despite having reverted to his mule form. In the blink of an eye, he was upon He Yuan, his forehooves poised to strike at his head. This was the mule clan's signature technique, the hoof stomp. Although Fu Shouliao was grievously injured, his strength remained formidable, akin to a human at the 8th stage of Golden Core. He Yuan, aware that he could not withstand such a blow, did not dare to confront it head-on. Though his cultivation had recently progressed swiftly, culminating in a decisive victory against 6 of the 12 heavenly fiends, he had not yet reached the hubris to believe he could withstand a full assault from a great demon, even one in a weakened state. However, He Yuan's timing was deliberate. He was not so reckless as to act impulsively. Just as Fu Shouliao's hooves were about to strike, He Yuan calmly spoke. Fu Shouliao, current chieftain of the Tianhai Mule clan, ranked 3rd among the 12 heavenly fiends, recently led your kin in a massacre of the 3-eared donkey clan, forcing your 3 allied clans to submit to the 12 heavenly fiends. Am I correct in my assertions? At the sudden revelation of his identity, Fu Shouliao hesitated, his hooves halting in midair. His crimson eyes narrowed as he glared at He Yuan. My identity is not a secret. and it is no surprise that you are aware of it. However, the massacre of the 3-year donkey clan occurred only 3 days ago. News should not have reached your human race so swiftly. How is it that a mere second-stage Foundation human knows of this? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him as he glanced at Tushanya, his expression shifting to one of understanding. I see now. It was the Tushan Fox Lord who informed you of this, was it? I never anticipated that Tushanya would betray an ally of the demon race for a human like you. No. He Yuan shook his head, gazing steadily at him. This matter has nothing to do with the Tushan Fox Lord. Moreover, I possess knowledge that extends beyond what you are aware of. I can even predict the future of you, Fu Shouliao, and your mule clan. Yes, this is indeed the ultimate trump card of mine. It should be noted that he Yuan, having read the original text of Sword Immortal, was well acquainted with the fate that awaited the 12 heavenly fiends. Chapter 104, the heartless lift of a skirt in the original text, during the battle of the Wanjian sect. A staggering 8 formidable demons perished on the spot among the 12 celestial fiends. Among the 4 who ultimately managed to escape, the mule demon Fushulio was one of them, alongside the leader of the 12 celestial fiends. Although he survived, he was grievously wounded by a strike from He Wangsheng, the sect master of Wanjian, rendering him unable to lead a normal life and ultimately transforming him into a eunuch of the Mule Clan. Subsequently, due to his offense against the leader of the 12 celestial fiends, he found himself ensnared in an attack orchestrated by the protagonist Su Xiong and met with a tragic demise. Following his fall, the territory of the Mule Clan was swiftly consumed by other demon clans, resulting in a catastrophic loss of his kin during the territorial conflict. However, He Yuan had no intention of using this grim narrative to intimidate the current leader of the Mule Clan before him. With a casual shrug, he nonchalantly remarked, as far as I know, the master of the Tushan Foxes is regarded as a coveted treasure by your leader, the Golden Pong. Yet here you are, audaciously coveting her, not for any other reason than your practice of a nefarious dual cultivation technique. You understand well that the essence of the fox demon is immensely beneficial to your kind. Therefore, he fixed his gaze on Fushulio, raising his voice several decibels. Once you successfully seize the essence of this Tushan Fox master, your dual cultivation technique will undoubtedly flourish, and your own realm will experience a significant elevation. You might even find yourself on par with your leader, the Golden Pong. Am I correct? Buzz. At the moment He Yuan's words echoed in the air, Fushulio felt a sudden, overwhelming thrum in his mind. If He Yuan had merely revealed his identity and exposed the secret of Fushulio's involvement in the massacre of the Saner Donkey clan 3 days prior, it had only left him feeling bewildered. Now, however, with He Yuan unveiling the clandestine practice of his dual cultivation technique, something he had never disclosed to anyone, Fushulio was utterly taken aback. Instinctively, he shuddered. The next moment, he stared at He Yuan with a hint of panic in his eyes, exclaiming, impossible, absolutely impossible. Those women who knew of my dual cultivation secret have all perished after I drained their essence. How could you possibly be aware of this? At this declaration, He Yuan's expression darkened. The original text of Sword Immortal had not mentioned such matters, leaving him unaware of the true extent of Fushulio's cruelty. Not only did he forcefully take the essence of women for his dual cultivation, but he also drained their life force, leading to their untimely demise. Such brutal methods certainly justified his grim fate in the original narrative. Nonetheless, it was not the time to sever ties. He Yuan maintained a serious demeanor. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Since you have committed such acts, it is inevitable that they will come to light. However, what I wish to convey to you today is not this, but rather to inform you that your practice of this dual cultivation technique is not only known to me, your leader, the Golden Ping, is equally aware of it. Impossible. Fushulio vehemently shook his head like a drum. Although my leader is obsessed with power and aims to unify the entire demon race of Tianhai, he detests such unilateral practices of seizing women's essence. If he were to discover my clandestine cultivation of this technique, he would never allow it to go unpunished. He Yuan replied softly, that is because your leader, the Golden Ping, is also secretly practicing a similar technique that unilaterally seizes women's essence. What? This time? The exclamation of shock came not only from Fushulio, but also from Tushanya. Clearly, the revelation made by He Yuan left her, the Qingqiu Fox Master, equally incredulous. He Yuan's assertion regarding the Golden Ping's dual cultivation was not unfounded. He knew that the leader's interest in Tushanya's beauty was not solely superficial. He likely harbored ambitions akin to Fushulio's, aspiring to enhance his own prowess through the acquisition of Tushanya's essence. However, without solid evidence, his statement was mere conjecture. At this juncture, the validity of his conjecture mattered little. Turning his gaze to Tushanya, who was ensnared by the formation not far away, he inquired. Tushan Fox Master, it has been over 30 breaths. You should be able to extricate yourself now, correct? Suddenly, Fushulio's pupils constricted, and he instinctively glanced nervously at Tushanya. To his astonishment, the previously trapped Tushanya radiated a brilliant golden light, causing the formation that confined her to shatter as if forcibly dismantled by an invisible force. Disaster, Fushulio thought frantically, attempting to manipulate the formation flags to stabilize the trap and suppress Tushanya once more. However, in the next instant, the entire formation emitted a cracking sound and collapsed in an instant. Dressed in a blue gown, Tushanya, ethereal and unparalleled, took a decisive step forward, hurtling toward Fushulio like a shooting star. In a moment of crisis, Fushulio's eyes flickered with malice as he lunged forward, pinning He Yuan to the ground with a hoof. glaring menacingly at the Qingxiu fox master. Tushanya, if you dare come within half a step, I shall crush this pretty boy beneath my hoof. Upon hearing this, Tushanya paused mid-flight but soon resumed her graceful advance, declaring, this human scoundrel has just violated my purity, and I was already planning to end him. If you wish to take on that task, I would be most pleased. Damn. Before Fashilio could react, He Yuan was already fuming, cursing under his breath. Truly, no heart is more venomous than that of a woman. Tushanya, oh Tushanya, I risked my life to attract this ugly mule demoness attention, providing you with the opportunity to escape the formation. Is this how you repay me? You were just draining my essence. And now you have the audacity to disregard me entirely? In that moment, Tushanya's stunning face flushed a deep crimson. This damn human scoundrel. I was merely engaging in a psychological battle with that ugly mule demon, and now you twist my intentions. Chapter 105, The Wrath of the Fox Lord. With relentless fervor, he drained your essence, leaving you satiated, yet still he shamelessly taunted. Just listen to the lewd words that this scoundrel, He Yuan, dares to utter. Even if such vile thoughts arise from the heart, should they really be spoken aloud? Tushanya felt a surge of indignation, had it not been for the presence of the Fusho mule. She feared she might have lost control of her temper and slapped that brazen fool, He Yuan, into oblivion. Nevertheless, she chose her words carefully. In front of the Fusho mule, Tushanya feigned indifference towards He Yuan, and surprisingly, it had the desired effect. The Fusho mule's gaze shifted uneasily between Tushanya and He Yuan, clearly questioning the veracity of her words. At that moment, He Yuan, pinned to the ground by the Fusho mule's hoof, sighed and said, Ah, dear mule, if I were in your position, I would never resort to such foolishness as using me, a mere human, to threaten the esteemed Fox Lord of Tushan. Not to mention, we humans and your kind are natural adversaries. He Yuan rubbed his nose and, with feigned nonchalance, continued, let us say, for the sake of argument, that I, He Yuan, accidentally found myself in an intimate encounter with the Fox Lord of Tushan. Surely, she would regard it as a source of profound shame. Given that it is deemed disgraceful, do you truly believe the Fox Lord would harbor any compassion for me? Upon hearing this, the Fusho mule stared blankly at him, a flicker of confusion passing across his face, causing him to loosen his grip slightly. In that instant, Tushanya, who had been closely observing their exchange, suddenly darted forward with the swiftness of a shadow, her eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. With a swift and powerful strike, she aimed a devastating palm at the great demon of the mule clan. The impact was resounding. The Fusho mule, being of a slightly lower cultivation level than Tushanya and caught off guard by her sudden attack, was unable to evade and was struck squarely. Instantly, he was sent flying several dozen feet away, crashing heavily into a nearby pool. Splash! At that moment, the water erupted in a fountain that soared several feet high. As for the Fusho mule, it was uncertain whether he had been rendered unconscious by Tushanya's blow or by the shock of the water, for he remained submerged for quite some time without resurfacing. After casting the Fusho mule aside, Tushanya glanced down at He Yuan, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. You're not dead, are you? If not, get up. Lying there feigning death is unbecoming. If someone didn't know better, they might think I, Tushanya, am truly heartless, using a lowly human like you as a wager. He Yuan. He couldn't shake the feeling that after their brief encounter, Tushanya's demeanor towards him had become markedly more hostile. Under normal circumstances, one would expect that after a man and woman share an intimate moment, the latter would be physically conquered first, gradually accepting the man psychologically thereafter. Why then, in this case, did it seem quite the opposite? Before their union, Tushanya had been alluringly clad in sheer fabric, playfully tossing her wet hair and casting flirtatious glances. Yet now, after their moment of intimacy, she appeared suddenly reserved, each movement radiating a calculated indifference and distance from him. Could it be that their shared experience had not met her expectations? He Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering. But the truth was, during their encounter, he had been bound and unable to utilize his skills. Besides, the typical positions do not often provide the utmost comfort for women. If she found fault with him, why not simply release him next time and allow him to demonstrate some more enjoyable methods? Of course, these musings remained unspoken, for he dared not voice them in front of Tushanya. Otherwise, he feared she might be so incensed as to strike him down where he stood. Unbeknownst to him, however, his silent thoughts had been overheard by Tushanya, who had caught every word. In that instant, the temperature of the mountain gorge seemed to plummet by several degrees. What? He Yuan jolted, instinctively looking up at the exquisite visage of the Fox Lord, only to find her face marred by frost. Her aura had turned icy, affecting the very air around her. Seeing this, He Yuan felt momentarily bewildered. Was it not a tad too swift for her to change her demeanor? Just moments ago, she had feigned modesty and teased him. Yet now she regarded him with a cold glare, her expression one of wrathful disdain, as if she wished to obliterate him with her gaze. Fortunately, just then, a splash echoed from the depths of the pool. The Fusho mule, now taking human form, erupted from the water. His face twisted in fury as he glared at Tushanya. Tushanya, how dare you, as the second-ranked Fox Lord of the 12 Heavenly Fiends, ambush your sworn ally? Such treachery is despicable. Upon hearing the Fusho mule's words, Tushanya nearly laughed in anger. Had he not been the one to initiate the ambush that had left her ensnared and vulnerable? What audacity for this wretched creature to cast such reproach. With a huff, Tushanya wasted no time, launching yet another fierce palm strike at the Fusho mule, as if to unleash all her pent-up frustration upon him. Alas, the poor Fusho mule had scarcely regained his senses after being struck down by Tushanya before he was sent plummeting back into the depths of the pool once more. This time, he remained submerged for an even longer duration. After what felt like an eternity, the water began to churn as he attempted to break the surface once more. Yet, in a flash, Tu Shanya extended her delicate hand, striking down upon the Fusho mule's head as it emerged. The impact was so forceful that it sent him sprawling, releasing a pained howl that echoed through the air, leaving him unable to recover for some time. Chapter 106, Consumed and Denied? Despite the fact that Tu Shanya's target was not himself, He Yuan could not help but gasp in shock upon witnessing the tragic fate of the Fusho mule. The final strike that Tu Shanya delivered to the mule's forehead had clearly caused blood to seep from its 7 orifices. One could only imagine the immense power behind such a blow. He Yuan had no doubt that if this fox lord were to land a few more strikes on the Fusho mule, the latter's head would be cleaved into several pieces. The might of a great demon comparable to a human at the 9th stage of the Gold Core was indeed terrifying. It is worth noting that the Fusho mule possessed combat capabilities that could rival those of a human at the 8th stage of the Gold Core, a being that could easily dominate the entirety of the Tianyuan continent. However, even such a formidable entity was reduced to a mere plaything in the presence of Tu Shanya, who effortlessly struck it repeatedly into the water, treating it like a toy. This illustrates how, in the world of cultivation, even a minor disparity in realms can lead to a vast difference in strength. Seemingly perceiving the fear in He Yuan's eyes, Tu Shanya's expression softened slightly as she inquired, "You just mentioned to the Fusho mule that you could predict his future and that of his kind. What do you mean by that?" After a moment of contemplation, He Yuan replied, "It would be more accurate to say it was a conjecture based on this fellow's behavior. For instance, he practices a dual cultivation demonic technique and dares to compete with the leader of the 12 heavenly scourges, the Golden Pung, for your favor. Thus, his fate is bound to be dire." He pondered further, adding, "If I were the Golden Pong, the first thing I would do is to castrate him, ensuring he could never again touch a woman. This would serve as a fitting punishment for his transgressions against me." "Castration, you say?" Tu Shanya's eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed at the nearby pond, remarking, "That is indeed a commendable suggestion. This Fusho mule not only practices dual cultivation techniques, but also preys upon the women with whom he cultivates, draining their lifeblood. Such a vile creature deserves to be subjected to castration." With that, the Qingxiu Fox Lord raised her hand, and in an instant, a blade of spiritual energy shot towards the depths of the pond. With a piercing sound, it seemed to slice through something unnatural at the bottom of the pond, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the Fusho mule. In a sudden burst, it emerged from the water, shrieking in agony, revealing a blood-soaked lower abdomen. He Yuan could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. He had never anticipated that merely describing the punishment the Golden Ping would inflict upon the Fusho mule would lead Tu Shanya to act upon his words. It seemed that fate had a hand in this. In the original narrative, the Fusho mule was incapacitated by his own father, He Wangsheng, during the battle at the Wanshan sect. Now, although he had escaped that confrontation, he had nonetheless met a similar fate of castration. The only difference being that the executor had changed from He Wangsheng to Tu Shanya, having severed the Fusho mule's vital essence. Tu Shanya appeared as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. She casually brushed her hands together and turned her gaze towards He Yuan, saying, "You mentioned that the leader of the 12 heavenly scourges, the Golden Ping, is secretly cultivating a demonic technique that seeks to monopolize the essence of women. How did you come by this information?" Witnessing Tu Shanya's decisive actions, He Yuan was certain that this fox demon had performed such deeds before. He could not help but swallow hard and replied, "Tuesday. Tu Shan Fox Lord, if I were to say this is merely my conjecture, would you believe me?" "Oh, is that so?" Tu Shanya's gaze shifted pointedly. "You witnessed the Fusho mule's plight. If you do not wish to share his fate, it would be wise to tell the truth to this Fox Lord." The truth was, He Yuan mused ruefully, that after Tu Shanya lost her virtue to Su Xiong on a certain island amidst the vast seas, the leader of the 12 heavenly scourges became enraged upon discovering that his long-cherished plan to claim her essence after her ascension to the 9 tails had been thwarted. Consequently, he revealed his true nature and attempted to force her. It was during this moment that his secret of cultivating the dual cultivation technique was exposed. However, fate was unkind, as he was inadvertently discovered by Su, a green TBTCH, while attempting to encroach upon Tu Shanya. As these thoughts raced through his mind, He Yuan reluctantly stated, "Tu Shan Fox Lord, some matters are evident even if I do not voice them. Consider the Golden Ping's attitude towards you. As a woman, you must have sensed something amiss. His silence over the years is not born of concern for your feelings or a desire to nurture your relationship, but rather because he awaits the opportune moment, your successful cultivation to the 9 tails. Once that moment arrives, he will undoubtedly reveal his true claws." At this juncture, He Yuan could think of no better rationale to persuade Tu Shanya. Thus, he shared his deductions regarding the unfolding events between the Golden Ping and Tu Shanya as depicted in the narrative of Sword Immortal. After all, he could not divulge that he had read the original text of their story, for he feared that this Qingxiu Fox Lord would deem him a lunatic. To his surprise, after hearing his analysis, Tu Shanya did not pursue the matter further. Instead, she cast a meaningful glance in his direction and declared, "Very well. I shall temporarily believe you this time. However, we must address another matter." "Another matter?" He Yuan inquired, bewildered. "Humph." Tu Shanya snorted. "Have you consumed all and intend to deny your debt? You stated that once I cultivate to the 9 tails, I shall retain my maiden essence, which would yield optimal results for our dual cultivation. Yet here I am, merely at 6 tails, and you have taken my essence. Should you not compensate me for this?" Chapter 107, Compensation. He Yuan awkwardly touched the tip of his nose and exchanged a glance with the ethereal and enchanting Fox Lord before him. adorned in a flowing blue dress. He hesitantly inquired, "May I ask how the Fox Lord wishes to be compensated?" In response, Tu Shanya did not immediately reply. Instead, her alluring phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, casting a meaningful sidelong glance at him. As her cherry lips parted, her voice emanated a frigid grace. "The palace you used to suppress me must be an artifact of celestial origins, yet it appears to have suffered damage. How could a mere foundation-level cultivator like you possess such a weapon?" He Yuan pondered for a moment and ventured, "Are you familiar with the 10,000 Poisons sect?" "The 10,000 Poisons sect?" Upon hearing his words, Tu Shanya's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "I have indeed heard of it, but the sect's leader, Cheng Tian Yao, perished in the great battle against the demons a millennium ago, did he not? Could it be that this palace is Cheng Tian Yao's true name artifact? The Zhenxian Palace? No, no." Tu Shanya suddenly frowned, shaking her head vigorously. "It is said that the Zhenxian Palace was cleaved in two by Wan Jian-yi of the Sword Sect during the Demon War, with even its spirit destroyed. Yet, I can sense a spirit residing within the palace you possess. How do you explain this?" He Yuan cleared his throat, contemplating how to deflect the inquiry from this captivating Fox Lord. Just then, Tu Shanya spoke in a calm manner. "Very well, since this question seems to trouble you, I shall not press further. However, I hope you can agree to one condition." Seeing that the Fox Lord had finally moved on from her previous line of questioning, He Yuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. The 10,000 Poisons avatar was a significant secret he harbored. Even though Tu Shanyo had already shared an intimate connection with him, he could not guarantee that she would not turn against him upon discovering this secret, vying for the avatar of Cheng Tian Yao for herself. After all, in the current world of Tian Yuan, where power reigns supreme, strength is the ultimate currency. Sometimes, the pursuit of opportunity can lead to betrayal among mentors, spouses, and even blood relatives. What chance did he have with someone he had only shared a fleeting intimacy with? He Yuan quickly nodded solemnly. "Please, go on, Fox Lord." Tu Shanyo regarded him steadily, declaring, "I wish for you to assist me in confronting the Golden Peng." "What? The Golden Peng?" He Yuan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this name. Then, a wry smile spread across his face as he replied, "Tu Shan Fox Lord. Surely you jest? The Golden Peng is the leader of your 12 heavenly fiends, the object of allegiance for your 11 great demon clans. To oppose him would be a formidable challenge, would it not?" "Indeed." Tu Shanya shrugged her delicate shoulders, her captivating eyes winking at him as she spoke matter-of-factly. "Precisely because the Golden Peng's power is exceptionally formidable, I have sought your assistance, He Yuan, as a potential ally." As she spoke, the stunning beauty casually tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, saying, "Your eloquence in possession of the Zhenxian Palace, a true name artifact of Cheng Tian Yao from the 10,000 Poisons sect, suggests you are not of ordinary human lineage." "Ah," He Yuan rubbed his nose, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he admitted, "You are correct, Fox Lord. I indeed hail from a prominent human sect. You may have encountered my family before. My father, Koth, is He Wangsheng." He Wangsheng? The expression on Tu Shanya's charming face shifted dramatically. After a considerable pause, she cast a deep glance at He Yuan and said, "I did not realize you were the son of He Wangsheng. In truth, I am acquainted with your father. Furthermore, I have some familiarity with your mother, Su Yuner." "My mother?" He Yuan was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, even the original owner of this body had little impression of his mother, Su Yuner, due to her untimely passing. As for He Yuan himself, now a soul transmigrator, he had even less emotional connection to her. Nonetheless, he was eager to learn about his mother's life, particularly the circumstances surrounding her demise. After all, he knew that even if Su Yuner did not match He Wangsheng's prowess, she was still among the top 10 cultivators in the 10,000 Immortals sect. A figure of such caliber should not have fallen so easily unless some great calamity befell her. Meeting He Yuan's expectant gaze, Tu Shanya spoke softly. "Since you are indeed He Wangsheng's son, you must have heard the rumors that your mother perished during childbirth." He Yuan nodded yes. "That rumor is no secret within the 10,000 Immortals sect." Tu Shanyu continued, "Yet, when one reaches our level of cultivation, even actions like plucking flowers or walking through the air are not daunting feats. How could one die from childbirth complications?" With that, she fixed her gaze intently on He Yuan and stated, "The reason your mother experienced such a fate is rather simple. She was gravely injured prior to your birth, bearing internal wounds capable of destabilizing her foundation." Upon hearing this, He Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he inquired, "So, the Fox Lord must know who inflicted those injuries on my mother, correct?" In response, Tu Shanya nodded slightly. "I only have a general understanding. Your father likely knows the specifics. However, even without my insight, you can probably deduce it. Since your father has endured in silence for 20 years, the one who wounded your mother must have a significant connection to her." After a brief pause, she gently adjusted her hair, adding, "I will reveal only this. The person is a member of your mother's family. As for who exactly, you will need to uncover that for yourself." With that, she shifted the topic, saying, "Now, let us conclude our idle chatter. You need not feel overly pressured. My request for your assistance against the Golden Peng does not require immediate action. Given your current level of cultivation, assisting me would only hinder my efforts. Half a year." She fixed her captivating gaze upon He Yuan, declaring, "I shall grant you only 6 months. Within this time, you must advance to the Golden Core stage. When that moment arrives, I will seek you out again." Chapter 108. Yu Xiao, what do you intend to do? With that, Tu Shanya did not afford He Yuan an opportunity to refuse. She raised her right arm, and instantly, a long blue ribbon sprang forth from her sleeve. ensnaring the incapacitated Fu Shomule and soaring up the 100-foot waterfall, watching Tu Shanya's figure vanish into the cascade with Fu Shomule in tow. He Yuan's expression inevitably soured to touch, breaking through to the golden core stage within half a year. This jade-robed demoness of the Fox tribe certainly knows how to apply pressure on herself. Did she truly believe that cultivating and advancing was akin to playing a computer game, casually brushing through levels to achieve upgrades? However, what could be said? If He Yuan could successfully forge the body of all spirits, his cultivation would undoubtedly progress rapidly thereafter. Perhaps, at that juncture, he could indeed reach the golden core stage within 6 months. After all, in the original text of Sword Immortal, the fated protagonist Su Xiang experienced a meteoric rise in cultivation only after acquiring the body of all spirits. Contemplating this, He Yuan collected his thoughts and turned to leave the mountain gorge. With the assistance of the 10,000 poison clone, he had successfully tracked and thwarted Tu Shanya and the isolated Fu Shomule, culminating in a confrontation with the bear demon. One could say he had accomplished his objective. Not only that, but he had gone above and beyond his mission. On one hand, he had unexpectedly formed an intimate bond with Tu Shanya, significantly deepening their relationship. The two had even devised a plan to join forces against the 12th celestial fiend, the Golden Pung. On the other hand, the third-ranked Fu Shomule of the 12 celestial fiends had his scheme thwarted by He Yuan's covert actions, resulting in Tu Shanya's successful escape from a perilous formation. This had incited the ire of the Qingxiu Fox Lord, who, in a fit of humiliation, had delivered a severe punishment to the mule demon, severing his lineage. The only downside was that this outing had consumed too much time, and He Yuan needed to concoct a plausible excuse to placate Yu Xiaoxiao. In Yuyang City, by the time He Yuan returned to the second-floor room of the Long Inn, where Yu Xiaoxiao was staying, it was nearly the hour of the rat. As he stealthily entered the room and gently closed the door behind him, he heard a soft rustle from behind. Suddenly, the room was illuminated by the flicker of a lamp. It turned out that Yu Xiaoxiao had noticed the noise and lit an oil lamp in the room. He Yuan instinctively turned around to find Yu Xiaoxiao sitting regally in an armchair, arms crossed, her sharp eyes scrutinizing him intently. "Young master He, why have you returned so late? Care to explain?" He Yuan, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed the tip of his nose and replied, "Well, I was delayed by some matters." "So," Yu Xiaoxiao interjected softly, "it should be because of a woman who has delayed your journey, no? Moreover, judging by the aura she exudes, it seems she is of the Fox tribe." He Yuan was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, does this woman truly possess such keen senses? She can even discern that the other party is a fox? Fortunately, she has not caught a whiff of Tu Shanya's scent. Otherwise, if she were to learn that a Qingxiu Fox Lord had been intimately involved with me, it would be quite the scandal. However, unbeknownst to He Yuan, his unspoken thoughts were perfectly captured by Yu Xiaoxiao. Thus, upon discovering that the object of He Yuan's affection was indeed a Qingxiu Fox Lord, her shock was palpable. She bit her lip, and her gaze towards He Yuan grew increasingly complicated. As for Su Miaojin, He Yuan's senior sister, that was to be expected. After all, she was engaged to him through the machinations of his father and master, being suitable partners from equivalent backgrounds, and as fellow disciples, they were to become Dao companions. Yu Xiaoxiao had no grounds to dispute that. But what of Tu Shanya, the Qingxiu Fox Lord? Setting aside her fox heritage, in terms of seniority, He Yuan should have first catered to her before lavishing attention on her. Clenching her delicate fists, Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly stood up and gracefully approached He Yuan. Noticing her unusual demeanor and the dangerous glint in her piercing eyes, He Yuan's heart tightened, and he instinctively stammered, You girl. What do you intend to do? Do. Yu Xiaoxiao's lips parted slightly, boldly uttering that formidable word. She had now reached him, her presence commanding, locking him in her gaze. With Su Miaojin as the primary consort, and myself as the secondary, you still dare to seek pleasures elsewhere. It seems I have not exerted enough control over you. Therefore, tonight, I shall thoroughly exhaust you. Without granting He Yuan a chance to respond, she seized his collar and tossed him onto the nearby wooden bed. In the next instant, she took advantage of the moment, straddling his chest and beginning to tear at his garments. Damn, He Yuan could not help but curse internally. Unfortunately, being merely at the second stage of foundation establishment, he was significantly weaker than Yu Xiaoxiao, and thus his body was entirely under her control, leaving him powerless against her advances. This was truly a reversal of fate. A man of his stature, repeatedly overpowered by a woman. Should this be disclosed, he would be the subject of ridicule. Yet, at that moment, even as he felt utterly frustrated and helpless, he could not prevent Yu Xiaoxiao's actions. In no time, they found themselves completely bare, facing each other with unreserved honesty. Subsequently, Yu Xiaoxiao pressed her lips together, resembling the serene Guanyin, as she began to dominate He Yuan. As she had proclaimed, she was indeed determined to drain him completely. Each time He Yuan felt utterly spent and inclined to retreat, she somehow rekindled his fighting spirit with her relentless fervor. The night swiftly passed. By the time dawn broke, Yu Xiaoxiao finally relented after 5 full hours. When she gracefully rose from his side, her flawless form illuminated by the morning light, He Yuan felt as if all the bones in his body had turned to jelly, utterly devoid of strength. In contrast, Yu Xiaoxiao donned her attire with a refreshed visage, stating, "Enough. Do not adopt that pitiful demeanor as if you had been ravished by me. I know that, deep down, you also relish this experience, did you not?" Humph. She suddenly shrugged her fragrant shoulder, adding, "From now on, we shall engage in this dual cultivation every day until the day we enter the Taowu sword tomb." Upon hearing this, He Yuan shot upright, his face a mask of disbelief. "What? Chapter 109. The lion-faced griffin He Yuan did not deliberately calculate how many times the two had engaged in their activities last night, nor the duration of each encounter. However, he estimated that the number was at least more than a dozen times, with the duration exceeding 5 hours. To put it in a rather crude expression from his previous world's internet culture, they had practically worn themselves thin. Yet, from what Yu Xiaoxiao implied, she intended to normalize the frequency and duration of their sessions during their time in the Taiwu Sword Tomb. He Yuan realized that this woman was quite determined. She would not cease until she had thoroughly drained her essence. Yu Xiaoxiao shot him a sultry glare and said, "Enough. Don't pretend to be the aggrieved party here. Do you dare claim that you did not enjoy this? Besides, throughout the entire process, I adhered to the breathing technique you taught me. So you must have made some progress as well." Upon hearing this, He Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and then he attempted to sense the flow of his own vital energy. Indeed, as Yu Xiaoxiao had stated, after more than 5 hours of dual cultivation, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the second stage of foundation establishment, just a step away from breaking into the third stage. At this pace, if he could maintain 5 hours of dual cultivation with Yu Xiaoxiao daily, he would likely reach the golden core stage within 6 months without the need to forge the body of 10,000 spirits. Others were desperately meditating for resources, while he was effortlessly enhancing his cultivation in bed. This situation felt somewhat absurd. Silently donning his garments, He Yuan spoke. "We have tarried here for a day and a night. We must hasten our journey to the Taiwu Sword Tomb. Rest assured." Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her delicate shoulders and cast him a sidelong glance. "I am well aware. The distance from Yuyang City to the Taiwu Sword Tomb at Yashan is considerable. Relying solely on sword flight would require us to stop for a break. So, during your absence yesterday, I contacted the Tai sect. This sect has a training ground for flying mounts in Yuyang City." She snapped her fingers and continued, "Later, we will select a lion-faced griffin from the training ground to carry us to the Taiwu Sword Tomb, which will be much easier than flying on a sword." The mention of the flying mount training ground sparked a flicker of recognition in He Yuan. Indeed, the Tai sect, being near the vast West Desert, often had lion-faced griffins, which fed on the carrion of a wasteland. These griffins, massive in stature with exceptional flight endurance, were gradually tamed into mounts by nearby sections. The Tai sect, undoubtedly, was the most successful in this endeavor, having established a vast training ground spanning several hundred acres for the purpose of taming these majestic beasts. He Yuan, accustomed to modern high-tech transportation, had momentarily struggled to shift his mindset. But now, with Yu Xiaoxiao's mention, clarity dawned upon him. Yes, riding a lion-faced griffin would indeed be far more comfortable than flying on a sword. While the depictions of cultivators soaring through the skies in fantasy dramas and online novels were impressive, the reality was that such feats were typically reserved for short distances or for those who had attained extraordinary levels of mastery. For ordinary low-level cultivators, utilizing flying beasts for long-distance travel was indeed the optimal choice. The training ground of the Tai sect was located on the western outskirts of Yuyang City, a mere 10 miles from the outer city. Beyond lay the boundless sandy desert. Since Yu Xiaoxiao had contacted a disciple of the Tai sect the previous day, upon their arrival, they were swiftly ushered into the grounds after a brief introduction. As they entered the training ground, they were immediately greeted by the imposing figures of various lion-faced griffins. Each griffin bore a lion-like visage and stood as tall as an adult elephant, with wingspans approaching 10 yards. They were truly titans of the skies. The two selected a griffin of medium stature and age, and after paying the rental fee with spirit stones, they took to the skies. Indeed, opting for a flying creature as their mode of transport proved to be far more enjoyable than sword flight. On the back of the griffin, they marveled at the diverse and breathtaking landscapes of the Tianyuan continent. Within half a day's time, they arrived at the territory of Yashan. Once the site of the sword sect, Yashan's expanse surpassed even that of the current foremost sect, the Wanxian sect. Even after more than 20 years since its collapse, the grandeur and majesty of the structures were still palpable as they approached atop the lion-faced griffin. Although the protective mountain array had been damaged, many of the jadestone chambers and palaces showed no signs of wear or decay. In fact, some of the gilded inscriptions carved upon the eaves of certain palaces appeared as vibrant as if newly minted. One could only imagine the splendor the sword sect must have enjoyed before its downfall. The only remnants of its tragic history were the shattered main hall and the battle scars etched upon its walls and floors, stark reminders of the brutal fate that befell the greatest sect in the Tianyuan continent. As Yu Xiaoxiao gracefully leaped down from the lion-faced griffin, she stood silently before the dilapidated entrance of the sword sect, lost in thought. Observing her, He Yuan first ensured the griffin was properly settled before slowly approaching her and saying, "In this world, no sect can endure forever. Much like the cycle of life and death in humanity, the rise and fall of sects and dynasties is an inevitable transition. It is the way of fate, miss you. It would be wise for you to come to terms with it." After hearing He Yuan's words, Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head slightly, her enchanting gaze piercing into him as she replied, "Mr. He, are you trying to comfort me?" He Yuan replied, "I wouldn't call it comfort. I am merely stating a fact." "Is that so?" Hearing him stubbornly maintain his stance, Yu Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a subtle smile, though she chose not to press the matter further. "Before my birth, the sword sect had already fallen. Truth be told, my feelings for the sword sect are not particularly deep. I merely lament the destruction of its main hall. Otherwise, if you and I were to engage in dual cultivation upon the golden silk Nama bed within the main hall, it would surely be a delightful experience." Chapter 110. Seeking dual cultivation, He Yuan pondered. He should not harbor any sympathy for this woman. Otherwise, it would only embolden her to act with impunity in his presence. Consider the words she just uttered. Are these the ravings of a woman? When others visit a historic site, they reflect on its former glory. Yet this woman, without a hint of shame, laments the destruction of the architecture, bemoaning the loss of a splendid opportunity for dual cultivation. I shall indulge in dual cultivation, you say? Is there nothing in your mind, you Xiao, beyond the enhancement of your cultivation? Previously, He Yuan had only heard tales of men being insatiable in their desires. Now, he found himself ensnared by this very Yu Xiao. While all cultivators possess superior physical attributes compared to ordinary mortals, one must not indulge indiscriminately in the union of dual cultivation. After all, excessive engagement in such activities could harm one's health and vitality. As for Yu Xiao, she found it curious that He Yuan had ceased to express his thoughts further. However, by observing his facial expressions, she deduced his inner turmoil. She sighed softly. He Yuan, our hearts are as clear as mirrors. Once this journey to the Taiga Sword Tomb concludes, the chances for us to engage in such uninhibited dual cultivation will indeed dwindle. Therefore, she continued, her elegant eyes narrowing as she fixed her gaze upon him. Even if you have looked down upon me, I shall make an indelible impression upon you during this time. At the very least, when you marry your esteemed senior sister in the future, you shall occasionally recall the fervor we shared. Upon hearing Yu Xiao's words, He Yuan could hardly find a reason to reproach her. He sighed, miss you. After all this time spent together, you must understand my character. I am not one to abandon those I hold dear. Of course, you are not. Yu Xiao shrugged her delicate shoulders, her alluring gaze darting downward. Otherwise, you should be well aware of my temperament. I am as fierce as a viper, having once single-handedly penetrated the entire sword-concealing pavilion. So, if I were to discover that my purity had been tarnished by a debauched scion who views women as mere playthings, do you think your lineage would remain unscathed? He Yuan felt an unexplainable chill wash over him at her unabashed glance, instinctively tightening his legs. He did not doubt her words. After all, he had often privately criticized her as the Viper Yu. Clearly, under his influence, her life trajectory had shifted dramatically, now that she had become his. He could not allow her to follow the tragic fate of her previous storyline alongside Su Lch. He Yuan's thoughts surged like a tide. To avert such calamity, the foremost task was to swiftly elevate his cultivation level. Very well, he thought, if you wish to demand from me during this time, so be it. If it leads to a significant enhancement of your realm, I shall endure, even if it drains me. After all, a man must not admit to weakness. Besides, fatigue is temporary. As long as one remains intact, one can indulge freely. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Xiao overheard every word. He believed he had been sufficiently discreet. Yet she understood him clearly, her cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and indignation at his shamelessness. However, reflecting on the concern he had shown for her well-being, a sweet sensation blossomed within her heart. Though she could not claim the title of his primary dual cultivation partner, she felt content to hold a place in his heart. With that thought, she pointed to the depths of the cliffside, saying, the Taigu sword tomb of our sword sect lies within that immense chasm at the heart of the cliff. This abyss is infused with the power of spatial laws, making it exceedingly difficult for low-level cultivators to locate the entrance to the sword tomb, even if they descend to its depths. Especially now, as dusk approaches. The mist has begun to rise, adding to the challenge of finding the entrance. She paused thoughtfully. I suggest we rest tonight. Once the mist dissipates tomorrow morning, we can embark on our quest to locate the entrance to the sword tomb. What do you think? He Yuan nodded, replying as the host. You may decide how we proceed, miss you. Yu Xiao inclined her head slightly, then fixed her gaze upon him, stating, since we have ample time until morning, we should not squander it. Let us find a place for dual cultivation. He Yuan felt a surge of motivation within himself. Having just formulated the profound maxim of using what one has without reservation, he found himself lacking the courage to assert his limitations before Yu Xiao. In her eyes, his silence was a tacit agreement. Thus, in the next moment, their garments fell away, and they became entwined in a seamless union. The night passed in silence. At the third watch of the following day, as the sun rose high in the sky, illuminating the earth, the two, who had been in a state of meditative dual cultivation, finally opened their eyes and parted. This time, their duration was longer than before. Perhaps it was because He Yuan had not been forced by Yu Xiao, allowing him to willingly engage in the subtle woman's heart sutra, thereby enhancing his pleasure both physically and mentally. Consequently, their dual cultivation capabilities became more enduring. A night of shared cultivation allowed both to advance in their realms. Yu Xiao's cultivation reached the peak of the third stage of foundation establishment, just one step away from breaking into the fourth stage. He Yuan's realm showed signs of loosening, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the third stage of foundation establishment. After a brief tidying up, they soared on their swords to the center of the cliff. Indeed, as Yu Xiao had described, they encountered a chasm that appeared to have been cleaved by a sword. Whether it was due to the morning mist still lingering at the bottom of the abyss or the sheer height of the chasm, gazing down from its edge, He Yuan could see only an endless expanse of swirling fog. The abyss, indeed, lived up to its name. At that moment, He Yuan suddenly turned his head to Yu Xiao beside him, asking, Miss Yu, could you tell me what peculiarities lie within the spatial laws beneath this abyss? Chapter 111. The Abyss. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiao shrugged her shoulders and remarked, to be honest, my understanding of spatial laws is rather limited, as those who can master such laws typically possess cultivation levels of at least the golden core stage. However, Her expression soon shifted to one of rare solemnity as she continued, in a manuscript left to me by my mother, which details the legendary Taigu sword tomb. The power of these spatial laws is described in great detail. For instance, from the entrance of the abyss to a depth of 100 zhang, there exist countless chaotic spatial currents. A moment's carelessness could result in being swept into a realm of death. Beyond the 100 zhang mark, spatial lightning tribulations begin to manifest. Such power could easily overwhelm even the most formidable golden core cultivators. Yet, she added, that is not the most terrifying aspect. The true source of despair lies in the existence of the void beasts that inhabit the alternate dimension. It is said that each of these beasts possesses strength equivalent to at least the transformation stage of a human. Hearing this, He Yuan couldn't help but gasp in shock. Transformation stage, or even tribulation stage beasts. Such entities truly represent a nightmarish existence. It is worth noting that in the current Tianyuan continent, the most powerful human known to He Yuan is none other than his adoptive father, He Sheng, the sect master of the Wanjian sect, who stands at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of golden core, just a step away from transforming into an infant and becoming a formidable nascent soul master. However, the ascent from nascent soul to transformation stage requires traversing 9 smaller tiers. This implies that should one of these void beasts descend upon the Tianyuan continent, it would wreak havoc, crushing everything in its path. Thus, it is no wonder that the continent's top cultivators have only reached the golden core stage. This is due to the catastrophic blows suffered by humanity during the demon extermination war a millennium ago, wherein nearly all cultivators above the golden core stage perished. Moreover, the entire continent faced the wrath of the heavenly Tao, making it exceedingly difficult for cultivators to break through to the nascent soul stage thereafter. He Yuan once speculated that the Tianyuan continent might merely be a lower realm of humanity within the narrative of Sword Immortal, with higher realms belonging to the transformation and tribulation stages, as well as true immortal levels existing beyond it. Unfortunately, the novel was left unfinished, resulting in the latter part of Sword Immortal devolving into a tale where the destined protagonist, Su Xiang, became the unrivaled number 1 of the Tianyuan continent, eventually morphing into a harem fantasy. In truth, He Yuan had been quite dissatisfied with the author's lackluster conclusion when he initially read the novel. He believed that had he been the one to pen Sword Immortal, the narrative would have seamlessly expanded into realms far grander than the Tianyuan continent, replete with richer resources and deeper levels of cultivation, allowing the protagonist to embark on a journey through a broader universe, striving step by step to reach the pinnacle of the heavenly Tao. Alas, the author of such a disappointing conclusion is truly shameful. He Yuan could not help but mentally curse the author for their lack of depth. Turning his gaze back to the exquisitely beautiful Yu Xiaoxiao, he inquired, since your mother left you that manuscript, surely she must have also imparted knowledge on how to navigate the chaotic spatial currents and the spatial lightning tribulations? After hearing He Yuan's question, Yu Xiaoxiao nodded gently, saying, indeed, the manuscript does mention a subtle route. Following this path to the very bottom of the abyss will allow one to successfully evade the punishments of the spatial laws. However, she paused, her gaze playful as she looked at him. This manuscript was written over 20 years ago by my father, and I have no way of knowing if any changes have occurred in the abyss since then. So, He Gongzi, do you still dare to take the risk of having me lead you into the depths of this abyss? He Yuan shrugged, responding, Yu Gongzi, I can guess what kind of life you have led over the years without much thought. If it comes down to it, you should value your life even more than I do. Now, this abyss reaches a height of 10,000 zhang. It will likely take a considerable amount of time to reach the bottom. We should not delay, let us set off at once. Yu Xiaoxiao inclined her head slightly, very well. But remember to keep close to my footsteps. Otherwise, if you happen to be swept away by the chaotic currents, I cannot guarantee I will be able to save you in time. He Yuan, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, nodded earnestly before closely following Yu Xiaoxiao as they rode their flying swords down the abyss. The location chosen by Yu Xiaoxiao for their descent was at a 45-degree angle in the southwest of the abyss. Here, they indeed found a narrow passage, distinctly different from the surrounding currents, wide enough for but a single person to traverse. Furthermore, this pathway was not static. He Yuan felt as though he and Yu Xiaoxiao spiraled downwards through several convoluted curves along the abyss, barely descending a mere 10 zhang. As they descended to a depth of 100 zhang, it took them half a day's time. The exhaustion of physical strength was secondary. The greater challenge lay in the mental strain. There were several moments when He Yuan, failing to match Yu Xiaoxiao's pace, nearly got sucked into a chaotic current. Fortunately, having recently completed a dual cultivation with her, his realm had seen some advancement, allowing him to react swiftly and withdraw in time. Otherwise, had he still retained the initial stage of the second tier of foundation establishment from the previous day, he might well have been engulfed by the spatial currents. Upon reaching the 100 zhang mark, He Yuan let out a long breath, still feeling apprehensive. However, when he turned, he was met with Yu Xiaoxiao's curious gaze. What is it? He Yuan asked with intrigue. Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her delicate shoulders. You nearly fell into the chaotic currents 6 times during this 100 zhang descent. The upcoming spatial lightning tribulations will be even more perilous. Are you certain you wish to proceed? He Yuan replied, having descended this far, it would be illogical to turn back now. I will remain fully alert for the remainder of the journey and avoid any missteps. Very well, Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. Since you are determined to continue, I shall accompany you to the end. However, to ensure our safety, we must enhance our strengths further. He Yuan was taken aback. How do we enhance our strength? Yu Xiaoxiao slowly reached for the belt that bound her skirt, casting him a flirtatious glance as she asked, what do you think? Chapter 112, A Sudden Drive. He Yuan, who was already intimately familiar with every inch of the other's skin, could not fail to discern the meaning expressed in Yu Xiaoxiao's gaze. However, at this moment, the two of them found themselves in a profound abyss, surrounded by chaotic spatial currents capable of dragging one into an irretrievable abyss. In such a place, engaging in that sort of activity seemed utterly impractical. What was wrong with this woman, initiating such actions at the slightest disagreement? Surely, there must be a time and place for such endeavors? Yet, in the next moment, as He Yuan felt himself ensnared by an invisible force, his body involuntarily shifted from his own sword to Yu Xiaoxiao's flying sword. Resistance became futile. Fortunately, considering they were outdoors, and despite the improbability of outsiders intruding into this abyss, Yu Xiaoxiao retained some semblance of dignity for He Yuan, leaving his clothing mostly intact. They merely unfastened their outer garments and undergarments, adopting a posture reminiscent of Guanyin seated upon a lotus, engaging in mutual cultivation. From an external perspective, they appeared merely as two figures seated together in a meditative stance, devoid of any discernible impropriety. Of course, the occasional muffled moans escaping Yu Xiaoxiao's lips and He Yuan's sporadic heavy breaths could not entirely conceal the nature of their actions. Due to the stimulating environment, their encounter did not last long. After approximately an hour, they concluded their exchange. Nonetheless, both He Yuan and Yu Xiaoxiao experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation realms. He Yuan advanced to the third stage of foundation establishment, while Yu Xiaoxiao ascended directly to the fourth stage. However, through these recent mutual cultivations, He Yuan discerned certain shortcomings inherent in the Sinu Heart Sutra, that is to say, below the fourth stage of foundation establishment. Employing this dual cultivation technique indeed facilitated rapid enhancement of both parties' realms. Yet, once surpassing the fourth stage, the effectiveness of this method became markedly less pronounced. Upon reflection, it was only logical. If the Sinu Heart Sutra could perpetually accelerate the cultivation of both genders, it would have undoubtedly achieved legendary status long ago. Why would anyone toil over meditation and resource acquisition when they could simply seize this technique and engage in dual cultivation to expedite their ascension? It was then that He Yuan came to a realization. No wonder the protagonist Su Xiang, who possessed a vast harem, diligently crafted the all-spirit body despite having inherited the Sinu Heart Sutra. It was likely that he too recognized the method's limitations. With this understanding, He Yuan's resolve to forge the all-spirit body grew ever stronger. It seemed clear to him that upon concluding their journey through the Ta Wu Sword Tomb, he must promptly venture to the forbidden place mentioned by Elder Cheng, where the 9-pattern stone resided. Yet, he wondered if Elder Cheng would awaken in time. Lost in thought, he followed Yu Xiaoxiao further down into the depths of the abyss. This time, having stabilized his cultivation at the third stage of foundation establishment, He Yuan found it considerably easier to keep pace with Yu Xiaoxiao, their steps nearly synchronized. After descending approximately 100 feet, Yu Xiaoxiao halted once more. Noticing a subtle shift in her expression, He Yuan instinctively felt a tightening in his chest and asked, "What is it, Miss Yu? Have we encountered some difficulty?" In response, Yu Xiaoxiao turned her head, casting a serious glance at him. "I can't shake the feeling that our journey has been too smooth. It seems unusual. After descending 100 feet into the abyss, even if we can evade danger using my mother's legacy, we shouldn't have encountered no obstacles at all." "You mean?" He Yuan's pupils constricted as he realized. "Have we taken a wrong turn?" If that were the case, they would indeed be in grave peril. For in this profound abyss filled with the power of spatial laws, straying from the path could lead them into an alternate dimension. Within such a space, they could not only face spatial lightning tribulations, but also encounter void beasts, both of which were beyond their current capabilities. He Yuan spoke gravely. "Miss Yu, do you have the spatial coordinates for the next waypoint, 300 feet down?" "Spatial coordinates?" Yu Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before realization dawned on her. "You mean the safe node at 300 feet, right?" As she spoke, she reached into her bosom and retrieved a time-worn and yellowed ancient manuscript, saying, "This is the manuscript my mother entrusted to me before her passing. The safe node at 300 feet is approximately here." With that, she pointed her finger at a specific spot on the manuscript. Following her gesture, He Yuan observed the page depicting the entirety of the abyss, marked with a total depth of 9,650 feet, each 100 feet indicating a node. With winding lines sketched in charcoal connecting them, these lines denoted the safe route through the abyss. He Yuan fixed his gaze on the designated node at 300 feet. Inhaling deeply, "Shortly, I will use a weapon to forcibly transport us to that node. However, due to my limited cultivation, this will likely deplete all my spiritual energy in an instant. Therefore, the journey to the next node will depend entirely on you." With that, He Yuan silently summoned his inner energy, and moments later, he pushed the Jinxian Hall from his purple mansion. Indeed, after breaking through to the third stage of foundation establishment, He Yuan discovered he could now summon this celestial artifact, though only to extricate it from his purple mansion. To actually maneuver it through the depths of the abyss would require him to channel all his energy into it at once, and the distance it could carry them remained uncertain. Nonetheless, it was a gamble worth taking. Far preferable to lingering in an unknown dimension where they might encounter lightning tribulations or void beasts at any moment. Without hesitation, He Yuan focused his intent, instantly restoring and enlarging the Jinxian Hall, pulling Yu Xiaoxiao into the hall with him. At that very moment, a colossal serpent-like bolt of lightning, as thick as a human waist, thundered down from the heavens, crashing down upon the very spot they had just occupied. Crack. Following the lightning strike, it became evident that the space they had occupied had collapsed under the force. Chapter 113, The Calamity of Yu Yang. What a formidable lightning serpent. Yu Xiaoxiao, feeling a lingering fear, gently patted her full chest. As her delicate hand moved across her heart, the waves it stirred subtly accentuated her perfectly alluring figure, making her even more captivating. He Yuan, standing closest to her, was keenly aware of the enchanting grace this extraordinary beauty possessed at that very moment. The Jinxian Hall swiftly traversed the depths of the abyss. Soon, the celestial artifact brought the two of them to a node 300 zhang beneath the abyss. As anticipated, with He Yuan's current cultivation, he could only sustain the descent of the Jinxian Hall to this depth. Any further, and he feared he would exhaust his vitality and perish. Unable to continue propelling the Jinxian Hall, He Yuan also lacked the strength to maintain its original size. Thus, at the moment they left the Grand Hall, the celestial artifact immediately shrank to its original foot-long dimensions before swiftly disappearing into He Yuan's purple palace. From that point onward, Yu Xiaoxiao took the lead, employing the flying sword beneath her feet to carry He Yuan further downward. Although He Yuan's internal energy had been depleted, he could still maintain his seated position on the flying sword. With Yu Xiaoxiao supporting him from behind, he did not fall off the sword. After descending about 100 zhang, Yu Xiaoxiao finally halted. Coincidentally, they had reached the 400 zhang spatial node. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Yu Yang City, two unexpected guests had arrived. The leader, clad in a black cloak and hood, concealed his entire visage beneath its shadow, exuding an almost suffocating aura of cold-blooded menace. It was uncertain how many lives had perished at his hands. Following this figure was a burly middle-aged man, broad-shouldered with a strong build. As soon as they approached the city outskirts, they locked their sights on a significant portion of Yu Yang City's populace. The robust man clenched his fist and struck hard against the city wall. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the wall collapsed under his might. Immediately after, his voice, coarse and grating, rang out. Lu Tai, were you not boastful and arrogant, proclaiming that you would make me pay? Humph. This time, I've brought our leader along. So let us see how you can still act so defiantly. I have given you a chance, and since you fail to appreciate it, do not blame me for being ruthless. At that moment, high above Yu Yang City, Lu Tai stood poised in the void, his gaze icy as he fixated on the two wreaking havoc below. The current leader of the Tai sect, his hair and beard white, had his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing, resembling a figure of celestial elegance. Indeed, the burly, tempestuous man below, destroying Yu Yang City's outer wall, was none other than the formidable beast, Zhan Ba, one of the 12 celestial fiends, who had previously been driven away by Lu Tai from above the city. As for the black-cloaked figure referred to by Zhan Ba as leader, it was none other than the supreme ruler of the golden-winged Great Peng clan. The first among the 12 celestial fiends, Jin Peng. The true appearance of Jin Peng was known to only a select few, such as the 12 celestial fiends. Outsiders had scarcely glimpsed it. Moreover, his cultivation was on par with Yi Wangxing, the leader of the Wanjin sect, both being at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, just a step away from attaining the nascent soul stage. Such a superpower could obliterate a small sect with the slightest effort. Lu Tai, wary of the presence of this first among the 12 celestial fiends, refrained from attacking Zhan Ba immediately. He cast a detached glance at Jin Peng, who was shrouded in his hood, and spoke. Ever since the sword sect's demise, our human race and your demon race have coexisted peacefully for over 20 years. Why then? Do you come boldly to Yu Yang City with your minions to wreak havoc? Do you truly wish to reignite war between our kinds? Upon hearing this, Jin Ping emitted a low grunt, his tone devoid of emotion. My initial target was the Wanjin sect, for among your human race, only He Wangxing is worthy of being my opponent. Alas, he raised his voice slightly. Yesterday, I learned something rather vexing. A demoness I hold dear has lost her virtue to a human man. After investigating, I traced this man to your Yu Yang City. So, he paused deliberately, allowing the implication to linger unspoken, signaling Lu Tai to find this audacious human or face dire consequences for the citizens of Yu Yang City. Upon hearing Jin Peng's words, Lu Tai's brow furrowed deeply. After a long moment of contemplation, he replied with unyielding dignity, I do not know the identity of the man who has tarnished your demoness virtue, and even if I did, as a member of the human race, how could I commit such a despicable act to secure peace for my city? A cold smile crept across Jin Peng's face as he stood with arms crossed, his piercing gaze directed at Lu Tai, emanating a chilling intensity. Zhan Ba, infuriated, stomped his foot into the ground, creating a massive crater several feet deep in the cobblestone streets of the inner city, his voice booming. How dare you, Lu Tai, act so arrogantly before our leader? Since you refuse to show respect, I shall ensure that the entirety of Yu Yang City's human populace accompanies you to your grave. With that, Zhan Ba stomped the ground once more, his form rapidly expanding, revealing his true monstrous bear-like visage. In no time, he towered over 10 zhang, transforming into a colossal otherworldly bear demon. Roar! In the next moment, he unleashed a furious roar directed at Yu Yang City. Instantly, the main street's buildings were shattered by the sheer force of his roar. Fortunately, the residents within those structures had been evacuated in advance by the disciples of the Tai sect. Otherwise, countless innocent lives would have been lost in an instant. However, Zhan Ba, upon witnessing the destruction he wrought, glared fiercely with his lantern-like eyes. Chapter 114, The Peril of City Slaughter. Had Yi Yuan been present to witness the devastation wrought upon Yu Yang City, he would undoubtedly have been reminded of the scenes from the Ultraman series, where monstrous beings wreak havoc upon human settlements. The colossal brown bear, towering over several meters, bore no distinction from such creatures. As the battle threatened to expand its range of destruction, Lu Tai suddenly transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards the Great Bear Demon. Boom! The two clashed in the heart of Yuyang City's main street, sending debris and stones soaring into the air. Their confrontation revealed them to be evenly matched, yet Lu Tai managed to halt the bear's advance with sheer force. Thus, the man and the beast engaged in fierce combat along the thoroughfare, their battle escalating from the ground to the skies and back again. In a mere span of time, they had exchanged no less than 1,000 strikes. Enough. At that moment, Jinping, who had been silently observing the duel with arms crossed, suddenly called out, "If you two continue this way, a day and night may pass without a victor being declared. Today, I seek someone, not to engage in a brawl with you humans. Step back, and allow me to handle the matter." With Jinping's command, the bear withdrew respectfully, standing behind him. The leader of the 12 heavenly fiends then approached Lu Tai, lifting his gaze to reveal his true visage. His eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. "Lu Zongshu, you are indeed a rare individual of integrity among your kind. Alas, such individuals often meet with untimely fates. Now, if you wish to preserve your honor, I shall reluctantly grant you this wish. Let us hope that when you descend into the Yellow Springs, the citizens of Yuyang, who will perish for your noble cause, will bear no grievance against you for sacrificing an entire city for one life." With that, Jinping raised his hands, and in an instant, a tempest swept through the streets of Yuyang. Visible storms surged forth like a natural disaster, threatening to annihilate the city in its wake. Lu Tai's expression changed dramatically as he cried out, "All disciples of Tai's sect, heed my command. Quickly form the Tai Great Array." At his command, the air was filled with the sound of rushing winds as disciples, who had been concealed on either side, emerged to establish the formation, striving to counter the ferocious winds. However, the mightiest among them was merely at the third stage of foundation establishment. Their sword array stood little chance against the assault of a ninth-stage golden core demon like Jinping. The storm quickly swept the disciples aside, continuing its rampage through the city. In this dire moment, a melodious yet furious voice resonated from outside the city, declaring, "Jinping, enough. Have you considered the consequences of slaughtering all of Yuyang? Should you commit such an act, it would surely incite the wrath of humanity against our demon race, resulting in losses far beyond a mere city." Above Yuyang City, a breathtaking figure clad in a blue gown and with cascading hair appeared. This enchanting beauty extended her alabaster arms, her fingers weaving through the air like delicate butterflies, unleashing streams of energy that sliced through the storms. In no time, the calamity summoned by Jinping began to dissipate. Then, the blue-clad maiden spoke calmly, "Jinping, I, the Fox Sovereign of Qingxiu, agree to your proposal. In 6 months, I will bring half of my clan's treasures as a dowry and marry into your golden-winged Great Peng lineage. Let this matter rest for now, shall we?" Indeed. The exquisite maiden was none other than Tu Shanya, the Fox Sovereign of Qingxiu, who had shared a fleeting romance with He Yuan. In her bid to prevent the massacre of Yuyang City, she was compelled to accept this union, albeit setting the wedding date 6 months hence. This was to allow time for He Yuan to achieve a breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, enabling them to confront Jinping together. "He Yuan, oh He Yuan, I entrust my entire fortune to you. May you not disappoint me." Tu Shanya clenched her delicate fists, her heart murmuring. As for Jinping, hearing that Tu Shanya not only consented to marry him, but also promised half of her clan's treasures, he was exceedingly pleased. Although he had hoped to wait for her to reach the Nine-Tailed stage before claiming her essence, acquiring half of the Fox clan's wealth would suffice to elevate his golden-winged Great Peng lineage significantly. With such an alliance, unifying the demon races of the entire Tianhai would become considerably easier. With this thought, Jinping nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the ruins of the Cliff Mountain Sword Sect, He Yuan remained unaware that his unexpected dual cultivation with Tu Shanya had nearly led to the slaughter of Yuyang City. At this moment, his cultivation had gradually returned, and the two had descended below a depth of 10,000 feet. Perhaps it was due to their proximity to the Taigu Sword Tomb, but as they descended, Yu Xiaoxiao felt the resistance lessening. With a determined breath, she bore He Yuan downward, plunging 500 or 600 feet. Upon surpassing the threshold of 1,000 feet, she sighed in relief, saying, "Ahead lies more than 8,000 feet, a space cleaved by our sect's founder with the immortal slaying sword. I know of a location nearby where a teleportation array leads directly to the depths of the abyss. Once we locate this array, we need not fear the dangers posed by the void beasts." Chapter 115. Encountering Su Xiong again. A colossal chasm, 8,000 zhang deep, was cleaved by a single stroke of the sword. Across the vast expanse of the Tianyuan continent, only the legendary Zhanxian sword possessed such extraordinary capability. With the remnants of the sword sect's specialized miniature teleportation array leading to the abyss's depths, the daunting journey of 8,000 zhang became significantly more manageable. As Yu Xiaoxiao elucidated, this teleportation array was bequeathed by the founding ancestor of the sword sect, Wan Jian-yi, a millennium ago. Over the course of 1,000 years, the number of sect leaders who had succeeded one another remained unknown to He Yuan. It was precisely for this reason that upon witnessing the miniature teleportation array at the 1,000 zhang mark of the abyss, activated by Yu Xiaoxiao, he was profoundly impressed by Wan Jian-yi's mastery of formations. Remarkably, after a millennium, the array's foundation showed no signs of erosion or decay. Furthermore, the spiritual energy coursing through the array flags remained as stable as if it had been recently established. He Yuan, though lacking in knowledge of formations, understood that the steadiness of the spiritual energy indicated the solidity of the teleportation routes. Truly, Wan Jian-yi, who had once cleaved the Jinxian Hall during the great battle against the demons, was a figure of unparalleled prowess, likely on par with Cheng Tianyao, the leader of the Wandu sect, in terms of cultivation. Yet in He Yuan's recollection of the original text of Sword Immortal, the last human to achieve the tribulation period was the same Cheng Tianyao. Thus, he surmised that Wan Jianyi's cultivation must have been at the peak of transformation, just a hair's breadth away from the tribulation stage. Nevertheless, this founder of the sword sect remained an object of veneration for countless cultivators throughout history. As He Yuan's thoughts ebbed and flowed, he observed Yu Xiaoxiao locating the focal point of the teleportation array and depositing a collection of spirit stones within. Moments later, the array was activated. Utilizing this miniature teleportation array, the two were swiftly transported to the abyss's lowest depths. Upon arrival, He Yuan discovered that beneath this chasm lay an exceptionally vast subterranean space, resembling an immense graveyard. It was filled with an assortment of swords, ranging from slender long swords to short daggers, from willow leaf blades to heavy black iron swords, from soft swords to stone swords, and even the rare ancient bronze swords. Regrettably, most of these weapons had suffered damage, with many reduced to mere fragments. Without careful scrutiny, it would be difficult to discern their original forms. Yu Xiaoxiao explained that these were remnants forged from the Taowu sword tomb, while the truly intact swords had either been selected by the ancestors of the sword sect as their personal weapons or were stored within the sect's internal space. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes narrowed in concentration as she surveyed the vast underground sword tomb, seemingly contemplating how to enter its depths. He Yuan, sensing her intent, discreetly stepped away to avoid interrupting her. After a brief moment of quiet observation, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly brightened as she recalled, "Right. My mother once told me before her passing that the Taowu sword tomb is an entire miniature world created by the Zhanxian sword, existing outside the spatial boundaries of our Tianyuan continent. Therefore, to enter, one must locate a subtle spatial node. Oh, in your words, He Yuan, it means at this point." She gazed intently at him, stating, "We must find the precise spatial coordinates." He Yuan felt a stir of curiosity and asked, "So, have you found that spatial coordinate?" "Miss you?" In response, Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her delicate shoulders, causing her alluring figure to momentarily captivate the eye. Fortunately, He Yuan had previously trained with her in a state of undress. Otherwise, any young man might have found it challenging to contain his excitement at such a mesmerizing sight. Yet, Yu Xiaoxiao appeared oblivious to the allure of her movements as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and continued, "Indeed. I remember my mother mentioning a line. The Taowu gives birth to the 2 instruments and the 3 talents. The 7 stars and 8 trigrams inquire about the future. Water and fire come from Li and Can, while Jin traverses the central palace. This implies that to seek the path within the Taowu sword tomb, one must avoid the Li and Can trigrams, as they lead to treacherous waters, and instead follow the central palace route. Thus, the key to entering the sword tomb lies in the ancient bronze sword at its center." "Oh," He Yuan responded, his gaze following Yu Xiaoxiao's focus to the ancient bronze sword embedded at the heart of the sword tomb. This sword appeared to have had a portion of its blade severed, leaving only half intact. As He Yuan recalled the original narrative of Sword Immortal, the scene where Su Xiang and Yu Xiaoxiao entered the sword tomb to retrieve the Zhanxian sword was but a brief mention, leaving He Yuan with limited knowledge of the tomb's details. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoxiao leapt toward the ancient bronze sword, grasping its hilt firmly and pulling with all her might. With a crack, as she extracted the sword from the tomb, a sound akin to the breaking of a barrier resonated above. In the next instant, a fissure approximately half a zhang wide unexpectedly opened at the center of the tomb, revealing a pitch-black void beneath, from which powerful sword energy poured forth. It was evident that this was the entrance to the Taowu sword tomb. Just then, a distinct sound of applause echoed from behind them. Following this, Su Xiang's sinister laughter filled the air. "Hee, thanks to the 2 of you, I now have the opportunity to enter the Taowu sword tomb and claim the Zhanxian sword. Sister Lanhua, what do you think? Did I guess correctly? As long as we remain here quietly, we need not worry about He Yuan and Yu Xiaoxiao not coming to retrieve the sword." Both He Yuan and Yu Xiaoxiao were taken aback, instinctively turning to see Su Xiang, clad in black, standing a short distance away. His face a mask of insincere flattery as he respectfully attended to a young woman in a blue dress, her face partially concealed by a blue veil. From her attire, He Yuan deduced that she was Lin Lanwei, the sanus of the Pinglai Pavilion. However, how had they arrived here ahead of He Yuan and Yu Xiaoxiao, securing this location for themselves? Chapter 116. Fairies, please listen to my words. Seemingly perceiving the confusion etched on He Yuan and Yu Xiaoxiao's faces, Su Xiang shrugged, his gaze towards them brimming with pride. "What? Are you puzzled as to how my esteemed self and sister Lanhua managed to traverse the chaotic spatial currents of this profound abyss and reach its depths? Well, it's only natural for you to be perplexed." In an instant, Su Xiang's expression transformed into one of unprecedented delight. "I can only say that this celestial slayer's sword rightfully belongs to our polite pavilion. Not long ago, while Sister Lanwei and I ventured down the mountain for training, we unexpectedly stumbled upon the relics of a senior from the sword sect. There, we encountered a remnant of that senior's soul, who imparted to us all his teachings and the method to enter the Taiga sword tomb. Unfortunately, although we traversed the perilous upper currents of the abyss unscathed, we found ourselves at a loss on how to breach the final barrier of the sword tomb. Fortunately, I anticipated that both of you would be here soon to claim the sword, so I conferred with Sister Lanwei and decided to wait for your arrival." Upon hearing Su Xiang incessantly refer to Sister Lanwei, He Yuan felt an inexplicable irritation. It was known that this fellow had only betrayed the Wanxian sect's Yunhai Peak less than a month ago, yet he now seemed to treat the Penglai Pavilion as his second home. Truly, it echoed the old adage, a sow under a veil believes any milk is her own. Yet, it must be said, Su indeed possessed the fate of a protagonist. He had clearly severed Yu Xiaoxiao's path to the sword, yet unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon new opportunities, inadvertently entering the relic of a senior from the sword sect and encountering a remnant of that senior's soul. Thus, under the guidance of that soul, he successfully reached the abyss's bottom. The path to obtaining the Celestial Slayer sword had been forcibly forged anew by Su Xiang. Moreover, considering that he was accompanied by Lin Lanyue, a first-tier golden core practitioner, and the hidden presence of Gu Lufeng, an elder from the Wan Poison sect, it was evident that neither He Yuan nor Yu Xiaoxiao could compare. Now, the only way to break the impasse was to forcibly awaken the myriad poison incarnation within the Jinshin Hall. However, He Yuan calculated that from the moment they departed from Yuyang City, traversing the spatial laws of the profound abyss to reach the Taigu Sword Tomb, it had barely been 10 days. They were still 5 days short of the 15 days required for the myriad poison incarnation to awaken. Thus, awakening it within this time frame seemed exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Lin Longwei, who remained silent beside Su Xiang, her beautiful eyes cold and distant. He mused that perhaps the solution lay with this fairy. After all, someone like Su Xiang, who so easily betrayed his own sect and attempted to tarnish the purity of the exquisite Ling Miao, surely would raise suspicions in Lin Longwei's discerning mind. With this thought, he addressed Lin Lanyue directly. Fairy Lanyue, I trust you have heard of Su Xiang's disgraceful deeds. This young man was once a disciple of our Wanxian sect's Yunhai Peak. Yet he harbors ambitions that lead him to repeatedly attempt to sully the reputation of our esteemed master. It was only after his schemes were unveiled that he betrayed our sect. Would your Penglai Pavilion truly harbor such a person? Before Lin Lanyue could respond, Su Xiang spat derisively. He Yuan, cease your slander against my character. It is you and that wretched Ling Miao who conspired together, under her instigation. You even forcibly tarnished the reputation of our senior sister, Su Miaojing. Now you seek to defile my name with your accusations. How utterly shameless. He Yuan ignored Su Xiang's rabid retorts, instead fixing his gaze steadily upon Lin Lanwei. I believe Fairy Lanwei must be aware that not long ago, our sect dealt with a female disciple who was discovered in collusion with a traitor, secretly conspiring with evil cultivators and demonic entities to attempt the destruction of our sect. The other principal actor in this matter is none other than the person before you. Simultaneously, he thought, Lin Lanyue, I will leave it at that. If you are still blinded by ignorance, believing this Su fellow can bring prosperity to your Penglai Pavilion, then I can only say you deserve to be toyed within the original storyline, becoming yet another pawn in his vast harem. But that is not the most tragic aspect. If memory serves, your Penglai Pavilion ultimately faced grave misfortune due to this Su character, didn't it? In that conflict led by Su, your father Lin Jingtao seemingly perished in the depths of the Tianhai. Suddenly, Lin Lanyue's stunning eyes, resembling the moon and stars, lifted slightly, casting a glance towards He Yuan. Indeed, He Yuan's thoughts had been overheard by her. After her initial encounter with He Yuan's thoughts, she had begun to keep her distance from Su Xiang, growing cold and indifferent. Yet, under pressure from her father, she had reluctantly agreed to descend the mountain with Su Xiang for training. Despite his character, his cultivation talent was unparalleled in her experience. Thus, she harbored a modicum of anticipation to see how far he would ultimately grow. Now, upon hearing that her father might have fallen victim to Su Xiang's machinations, she found herself genuinely startled. Reflecting on the past days, witnessing her father's admiration for Su Xiang transform into unwavering trust, and then his desire to unite her with Su Xiang, intending to bind him to their Penglai Pavilion to strengthen their sect, Lin Lanyue could not help but feel a thread of apprehension. If this situation continued to unfold unchecked, it would not be long before their Penglai Pavilion was entirely under the influence of the Su family. Suddenly brushing a few beads of cold sweat from her forehead, Lin Lanwei fixed her gaze upon He Yuan and spoke softly. So it is He Yuan, is it? Are you aware that Su Shidi has already joined our Penglai Pavilion? And his mentor is none other than my father? Therefore, it is rather inappropriate for you to sow discord between us in the presence of this holy maiden. Chapter 117. The servant of three surnames. Though Lin Lanyue's tone was laced with inquiry, for reasons unbeknownst to her, He Yuan discerned no hint of reproach in her words. It was as if the saintess of the Penglai Pavilion simply harbored a modicum of discontent regarding He Yuan's actions, yet had not reached the threshold of ire. Meanwhile, Su Xiang, standing beside her, could not fail to notice the underlying indulgence in Lin Lanyue's voice towards He Yuan. Consequently, in the next breath, this destined protagonist from the original tale of Sword Immortal furrowed his brow deeply, and his gaze towards He Yuan gradually turned hostile. He Yuan, of course, felt the malevolent glare cast by Su Xiang. However, he feigned ignorance, maintaining an unwavering gaze locked with Lin Lanyue as he spoke. Fairy Lanyue, some matters cannot be judged solely by their surface. Perhaps Su Xiang possesses exceptional talent, indeed drawing considerable attention to your Penglai Pavilion in the short term. However, he abruptly shifted his tone, inquiring, have you heard the tale of Elbu from the Three Kingdoms? Lin Lanwei paused, her delicate brows knitting slightly as she cast him a surprised glance. Clearly, in this world of Tia Yuan, were the histories of the Xia dynasty and the reigns of Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Qin, and Han were unknown. She had never encountered the legend of the Three Kingdoms. Understanding this, He Yuan succinctly recounted the glorious exploits of Elbu. the servant of three surnames, to the saneness of polite pavilion. After absorbing this narrative, Lin Lanyue's countenance shifted through several expressions, and she turned her head to cast a deep glance at Su Xiang. Buzz. As for Su Xiang, he felt a jolt in his mind under Lin Lanyue's cold stare. The tension he experienced was largely fueled by He Yuan's provocations. How could he be oblivious? From the tale recounted by He Yuan, it was clear that Lin Lanyue's suspicion towards him had intensified significantly. Damn that He Yuan. Why must he bring up Elbu? Su Xiang fumed inwardly. And that L, despite his unparalleled martial prowess, chose to betray his two benefactors for a steed and a beauty, earning the infamous title of servant of three surnames? Now, he has become a negative template for Lin Lanyue to compare against me. He Yuan had already caused the celestial maidens, such as Ling Miao and Su Miaojing, to harbor reservations against him, gradually distancing themselves. Now, having defected from Yuhai Peak to serve under Lin Jingtiao of the Polite Pavilion, Su Xiang could hardly fathom why He Yuan would not relent, further inciting Lin Lanyue's dissatisfaction towards him. Was this scoundrel truly his fated nemesis? Before encountering He Yuan, those exquisite maidens had at least not harbored any aversion towards him. Yet upon meeting He Yuan, their attitudes swiftly transformed, favoring him instead and growing distant from Su Xiang. The swiftness of this transformation left him with little time to mend these relationships. Unbeknownst to Su Xiang, within the original storyline of Sword Immortal, He Yuan, who frequently stole away the beloved women from the protagonist, now found himself in a role reversal with Su Xiang. Each maiden whom Su Xiang sought to cultivate a close bond with, the absolute female lead of Sword Immortal, instantly discarded him at the sight of He Yuan, gravitating instead towards him. Take, for instance, the enchanting Yu Xiaoshou by He Yuan's side. Had it not been for He Yuan's presence, Su Xiang was confident he could have won her heart and affection in no time. Alas, He Yuan, that wretched scoundrel, had rendered all that was rightfully his into mere illusions. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Su Xiang clenched his fists tightly, gazing at He Yuan with eyes that seemed to blaze with fury. If looks could kill, He Yuan would have long since faced a slow and torturous demise at the hands of this destined protagonist. At that moment, He Yuan, seemingly oblivious to the depths of Su Xiang's wrath, innocently smiled at him and asked, "Brother Su, how do you perceive Elbu? How dare he still question me?" In that instant, the anger that had been simmering within Su Xiang surged to unprecedented heights. Were it not for Lin Lanyue's presence, he might have charged at He Yuan, unleashing a torrent of blows upon this audacious provocateur. Raising his gaze to meet Lin Lanyue's sidelong glance, Su Xiang understood that his forthcoming response could very well determine whether he could salvage his virtuous image in her eyes. Thus, he inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing his anger towards He Yuan, and stated, "To betray two benefactors who treated him with utmost kindness for the sake of a steed and a beauty is truly contemptible behavior." "Oh?" He Yuan shrugged, responding, "So? Brother Su, you imply that if the offered stakes are sufficiently enticing, one may choose to betray?" "Nonsense!" Su Xiang retorted vehemently. "When have I ever suggested such a thing? Do not slander me in front of Sister Lin." He Yuan chuckled coldly. "Su Xiang, does your reputation require my defamation?" Internally, he scoffed. A scoundrel who seeks to manipulate various opportunities as bait to ensnare his mentor in a plot to preserve his own reputation has no claims to honor. Moreover, if memory serves, the narrative in the original text indicated that Lin Lanyue's yielding to Su El-Yuk was not entirely of her own volition, as there appeared to be some encouragement from Lin Jingtiao, the pavilion master, alongside Su El-Yuk's less than honorable methods. Buzz. Suddenly, upon hearing He Yuan's candid thoughts, Lin Lanyue's delicate frame trembled. Chapter 118. The Wanjun Gate. What? Could it be that my father and that Su fellow might conspire to ruin my reputation? Upon hearing this revelation from He Yuan, Lin Lanyue was nearly taken aback, almost exclaiming in astonishment. She did not doubt that He Yuan was intentionally revealing such thoughts to create discord between herself and Su Xiang. After all, having previously discovered her ability to eavesdrop on He Yuan's thoughts and deepening her wariness towards Su Xiang, Lin Lanyue increasingly perceived that Su was not as sunny and sincere as he appeared. It was as if there lurked within him a hidden treachery and ruthlessness. Thus, upon hearing He Yuan's ominous prediction about her possible ruin at the hands of her father and Su, she found herself unwaveringly convinced of his foresight. Indeed, she categorized He Yuan's depiction of her future as a prophetic insight, though she remained uncertain of how He Yuan acquired such abilities. She believed that perhaps it was the will of fate that had propelled this young man to emerge and save her from her impending tragic fate. Reflecting on this, Lin Lanyue deliberately distanced herself from Su Xiang and said, "Junior brother Su, rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, you are now a disciple of the Polite Pavilion. Therefore, I can discern whether the words of outsiders are sincere or merely attempts at sowing discord. Then why do you, time and again, assert that I, Su Xiang, am a disciple of the Pinlai Pavilion, while simultaneously distancing yourself from me? Is this truly a demonstration of trust in me?" Su Xiang's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flickering within. However, his expression quickly returned to normal as he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards the saintess of the Pinlai Pavilion, saying, "Thank you, Senior Sister Lanyue, for your understanding. I believe that soon you will perceive my sincere loyalty to the Pinlai Pavilion." Nodding slightly, Lin Lanyue chose not to respond further and turned her gaze towards the entrance of the Sword Tomb, stating, "Enough delay. Our most pressing task is to enter the Sword Tomb and retrieve the immortal slaying sword." With Lin Lanyue's reminder, the remaining three seemed to finally recall their purpose for descending to the depths of the abyss. He Yuan and Yu Xiaoxiao exchanged glances before unhesitatingly leaping into the open entrance of the sword tomb. Observing this, Lin Langyue raised an eyebrow slightly, then gracefully sprang into action, her form transforming into a fleeting shadow as she swiftly vanished into the entrance. Meanwhile, Su Xiang lingered behind. Watching the three figures enter the sword tomb, his gaze was fixed intensely upon the entrance, a trace of darkness creeping onto his face as he murmured to himself. Lin Langyue, I had originally planned to wait until I had won the hearts of the majority within the Pinglai Pavilion before proposing to Lin Jingtao, compelling you to acquiesce under the pressure of the elders and disciples. But it seems I can no longer afford to wait. If I do not solidify our relationship soon, you might very well, like Ling Miao, Su Miaojin, and Yu Xiaoxiao, turn to that wastrel He Yuan. With that, he clenched his fists tightly, a more intense ruthlessness gleaming in his eyes. After a moment, his expression gradually returned to normal, and he stepped forward to leap into the entrance of the sword tomb. At that moment, He Yuan, Yu Xiaoxiao, and Lin Langyue stood before the grand entrance of the Tawu sword tomb. This colossal gate, crafted from bronze, was of indeterminate thickness. Even with all his foundational energy, He Yuan found that he could not budge it. Yu Xiaoxiao explained, this bronze door, known as the Wanjun Gate, is said to weigh over 10,000 jun. In reality, its weight is far beyond that. Thus, unless one has reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, or even the nascent soul level, it would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary cultivator to move it. As she spoke, He Yuan perceived a hint of provocation in her gaze directed at Lin Langyue. However, Lin Langyue appeared oblivious, standing quietly to the side without any response. Sensing an opportunity, Yu Xiaoxiao shifted her focus away from Lin Langyue and continued to examine the great bronze door, stating, typically, such a gate is equipped with mechanisms. Look over there. Suddenly, upon directing her gaze to the door's rings, her eyes lit up. These bronze rings are clearly set deeper than ordinary ones. Adorned with yin-yang trigrams corresponding to the 8 directions, this is undoubtedly the entrance mechanism. She then turned to He Yuan, saying, He Yuan, we will simultaneously rotate the yin-yang trigrams on the rings to the Sun and Jin positions. At that moment, the Wanjun Gate will rise of its own accord. He Yuan nodded, having brought Yu Xiaoxiao to the Ta Wu sword tomb precisely because he understood her knowledge of the internal mechanisms. He knew that the bronze door was merely the beginning. They would encounter numerous obstacles before reaching the heart of the sword tomb, where the immortal slaying sword lay within the central forge. Under Yu Xiaoxiao's guidance, He Yuan grasped the left ring while she took the right, together rotating the engraved yin-yang trigrams to the designated positions. Then, they pulled tightly on the rings, with a creaking sound reminiscent of grinding gears. The massive bronze door began to ascend slowly under their combined effort. Moments later, when the door had risen to a height of approximately one person, it came to a halt. Gazing at the suspended bronze door, He Yuan estimated its thickness, realizing it was nearly 10 zhang in diameter. Such a solid bronze structure, with a height exceeding 3 zhang, must weigh at least over 100 tons. The weight, when pressed down, would be akin to a mountain. Chapter 119. The rogue saintess. Upon traversing the monumental bronze gate, which seemed to bear the weight of countless thousands, they entered an underground palace, measuring several tens of zhang in both length and width. The palace was constructed from numerous crystalline stones, supported by 4 towering pillars resembling jade. At first glance, the grandeur of the structure was breathtaking. Each crystalline stone radiated a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the underground space as brightly as day. The three stood before the entrance of this subterranean palace, hesitating to step inside. They were acutely aware that within the Tawu sword tomb, perilous traps lurked at every turn, a fact that had preserved the tomb intact for over 20 years since the fall of the sword sect. As the daughter of Yubadian, the last sect master of the sword sect, Yu Xiaoxiao naturally took on the role of the pathfinder. This was also the very reason He Yuan had brought her to the ruins of the Cliff Mountain sword sect. Before making any move, Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly cast a meaningful glance at Lin Langyue, her beautiful eyes twinkling with mischief. Fairy Langyue, as a formidable cultivator in the golden core stage, surely you do not require a mere girl to pave the way for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Lanyue's elegant brows furrowed slightly. However, she refrained from responding immediately. Instead, she crossed her arms and leaned leisurely against the stone wall outside the palace, adopting an attitude that suggested she would only proceed once the traps had been thoroughly examined. In response, Yu Xiaoxiao huffed in dissatisfaction at the audacity of the saintess from Pinglai Pavilion. Yet, she understood that this was not the time to engage in a battle of wits. The most pressing concern was assisting He Yuan in acquiring the celestial slaying sword. Thus, in the next moment, she began to navigate the palace methodically, relying on the notes her mother had left her before her passing, which contained records of the Tawu sword tomb. He Yuan naturally followed closely behind. Subsequently, Lin Langyue shrugged her delicate shoulders, lifted her lotus-like feet, and joined them without hesitation. Curious about the sound of her movements behind him, He Yuan turned to glance at the saintess. He was not the only one surprised by Lin Lanyue's audacity. Even Yu Xiaoxiao found herself taken aback. He Yuan could not help but mutter under his breath. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator of your caliber, Lin Langyue, should possess a certain pride. Even if you wish to trail behind us for any advantage, one would expect you to be more discreet about it, waiting until our figures have vanished before retracing our steps. His thoughts were clearly heard by Lin Langyue, who merely smiled faintly without comment. Although she was indeed a golden core cultivator, she recognized that the Ta Wu sword tomb had remained untouched for over 20 years since the sword sect's downfall, a testament to the myriad dangers within. Therefore, the safest course of action was to closely follow the footsteps of Yubation's daughter. Moreover, she felt a sense of trust towards He Yuan. Ever since she could hear his thoughts, she inexplicably felt that only by staying close to him could she gain more experiences, thus avoiding calamity and escaping her own tragic fate. However, unawares, Lin Lanyue's instinctive actions had drawn her remarkably close to He Yuan, a proximity that was not befitting of two adversaries vying for the celestial slaying sword. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Su Xiang, who followed closely behind. At that moment, it was evident that the destined protagonist, known as the Sword Immortal, clenched his fists, his veins bulging, and his expression darkened, almost contorted with a hint of malice. The jealousy in his eyes had reached unprecedented heights. Had it not been for their current location within the Tao Wu sword tomb, coupled with Lin Lanyue's presence, he would have likely charged at He Yuan in a fit of rage. Why, He Yuan, you wretched scoundrel? The world is filled with beautiful women. Yet you insist on competing with me for them? One is not enough. You must pursue another, and yet another. Su Xiang seethed silently with gritted teeth. Perhaps overwhelmed by his emotions, he stumbled slightly as he followed Lin Lanyue. At that instant, the four entering the great hall distinctly heard a sudden cracking sound emanating from below, as if a mechanism had been triggered. Su Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly leapt upwards, attempting to retreat hastily towards the entrance of the stone hall. However, it was too late. In the next moment, the very section of the floor beneath him suddenly flipped downward, and a violent spatial turbulence violently yanked him downward. It was a spatial disturbance. Yu Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted, her voice trembling slightly. I always knew that this great hall within the Tao Wu sword tomb was fraught with traps, but I never anticipated such a formidable spatial turbulence. At that moment, Lin Lanwei, who stood behind He Yuan, spoke in a calm tone. I fear there is more than just spatial turbulence. The alternate dimension triggered by Su Xiang may harbor even more terrifying entities. Just as Lin Lanyue's words fell, a massive claw resembling that of a beast suddenly emerged from the open floor, its size akin to that of an adult. Its skin was covered in prominent red scales the size of a palm, and the razor-sharp tip of the claw extended a full 3 feet, glimmering with a chilling luminescence under the reflection of the crystalline stones. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. The true source of dread lay in the moment that claw breached the spatial barrier. Not only did Su Xiang, who was closest, feel utterly immobilized by an unseen force, but even He Yuan, Yu Xiaoxiao, and Lin Lanwei, who were at a slight distance, felt themselves ensnared, unable to move a muscle. At this moment, He Yuan's intuition sparked, and he recalled Yu Xiaoxiao's words when they had plummeted into the abyss. It cannot be the Void Realm Beast, can it? Chapter 120. The colossal beast's claw. This seemed to affirm He Yuan's conjecture. Just as He Yuan's words fell, an enormous roar resonated through the void, sending tremors through the very essence of the listener's souls. Moo. This thunderous cry instinctively conjured the image of the colossal Kuan beast that He Yuan had encountered in Tianhai. Yet, his intuition warned him that the source of this roar was far more terrifying than those Kuan beasts. It was clear that the one surnamed Su was doomed. At that moment, Yu Xiaoxiao, standing before him, suddenly spoke in a languid tone. Not only she, but even Lin Lanwei, who stood behind He Yuan, shared the same sentiment. However, only He Yuan understood that the situation was far more complicated. Not to mention that Su Xiang was the destined protagonist of this world, endowed with extraordinary adventures. But even the soul of the punishment elder Gu Lufeng, hidden within him, would not allow Su Xiang to be easily vanquished by that beast's claw. As expected, the next moment, a dark aura suddenly enveloped Su Xiang's face. His gaze transformed, reflecting an ancient wisdom as if he had witnessed the passage of time itself. Here it comes. He Yuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this was the manifestation of Gu Liufeng's spirit regaining control over Su Xiang's body. Under Gu Liufeng's manipulation, Su Xiang's hands morphed into 2 sword-like fingers, fiercely slashing at the beast's claw that threatened him. Simultaneously, he retreated at great speed. Clang! The sound of his fingers striking the claw echoed like a thunderous clash of metal. The beast's claw, momentarily halted, seemed to lose speed. However, Su Xiang trembled, blood erupting from his mouth, yet he had seized the opportunity to escape the chaotic grasp of that spatial turbulence, swiftly distancing himself from the claw. The claw appeared unable to breach the confines of that otherworldly space. Frustrated, it thrashed about in the torn fabric of the ground. But upon realizing it could no longer capture Su Xiang, it reluctantly retreated. Crack! Moments later, the sunken floor sealed itself once again, seamlessly blending with the surrounding ground, leaving no trace of the disturbance. At that instant, He Yuan, Yu Xiaoxiao, and Lin Lanwei collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Just a single claw possessed such immense power. One could only imagine the formidable existence of its master. Even Lin Lanwei, who had recently advanced to the Golden Core stage, was humbled by the overwhelming pressure emanating from this otherworldly beast. Fortunately, it seemed bound by the laws of space, unable to break through into the Tianyuan continent. Otherwise, should such a terrifying entity descend, it would undoubtedly become a nightmare for all cultivators on the Tianyuan continent. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Lanwei seemed to recall something, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she turned to the now-retreated Su Xiang at the hall's entrance. Coldly, she inquired, Su Shidi, earlier your aura was unfamiliar and malevolent, seemingly not belonging to you. What is the meaning of this? Upon hearing this, Su Xiang showed no hint of panic. He glanced at He Yuan and shrugged. Sister Lanwei, you should know, since the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I have been infatuated, wishing to become a pair of mandarin ducks, soaring together. Originally, I planned to take my time, to win your heart before proceeding to the rites of marriage. However, it appears I must hasten this process. For I know, given the animosity that this fellow harbors towards me, even if I say nothing, he will undoubtedly divulge all my secrets to you. In light of this, I shall be forthright. Indeed, within me lies the soul of a punishment elder from the one poisoned sect, who has his eyes set on you as well. Therefore, when I engage with you, it is akin to you practicing dual cultivation with a peak divine transformation elder. I trust you will find this experience quite delightful. Silence. Lin Lanyue's face turned a deep shade of anger. Her delicate fists clenched tightly as she glared at Su Xiang, her eyes blazing with fury. You wretched individual. My father values you so highly, taking you as his close disciple, even intending to hand over the Penglai Pavilion to you in the future. Yet, you turn out to be a beast with the face of a man. A beast with the face of a man? Su Xiang shrugged, unfazed by Lin Lanyue's words. Sister, if it weren't for that fellow, I wouldn't need to explain myself to you. Eventually, as I went over your heart and we engage in our dual cultivation, you would remain unaware of the elder hidden within me. At this point, he shot a glowering glance at He Yuan, saying, blame this fellow. If it weren't for him, I would have maintained a pure and sincere image in your heart. Su Xiang's words nearly incited laughter from He Yuan. Honestly, he had encountered shameless individuals, but none could match the audacity of Su Xiang. Lin Lanyue seethed, if you wish to possess my body, you might as well dream on. This hall is rife with spatial turbulence in that powerful beast. If you dare, come and challenge this holy maiden. Su Xiang remained unperturbed, yet wary of the fearsome claw that had breached the spatial boundary, hesitating to approach the trio. He sat cross-legged at the entrance of the hall, leisurely observing the three within, saying, Sister, feel free to accompany he and his companions to the sword furnace. However, I am certain that after retrieving the sword, you will ultimately have to exit this hall. Upon hearing this, Lin Lanyue paused, her expression momentarily frozen. It was peculiar, despite her significant advantage in cultivation over Su Xiang. She felt an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from him, rendering her breathless. Perhaps if she were to find herself alone before Su Xiang, she might indeed fall prey to his underhanded tactics, losing her purity. We must depart swiftly. Lin Lanyue urged Yu Xiaoxiao ahead of her. Strangely, this time, Yu Xiaoxiao offered no teasing remarks, instead nodding earnestly and quickening her pace. Chapter 121, The Sword Furnace. At this moment, perhaps the two women reached a silent consensus, resolutely determined not to allow the scoundrel Su Xiang, lurking outside the grand hall, to gain even the slightest advantage over them. They traversed the hall with relative ease, only to be met by a wide passageway ahead, spacious enough for two horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side. This corridor, towering approximately 30 feet high, appeared as though it had been cleaved open by some divine weapon. The stone walls on either side were embedded with numerous luminous crystals, illuminating the entire passage as brightly as day. Yu Xiaoxiao's usually lively expression suddenly turned serious. This corridor was fraught with perilous traps, divided into three distinct sections. The first segment concealed arrows of fire phosphor within the walls. The middle was a trap capable of ensnaring even the most formidable of Yuan Ying's stage cultivators. And the last segment was akin to the turbulent spatial currents within the grand hall. Thus, she took a deep breath and instructed, you two must closely follow my lead, not deviating even a fraction. Otherwise, if you trigger any of the mechanisms in this corridor, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing this, He Yuan and Lin Lanyue exchanged glances, recalling the chaos that had ensued when Su Xiang inadvertently activated a trap in the grand hall, unleashing the spatial turbulence in the terrifying void beasts. They dared not take any chances. One after the other, they followed closely behind Yu Xiaoxiao, matching her every step without error. Outside the hall, Su Xiang's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on the receding figures of the three. He had already harbored some trepidation regarding the formidable spatial currents within the alternate realm of the grand hall and the colossal unknown beast with limbs the size of a man. Now, having overheard Yu Xiaoxiao's description of the dangers ahead, he abandoned any thoughts of stealthily pursuing them for an ambush. Resolute, he decided to guard this spot, confident that this was the only route leading to the sword furnace within the Ta Wu sword tomb. Once Lin Lanyue and her companions acquired the sword of slaying immortals, they would undoubtedly have to exit through this very place. By remaining here, he felt assured that Lin Lanyue would have no chance of escape. As for He Yuan and Yu Xiaoxiao, he regarded them with disdain. At that moment, he reveled in his plans. He would deal with the insufferable He Yuan, who dared to vie for women and opportunities with him, with a single strike. And as for the exquisitely beautiful Yu Xiaoxiao, although she seemed entangled with He Yuan, she was still of use. He could utilize her as a vessel for his dual cultivation, gradually absorbing her feminine essence to strengthen himself. While Su Xiang delighted in his machinations, He Yuan and the others successfully navigated the treacherous passageway, arriving at the colossal sword furnace at the heart of the tomb. Towering 20 feet high, and with a diameter of over 10 feet, this furnace was truly a behemoth, perhaps due to a long period without being fired up for forging. The furnace emanated an icy chill, a bone-deep cold that struck even before they approached. The furnace was shaped like a massive hexagon, its six edges bound by iron chains as thick as a child's arm, securing it firmly atop a large slab of blue stone in the center of the tomb. The body of the furnace was intricately carved with 6 lifelike azure dragons, each with its mouth agape, directed toward the furnace's opening. Yu Xiaoxiao explained. These 6 fire dragons are the points from which the furnace ignites. Traditionally, the sword sect would fill the dragon bodies with fire oil and ignite them, allowing the 6 dragon mouths to unleash flames converging at the center of the furnace, incinerating the items for forging. He Yuan nodded, impressed by the ingenious design. However, Lin Lanwei, after hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's explanation, scoffed disdainfully. Such spectacles are merely for show. If your sword sect had focused more on cultivating its disciples rather than grandstanding, it would not have been eradicated by righteous cultivators 20 years ago. With that, she stepped forward towards the immense furnace. Yet, just 3 steps in, she suddenly sensed a powerful resistance preventing her from advancing further. Lin Lanwei raised an eyebrow, attempting to exert more force. Even when pushing her golden core strength to its limit, she found herself unable to take another step closer. Observing this, Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged, a smirk playing at her lips, and remarked, "Sainus Lanwei, spare yourself the futile effort. The sword of slaying immortals is selecting its master. Clearly, despite your exceptional talent and formidable power, you have yet to meet its standards." This revelation caused Lin Lanwei's brow to furrow even deeper. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany. Casting an expressionless glare at He Yuan, "You are He Yuan, correct? Step forward and give it a try." Although He Yuan was puzzled as to why the Saints of Pinglai Pavilion had singled him out to test for the recognition of the sword of slaying immortals, he had come along with Yu Xiaoxiao with the intention of acquiring this legendary artifact. Thus, he nodded at Lin Lanwei and strode purposefully toward the furnace. As expected, when he approached within 10 feet of the furnace, he could distinctly feel a powerful force emanating from it, pushing back against him. Lin Lanwei observed this scene. Her heart relieved, realizing that it was not solely her own qualifications that fell short of the sword standards. He Yuan was similarly unworthy. However, before she could fully comprehend this, she suddenly witnessed He Yuan's palm manifesting a palace-shaped artifact about a foot in size. As he continued, the artifact expanded, enveloping the entire sword furnace in an instant. In a flash, the palace-shaped artifact shrank back down to its original size and was swiftly returned to He Yuan's purple mansion. What? Lin Lanwei gazed in astonishment at the unperturbed He Yuan, murmuring, "That artifact exuded an aura that seems to have reached the level of a celestial weapon. You possess a celestial artifact?" In response, He Yuan shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. Wait. Lin Lanwei's brows furrowed suddenly. Using a celestial artifact against another celestial artifact is clearly a deceitful act. In truth, you have not earned the recognition of the sword of slaying immortals. Chapter 122. Is the Saintess still present? Ahem. He Yuan coughed twice and remarked, "But I have indeed claimed this immortal slaying sword, have I not?" Upon hearing this, Lin Lanwei's expression faltered, and she found herself momentarily at a loss for a more persuasive rebuttal. Indeed, regardless of the methods employed by He Yuan, it was undeniable that he had successfully secured the immortal slaying sword. According to the unwritten rules of the cultivation world in Tianyuan continent, she had no valid grounds to contest this matter any further. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to her stealing from He Yuan. With the sword sect now destroyed, the immortal slaying sword left in the Taiga sword tomb was essentially an unclaimed artifact, open for anyone to vie for. Once someone successfully extracted the sword, it would then be considered owned. If she were to attempt to seize it thereafter, the dynamics would shift dramatically. Indeed, Lin Lanwei's conjecture was spot on. The immortal slaying sword had not chosen He Yuan as its master, although it had been shattered into 5 pieces and its spirit destroyed during the previous demon-slaying war. As a celestial artifact, it still possessed an inherent ability to recognize its master. He Yuan had long been prepared for this eventuality. After all, in the original narrative of Sword Immortal, the sword's rightful master was the fated protagonist Su Xiang. Thus, upon realizing that he had not been acknowledged by the immortal slaying sword, He Yuan felt no sense of disappointment. On the contrary, after forcibly claiming the sword along with the sword furnace using the Jinshin Hall, he inwardly sighed with relief. He was well aware that, given the nature of the world of Sword Immortal, had he not forcibly claimed the celestial sword, it was highly likely that it would eventually fall into the hands of Su Xiang, the original destined protagonist. He had experienced firsthand the formidable power that Su Xiang wielded while possessing the immortal slaying sword. Not to mention, in the original story, Su Xiang had once used the sword to slay his own father, who was at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, while he was merely at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. The greatest advantage in that battle had been the immortal slaying sword. Therefore, by claiming the sword, He Yuan had at least ensured that his surrogate father would avoid the humiliation of being overpowered by Su Xiang. At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up, breaking the awkward silence between He Yuan and Lin Lanwei. "All right, now that the immortal slaying sword has been successfully obtained, shall we discuss how to evade that mad dog named Su waiting at the entrance of the hall?" Upon hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's words, both He Yuan and Lin fell silent. Although her words were rather harsh, they were quite apparent. Indeed, at that moment, Su Xiang, who stood guard at the entrance, resembled a rabid dog, erratically biting anyone who approached. After a brief pause, He Yuan spoke first. "While we may be unable to exit, that mad dog Su cannot enter either. Therefore, it would be prudent for us to meditate here in the sword tomb for a couple of days. On one hand, we can focus on enhancing our cultivation, and on the other, we can see who can outlast the other in patience against the mad dog." There was an unspoken thought lingering in his mind. In 2 days, the time frame mentioned by the myriad poison clone would arrive. By then, once this myriad poison clone awakens, He Yuan would undoubtedly have a greater chance of success when facing Su Xiang. After all, while Su Xiang possessed the golden finger of the elder Gu Lufeng from the myriad poison sect, He Yuan also had the golden finger of the sect master Qing Tian now at his disposal. Surely, employing the sect master against the elder would tilt the odds in He Yuan's favor. At this moment, Yu Xiaoxiao and Lin Lanhua had no better alternatives. So they reluctantly accepted He Yuan's proposal. The three of them then sought out a vacant area and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Time passed. And when He Yuan had circulated his spiritual energy through several cycles, stabilizing his foundation establishment third stage, he suddenly sensed something unusual beside him. Instinctively opening his eyes, he found Yu Xiaoxiao gazing intently at him from a distance. He Yuan's expression momentarily froze. Then, he heard Yu Xiaoxiao's voice in his mind. He Yuan. In 2 days. Are you planning to activate the celestial artifact with the assistance of the Elder in the Jinshin Hall and then carry us away from the Taigu Sword Tomb to avoid Su Xiang at the entrance? Since He Yuan had previously taken Yu Xiaoxiao into the Jinshin Hall to evade the chaotic spatial currents, she had encountered the myriad poison clone residing within the hall. He Yuan nodded in response. Yu Xiaoxiao continued, so, in 2 days, we will have to part ways, will we not? This time. He Yuan remained silent for a moment before responding. Indeed, Yu Xiaoxiao was correct. His primary purpose in bringing this last descendant of the sword sect's final leader was to retrieve the immortal slaying sword from the Taigu Sword Tomb. Now that the sword had